All right.
And 8 o'clock. Yeah, we're right on the marker here. Hooah! Let's change that up a little bit. We will start with a friend. How about like that? We'll start with Brad Olson this morning. Good morning, everyone. How are you feeling today? How's everyone feeling? My name is Omar. I am the host here at Watchers Talk, coming at you guys from West Coast, British Columbia, Canada, with our day 2 of Humanity Unplugged. Man, I got unplugged yesterday.
Time was no longer a concept after we figured out the energies and constructs of yesterday. My name is Rob Yox. I am the host here at Full Spectrum Universe. We are a collaborative effort bringing you the most amazing day today with megaliths, ancient sites, and ancestral knowledge. This is going to be one for the ages, for sure. For sure. Today is going to be one of those days that your head is gonna spin and you're gonna say, holy crap, where do we go from here? Where does it
Yeah,
lead from here?
exactly. Here, let me quickly share my screen, Rob, and I'm going to bring up the schedule for today so that
Yes.
way everybody knows what is going on. And we'll try to get this schedule 3, 4 at a time into the chat room. Do you have it up on screen,
I
Rob?
do. Yeah, hold on. Let's see. Boom.
Okay, so we're going to start the morning off with Dr. Manu Saifayez, Saifazed. That's a tough one to pronounce. And then we have a megalithic panel with John Shaughnessy, John Cadman, Dr. Smear Osmanovic, Dr. Michael Cremo, Hugh Newman, and Chuck Vanderbilt. And then we have Ildi Budai. And then after Ildi, we have Neil Gore, and then Roger Spur, Jeffrey Boyd Jr., Ismail Perez, John Cadman, John Shaughnessy, and Chuck Vanderbilt. That is the menu for today, the Mind Delicious menu for today. And yesterday, that was an amazing day. So shout out to everyone who was, on the studio here, who presented, everyone that watched us, and riding the frequency. Okay, yeah, we got you, girl. And yeah, so today's show is brought to you by Kathy Mason, Paul Anthony Wallace, Michael Feely, and Brad Olson, as well as Scott Goulet, front page with Scott Goulet. We'll be talking about those a little bit throughout the day today, guys. So thank you very much for being here. And got anything to say, Rob, before we bring our next guest on?
I am so looking forward to today. I mean, I love this. This is right up my niche. You know, the ancient masters and the ancient builders bringing megaliths to life, and you know,
Mm-hmm.
leaving imprints for us to find now. So this is going to be an epic day for me, and I'll just land it right there.
Yeah, yeah. Let's bring Dr. on, and guys, you guys probably have seen and Dr. Manu on Watchers Talk before, and Dr. Manu did. It was Forgery Unmasked last year. We did with Dr. Manu, and
Yes.
we had a wonderful conversation, and we talked about what's underneath the Sphinx. And if my memory serves me correct, at that time we were also talking about the chambers that I believe the Japanese had found, and as well, no, it was that chamber that they had taken the drone into, and then they drilled a hole, and then they poked a camera through that hole, and then they looked on the other side to see what was on the other side. And I believe that was probably like a valve if we look at it from the water pump theory. And then we saw those two metal clamps. I believe they were uh, bronze caps, and then they had the flower of life inside there. Am I correct, Dr. Manu? Am I on the right path here? All
In
right.
most of it, yes.
All right. It's been a lot of months, so I'm pretty impressed
Yes,
with
of
myself
course.
that I can actually remember.
Hmm Go ahead.
So welcome, Dr. Manu. Thank you very much for being here today. And we are going to have a discussion about the Hall of Records, something that Edgar Casey had talked about. And there's a lot of other people that have talked about the Hall of Records. And today we try to get a better understanding of what the Hall of Records are, because most, some people think that if you go underneath the Sphinx, the left paw, I believe it is, if you go underneath the Sphinx, that there's a room underneath there. And then in that room, that chamber has, these golden tablets, I would assume people are thinking. I've never really visualized it as that. I always thought the Hall of Records, that they would be like, books. Right? It depends on what kind of books, right? We could have metal books, gold books, silver books, bronze books. What other one is there? What's that other one, Rob? The green one, the emerald tablets. I believe that's it. The emerald tablets.
Scrolls, maybe
Yeah.
with parchment and things like that. I mean, that would be what I would think in the Hall of Records, right?
Yeah, and some people feel that that's carried over from Atlantis, right? And that maybe somebody buried it there and left it for us to find so that we can do our thing. That's my, overall view of the Hall of Records. And I'm looking forward to understanding this a little bit more today so that we can raise our awareness. And friends and family out there, please give this video a share. And share with your friends and family. We have an amazing day lined up, and we are going to begin our conversation now. So welcome, Dr. Manu. I appreciate you coming on to our conference here this morning, especially with the time change, 1 hour. It's actually only 6 o'clock.
It definitely messed a lot of people up, that's for sure. So we're all catching up today.
Morning. So how are you, sir? It's been quite a while. You've been to Egypt several times since we last spoke, and so please give us an update, and we'll get into this discussion.
Okay, well, thanks. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Rob. Good morning, Omar. Thank you for the invitation, and it's good to be back. We have an hour today, right? So I'm going to try to give you the news in a nutshell. You ask about the Hall of Records, so yes, we're going to talk about that. My job really in my research was to try to separate the legend from the actual evidence that we have for such a thing. And you mentioned, you touched on several of these aspects of this legend, and of course the most famous how should I say, the person that branded really the Hall of Records, that's Edgar Casey. He was alive about a century ago, and Edgar Casey, in his dream state, thought that he was tapping into the Akashic records, and he was himself actually the one who laid down the Hall of Records, according to his his reports that were written down. And as a matter of fact, I am giving a talk at the Edgar Casey Foundation later on this year in October. So I was invited to give the presentation. Beautiful. Yeah. So this is it's a big topic, of course, and I will try to, give you the evidence that I found. So when I say separate legend from the actual evidence, so I think that many legends, especially and ancient myths, have truths to them. There are always seeds of truth. So this is an important thing. When it comes to the Hall of Record and the Emerald tablets, etc., it's always important to find the original source of the information. So, for example, the Emerald tablets, the original source of the information is a person called Maurice Doreal, and I think his name was Dodgen was his last name, his real name, and then he changed his name to Doreal, and that's the somebody who was alive about 100 years ago. So he's the original source, according to his own book, of the Emerald tablets. And then we have the Emerald tablet, which is the original source is actually much older. That's almost 1800 years ago, maybe at the earliest. That's an Arabic source, and it's talking about the Emerald tablet, and that's the one that when you go to the Rosicrucian Museum in San Jose, you see a copy of this emerald tablet, right? So I think it's important to keep these two things apart, because it's always important what's the provenance of the text. But so my task, I thought, was to take this further back. Can we find some written evidence for all of this from the ancient Egyptians? And it turns out we can. So there is actually, from the New Kingdom, there is a specific mention of the writings of Thoth under the foot of Hor-Machet, which is a papyrus that was written in the New Kingdom. So this is now, we're talking something like 1200 to 1400 BC. So it's really the ancient Egyptians themselves that told us about something that's written under the foot of Hor-Machet. And Hor-Machet, of course, is the name of the Great Sphinx. So when I saw that, that's when I started getting interested in this, because then I thought, well, maybe there is something that can be researched here that hasn't really been looked at, to its fullest extent. And of course, most of you know that in a way, this whole argument has already been turned on its head, because we already have physical evidence of a chamber or a void, a natural void that's sitting somehow in front of the left forepaw of the Sphinx, which is what Edgar Cayce, of course, was talking about. He was talking about the right forepaw, but I don't think it matters really. I think at the end of the day, we have physical evidence that there may be something in front of the Great Sphinx. Now, so why is there still a need to research this? Well, the problem is that the Egyptian government is not going to do any further studies around the Sphinx, because to them, and to Mark Lehner, to Zaya Waz, this is a settled issue. So until the alternative historians come up with new evidence, there's not going to be another test around the Sphinx. And so this is why I thought we have to raise the stakes. We have to come up with new evidence, and that is what I want to talk to you about today. So if you remember, just to recap this real quick, Robert Schoch and Thomas Dubecki in 1991 performed a technique called seismic tomography, and they found several voids around the Great Sphinx. Now, there have been drillings since that time from the Egyptian antiquities, from especially Zaya Waz. There was some problem with water around the Sphinx, so Zaya Waz and Mark Lehner together drilled several holes around the Sphinx, and SRI International before them. I mean, you know well the Hertax, James Hertack. He's very well familiar with these drilling experiments. In fact, Dr. Hertack was there when some of these experiments were conducted by SRI International. So he's a great source, potentially, that you could interview him and ask him about those experiments. But the upshot of the problem is that the details of these experiments were never published. Okay, the conclusion, the ostensible conclusion that we were given is there is no voids. Okay, or there may be voids, but they're not significant. Okay, so we never got to the end of it. And the most recent drilling experiment, 2009, Mark Lehner was in front of the camera. There was Zaya Waz. They were drilling near the left forepaw of the Sphinx, and they basically pronounced there is no void. And they were trying to basically diffuse the Atlantis theories and all that. But I have to say that the void that Dubecki and Schoch discovered is not where they drilled. This is further to the east of that spot, and it's also deeper. This sits about 5 meters down in the rock. And so there's still, really, that is the most promising place, in my opinion. And so the question is there any other evidence? And so in Under the Sphinx, the book that I published last year, I show that there is something that may have leaked out of this library, and that's this painting that we were talking about last time, Omar, if you remember. It was the painting that shows what I think is the heliocentric solar system. So it's information that the ancient Egyptian, of course, didn't have. So this is one evidential trail that I was pursuing. And then that led me back to the Sphinx, and it led me back to the texts that talk about, in fact, something that's under the Sphinx, and it's in the form of some kind of esoteric information, like this painting. Okay. So when you're talking about, and the specific medium, or should I say, what is this actual Hall of Records? What is the library? Well, it's not bookshelves, according in the evidence that I found is not bookshelves, it's not books, it's not a library in that sense. No, it's actually a portable archive. And we have a name for it from the ancient Egyptians. They called this an afdet. That's the name of the archive that was stored in a cave, in a cavern-like place. And that cavern-like place, according to the myth, is somewhere under Giza and guarded by a lioness, okay, which is Mehit. So, and I'm going to let you ask a few questions. I'm just giving you the real quick the synopsis, and then I'm done. I'll just give me a couple of more minutes. So yes, I just came back from Egypt, and my newest approach now is the pyramid texts. So the pyramid texts were written. The first version that we know is inside the pyramid of Unas. It's about 150 years after the reign of Khafre, and so what I'm currently pursuing is the mention of this cave, this cavern in the pyramid text. And specifically what I'm looking for is the topography of the text. So when you look at these two chambers, so for those of you that don't know the pyramid text, they're basically laid over the walls of two chambers, and these chambers are connected by a corridor. And they're about, something like 26,000 hieroglyphs, making up about 10,000 words. So it's a sizable text, but these texts are specifically located in certain places, and that location, as we are now discovering, enhances the meaning. In fact, it's much easier to understand the text if you know where the text is written, okay? Because it turns out that the interior architecture is actually a recreation of the netherworld, where the deceased traverses from one place to the next, and then eventually, of course, he goes back to the sky. And so here's now the big news that I have for you is not only is the written document mentioned from which creation occurred, and which is probably the document that is what we think of the Hall of Records. It's called the Scroll of God. And I can share my screen in a few minutes with you to show you an image of that exact text column and where it is in the Pyramid of Unas. And not only is that mentioned, but the actual name of the portable archive is also mentioned, and it's across the other side of the chamber. And the most interesting thing is that topographically, the cavern is in the northeast corner of the antechamber, and the antechamber in my reconstruction is the Sphinx. It's basically a simulation of the Great Sphinx. You're basically standing inside of the Great Sphinx when you're in the antechamber. And sure enough, the mention of this there's six mentions of a cavern, and 4 of them are in the northeast corner of on the east wall. So it's exactly where the anomaly A is, where that Döbekian shock predicted, which is left forepaw. That would be the northeast corner of the monument, and that's in the pyramid text where we have the word cavern mentioned 4 times. And it's highly statistically significant. Out of 6 occurrences, 4 of them are in that corner. And it talks about how Unas, the spirit of Unas, has to go through this primordial cavern to basically be able to get into the sky, because that is the place where original creation occurred. And those creation words are recorded on the scroll of God. So anyway, so I just wanted to give you the news. So we have now a specific topographic placement of texts in the Pyramid of Unas that talk about the very thing that we have physical evidence for in front of the left forepaw. It's the very thing that Edgar Cayce spoke about, he called it the Hall of Records. And the seed of truth in all of this is that, yes, there is a natural cavern under the Sphinx, and it once contained a box, a coffer, that had some kind of writing inside, and that writing was called the Scroll of God. So I think, so this is what I'm going to present in October to the Edgar Cayce Foundation. I'm going to tell them, listen, I don't know how Edgar Cayce knew of this, but he was right in the fundamental parts of what he was predicting was correct. The thing that he was not correct about is that this chamber has already been breached, okay? And because I was able to find this painting, because it leaked into the cemetery in Middle Egypt, and so therefore this chamber must have been breached in ancient times. So it's not been unsealed by people saying Zahi Hawass was in the chamber, the ministry already knows about it. No, the evidence shows that the ancient Egyptians entered this chamber, And that we even have an oil tag that dates to about 4,900 years. It says opening of the place of the archive. And this is in my book, Under the Sphinx. So to me, this has long been breached. So this is the part where Edgar Cayce, I think, was not correct. But the most fundamental aspects of what he was prophesizing, I think, is absolutely correct. And the seed of it is that it's a portable archive.
That is amazing, Dr. Manu. When you say portal archive, because up until now, the idea has been that it would be, like a room with shelves, and then there'd be like books on it made of metal that wouldn't rot. That's the idea, that preconception that people have, and that's a preconception that I've had as well until you just mentioned, and I put it down in my notes as portable, right? That almost sounds like it's a tablet, like almost
an ark,
like technology.
It's like an ark.
Yeah, and then you can take it with you, and then you can manifest with it whatever you want, and that's very, very profound. And do you know what it would be made of? Like, we know that the ark is made of gold, right? It has like some kind of the nuclear reactor type of thing happening to it. Do you think that this portable would have like something similar attached to it, but not like nuclear, of course, but like something totally different that maybe can be energized or powered by the ark?
The only thing I can tell you is we have an image of it. We have we actually have a hieroglyph, which is that tablet I mentioned from 4,900 years ago. You can look it up. It's part of what Flinders Petrie discovered in the grave of Horus Jer in Abydos. So this has been published a long time ago. It looks sort of like a stylized cattle, a cow, or probably a cow. Yes. And interestingly, if you know Nabta Playa, if you remember from Nabta Playa, there is a complex structure from which you have these megalithic stone lines emanating that were pointing to the stars, right? And that complex structure had the cow stone buried under the earth on top of a sort of presentation platter, a megalithic stone plate, or I should say a platform, a stone platform, and the cow stone, which is huge. The cow stone is almost the size of a person. And that was sort of hovering over this pedestal, so to speak, and all of this was buried. So, and when I saw that, I immediately thought to myself, this is basically this ark, if I may call it that way, this portable archive is sort of a stylized version of this cow stone, okay, which was also buried underground. So that's the shape of it. Okay, now what was it made from? I don't know, because it's not mentioned in the coffin text, and I can't tell from. But my hunch is it's wood. That's my best guess is that it was a wooden box, and whether or not it was gilded, we don't know it, because I don't have any evidence for or against it. But what I can tell you that was inside was called the Scroll of God. And this is not just a mythical text, but this is actually this is also in the physical realm, because we have a stone plate by one of the sons of Sneferu, which I don't know if you know who Sneferu, but he was the first king of the 4th dynasty. He built the Bent Pyramid and the Red Pyramid. And one of his sons had a sort of a tombstone in front of his mastaba. And on that stone is mentioned that he was basically the guardian of this box, this coffer, the Afdet, and he was also the guardian of the Scroll of God. So there you have a non-mythical context where the same two things are mentioned, and then you have it mentioned in the coffin text, which is the religious text, and in the pyramid text, it's also mentioned. So, this is why I was saying, legends have seed of truth. Well, in terms of Egyptian writing, it's very difficult to separate religious writing from actual scientific observations, because it's really about the sky, right? The ancient Egyptians in the pyramid text, it's basically a treatise on astronomy, but it is written in metaphoric language. So we think that it's a mythical story, and then our modern minds can't wrap ourselves around this idea that the ancients may not have separated scientific observations from religious mythical stories. It's the same to them. That's how they describe the sky, or the world around them.
It's kind of interesting how that's what we're calling for today when we're saying, the science doesn't have enough spirit in it. It doesn't have enough essence in it, that we
Right.
need to start engaging with that spirit, and then maybe science and spirit can have that marriage, and then we can have something beautiful afterwards. And that Naphtaplia, when you were saying, that's Dr. Robert Duvall that
Yes.
discovered that. I just want to let people in the audience know if they've never heard of it, which I don't, I'm sure they have, but I just want to make that very clear. And as well, sir, you were saying about the Onus Pyramid, and I find that to be a little bit interesting as well, because what we know is that the Pharaoh Onus has said to have traveled to the Orion a number of times. He was able to use
Yes.
a Stargate and a portal to go back and forth, right? So I wonder if that technology, or information to that technology, that he found or had access to because of the Hall of Records, and they were able to manipulate or manifest that type of technology so that they can go back and forth in an instant, kind of like a Star Trek a teleporter, right? You can teleport like light years. Who knows, there's no really limit to that. Do you think that's why, or that's why they chose the Onus Pyramid, because of that background and that history that's connected with technology and traveling back and forth?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So I will explain it to you. The short answer is yes, but it's not it's not how you would expect it. So the answer is that in the pyramid text, the language of creation is being taught to the deceased, and that language is called Heka. Heka is logos. What if you if you believe in one of the Abrahamic religions, then logos, you know what that is. Logos means the power to create through utterance. Okay, this is what all Abrahamic religions have in common: that God created the world and the universe through some kind of communication, right? And the ancient Egyptians had a very similar concept through Ptah. That was the Memphite cosmogony. So Ptah had intellectual facilities, and he conceived the world, and then he created the world through utterance. So, and the power to do that is called Heka. In the pyramid text, Heka is extremely important. That is how Unas performs this journey, the very journey that you just mentioned. Okay. In fact, you can map that journey in the south wall of the antechamber. That very journey that you just mentioned to Orion is actually described on the wall. Okay. It says you can see how the spirit of Unas is rising past these constellations. For example, Sirius, Orion, and then Taurus. And the goal is to get to the ecliptic, which is the winding waterway, and then you migrate down the ecliptic to meet with the rising sun, which is in the Achet, the horizon, right? So this is a ritualized journey on the ground to imitate what was seen in the sky. And in order to perform this journey, to be able to do this, you need Heka. Why? Because there are obstacles. There are demons, right, to overcome. And in order to overcome these physical limitations of a human being, you needed to know, you had to be a masterful spirit, an Ach spirit. And once you're an Ach, and once you've been taught Heka, then you can do that. And the goal, of course, is to travel with the gods in the sky. So this is the, how should I say, that is the answer to your question about moving to Orion. So I think, yes, absolutely, this is a journey about merging with Orion, but that's not the end station. The merging with Orion is how you resurrect, right? So in the sarcophagus chamber on the south wall, that is where you identify, for example, with Osiris, okay, which is Orion. And that's how you come back to life. Your soul comes back to life by merging with Osiris, and your life force comes back to life on the north wall. That's the Ka. And the way that was made to happen is that the ancient Egyptians created a mummy, which is a statue basically of the deceased. So they basically they preserved the body, they wrapped the body to turn that body into a statue. And then they reanimated the statue by opening the mouth. That's the famous mouth opening ceremony, the ritual. And then they provided food and drink ritually to the mummy to revive it, right? So now you have a Ka that's coming back to life, and you have a soul that's coming back to life, and these two meet as they exit from the sarcophagus chamber, and now you have an Ach which is the spirit that can actually travel in the sky. And that spirit now has to make it through the trials and tribulations. First, they have to be judged, right? So there's actually the Hall of Mud in the later Book of the Dead. This is also in the pyramid text. You have a short version of this. And once you are justified and you've been basically pronounced viable for the afterlife, then now comes this journey across the sky that you just alluded to. And then comes the last phase. And the last phase is on the east wall. And this is the combat zone, I call it, because this is now when you have the most treacherous demons that you're encountering. And one of them is Apeptus, the giant snake. And this is by the tree of life. And you all know this imagery. You've seen the tree of life with the snake and then the lynx cat that has the knife in the hand, right? This is Egyptian sort
Like
of
two of them.
yeah, exactly. That's the
Yeah.
Egyptian version of the temptation, right? In the Abrahamic story, in the Christian version and the Jewish version. And so you and then you have to overcome this last trial. And then this is what I mentioned in the beginning. You go through the original cave of creation. And this is mentioned in the northeast wall of the antechamber. It's in the northern part of the east wall of the antechamber, and this is now the primordial cave, and that's where Unas encounters just the shadows of the primordial gods, the creator gods that made everything. And he has to pass through this cave. He has to appease those gods. He has to give them offerings. Okay, why? Because that is where the archive of creation is. Okay, that is where the ark sits with the scroll of God. And in order to make it into the sky, you have to recapitulate. You have to, if you want to resurrect, you have to go through the cave of creation. So that's how the pyramid texts are set up, right? And once you are recreated in this way, then at the final step, you are able to ascend into the sky. So that's called ascension. And when you talk about spiritual meetings and presentations, I always hear this word ascension. And in the ancient Egyptians had exactly the same context, the same idea. To them, ascension was to go into the sky. And that whole journey is described on the north wall of the antechamber. So this is the last stretch of the pyramid text. And then finally, the soul enters out through the north corridor. And so the ending of the pyramid text is actually where you walk in, right? So when you walk in, that last stretch of the corridor on the west and the east side, that is actually the end of the pyramid text. That's where the soul finally exits into the immortal sky zone, which is in the north.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's so fascinating. It almost sounds like that the ancient Egyptians were almost trying to record a journey that had happened so long ago, possibly from our ancestors or grandcestors that came from Orion and were put into stasis, or they had traveled back to Orion and were put into stasis, and then they thought, okay, well, maybe this is the way to travel. This is how, because when you go to sleep, you lose consciousness and you look like you're dead, right? And so I wonder if this is the reference that they were using, because we know that we have star connection. There's like absolutely no doubt now. And so I wonder if this is something that they try to incorporate into their life through the ritual of mummification and preserving the body and the soul traveling up into the star and becoming a star in itself. And I wonder now is that if all of those journeys that they had taken, either back to Orion or the original journey coming from Orion to the Earth, and then possibly even terraforming the Earth, and then putting that information down in the Scroll of God or in the Hall of Records and leaving it there so that the future generations would be able to use that information just in case, like, let's say if we wanted to go to Mars and then try to terraform Mars, and this information would be in there useful for us to apply when we get to Mars, right? But I wonder if it's hidden from us so that we don't destroy ourselves, because humans, right? We find something and we want to explore it, we want to rip it open, and then next thing you know, we have a catastrophe and it's finished.
Yeah, of course, Alan Steinfeld. Alan has an interesting take on the communication that may be going on, and I had to think about Alan's theory because Heka is very similar to what Alan was talking about not. If you remember, what Alan Steinfeld is saying is that communication is sort of a communication where you don't name something, right? You want to communicate a certain idea, but you don't actually name it by its name.
Mm-hmm.
And he calls that collapsing the wave function, right? So if you think of quantum mechanics, you have a wave function that describes different probabilities of different events that could come out of a certain action, right? And so if you have an idea that you want to communicate, if you put a name on it, then you are collapsing the wave function. And what Alan is saying is that we need to learn how to not do that, to let things sort of brew for a moment, and that way we will be able to receive the whole entire communication, right? And Heka
Mm-hmm.
is sort of similar to that, because what Heka is, when you say one word, but phonetically you're actually invocating something else. Okay, so let me give you an example. The arc I've drawn, right? The arc I've drawn, you think that I'm drawing an arc, but there is a word hiding inside, which is archive. Arc I've drawn, archive. Okay, so
Oh,
okay,
okay. Yeah,
so
yeah.
this is right.
Awesome.
So yeah, so I'm not naming it, right? I'm not naming the word archive. I'm saying I'm talking about something else. But you see, if you initiate it, you know what I'm doing,
Mm-hmm.
then you will have an like you just had an aha moment, right? Like you got
Yeah.
excited, right? This is and the ancients, to them this was something, to them this was special. Okay, when they basically, when you induce gnosis, you induce knowledge without actually authoritatively lecturing somebody, right? Like you, in
Mm-hmm.
other words, I'm not telling you, Omar, archive. No, I'm saying, Omar, look over here, I'm drawing an arc, right? And then you on your own, you figure, he's talking about an archive. Okay, that's, so this is a type of gnosis, the way I'm calling inducing
Mm-hmm.
gnosis. And I think that is kind of what Alan was talking about in his book. I forget the title of his book right now, but
Making contact.
he gave a great lecture at one of the conferences last year that I attended. And we had a conversation about this afterwards. And I thought this was really an interesting way to, an interesting idea, how communication with other intelligences from in the universe may proceed, right? And so I think the creation language, this is, and in the ancient Egyptians said that this is the creation language. The creation language is the creator god is sort of inducing gnosis, right, by using Heka. And that's how the world is created. And so what you just said, Omar, is that maybe we, if we want to learn how if we want to learn this message that was left for us, okay, whoever left it for us, and for whatever purpose, and you just mentioned one of those possibilities is to basically help us, travel the universe effortlessly, right? Maybe that is the language we need to start learning, instead of collapsing the wave function, instead of naming things immediately, right? Maybe there's extra information that we can learn if we just let it hover for a moment, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I think there's a lot of applicability for all of the things that you're saying. I think if you look at the pyramid text, there is room for all of these interpretations. Yes.
Yeah, now I'm going back to you know after learning this archive, right? Now I'm wondering about the arc in itself, whether there was a number of arcs, like a masculine arc and then a feminine
Mm-hmm.
arc, because we know that we have two energies, masculine and feminine, and that's been celebrated through time. So if our people in the past, if they were to create this, I wonder if they would have created two different archives, which would be one a masculine and the other one feminine. Because now my perception has totally changed, Dr. Manu, because before, when we
Mm-hmm.
started this talk, I was under the impression that the arc is a machine. It's a power machine where you can use
Mm-hmm.
air, it's nuclear. But now I'm looking at it from something totally different,
Yeah,
because
yeah,
now I'm looking at it as an archive, and I'm wondering if that arc, isn't the archive that we imagine it to be, right? That it's information, is portable, that it can be carried around, moved around.
right,
And that's
right.
why maybe perhaps it's changed hands so much, because we know that, what was it? I forgot which tribe it was, but it was stolen the ark was stolen, and then they took it and they had it, and then people began to lose hair, nails, and kind of what have you, and then they took it back and gave it back to them and said, "Oh, we don't want this. Keep it." Right. So I wonder if there was like some sort of I don't even know what to call it, like almost like a holographic, right? Like a holographic type of projection that happens from it, and if you're not protected, right, then possibly you can get damaged by it. But can it like tell a story to us, like, hey, humans, you come from Lyra, and then from Lyra you guys went to Orion, and then from Orion you evolved a little bit to go to Pleiades, and then from Pleiades you came here, and then paint us a picture, right? And then I wonder if this is what they're trying to tell us. But could it be, Dr. Manu, that we have the entire thing confused because we're calling it the Hall of Records? Because when we visualize, because just the English language in itself, right, it's not a very good language to express the internal. But when we say hall, we automatically think like a hallway or a corridor of some sort, when it really may not be that, and that we've misinterpreted it or we've misunderstood it, and then and then calling it the Hall of Records when it could be something completely different.
Yeah, even Edgar Casey had different ways to refer to it, right? He called it the rooms, chambers of record. He had different under the pyramid, and he had, if you look at his readings, there it's not just one way that he referred to it. And so, but I completely agree with you. I think that's why it's challenging when you have a modern era legend, right? Reported by, in this case, a sleeping prophet, okay? Or you have the emerald tablets, or you have the emerald tablet. All of these are things that were written about after the time of Christ, okay? So we're talking about later than the last 2,000 years, okay? So then the question is, how much of that has been embellished, and how much, how much of this is hearsay that was added on later? And so this is when it gets challenging, right? But so for example, the emerald tablets, okay, to be honest with you, when I look at that and the provenance of it, I'm not convinced that what part of that is real and what of that is fiction, okay? Because this is an account of someone who lived in the 1940s, and he says that he saw these tablets and he was given them to translate them, and then he published a book, but we have to take his word for it, right? So I didn't want to do that. I wanted to go to the original source and things that are publicly available. But to get back to what you were saying, I want to pick up on a thread that you said about holographic sort of projection. It's interesting when you're inside the pyramid, of Unas, and you're looking at these texts, you feel like you are in a simulation, okay? Because the text are
stars on the
yeah, exactly. The text, and this is real. The text actually takes you to the sky. It talks about talks about the sky. And interestingly, it also talks about the ground, but not in Saqqara, where the Pyramid of Unas is, but Giza. The text actually takes you to Giza. It takes you to Zolkar, the realm of Zolkar. Zolkar is the spirit that's guarding the underworld in Giza. And Giza, of course, is Rostau. That's where resurrection supposedly happened, okay? And that's where you go back into the sky. And the Sphinx is simulated, right? So when you're inside the Pyramid of Unas and you're looking at these texts, I felt like I'm in the Matrix, okay? All of a sudden, I'm Neo that's realizing that the world is just zeros and ones, okay? And you actually, it's creating a reality that's not really actually there, but the reality is at a distance, right? That's sort of a hologram. And the interesting thing is that's what the physicists are telling us, Omar and Rob, right? The physicists are telling us that our experience of gravity and space is really a projection that comes from the rim of the universe, okay? It's because the information that's encoding all of this is at a lower dimensional level. That's what they're saying. And so it could be the equivalent of a black hole. You have a black hole, they have the rim of the black hole, and that's where the information sits, but the substance of it is in the center of the black hole, right? And so this, by the same token, if the universe is a black hole, then the rim of the universe is where all the information is, the entropy. And our entire experience, of course, is not at the rim of the universe, but we are in the center of it, or wherever, you know, our galaxy may
Mhm.
be. Yeah.
Now,
So
see,
it's a so it's a holographic. So it means it's a simulated reality. Okay. And so by the same token, the texts are teaching us that the text can take you in your imagination to another place. It can take you to the
mhm,
sky. It can take you to the ground. It can take, and when you realize that, it's saying, oh, okay, so the symbols are a representation of reality, right? And of course, that it's an interesting topic. Why did the ancient Egyptians invent writing, right? It's interesting because they thought of it, they were hunters, and originally, of course, in pre-dynastic times, they were hunters. And the way that my colleagues and I are putting this together now, and I also wrote about this in Under the Sphinx, is that the symbols are basically they're shadow catchers, right?
mhm.
They catch a symbol on papyrus, which the papyrus is like a net, and you catch the symbol, the shadow of the symbol, you immobilize it, and that means you caught it. And so it's immobilized on the papyrus, and it's the outline of something, of an image, right? And so there's a sort of a hunting, so it's a ritual, it's a ritualized form of hunting, if you will, writing.
Mhm.
And that
I
immediately takes you into simulation, right? You're
I
simulating
wonder,
reality. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. I wonder if the ancients, when they were doing this, because I've seen the images of inside the Pyramid of Onus, and it is it's wild. Ildi showed us, and it does really look like you're living in a simulation. Now I wonder if the ancient Egyptians did that to show us, like, you can be in the sky, you can be in the space, you can be underground, you can be anywhere. I wonder if they're trying to metaphorically tell us that human beings have no limit, that
Yeah.
we are
That,
infinite possibility, and that we can
yes.
do anything that we want if we put our minds to it, and then
I
possibly even including the vibration of back in those days, that we could do like a light language or some sort of a language to where we can actually manifest what we want.
I think that's exactly what's going on, Omar. I completely agree with that. This is the feeling that I got. I don't know if you can you share, I just shared my screen. Can you see this image?
I do not,
We don't
sir.
see it just yet, but I wanted to chime in real quick too. And
Yeah.
listening to the whole conversation, there's when we talk about those Egyptian types of hieroglyphs in the scriptures, it's sort of like a physical to metaphysical, right? So if we're looking at it from this aspect, God's scroll would be us, and when you enter that chamber, it activates all of the genetic code within you, which is the portable
Hmm.
Akashic Hall of Records. We are the
Oh.
portable, right? And basically, what it's talking about is when your genetics is not, I don't want to say activated, but you are become aware of the potentiality of what's inside of you. That's what gives us the ability to
Yeah.
travel back and forth,
Yeah.
just like they say in the Law of One. His thoughts sent him from one spot
Right.
to the next in a blink of
Right.
an eye. So
That's
I mean,
exactly right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree, Rob. That's basically gnosis. That's induced gnosis. Yes, it's a self. You just said it. You have an internal realization of it, and that empowers you to travel the cosmos. Exactly.
and
Yeah.
maybe the arc is what resonates within that chamber and activates the frequency, which in turn wakes up everything inside of you.
Yeah. Yeah. This is right. So there are. You can now take this and interpret it, and I think that's a good interpretation. Can you see now the screen?
Yes.
You can see
Yes.
this. Okay, so I don't know if is it coming. You are inside the pyramid of Unas right now. So I'm simulating it for you as we speak. So this is in the antechamber, and you're looking at the west gable. And I just want to show you how topography of the text is important. So it's not just what is written, but where is it placed. And as you can see, so this is the gable. We're right under the peak of the roof, and the pointer is right now on the scroll of God. So this is the text. It says Unas. Unas is perception. It says Unas em saya share netermeja, which means Unas is perception under the scroll of God. When I saw this, I had chills running down my spine. Okay, it's such a powerful phrase. And this is in the center at the bottom of the column. that is under the peak of the gable. And then if you look on the opposite side of the room, now you see how this pointer is sort of pointing downward, right? So that is now going to the northeast corner of the room, so to the opposite wall. And guess what we find there? So I want to show this to you. So this is where we found the House of Life, okay? And we see the cat called Mafdet. So this is M Mafdet, and hiding. Look, this is what I meant with Heka. Mafdet is the name of this cat, right? This lynx cat. But look what's hiding inside of that name is Afdet, which is the name of the archive, okay? And to confirm it, Mafdet is Rentet, means the foremost. And then here says the mansion of life, and that's of course a library. Okay, so you have the scroll of God on the opposite wall, high up in the gate.
Did we lose him? I think we lost his connection completely.
Yeah, what happened there?
I don't know, but that he was getting into some really wild stuff. I mean, that was
Yeah, yeah.
And then what also got me, what tipped me off to what he was saying is when he walked into the chamber, he felt a difference. He felt something, and that to me is basically it's a vibratory. Like we always talk about the consciousness and the ability for potential. And we know we don't like to say activate because it's already there. We become aware of those like the genetic code. So it was a way for them to show us that that our genetic code is the same as anything, as the highest beings that are out there. We just have to kind of figure it out, right? And that Akashic Hall of Records is sort of our consciousness, aka also our brain. And when it turns on to that level, we're able to see or hear or do anything and everything that comes along with the expanded consciousness of it. So I think, like, as soon as he said it, I was like, boom. I was like, that's exactly what it is. It's talking about the genetics of a human. And then the Stargate also would give us that activation because that instant transmission, boop, boop, from one place to another is traveling or not the Stargate for that, but when you come to physical being. So that's what that would be. But I'll let Dr. Manu talk about it more. So
I think I lost you guys there for a moment, right?
Yeah, we did lose you.
Yeah, you like got moved out of the studio altogether. You were talking, and we're like, "Where did Dr. Manu go?" Like,
yeah.
Did you? Can I not share my screen? Is that not
you
easy
can
to do
you
here?
can no, you can share it. I don't know what happened there. Actually, it's never happened before.
Yeah, that's kind of a
This was
glitch right there.
yeah,
Okay,
that
so
was
I
the
just
first
said
time.
share screen. So let me see. What do I have to do? Do you see my screen now?
No, I don't. Not yet.
Okay, so I'm just gonna do entire screen, right?
Go
Allow.
to. Is it in the
Yeah,
background?
yeah. Can you see
Let's
this
see.
now?
I see it
I
now.
see. There we go. I see it. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if you did you. I was mentioning the scroll of God is right here. I'm just gonna go a little quicker. So here's the scroll of God. It says Unas is perception under the scroll of God, and this is mentioned. See how this is positioned? It's right under the peak of the gable. Okay. Are you still with me?
I'm here.
Yeah.
Seems to
Okay.
be.
I'm just wondering if we don't get disconnected. Okay. So let me show you another view. That's the scroll of God. That's the sign for nature's power or God in our that's how we would translate it. And here's the scroll. And now let me show you what's across the chamber. So if you go across the chamber to the northeast side.
Sorry, Dr.
Yeah.
Sam. The when we shared the screen, it's really lagging, and your audio is not coming through. So I
okay.
will. I'll see if I can bring it up image over here on my end, and then we'll put it up.
Do you see this image right now with the flashlight?
Let's see if we can do this again.
I see it.
Yeah, this is across the chamber now where that scroll of God is. So the scroll of God is on the west side, and now this is the east side. And here is the library mentioned. It says Maftet Hentet Hutan, which means basically Maftet is the cat, the lynx that's protecting. That's basically killing the giant snake, right? So Maftet foremost in the mansion of life. And of course, the mansion of life or the house of life is a library. and that is across the room, basically, on the east wall, and hiding. This is what I was mentioning about Heka. Hiding in the name of the lynx cat, Mafdet, is the name of the archive. Remember, the name of the archive is Aftet, and it says Mafdet.
Dr. Manu, not to interrupt you, but
yeah,
you're lagging a little bit. Hit your camera button and just talk about
yeah.
what we're seeing on the share screen. So then maybe it's the coming through with everything together.
Yeah. Okay. You know what? I'm just gonna come back because I don't want to interrupt the flow of the transmission. It's okay.
Okay.
Anyways, I'll have this published soon. We're working right now on, and I have a paper on my academia site which is free to access, where I'm mentioning this cavern idea, and we're writing right now a couple of papers to explain all of this. So it'll be in the public space pretty soon.
That's going to
Beautiful.
be incredible.
Yeah, looking forward to that. I wanted to say, Rob had a really great thought there. And, Rob, I'll actually let you explain, because you explained it a little bit better. And I found it made a lot of sense to me, because we are portable, and we are a piece of technology. So I could see what Rob is saying to really make a whole lot of sense to me. So go ahead. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Rob.
no, absolutely. And then, when you walked into that room, you said you felt something different, like the matrix, or you were seeing the code of the universe, which is essentially, it's becoming aware of every etherical and physical around you.
Yes.
So when the Stargate comes into that play, that's basically taking you from that ethereal to the physical. We see that a lot when we're talking about people who come through reincarnation. When they pass through the Earth's center Stargate, they end up becoming that physical, right? So maybe there's a bunch of different ways we can look at it, because I think that it's either, we talk about
it just froze up.
Yeah, it looks like Robbie's frozen. I
Yeah,
wonder if he still has that storm going.
He's making a good point. Yeah, I think if I understood correctly, what he's saying is that with this verbal magic, so to speak, with Heka, your imagination can travel in a non-material fashion. And I think that's really the take-home message from the pyramid text, is that just like creation, the idea of logos, right, which is you can make reality happen by verbalizing it. And I think that's what Rob was alluding to. You can actually travel anywhere in the universe, okay, with this Heka concept, right? It's because then it's not your physical matter that matters; it's your imagination, right? Your mind travels, and ultimately, I think that is how you can breach these long distances, and you can go wherever you want, right? By projecting your consciousness across the cosmos, and that is by using this type of communication, which is Heka, basically. So I think that's the take home from the ancient Egyptians, how they viewed creation and recreation.
I completely agree, and it's wild, to see so many different aspects of our studies come together, and in this one chamber, it seems like everything is being put to use. Where you take the breaking down of the hieroglyphs and the stories, and really seeing the physical history from the religious texts, like you were saying, or the etherical history behind what they're saying, and the symbolism that happens. It's really that's a masterpiece. That room's a masterpiece for
Oh
me.
yeah,
It connects so many dots.
Yeah, I wish you guys, if you ever come to Egypt, if you haven't been, but if you ever come to Egypt, and if I happen to be there, it would be a great pleasure to take you guys into that pyramid, and it will just drop your jaws. I've been there many times now, and every time I go in there, I feel like the walls are just coming off, and I'm in space. Okay, it just has an effect on you. It's incredible because the words make you travel, just like you said, Rob. This is exactly, you nailed it. Okay, and I think maybe that is the take-home message from the Hall of Records. The Hall of Records really allows your imagination to travel, and that's maybe the message of the ancients to us.
I completely agree, and I'm definitely take you up on that offer to walk through the
Okay,
pyramids with you for
all right,
sure.
sounds
I
good.
will be there
Yeah,
at some point.
All right.
Who knows when, but some point for sure. I'll
Mhm.
be there with you.
Hopefully, it's going to be pretty soon.
Yes.
And hopefully all this mess will be left behind, and we can move into a different vibrational timeline where we can travel freely, love everybody, accept everybody, and have that unconditional love for one another and the earth and the animals that live on it. So hopefully, and we are working towards that time. And one of the hopes for this conference is to equip people with resources and tools and information so that they can make an informed choice in the future, so that when they're confronted with something or something like that, they can refer back to on the speakers from this conference and try to ascend at a higher level and not respond with that lower emotion, and respond with the heart and say, okay, it's okay, I love you, and I'm just gonna move forward. And hopefully that day will come, and then we'll be in Egypt with you, Dr. Manu, and walking around and having fun.
Looking forward to it.
Awesome.
Okay, so we have our panel that's starting now, and Dr. Manu, before we bring our panel on, please let our audience know where they can find your book and how they can follow you if they wish to follow you, and your website and things like that.
Yeah, okay. I think the easiest way is just to go to my website. It's called cheopspyramid.com, and Cheops is spelled like the King Khufu, CHEOPS, cheopspyramid.com. And that's a good way to start because everything is linked. I have a YouTube channel. There's a lot of information that's free access. It's on my academia page. So a lot of the information, even that's in Under the Sphinx, I published with my co-authors, and those papers are on the academia page. So so if you're interested, it's a little bit technical. There's it's Egyptologically technical, but it's out there. So if you're interested, you can easily find it.
Wonderful. And I will share the links, guys, to Dr. Manu's academia page and YouTube just as soon as we get this panel going. And in the meanwhile, actually, I will get Dr. Manu's website in there as well. So just give me a few minutes, guys, and I will have those links for you in the comments. So let's bring on our panel. So we'll bring on Mr. John Shaughnessy. I'm not seeing John Cadman, so I'll try to shoot him a message and see if I can get him on. And then here we have Dr. Smear Osmanovic, and then we have Chuck Vanderbilt, and then we have Dr. Michael Cremo. And where did Hugh Newman go? Where did Hugh Newman go? He was just here. Could have sworn I just seen him. I'm sure he'll come back. So we got nobody there. So we got Dr. Manu, Dr. Michael. We have Chuck Vanderbilt, Dr. Sam, and Dr. John. John Shaughnessy is right there. Welcome, guys. And who is muted? Dr. Sam is muted. So there's Dr. Sam. All right, so I'm just waiting on John Cadman to show up. I don't know if he's still sleeping due to the time change that we had here. Jumped forward in hours. You figure he'd be awake by now, actually. Just kidding. So we have this beautiful panel. This was originally designed for 9 o'clock in the morning because of one of our speakers, Bibu Dev Misra, who is located out of India. And for me, India is 12 and a half hours ahead of time. So Bibu was actually going to start the day off today, but then he messaged me and said that he wasn't going to be able to make it because it's Festival of Colors and things like that happening there. And I was like, okay, no problem. And just the way the universe is, really works, the following day at around the same time that Bibu had messaged me that I got a call from Dr. Manu, and we decided that we'll switch the spot with Dr. Manu, and we ended up talking almost about the same thing. So, anyways, this is why the panel is so early in the morning, because I was trying to facilitate Bibu. So we can't facilitate Babu today, but we have all of our panelists here, except for Hugh Newman, which he was here, and then now he's gone. Not really quite sure where he went, but hopefully he shows up. So we will begin this panel, guys. And the way I'll do it is how I moderate the panel is usually I don't want to insert my own thoughts into the panel, because once I do that, then I begin to quarterback the panel and it starts to go in the direction that I really, I would rather not. I would just rather naturally let this happen and allow this to take place. So, guys, let me quickly introduce again our panelists. We have Dr. Manus Fayez. We have John Shaughnessy and Dr. Smir Osmanovic, Dr. Michael Cremo, and Chuck Vanderbilt. Welcome, guys. Thank you very much for giving me your time here this morning. Our panel this morning is about megaliths and monoliths and, just the ancient, ancestry of ours, our ancient history. And I would appreciate if you guys can, we'll do like 3 rounds. We'll start with Dr. Manu, we'll jump over to John, and then to Dr. Sam and Dr. Michael Cremo, and then Chuck Vanderbilt. If you guys can give us like 10 minutes on your thoughts on the megaliths, and then we'll do a second round, and maybe you can speak about what the other panelists have said, and then we'll do a third round with closing on thoughts on megaliths, and then we'll close out the panel at that time. I will just moderate the panel, and I will let you gentlemen speak, because like I said, I don't want to corrupt the panel in any way, because I'm trying to get the maximum amount of information that I possibly can. So Dr. Manu, go ahead, and we'll go with you. And when your time is just about up, I will chime in, and then we'll get John to go.
Okay, well, I'm going to make it a little bit short because I just had an hour with you, so I want the other gentlemen to be able to talk about their research. So I'm just going to say real quick, my name is Manu Saifzadeh. I'm interested in hieroglyphic analysis of the evidence for real Hall of Records. And in my most recent publication, Under the Sphinx, I describe how there may be such a place actually under the Sphinx. I describe a painting that may have come out of this archive that shows that looks to me like the heliocentric solar system. And we have a name for this place. It's called an Afdet, and I describe that in the book. The ancient Egyptians referred to it. To them, this was not just a mythical archive, as it is described in the coffin text, for example. No, but this was actually a real place, a real library that was guarded by high officials at the royal court. And so, so this is what I pursue in the book, and I'm still now found new evidence in the pyramid text, where I look for the topographic placement of these texts inside the Pyramid of Unas. And what I'm finding is that the texts describe a real place, a cavern where creation occurred. And part of the journey that's described in the pyramid text is to go to this cavern and recapitulate creation. And that is how the spirit of the king recreates and goes back into the sky. But the text really clearly point to a cavern and is simulating a place in Giza, which is the Great Sphinx, and it's simulating this cavern. And so, of course, the purpose of all of this is to present this new evidence to the Egyptian government so that they may maybe allow another non-invasive first and then another invasive study around the Sphinx, and specifically in front of the left forepaw, which is where we know there may be a true void, and that really hasn't been explored yet. So this is the goal of the research.
Mr. Shaughnessy, please go ahead.
Glad to be here. Hello, everybody. Yeah, my research lately has been, tailoring a gravity theory on how gravity actually works on the planet Earth. I've been working with physicists that have tenure at universities, and it's been a painful but a very educational road the last couple of years. Went to Egypt in 2020, and got to see a lot of the pyramids there, inside there, and checking things out, and tailoring a theory that has a lot of physical evidence, a gravity theory that has physical evidence between pyramids and volcanoes. We're at classifying pyramids that are over 250 feet high, and they're the ones that actually can manipulate the gravitational field on the Earth and actually tie into magma currents below the crust. So along with that, there's we're in the 90 percentile with there's only I think there's only 20 geometrically shaped, perfect geometrically shaped pyramids that are over 250 feet high, and they're we're in the 90 percentile as aligning with volcanoes 180 degrees opposed from each other on the same approximate latitude and longitude. And the reason that some of these don't line up perfectly on the same latitude is gravitational deflections between the pyramid and the volcano, and the core of the Earth has its own gravitational field, which can offset the locations on the latitude. But as far as longitudinally, you're in a 1 to 2 degree slice there longitudinally between pyramids and volcanoes. That being said, it's hammering out some equations and putting all this physical, repeatable, observable evidence, into a format that can be published and viewed, get peer reviewed, and start making some tracks into the mainstream, and things of that nature. Now, I also work with energies from the moon. That the moon is the primary mechanism that gets focused into a tight focal point in the center of these pyramids, and that's what causes the magma current manipulation, and that's why there seems to be there is a alignment between volcanoes and pyramids on the planet. So I guess that's kind of where I'm at right now. There's other energies that play into these pyramids. That it's not just the one energy, but there is a primary energy source, and then there's secondary energy source. And I think the ancients, the people that built these things, the beings, could be us. Who knows? And we've been on the planet for a long time, and so I think they've captured the ability to generate heat. Most people know pyramid is the word pyramid is the ancient or the meaning of the word is fire within, and a lot of these pyramids have evidence of heat being generated inside the pyramid. So so there's a lot of tentacles that obviously come out of this technology that's been left over by the gods, whoever you want to call, that put these things together. But it's a fascinating journey for me. I was just blessed with the opportunity to jump into this technology and get some kind of a theory together on my own with a bunch of other people. It's like Isaac Newton said, I'm standing on the shoulder of giants, because there's all the other people before me that are still here, obviously, and the ancients that put this all together. There's a lot of evidence and things of that nature to tie into. So I kind of appreciate the the ability, and I'm honored to be in in this area of study. It's endless. It just goes on. It's like the universe. It just keeps going and going and going. Every turn you take, it's just another door or window opens up, and you're chasing down another rabbit down a rabbit hole. So sometimes you come up with something, sometimes you don't. At that moment, but it's very interesting and intriguing. So at that, I guess I'll hand it over.
Dr. Osmanovic, please go ahead.
I think he's on mute. It says he's on mute.
Dr. Sam, I think you're muted. There you
Can
go.
you hear me now? Thanks a lot for the
Sure
invitation,
can.
and I'm very glad. Yes, I'm very glad to see some of you that I've known for years. Michael Cremo, how are you, my friend? John, good to see you again. Hello, guys. The topic, the megaliths around the world. In the last 4 decades, I have been investigating the megaliths, the stone spheres, and of course the pyramids around the world. When it comes to the megaliths, we literally have them on all continents. What is the definition of the megaliths? In Greek, big, lithos, stone, big stones. So from 1 ton up to 1,650 tons.
Does
What is the
somebody have?
largest?
Yeah, sorry, Dr. Sam. It sounds like somebody has
Like
something
I'm
open in the
causing.
background, and we have an echo.
Thank you. What is the largest megalith worldwide? It seems that if Siberia megaliths are not confirmed as made by intelligent hands, then it would be Baalbek in eastern Lebanon. Visited the place twice, but it was before the Germans started digging 5 years back. When I was there, the largest one was 1,250 tons. It was rectangular. The Germans discovered even the bigger one, 1,650 tons. Until the year 2000, our civilization did not have technology, cranes, to move anything bigger than 1,000 tons. So, men of 20th century could not move those blocks, considering the fact that we can see some of the blocks with a mass of 840 tons, 1 mile away from the quarry. So somebody has moved them, placing them in those megalithic walls in the Temple of Jupiter. So, a big question mark. Who, when, how, and why? The largest block in Egypt, of course, is unfinished obelisk in Aswan. Officially, in non-scientific sites like Wikipedia or Encyclopedia Britannica, we can see that the mass of this block is 1,250 tons. After I measure them, the real mass is 1,440 tons. And again, the same question. Who was intending to move this block down the River Nile at least 300 kilometers to the north, most probably to the Luxor? And how? Obviously, the 18th or the 19th dynasty, as the Egyptologists claim, did not have this technology. Things a little bit more familiar. Stonehenge in England. We are talking about the circle. Originally, Stonehenge had 30 upright megaliths and 30 of them sitting on the top of this vertical blocks. So it was a total of 60 of them. Blue stones, gray stones. Blue stones, 2, 5, or 7 tons. Gray stones, 25 tons in average, some of them reaching 35 tons. The idea is that at least some of them were moved from wells about 250 kilometers away. Many other sites, for example, in western France, Carnac has more than 6,000 blocks. Some of them are menhirs, individual vertical blocks. Some of them are dolmens, the combination of at least 3 maximum 12 different blocks placing horizontally and vertically. When we go to the rest of the Europe, Poland, Czech, Slovakia, Austria, Germany, France, Italy, Spain, Portugal, and of course UK, 250 menhirs until the 12th century. When the Inquisition came in the Middle Age, they destroyed 80% of them, more than 200,000. But still, 50,000 survived. Going up north to Sweden, Scandinavia, there are places like Nanshak. It's oval, circular but oval. Or Alestenar. The places when you go there, you can clearly see that they would follow the cardinal points, east, west, north, south. They would follow the movement of our sun during the most important days, like summer solstice, winter solstice, fall and spring equinox, and they would be energetically alive, and I will be talking about that a little bit later. Places like Rujum el-Hiri in occupied Golan Heights in Israel, you can see 5 circles, 5 concentric circles built from 42,000 tons of volcanic stones. I'm going to be talking about its purpose also. You go to Bangladesh, you go to Pakistan, you can see also megalithic circles. One of the most amazing sites, of course, is Aksum in northern Ethiopia. Somebody mentioned Ark of Covenant. Well, about 300 meters from largest obelisks in Africa is the church where it is said that Ark of Covenant is kept. I did manage to talk to the guardian of the site, and he did not confirm me that the Ark of Covenant is still there. In Aksum, the largest obelisk is 540 tons. 2 smaller ones, 170 and 160 tons respectively. Wherever you go to the Peru, you go to the Easter Island, you go to Mexico, you go to Egypt, you go to Bosnia, site called Daurson, you go to Croatia, sites called Asseria Varvaria, Montenegro, Meteon, and the others. Megalithic sites are literally everywhere. Eastern Australia, 1.5 hours north from the Brisbane, the Gympie Pyramid. On the top, we had megaliths vertically placed, and we have 4 more on sides marking the cardinal points. The way I see it, the last megalithic period on this planet was between 5,000 and 8,000 years before present. It does predate pharaonic Egyptian civilizations, Babylonians, Sumerians, 5,000 years officially, according to Encyclopedia Britannica. Of course, they are deadly wrong. Hittites, Assyrians, ancient Egyptians, ancient India, and ancient China. So we did have more sophisticated civilizations before the ones I just mentioned.
That's fantastic. Thank you very much, Dr. Sam. Dr. Cremo, you're up next. You're muted, sir.
Thank you.
There we go.
So I really wasn't aware of the topic for the panel. You know, I can't say that I'm an expert on megaliths. I mostly deal in what you might call paleoliths. So that means old stones. And I think the evidence for human manufacture and use of stone tools goes back many millions and millions of years. However, I do know a little bit about megaliths. You know, a couple of times I've been invited to speak at the Megalithomania conferences in England, mostly they've been held. And Hugh Newman who I'm sorry is not here, has been involved in that. And once I stayed with him at his home near Stonehenge, which is probably the most famous megalithic structure in the world. And, he gave me a personal tour around Stonehenge, looking at those blue stones and gray stone circles that Sam was just mentioning. And it is pretty amazing that those stones were transported such long distances. There are other interesting sites like the Karnak site that was mentioned also by Sam. It's in northern France and Brittany. And many of these megalithic structures have celestial alignments that indicate that these ancient people had extensive and very detailed knowledge of astronomy. And another megalithic site is in Turkey, Göbekli Tepe, and that is interesting because some of the megalithic stones are decorated with I'm hearing an echo, kind of. I don't know why that is, but
I'm not quite sure who it is. I believe. Let me mute Dr. Sam. Maybe that'll fix it. There we go.
Okay. Yeah. So, like at Göbekli Tepe, the stones, the megalithic stones, are covered with carvings of animals and things like that. It was obviously some kind of ritualistic site, and it was 13,000 years old. And generally, before the discovery of this site, scientists had believed that you wouldn't expect to find such things until several thousand years later, because they believed that until about 10,000 years ago, humans were simply existing as hunters and gatherers. They didn't have any villages, not even simple villages, and no agriculture or anything like that. So to have this kind of evidence on these megalithic stones that were dated as being about 13,000 years old was pretty amazing. And as I go around the world, I sometimes see some pretty amazing use of huge stones, huge slabs of stone. And for example, once I was in Osaka, Japan. I was giving a talk at a meeting of the World Archaeological Congress there. And I kind of, in the morning, I would go out for a walk, and I was walking around the grounds of the Osaka Castle. And there's a big wall there made of stone. And embedded in that wall were huge slabs of stone, 40 or 50 feet, 20 or 30 feet high. And they were it was very much like the walls that you see in Peru, where they have huge pieces of stone that are fit one against the other in such a way that you can't even stick a little piece of paper between them. It's pretty amazing how they were able to do that. But at this wall of the Osaka Castle in Japan, like I said, I saw huge pieces of stone. I don't know exactly how many tons they must have weighed, but it would seem they're kind of in the range that Sam was talking about. So, as I said, I deal mostly with evidence for extreme human antiquity, paleoliths, but this megalith topic is very interesting, and I'm glad to have the opportunity to hear what these experts have to say about it.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Dr. Cremo. Chuck, we'll go with you, sir.
Yes, good morning. It is morning still here on the west coast of Canada. Thanks, Omar, and everyone. I'm the newcomer. Most of you have no idea where I all of a sudden came from because I'm kind of new to this whole thing. I met up with Omar, and we had some really good talks, and he felt that I might be able to add something to this. So presently, the reason that I'm interested in Egypt, of course, is like John said earlier, he went to Egypt in 2020. I went in 2019 with a fellow by the name of Johnny Enoch and his group with my wife. And I was totally blown away. And megalithics, the big stones at Abydos and unfinished pyramid, which we didn't get a chance to see. But of course, primarily the Great Pyramid, all these large stones became an interest. I was very curious. So originally, before I went to Egypt and before I even brought this into place, it was a very simple thing. I was writing a book on portals. I decided that I was going to put all of this connecting dots in such a way that I could say, okay, let's see if portal travel, UFOs, and that end of it would actually fit. And when you start digging into it, as I have done, it started to become very interesting. So, as once again, using John, his experience there with trying to understand gravity, that's the position I went into, but I wasn't looking at it from gravity at all. I ended up looking at these megalithic stones as why were they so big? And I came at it from my 35 years of audio experience, and I said, there's got to be an auditory reason for this. So there is, and it's a lot to unpack, but there is a specific reason why there's 2,500 tons on top of the King's Chamber. And when you look at it from an auditory standpoint, you'd be amazed at how interesting rose granite becomes under those conditions. So I spent the time, I found all the scientific papers, academia, and started to dig into how it works. And like John, once again, I guess we're kind of alike in this, we were talking about, or he was talking about volcanoes. Well, I brought it a little bit closer, and I found the correlation between fault lines and how the entire Giza Plateau operates from an electrical standpoint with encompassing audio. So there is so much to go on this, but I have now found that if you include the valley temples, the causeways, the funerary temples, which is unfortunate that we have to use those names, but if I called them something else, no one would have a clue on what's going on. So you have to kind of use the older terms in order to get the actual context for people to go on. So that's the angle that I came into it, and I'm interested to see where everyone comes to when it comes to why these blocks were so large and what someone else's opinion is, because everything's up on the table. We all know that. And it's a matter of being able to find the right things to make it work. So it's about, for me, it's about connecting dots. and I found a pathway that works for me.
Beautiful. Thank you very much, Chuck, my fellow Canadian brother. Thanks for sharing. Let's jump back up to Dr. Manu.
Let me. I wanted to ask a question to John. We actually haven't met before. Can you explain the how the volcanic activity is harnessed by the Giza? I think that's what you were saying, right? There's a volcanic activity, and somehow that is harnessed by the monuments at Giza. What's the mechanism of that?
So it ties into the Earth's rotation, and if we'll just for simplicity, we'll just focus on 3 pyramids at the Giza Plateau. And if you look at the moon, right? The moon's up there. You can see the tides happening twice a day. You get 2 high tides, 2 low tides. So there's a pulse. It's whether you want to call it a 4-frequency pulse or whatever. But what have you. But you have a high tide on the moon side, and you have a high tide on the moonless side. Same with the low tides. So, and to simplify it, let's just to or visualize it, not to simplify it, but to visualize it. When the pyramids rotate through the moon's gravitational field, okay, you're rotating into it. The first one that hits it is GP1. Then the next one is GP2, and obviously the following would be GP3, and it rotates through the gravitational field of the moon. Within it probably cycles through within an hour, and the way the pyramids are set up, they're set up like a Fibonacci type of spiral. If you're looking from above the Giza Plateau, there's that little dog shape. We call it the Orion configuration, or dog leg or what have you. But there's also a Fibonacci line through the 3 of those pyramids. And what I surmise is that when we do rotate through that gravitational field, it actually starts before you actually see the moon. So if you're sitting on the say the full moon, you're sitting on the Giza Plateau and you rotate through it. The gravitational field is already being manipulated before the visual of the moon comes up, or we rotate into it and we actually see the actual beginning of the moonrise. So what happens, from what I'm theorizing, is that you have a change in density inside the focal points, inside the center line of the pyramids, gravitational, release, and that basically changes the gravitational field in the magma currents. It's all about controlling magma on the planet, from what I've come to find out. I mean, this is what the mainstream might have us believe is just everything's natural, but it's not. There's a lot of intricate, high-tech geoengineering going on, and we're basically, here trying to rediscover this lost technology and what exactly these things are doing on the planet, these large pyramids. And so, in essence, as the pyramids rotate through the moon, you're actually lowering the gravitational field at that location, right? And you're also lowering the gravitational field in the magma chambers, and 180 degrees away, you're lowering the gravitational field at that volcano. In this particular instance, it'd be the Hawaiian hotspot, right? And so that keeps the Hawaiian hotspot open. It gets a pulse once a day when the pyramids rotate through it, and it's twice a day. So when the Hawaiian hotspot on the other side rotates through the moon's gravitational field, you have the same activity going on. So you can look at it like a reciprocating engine, a piston inside of an engine, piston going up and down the inside cylinder, and basically what you have going on here is you have a manipulation of the gravitational field on the planet. It's also space-time being manipulated. But in essence,
So is this something you could measure? And how would you measure it?
Well, I have I look at the pyramids. I got equations. One of the equations I have is I look at the pyramids as a methodology of displacement. It displaces the gravitational energy or the gravitational field at the base of the planet, at the grade that the pyramid's sitting on, rather. And if you look at the geometry between the Hawaiian hotspot and the pyramids on the Giza Plateau, there's a displacement of mass underneath the Hawaiian hotspot, and this allows the magma to continuously flow out of the Hawaiian hotspot. I mean, there's 4 or 5 leading theories out there, but they're really, on why this Hawaiian hotspot even exists. And to my surprise, the word gravity is not in any of the theories. So I think it was maybe 4, I think. But anyway, so I believe that the gravitational field is being manipulated on the planet, and this allows magma to come up 24/7, 365, and keep that Hawaiian hotspot open. So for the most part, it's a displacement, and you can look at it like this. You see this every day with a moon high tide and a moonless high tide. A moon high tide, you have a high tide where the moon is 180 degrees opposed to that, same approximate latitude, longitudinally, you have a high tide on the moonless side. So that tells you that the barycenter of a planet is being stretched out and causing a high tide on the moonless side of the planet. It's the same. That same energy is being used between the pyramids and a hotspot or a volcano. I don't know if you can visualize that, but it's I got a bunch of videos on YouTube. I got 2 books out, and like I say, I'm working on papers and things of that nature, trying to break it down even more. But I have my own equations, but you could actually go ahead and you can tie in Einstein's work on gravity. You can tie in Newton's work on gravity. You might even be able to use the. I don't think you can go quantum, because when you go quantum, yeah, I mean, you could explain it, but I think if you can avoid going quantum, subatomic, and stay, in this, like I call this dimension, you can be done with Newtonian physics or Einstein's gravity work also. But for my own peace of mind, early on, I just came up with a displacement theory, which is going on. So there is a manipulation of the gravitational field with these large megaliths. Pyramids, giant blocks, mountains. It's not just mountains. If you look around the globe, a lot of your larger mountains, Everest, the Matterhorn. I mean, those things they look like they were hand carved. They're geometrically shaped masses. They have a pyramidal shape at the top of them. So going out larger and around the whole globe, a lot of these mountains and things of that nature have been somewhat shaped in a geometrical shape for that principal purpose. And it's like continents line up with continents. Like the Himalayas line up with the Sierra Nevadas, the Rocky Mountains, the Appalachians, which I'm on. So you have there's a connection between mass on the planet. So if you have mass on one side of the planet, eventually you're going to lower the gravitational field, and you're going to have mass equal that, and that's how you have this balancing mechanism, which you see throughout the universe. Everything over a certain mass and heat has a spherical shape to it. Gravity, has a self-balancing mechanism. I'll stop here. I'll just keep going if you'll let me. I'll share some time with the other guys. Yeah.
I just wanted to toss in there that this is the book that John has published. I'll put myself on full screen for just a moment, just to show you guys. It's called Pyramid Gravity Force, which is right here by John Shaughnessy. And as well, the other book that he was talking about with the moon gravity is this book called There's Something About the Moon. I'll toss those links into the comments here shortly. I just wanted to give you guys a visual of what John is talking about. Dr. Cremo? No, you're muted, sir. Let me see if I can unmute you.
Can do it.
Okay, there we go.
Okay. Yeah, the pyramids are really quite interesting. I haven't been there myself. I haven't been to Egypt, but I'd like to go there someday. The pyramids are aligned in a certain way. I've been looking into this. Some other researchers are also looking into it, that these structures are aligned in a certain way. They're aligned to different celestial positions, and according to the way they're aligned, you can date them. If you know the history of the celestial movements, and say other geographical things like the movements of the North Pole. So that, because generally speaking, these things are aligned towards the cardinal directions, north, south, east, west, but some of them deviate from that alignment, and that could be because of the celestial positions of the stars and planets have shifted over time.
Michael, there is sorry to interrupt. There's a great point you're making, and I just wanted to add real quick. There's a paper by Alexander Puchkov, who has discovered exactly what you just said. He's he researched the court stretching ceremony, and he can basically place all the Old Kingdom pyramids according to specific stars that are near the circumpolar zone, and it's exactly how you say it. So I just wanted to, if you're interested, his name is Alexander Puchkov, and it has to do with the stretching of the court ceremony.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. I am interested in this topic of alignments, because that gives information about how old the structures may be. And sometimes what happens is that it may not be that the structure that is there today is the only structure that was there. A megalithic monument or any other type of architectural structure may be built on foundations of older structures that were built on the same place. So that has to be looked at, and I think it adds up to extreme human antiquity, a civilized human presence that goes much further back in time than current theories would allow.
Dr. Cremo, I just want to quickly ask, in your research over the years in forbidden archaeology, And I know that you've gone down like really deep and have discovered skeletal remains of ancient people. Have you ever come across anything that's can be considered megalithic?
That may be because I wasn't really looking for that. Generally, megalithic structures, the way they've been presented, anyways, up to this point, fit rather comfortably within, the accepted timelines for a human presence. I mean, most scientists believe that humans of the Homo sapiens type have been present for around 300,000 years or so. Of course, they don't place the megalithic structures, according to the conventional ideas, as being any older than around 10,000 years, which again I think was one of the significant points about the Göbekli Tepe discovery, is that it was a megalithic structure, quite an advanced megalithic structure, that was at least 13,000 years old. So this is something that I'm interested in, but I can't say that. I mean, the kind of evidence that I was dealing with in forbidden archaeology had to do with human footprints, human bones, and human artifacts.
Mm-hmm.
So this is be a new area of investigation for me, but we have to always be doing that, getting out of our focus, what we're accustomed to deal with, and stretch our minds a little bit. So my mind is getting stretched here in this session, so I'm very happy for that.
As all our minds, this is a beautiful panel with some very high level researchers on the screens. My mind is definitely being stretched. Let's hear from Dr. Sam. Dr. Sam's got to be like one of my favorite people on Earth. It looks like Dr. Sam's busy. Okay, let's go with Chuck. Chuck, you're muted, brother.
Yeah, my cursor was in the wrong spot to get there in time. I have a question for Michael Cremo. Have you been exposed to any of the, I think it's called luminous, that they're doing, it's the new testing of rock formations to tell the actual age of something because of its exposure to sunlight? I was trying to look up the link, and I have it in my pile, but it's one of those scientific papers that would really bring together this new technology to be able to tell, and I believe, let me just see if I can describe it best, but let's just take the King's Chamber. They could test when the last time a stone was exposed to sunlight, and that would give the actual date. I think it's called luminous, and there's a scientific paper on that. Have you come across any of that work, or has anything come across your desk at this point?
Yes, I have come across that. Apparently, when rock is exposed, it changes the isotopic nature of certain elements, like chlorine, for example.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And they found that by comparing the readings, you have to have a stone structure like a cathedral or a church or something, some building that you know for a fact when the stone was removed from a quarry. And then using that as kind of a baseline, you can take stone from another structure and get a reading on it, and using the prior information, you're able to judge how old the stone is, not how old it is, but when it was taken out of the ground, because the stone could be billions of years old.
Absolutely, yeah, and that makes sense. So yeah, so good. So it is being brought into your field, and you're starting to be part of it. Because as this technology increases, it's going to be great for people who are trying to make the claims of when something was built in Egypt, for example. And the King's Chamber would be my preferred. Let's actually find out what that date is and do the comparison on that basis. So technology is moving quickly, and I really like it. So
yeah, it's really interesting. I had known about that, but it wasn't at the top of my mind, and you reminded me of it. So thanks for that.
Also, one more question to you is: have you come across any of the nuclear resonance field testing for magnetics and nuclear magnetic resonance? Have you come across any of that testing in your field at all?
Yeah, that comes up as a dating method, particularly I think for pottery and things like that have been subjected to fire.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, so yeah, because those are the two areas that I've just recently come into, and so I've been really looking into that a little bit deeper to actually try to put as much a wide variety into how I'm building my particular portal theory sort of idea and how it works. And it's all to do with why are the megalithic blocks built so large. And the more that I look into how this is constructed and why it's constructed, where it's constructed, and we go back to the Great Pyramid. That's my focus in the last little while, because as far as I'm concerned, it was the original. The other two didn't show up until much later. From what I'm guesstimating, I guess is the best way to do this by looking at the evidence so far collected by Howard Weiss and Pizzazzi Smith, and try to piece together when people first started to get there. So that was an interesting part of that. So I'm glad, because that you're seeing this and in your field, which I think will really help a lot in a little bit. So
yeah, well, it seems like you're going about things in a very good way.
I'm a very pragmatic person. I like ducks in a row. Believe me, I like it. I like starting in the top left-hand corner of the page and working my way through.
I like that. Let's hear from Dr. Sam. As I was saying, he's like one of my favorite people on this earth. Love this guy. Go ahead, Dr. Sam.
Going back to the megaliths, not pyramids. In the last 25 years, the most famous mainstream archaeological sites when it comes to megaliths, of course, is Göbekli Tepe. I used to take groups to Göbekli Tepe, and I have researched this site thoroughly. I would be bringing 15 different scientific instruments and do my measurements. For those who are not aware of the site, Dr. Klaus Schmidt, 1994, discovering the first megalithic circle consisting of T-shaped megaliths, some of them reaching 12 to 15 tons. After the first circle, he did discover two more. When he passed away back in 2014, the Turkish government took over. They discovered three more, so now we have a total of 6 circles. When I spoke to Dr. Klaus Schmidt about the age, he told me probably between 15 and 18,000 years. Officially, Wikipedia and such non-scientific sites claim 11,600 years. Dr. Schmidt did 4 radiocarbon dating. They all showed about 10,000 BC. For example, he was taking material from the plasters, which were on the top of those megaliths. 10,000 BC or 12,000 before present. When you add 14 to 15% from radiocarbon to calendar age, it's about 13,600. So now we are in the Paleolithic times, and mainstream science does not want to see that. What was the purpose of not 3, not 6, but more than 100 megalithic circles in eastern Turkey, near the modern town of Şanlıurfa? It has nothing to do with the religious ceremonies. Matter of fact, there was not a single residential settlement discovered at the site. Even though Klaus Schmidt did remarkable work archaeologically speaking, he had never done any energy measurements, and I was the first scientist who did a series of measurements of energy phenomena. The best electromagnetic field with oscilloscope, no ultrasound, no infrasound. However, we did have a concentration of negative ions more than positive ions. Negative ions are very beneficial for our health. So that was one of the reasons why people would go on that particular site. The next thing, the level of natural radioactivity 3 times lower than the minimum amount. Very pleasant area. And one of the most important measurements was done with an instrument called experimental life energy meter. It is based on the Royal Rife work from 1930s, 1940s. It talks about orgone or life energy, or in Eastern traditions, prana or chi. And if we talk about the scale from 0 to 100%, for example, the contaminated cities would be at the level of 20% of life energy, villages 50%, Bosnian pyramids or Bosnian pyramid tunnels 100%, Göbekli Tepe 90%. Ideal for the life energy, for the vitality. And when you have circles, of course, then you focus the energy. These sites, those 100 megalithic circles, were built atop of the potent energy places. The second interesting thing, we did mention Stonehenge. What I've learned traveling around the world and researching is that the megalithic sites, and of course stone spheres and pyramids, would be always used on several levels. Stonehenge, I did mention originally 30 vertical and 30 horizontal megaliths, total of 60. They form a circle. Circle is 360 degrees. 60 times 360 equals 21,600. Let's remember this number, 21,600. What is the latitude of the Stonehenge? It is 51 degrees, 10 minutes. And I must read this, 42 seconds point 35294111764, 10 decimals. Why 10 decimals? When we multiply 51 times 10 times 42 times those 10 decimals, the result is exactly 21,600. What does that mean? It means that we had to add those 10 decimals in order to get this rounded number, 21,600, and it tells us that the location of Stonehenge had to be exactly there. The civilization who built this megalithic circle, they were aware, of course, of the concept of circle and 360 degrees. They knew latitude much better than Google, because Google, you get degrees, minutes, and seconds. They never give you decimals and so on. So they were world travelers. They knew geodesy, they knew topography, they were checking our planet from the above. So that would be a story about the Stonehenge. An interesting phenomenon also are the balancing rocks. You go to Zimbabwe, you'll be able to see huge blocks, huge megaliths made from granite on top of each other. And they are called balancing because they usually have 2 or 3 maximum spots where they are touching the blocks below. They balance. Considering the fact that some of them are 300 or 400 tons, the question is who lifted them, placing them on top of each other? Vietnam, the middle part of the country, balancing rocks reaching 2,000 tons on several locations. And even in the US, places like Arizona and Nevada, they have those balancing rocks. The stone spheres, the story about them started from the southern, in Central America, from Costa Rica, in southern parts of this country, 1940s, 1950s, 398 stone spheres from granodiorite, up to 25 tons in mass. Granodiorite is a type of granite, extremely hard. Today we would need diamond tools to shape them. And besides, sphere is the hardest, the most complicated shape to make. Western Mexico, we have more than 200 volcanic stone spheres. Isla del Cano, the island in the Pacific, they were made from coquino stone spheres, some type of the sandstone. We have them in Bosnia. Most of the sites in the world are actually in Bosnia because we are the only one who systematically researched them. We found them on more than 20 different sites, from sandstone, limestone, volcanic stone, and granite. We have them in Egypt, we have them in Tunisia, we have them in Istanbul, in Turkey, Croatia, Serbia, and so on. So we can see that the ancient civilizations used to form different shapes of megaliths. Megaliths, I consider everything heavier than 1 ton, but very often going to hundreds of tons. They would move them with the ease. So one would ask himself, well, how did they do that? How did they move it? Well, our problem, we are hearing a lot about the gravitational force. Our problem with those big blocks is the gravitation. Now, the way we deal with the gravitation is probably the most primitive when it comes to the concept. What we do, we make machines, we make equipment which have more power. Let's say you make a crane, 200 tons capacity, and then you move 100-ton block. Let's imagine this. Let's stay open. There are different ways to transport and move. Some of them are using the ultrasound, like they were doing in Tibet hundreds of years back. Some of them with the certain frequencies. Imagine that you can invent a remote controller. You press it, the gravitational force is neutralized. And then you can move those blocks with your fingers. And that's exactly what was filmed back in 1940s and 1960s by the Swedish and Austrian movie directors, and they were paid by National Geographic magazine at that time, no TV channel, and they were filming in front of one of the Tibetan monasteries. They were filming monks coming early in the morning, forming the half circle with their classical instruments and with the block, and above they were building a temple, no access road. They started singing stronger and stronger. They started playing those instruments, and the block started moving, going up and up and up. Two monks close to the top of the cliff, they simply receive this block and with their few fingers move it to the right direction. So the music, the sound, the proper frequency. When it comes to the frequency, our brilliant mind, Nikola Tesla, let's always remind him, he says, in order to understand the universe, we need to consider energy, frequency, vibrations. And indeed, the ancient megalithic builders did use those three elements for everything. Construction, but construction was not the purpose for itself. They were always doing it because of the energy. And we at the Bosnian pyramid sites, and I will be talking about it next, we realized that the pyramids, the megalithic sites, the concentration of stone spheres, they were energy amplifiers. And I will explain on that a little bit later.
Energy amplifier. Wow, that sounds interesting. Definitely would like to hear more on that. Let's hear from John Shaughnessy. He's been a little bit quiet over there. Let's address this question, John, that come up for you. It says, I would really like to. This is from Heaven is Here from Full Spectrum Universe. She says, I would like to know what John Shaughnessy thinks about FPV Angel's work. I'm not really quite sure what that is. Are you familiar with that?
I think that's no.
No?
Honestly, I'm
Okay.
trying to tie it to something. I don't have any clue.
Yeah, I was trying to get her to emphasize on that question. I didn't catch it fully myself. How about this one? This one's good, and maybe everyone can chime in on this one. It's from Lori. She says, "Dear John, do you think pyramids' weight might affect our gravity?" Right, and I believe she's talking about the Great Pyramids in Egypt, and if the weight of that may have something to do with the gravity lensing effect, say in Hawaii.
Absolutely, yeah. They're these geometrical shaped masses, megaliths. They're no different than the common magnifying glass. They take instead of magnifying glass, concentrating photons into a tight focal point. These large pyramids concentrate the gravitational field on the planet into a tight focal point. So they do manipulate the subatomic particles and things of that nature. Russian scientists, they built a couple of scale models of the pyramids and submerged them in, I think it was radio frequency, and I think the other one was radar or some other frequency. But and they had sensors inside these scale models, built to scale, and it showed that the shape of the pyramid was actually concentrating the radio frequency and the radar into a tight focal point in the center line of the pyramid. So it's not a big step to just look at the gravitational exposure that the pyramids have with the moon, things of that nature, and you get the same effect. Which just jumping off to the megaliths. I went down to Aswan and flew down to Aswan quarry there where they had the giant, what do you call it there, the unfinished obelisk. And there was I think it's guesstimated to be 1,000 tons. And I'm looking around going, this is just absolutely insane. Why make it so big? And I think the largest obelisk on the planet is 300 tons. And here you got something that's 3 times that size. And I'm thinking, possibly it wasn't meant to be moved. And I discovered that it's pointing at the theory that the ice age tilt is at 19.4 degrees tilt, earth tilt. And I did some some work and some measurements and things of that nature, and it's pointed exactly at 19.4 degrees. And today we're at 23.4. So I think they built it. That wasn't meant to come out. Like they just, it was like a timestamp of when they were last quarrying the rose granite for the King's Chamber is one of the places. They get 41 70-ton beams in the ceiling of the King's Chamber, and they all fit together like you can't stick a human hair between them. It's just mind-boggling, And then you get tops. If you go up into the relieving chamber, actually the top of these granite beams are turtleback in shape, which from a structural point of view, an engineering point of view, with that increases the strength of the actual beam as it's sitting there. You have a nice hump to the top of it, so it increases the strength of the beam to stand the test of time. So I don't know what the time is, but yeah. So going back to that unfinished obelisk rather in Aswan. I always go. I'll just draw up a picture. I always go for the oldest pictures available. Right? I don't know if you can see it, but you got a guy there. He's out there on his donkey. So we're talking like maybe 1849. I'm not exactly sure of the date, but it's definitely 19th century. So, anyways, I'll show you one. Keep that up, and then there's he's stepping on. You can see his foot there. To the left.
Oh yeah.
Up to his left, there's 52 drilled holes. Can't really see it that well in the picture, but there's actually 52 drilled holes. And what's 52, right? 52 is how many weeks there are. How many weeks there are in a year? 52 so weeks. I think it was just like somebody came up, obviously, a long time ago, maybe at the end of the glacial maximum, 13,000 years ago, whatever. And the tilt was back at 23.5 or 23.4 for the interglacial period that we're in right now. And they took the time out to drill those holes, which are aligned to 23.4 degrees, right? So you have a 19.4 degree pointing of the obelisk, and then you have these drilled holes that are at today's sunrise. I think it's at the solstice. It's the summer solstice in the northern hemisphere. It's 23.3, and that the sun lines up perfectly with those drilled holes. So it was like somebody took the time out and stamped it, more or less, as this is where we're at right now, and this is where we were. You have I think it's Stone 68 on down at where Stonehenge in England is lined up to the Ice Age tilt of 19.4 degrees, and then you get the there's also the house of the door of the rising sun or something like that in Peru. That's also aligned to 19.4 degrees too. So I believe this is the Ice Age tilt that they settle in at. 100,000 years of Ice Age tilt, 19.4 degrees. Who knows? Might move around. I'm sure it does. And then we go into an interglacial period tilt of 23.4 degrees or thereabouts. So there's little stamps here and there, and that was what I discovered when I went down to Aswan. I put a video out on it. I was waiting for the Egyptian Antiquity Department to give me the key to the gate and the homecoming parade, but I haven't heard from him yet. So so it's just it's just it to me, moving that 1,000. Like Dr. Sam said, they are moving larger stones than that, but the way it was situated, it's it's recessed into the to the quarry. And maybe they were going to move it, and then they for whatever reason they got it pointed at 19.4 degrees. Who knows? I know I did a little research out on around GP2, and the pock marks in the grade, and on the where a lot of the blocks were actually quarried locally, where these pyramids are. They look like modern day water lance cutters, high pressure water cutting tools. Like they leave the same exact pock marks when they go do a vertical cut or horizontal cut. They slice the stones up and down, and then you just move them right out. Now the remaining pock holes are identical to modern day quarries that use, I think they're up to 10,000 or even higher psi water psi to cut stone. And so there's some evidence that there's high tech, and that's high technology. We're talking today's technology. You're at the limits of metallurgy and technology using water to cut stone at today's technology. So it's possible they were at a higher technology that they were running at 100,000 psi. But generally, I think it's 10,000 psi, maybe even higher. Numbers a little jumbled up in my head right now. Usually I run back to the pyramids when I get confused. I'm trying to stay focused here, but I believe I think it's there's no denying it. Now I was at the unfinished pyramid. You get this type of scooping going on. Now that could have been done with a different type of high pressure water tip. We get this. It's almost like it was like scooping ice cream out of a can. With the ice cream scooper. So I mean, you could be just peeling off little pieces at a time, and leave those little scoop marks there. Obviously, come in with different tools and buff it up and do whatever you have to do afterwards with diamond disc pads and things of that nature. Myself, I've worked with granite, cut granite, shaped it. Doing countertops and things of that nature. So it's very hard. It's a very hard stone, and like Dr. Sam was saying, it's diamond. You got to have diamond tips to put a quarter round edge on them and things of that nature. It has to be diamond impregnated alloy steel or diamond buffing pads to work with this stuff. So I guess
I'm glad you brought that up, John, with the with the diamonds. And before I jump over to Chuck and Dr. Sam, I want to quickly ask Dr. Cremo, with his research with forbidden archaeology, have you ever come across, Dr. Cremo, with any hints or any evidence that would suggest that the ancients were using diamonds? Now, the reason why I say that is because when we look in Sudan, that would be Upper Egypt, there's a lot of diamonds in that area. So for me, it's kind of difficult to believe that the ancient Egyptians would not have come across diamonds because there's lots of them. We've had wars over them. And would the ancients, Dr. Cremo, have any access to diamonds or knowledge that diamond can cut like a harder rock? You're muted, sir. Oh,
Yeah. Okay. I'm unmuted now.
Can you turn your camera on, sir?
Oh, did my camera go off?
Yeah.
Okay. There we go.
There we go.
All right. No, I'm personally not aware of, the diamond topic that you're talking about. I haven't looked into that specific question in the work that I've done,
Hmm.
but it just seems that the kinds of artifacts that we have from Egypt are really pretty amazing. You know, I mean, John Anthony West was sometimes talking about it, how they have almost paper thin stone vases and things like that, that you would, it's just practically impossible to see how they could be made.
Yeah, kind of like that schist disc, right? It's really brittle.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have any research that I've done that relates to your question about diamonds.
Okay, no problem. Let's. John's an amazing guy. He keeps bringing up these things, and earlier in his talk, he was suggesting, or he had said that pyramids were meant not to be moved. And when I spoke with Chuck several weeks ago, he had mentioned that they had moved the pyramid like 10 feet or something like that. So Chuck, can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah,
I mean,
hopefully my microphone is working better, and thanks for alerting me to that, because of course I can't hear it. Um, yeah, well, I just want to go back a little bit. John, there's NASA has a new drill that they've been using, that they're going to be sending to the moon as well as back to Mars. It's made by it's a Sonic company. I was looking for the link and I haven't been able to find it. Anyways, they use ceramic wafer, and right now in the test model that they've got for drilling through granite, is they use it, basically it's a drill. It drills about a half an inch, goes through granite like it's butter, and it's designed all around infrastructure. And they say you just need a couple of AA batteries and away you go. So it's a really interesting thing. If you want to take a look at that, NASA has that on their website. It's a very, very cool thing. So we're kind of catching up to what I think the ancients were doing a long time ago, as well as when it comes down to it, there's some fracturing that's in that unfinished obelisk. And if you take a look at it from a sonic level, you'll see that a lot of it could have been done through ultrasonic breaking, because granite has a specific area, 26,000 cycles, and it will actually start to fracture. So it's a little geology dart that I went into for a little while. So yeah, going back to the movement. So when Lankara was being built, there are two entrances. One that was outside, but on that particular pyramid, it was actually reconstructed in such a way that it moved north by, I think, I'd have to look it up. It's not committed to memory, but it's probably around 30 feet that it moved forward. It's very distinctive where the old entry was and then where the new one is.
mm-hmm.
Well as originally for Caffrey, its entry also showed it was supposed to be moved, but I don't think that they ended up actually doing it. I have to recheck what I said from
Mm-hmm.
before. But both of them had been adjusted, or one was meant to be adjusted, and the other one was adjusted. So this could have been at a later time when the pink granite was being put around to 1/3 of the lower part of Menkaure, or Menkora, if I can
Mm-hmm.
get that. So there's adjustments that you can see on there, and there's where the entrances are in comparison to where the Great Pyramid is. The Great Pyramid is, in my opinion, was there before the other two for a long time, and they were added in a little bit later on. So that was the 2 points. I mean, there's lots of rabbit holes by which we can go into, and it comes down to the methodology, but the entrances are very clear for both Caffrey and for Menkora, where they originally were. And you can see where they were closed up and that. So there had to be a design factor that was going on at the same time. So, and that's one of the mysteries, right?
Yeah, I wonder if that may have been the case with Dr. Buval's theory with the Orion correlation. That maybe, as John was saying, that when the Earth tilted, then maybe the star alignment changed, and then they had to tweak it a little bit. But imagine moving a pyramid like
Well,
that is.
the center point of it is where the real work comes into it, right? Because if you want to keep the same walls and you want to move something,
Yeah.
if it was originally there, for example, and then they built it larger, which would make the most amount of sense. But that's and now you have to recalculate and do some block changes and shift everything from the backside, move it forward. So it was an interesting thing on there. But also to that Orion thing, I found one researcher said that if you take a look at it, it's not it's actually mirroring. It's not an exact example on the ground. So if you take a look the Orion position, it's not exactly in the same. You flip it over, and it would be exact what you see up in space. So it's actually a mirror reflection of possibly of that. So yeah.
How cool, Dr. Sam.
Yes, 17 years back, I came to the Bosnian town of Visoko to visit the local museum. What caught my attention was this hill. Even though it was covered by soil and vegetation, the forest, I could see 4 sides, 4 triangular faces, 4 corners. To compass, it showed me perfect orientation to the north, south, east, and west. And that's how the pyramids were built. Why the orientation is so important? The Great Pyramid of Egypt, Khufu or Cheops Pyramid, has the error from the perfect cosmic north of 0 degrees and 3 minutes. Khafre, 0 degrees, 3 minutes. Myceren, 0 degrees, 18 minutes. A red pyramid in Dakshur, 0 degrees and 5 minutes. The bent pyramid in Dakshur, 0 degrees, 12 minutes. So it's almost perfect. The Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun, 0 degrees, 0 minutes, and 12 seconds. The most precise on the planet. Now, Egyptologists, archaeologists, mainstream scientists, they realize that there is a perfect alignment with the cardinal points. Independent researchers, and you did mention some, John Anthony West and Hancock and Buval and Shaw, do mention this perfect orientation. But we don't hear the reason why. If we don't count bedtime stories about the pharaohs and princesses and eternal life and so on, there is a very specific reason for perfect orientation. Everything is energy. Our planet is the energy ball. You have the energy, you have the energy movement. The strongest energy flow on our planet is north-south. The second strongest, east-west. The most powerful geometrical shape on our planet when it comes to the energy is 4-sided pyramid. When you build a pyramid and you're lining perfectly east, west, north, south, it does initiate movement of the energy within the structure. And this energy flow hits the 1/3 of the height, going to 2/3, coming back to 1/3, completing the circle. And guess what? All 3 chambers in the Great Pyramid of Egypt are built exactly on the path of this energy flow. Going back to Bosnia, the height of our biggest pyramid, the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun, is 360 meters. The Great Pyramid of Egypt, 146.6. This is the largest pyramid on the planet that we have in Bosnia. In the last 17 years, it has become the most active archaeological site in the world. We operate all 12 months. Besides the 6 pyramids, Sun, Moon, Dragon, Earth, Love, and the 6th pyramid, we discovered 2 tumuli, a tumulus complex. Tumulus is conical artificial hill. And finally, so far, 6 entrances to prehistorical underground tunnels. And we have cleared more than 3 kilometers, 2 miles of those prehistorical tunnels. Most probably, we talk about the network of 100 kilometers or 60 miles. A huge work ahead of us. I did mention that the pyramids were actually energy amplifiers. How do we know that? Because we have measured it. Below the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun is a huge iron plate. Iron generates electromagnetic field. The pyramid pulls this field up, amplifying it. How do we know? We measure at the base and at the top. At the top, the energy is 50 times stronger. We measure the same thing with my Russian colleagues, Professor Kavroshkin and Tsiplakov, geophysicists, at the Red Pyramid. We were not allowed at the Great Pyramid, but at the Red Pyramid, you had to pay some to those people, policemen and the army. We measure it on the top of the Red Pyramid, 50 times stronger. In Bosnia, we don't need permission because we run the project. This is the most open project in the world of archaeology. The second source of energy, we have underground water flow, 21 meters or 65 feet below the pyramid. Water moves, it releases negative ions. Pyramid gets these much higher concentrations within those tunnels. What are the concentration of beneficial negative ions? In our homes and offices, 20 to 50 per cubic centimeter. We go outside to the downtowns of big cities, 150. We go to the mountains in the pine tree forest, 1,000 negative ions, 6 times higher concentration, 6 times healthier. It's a common sense. You go to the Bosnian pyramid tunnels, the concentrations are between 20,000 and 60,000, 50 times healthier than on the top of the mountain in the pine tree forest. How do we measure it? Alpha Lab, Inc., a company from the US, makes those beautiful instruments called air ion counters. And then below the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun, 55 meters, a second water flow. Between the two, there is a friction, there is a charge, electricity. The pyramid pulls this electricity up. It's going through 7 levels of passageways and then through the top of the pyramid. We sent a drone to measure 7 different phenomena. One of them was electrical field. And guess what? We did determine that there was an energy beam above the top of the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun. It starts 4.5 meters or 13 feet in diameter. It expands to 20 meters or 65, coming back to 4.5, 60, 4.5, ecliptic. 28 kilohertz frequency, its focus is continuous because we measure it in the spring, summer, fall, and winter. In the science, this phenomenon is called Tesla's scalar waves. The brilliant mind of Nikola Tesla measured those subtle energies, soft energies, 123 years back in his lab in Colorado Springs. The Russian scientists have been playing with this type of energy in the last 50 years, concluding, both of them, that the scalar waves travel quicker than the speed of light. So ideal medium to transport the energy, to transport the information on the long distances. Not AT&T long distances between Houston and Dallas, but the long distances between planets. It doesn't matter their distance. So the first purpose of the pyramid energy is the communication device. Then, during the archaeological work, we've discovered a lot of quartz crystal, 1 meter or 3-4 feet below the soil, in the blocks, and in those tunnels. quartz crystal has the ability to transform the energy from one form to another. For example, since we measure electromagnetic field, it hits the quartz crystal, and the quartz crystal creates, through the piezoelectrical effect, the ultrasound. And we measure the ultrasound. Again, 28 kilohertz frequency. This is the levitation frequency. You come to our tunnels, you come to our pyramid, you feel light. And that's the reason I've been inviting Michael Cremo for years to come and visit us. And now, again, another invitation, Michael. Don't say no. When you come to Italy, we expect you to Bosnia. So, we have levitation frequency there. Orgone energy I didn't mention. So now we realize that the pyramid actually amplifies the natural energy sources, the natural frequencies. The ancients were not invented, they were not making up frequencies that we do today. In Europe, 220 volts and 50 hertz. In the US, 110 volts and 60 hertz. You touch the loose wire, it kills you. You spoke on the phone for 10, 15 minutes. Your ear gets hot. It burns our brain cells, 3G, 4G, 5G. Everything we do, it's against our health. The ancients were smart. Their concept of energy was clean, unlimited, free. Our concept of energy is dirty, limited, expensive. In social relationships, it means a great minority of people, 2,500 super billionaires, owns more than 90% of the wealth of the planet. In the past, energy was serving everyone, the communities. The pyramids were not built for one dead body, king or pharaoh, but to serve the generations of living community intending to last thousands of years. And this is our legacy in Bosnia. It is really a revolution. And the good thing about our work is that everything is measurable. If you can measure, you can scientifically prove. When it comes to the age, very important question. In archaeology, 5 questions. What is this? In Bosnia, we have pyramid complex. When? Well, let's see when. We have done 28 radiocarbon dating and uranium-thorium analysis of organic materials. All of them, or most of them, are taking us to, for example, 2 fossilized leaves that we discovered between the concrete blocks. They came there during the construction process, gave us a date of 29,200 years plus minus 400 years. It's a radiocarbon date, calibrated date, 33,600 years. And this is officially the age of the Bosnian pyramid complex. You talk to the mainstream archaeologists, they would say it's nonsense because there was no advanced humans 10,000 years plus. However, we live in the last cycle of humanity, started with the end of the last ice age. By the way, when 99% of humans were wiped off from the face of the planet. There was a civilization before that, also removed in the global catastrophe 18,500 years, and the one before that, 34,000 years, huge solar flames. Before that, 55,000 years. Before that, 75,000 years, a huge volcanic eruption in Indonesia. So instead of humanity moving in evolutionary process, it is cycle after cycle after cycle. Majority of the oldest pyramids do belong to one of the previous cycles. This is the case of Egyptian pyramids. This is the case of the oldest Peruvian structures. So I marked Machu Picchu, 55,000. This is the case of the oldest Mexican pyramids. Teotihuacan, also more than 12,000 years. This is the case of the Yonaguni monuments on the bottom of the Pacific floor, more than 12,000 years. The Bosnians, now we know when. Who were the civilizations? We go back again to the scientific arguments. In this case, we go back to Turin King List in Torino, Italy, which lists all Egyptian rulers in 11 columns, 3 eras, 3 phases. The third one, sons of gods, from King Menes, pharaohs as we know them, 5,100 years back. The second one were the demigods. They would rule Egypt for hundreds of years each. And the first phase, gods with small g. When 34,200 years back, they came from kingdom of heaven, ascending to the kingdom of earth. And the second scientific proof, literally, that was stone stela, which is known under the name of the Sumerian king list, where all the Sumerian rulers have been listed. The first one, also the gods, came to this earth 273,140 years ago. And their first rulers, like Alajar, they would rule Sumerian cities in average for 30,000 years, sometimes 28,800, sometimes 36,000, all the way to the era of the 30,000 years back. And then the other 3 phases match Egyptians. So we see how our history is much more complicated, richer, and much more interesting than what they teach us in schools. And megaliths, stone spheres, and especially pyramids are the key, not only the architecture or the construction, but energy devices.
Wow, that was epic, Dr. Sam. And when you said that they're not teaching us the right stuff in school, the first thing was that I'd love to have you as my professor and would love to have everyone on this panel, writing curriculums and being our teachers. And in fact, you are our teachers. We're just not in that little school anymore. We're in the school of life. That was beautiful. I so resonated with that, and everyone in the audience, same thing. Let's do our closing of the panel, and I'll start with Dr. Cremo, and then John Shaughnessy, and then Chuck, and then we'll complete with Dr. Sam. You are muted, Dr. Cremo.
Okay. Well,
there we go.
Thanks for inviting me to participate in this panel. Good to see an old friend, Dr. Sam. And I may get to Europe this summer or fall. Well, I'll have to see. There's some arrangements being made. If it does happen, I'll let you know. And meanwhile, I guess April 1 to 4, I'm going to be at Mount Shasta giving a talk at the at a conference there. So good to see, make some new friends too. Chuck and John. So thanks again, Omar, for putting on such a wonderful event.
You are very welcome, Dr. Cremo, and thank you very much. And you're like one of my favorite legends, and none of these conferences would be the same without your participation. So I truly appreciate you coming to these conferences, and thank you very much, especially to Laurie for facilitating and organizing this. So a huge shout out to Laurie for this, and thank you, Dr. I truly appreciate it. And guys, I will put the link in the comments for the Mount Shasta event that Dr. Cremo is speaking on. So just hang tight, and I'll get that link for you guys. Mr. Shaughnessy, please go ahead. You're muted, brother.
Back on. All right. Yes. Intellectually stimulating hearing all the whole panel discussing topics. It's food for thought for me. It's gets me energized, and it usually takes a few days to download, and I'll get a some kind of a download, or something else will get triggered, and I'll be off studying something else, and I guess that's what it's all about, just coming here and sharing the knowledge that we have, and it's good to see Sam again. I think we shared a conference back in Chicago a while back, both speaking there, and hopefully there'll be physical conferences again, who knows, and human contact, but with that, Dr. Michael Cremo, I think I reference your work. Got to be 100 or 1,000 times a year. when I get into topics, I just go check this guy's book out. Trying to awaken the masses. One mind at a time. And it was good to hear from Chuck too, and appreciate the time that everybody put in. So. With that, have a good day.
Thank you, John. And guys, remember, Chuck and John are going to be back later on this afternoon, but I'll post those times when Stone is up next. Chuck, please go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you. This has been actually quite enlightening. And Dr. Sam, you definitely have a lot of experience with that Bosnia thing. It's like, I'm really happy to have met you through this format, because you got a lot of information in the background there. Totally agree with you about the energy. Later on today, I'm going to be explaining a couple of things that I found in there. So if you've got time, take a listen. It should be interesting. I apologize for the microphone. I'm an audio guy, and all of a sudden I have the worst sound going. I got all these emails coming in. So it's like, I think I have to unplug the USB mic and start again and go over it. So once again, I apologize for that. For those of you that can hear and make out my words, thanks very much for inviting me. I really enjoyed this, and it's great to meet new people, and I'm glad I'm in this little world now. It's great. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chuck. And Dr. Sam, please go ahead.
It has always been about the knowledge and the energy. We need energy to get born, to live, to prolong our life, for all our processes around us. And we have so much to learn from ancients. They knew about the geometrical shapes, what are the most powerful. They knew about the materials, the construction materials, which are beneficial for their work. They knew about the ancient concretes. They knew about the orientation. They knew about elements of sacred geometry, like number pi, 3.14, like number phi, golden section spiral, which were always used in the sites like Stonehenge, Egyptian pyramids, Bosnian pyramids, Teotihuacan, Tijuanaco, and so on. They knew about the power of certain minerals like quartz crystal. And sometimes we think they were built by the primitive people. Sometimes we do movies like Apocalypto, saying that the Neolithic primitive Mayas building their temples and pyramids. Instead of showing our ego, we need to open ourselves and realize that much of the knowledge that we will arrive to in the future is already there in front of our eyes. So why don't we open ourselves and learn from the ancients, and we can apply that knowledge to some of our activities. Like I mentioned, the concept of energy. Instead of thermal power plants and the coal, oil, gas, limited resources, then nuclear energy that contaminates our planet from Chernobyl to Fukushima and back, and a lot of money involved, and us people living from paycheck to paycheck. Once we apply some of that knowledge, once we get to the concept of the free energy, pyramid energy is one of the important factors, but the major source of the energy is our father, as the ancients call it, our sun. 99.9% of this energy go wasted every day. Imagine to use some of it, 20 or 30%. Everything would change. We would not have our oil and gas industry, oil exploration, the transportation where we contaminate our seas and oceans, petrochemical industry, refineries, auto industry as we have it today, chemical industry, pharmaceutical industry. We wouldn't see plastics around us. Our lives would change. We wouldn't have billionaires, 0.0003%, and more than 95% of the people who struggle for daily life. Everything could change. So the ancient megaliths, the monoliths, megalithic sites, the pyramids, stone spheres are not about the structures and engineering skills. They are about our life, knowledge, energy. So I invite everyone to go back, try to learn, investigate for themselves, and they would realize, like we did, so much to learn from the past.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I truly appreciate your time, and wow, like what a fantastic panel! What a great panel! Truly appreciate your guys' upload and all the information that you've shared over the decades that you've worked hard to bring us this information, especially in this time of change that we're going through. So I truly do appreciate it, guys, and a lot of kudos and a lot of respect for you guys. And with that being said, we will bring our next guest on. And just let me just quickly run through the schedule here with you guys. And, this afternoon, John Shaughnessy is going to be on at 5:25. And then Chuck Vanderbilt will be on at 6:30. And then Dr. Cremo and Dr. Osmanovic will be on Solstice Day, March the 20th. And Dr. Cremo is on at 10:20 a.m. and Dr. Osmanovic is on 11:35 a.m. So if you guys have questions, get them ready in your mind. And when that day comes, we will address those questions. So thank you very much, gentlemen. Have yourselves a beautiful day. I got a lot of respect for you guys. I love you guys very much. And I will see you soon.
Amazing panel, gentlemen. That was absolutely epic. Epic work. I sit at the feet of those gentlemen. They are my, in no way, shape, or form, elders in the sense of age, but elders in the sense of knowledge, and I retain all of that information that they speak of, and just admire with the work that they do, and it's truly epic.
Yeah, sure is. Let's bring our next guest on, Stone Hobbit. This is actually a quick fill-in. Our guest that we had, Ildi Budai, she came down with tonsillitis, and that's another reason why Hugh Newman was not in the panel this morning, because he shot me a message and he was waiting right until the last moment, and he said that he's caught something similar, cold, and it's got a throat issue and things like that. But thankfully, it's not what we think it is. It's just your normal average cold. So hopefully these guys can make it through.
Run-of-the-mill infection or virus, right?
Yeah, it happens. Yeah, it happens. And this is one of the things that we have to do and deal with when we're live streaming like this, especially during an event. And thankfully for us, we have some besties in the house, like Stone Hobbit. And she, graciously said, yeah, I will fill in for that little bit of time that's left for Ildi, and she's going to talk about frequencies and stones and things like that. So Rob, I will give it to you, and I'm going to sit back in the background and take notes and listen.
Okay, it's gone all quiet.
Yeah, go ahead, guys. Rob, looks like your internet may still be having an issue, so I'll remove you from the screen. And Stone, I'll be right here listening. So if you need me, just shout out my name, please.
Okay. I'm not sure why I'm glowing, and you can see all my freckles. I'm not sure what's happening here.
Your lightning. You're a light being, and you're shining like the star that you are.
Look, it's just coming daylight outside now, so I'm not sure what's going on with the lighting. It's been good all this point until now. So anyway, I just want to say thank you to your previous guests. They were absolutely amazing. I totally love it. One of the reasons I'm named Stone is because it holds a certain level of frequency equaling information. And so like when I know that I'm out there and I'm touching this, I'm on an area called Waitomo, which means water hole. Right, in Māori, water hole, and I know that I'm surrounded in crystal. This is absolutely fantastic. I've got 3 volcanoes. If I go and stand on the hill just around the corner here, I'm higher than that hill, but it's in a different angle. I've got 3 volcanoes, 3 of the biggest volcanoes in New Zealand I'm looking at. And pretty much all year round, I can see snow at the top of them. So I'm always waiting for that rumble. Because we are on crystal and Waitomo being a water hole, there's these underground tunnels, there's caves all around the location that I'm in. We have glowworms, we have stalagmites, we have different forms of crystal, we have lime, and we have volcanic rock. So I'm always feeling the frequencies. Even a small tremor that's on the other island, the South Island, we get a little feeling over here. When we get a level 4 to 5 pointer, magnitude earthquake, it sounds like a truck rolling past, and there's absolutely no vehicle there. The ghost truck that went past, and everything shakes. So I regularly experience earthquakes here. But at the same time, I'm on spring water, and because I know that the water being filtered through the land is going through this crystal and through the other energies here, and I'm drinking it and I'm watering all the plants that I'm growing in it, and I'm seeing the structure and the information that's coming through. I've also noticed in the past couple of earthquakes that we've had, the little stream that runs around the backyard here has gone from being stones to being sand. So knowing the information about nodes and antinodes and podes and points of tunnel that go underneath, and the fact that we're on a water table as well, so all of this holds frequency. Now, I've always been a stone collector. I used to live in a place called Marble Bar or Mulliella in Western Australia. And I had a miner's right, which meant it gave me permission to go and pan for gold and other metal elements, other stone elements. So I've always had the hunting and gathering for rare stones, if you want to call it that. They always had an element of frequency that I would attune myself to. So I found a lot of different types of stone because I could hear where they were. I know that sounds freaky, but that's just what it is. So here's a quick little collection of some of my lovely pets. So this is a volcanic rock. I call it the egg because of the particular shape of it and the fact that I can peel off layers. And then there's another bit underneath. So volcanic rock from New Zealand. Could be a possible fossilized egg. I'm not 100% sure. I'm not a scientist and I don't have the tools available to me. So then I have a stalagmite. Okay, that fell off a cave when I was walking under it. Then while I was out in the garden, I hit a stone, just a normal stone, okay? And then when I pulled it out to move it out of the garden, it turned out to be crystal. I don't know if you can see that or not.
Yeah, I see that. Wow, that's beautiful. Let's see that again. Let's see that again. That's amazing. That is amazing.
I actually have a
Wow.
quartz crystal.
Look at
At
that.
the front doorstep. I was going to bring it in, but it's just too heavy for me to carry. So I'm just going to leave it there, but it's like this big. it was given to me as a gift, and I was told that it will return to the land when it needs to, and it will direct me home. And because I've never really considered any box of illusion a home, it was interesting to see that where it was given, it drew me back to that point, and then it's taken me further inland. It's really weird story. So then I have another one which you can see elements of amethyst inside it, purple. I don't know if you can see that too well on the camera.
Yeah, I do. Let me bring it a little bit closer so I can. I was muted again. I should just leave myself unmuted.
There's purple in there.
Yeah.
That looks epic. That looks epic. I'm not going to attempt to come on screen because I just get thrown out of the studio again, but I can talk to you through the back channel here.
Yeah, maybe that's best, Rob. I just talking to Leanne, and she was saying that there's like a massive solar storm, something like that, happening on the East Coast around 2:00, and it's 2:00 right now, right? So maybe that's what the disturbances are. Perhaps that's why we had the disturbance with Dr. Manu this morning when he was trying to share his screen.
That's
right.
wild.
So yeah.
Because as soon as I said my conclusion, my computer hasn't worked right since. Like, I haven't been able to stay online since I've said that before about, the potentiality of us being that portable Akashic record. And it was like, nope. After that, it was like, sorry, bud, you can't be online.
Yeah, it's fantastic. The amount of information that we're sharing this week in this, platform is absolutely fantastic. It's going to fill in so many puzzle pieces for people. And then there's a fossil. So it's fossilized all the way around.
Wow, that's beautiful. That's a beautiful rock.
So there's a, yeah. So this is just from this region. All of the stuff that I've just shown you is from the location I live in. So I'm always highly charged, as you can probably tell by now.
I love it. Love it.
Yeah. So when it comes to stones, I've here in New Zealand we call our cemetery, they're called graveyards or cemeteries. Now, I went through a stage of appreciation for headstones, or later gravestones, which became soul stones. I started seeing creatures. I've always been drawn to Stonehenge and other, great stones and locations of boulders, round boulders. I always seem to find them. And basically I got to see that while these gentlemen were talking, I couldn't help myself. I always draw, I always sketch, and whatever comes in, comes in. And one of the things that I see is the stones are placed in certain angles for frequency to bounce off each other, because every one of them holds a current. It doesn't matter the size of the grain of sand. You only need to move a mountain with moving a grain of sand. All right, the whole thing will come tumbling down. So when you align the stones, you get certain frequencies to it. Now, all of this came to me when I suddenly wake up one day from spell casting, and I saw that phonics, the use of words, the shapes of letters, the shapes of numbers, the amount of time we say stuff to NLP programming. It's frequency, it's spell casting. And I started playing with mirrors, glass, stones, metal, different types of elements, as we go through this crystal stage of trying to work out what the energy is that it's holding, how we want it to feed us, how we want it to give us information, and the whole time we're charging it anyway. We don't, and I found that I didn't get too much because I drew the energy from the stone, from the crystal, and I felt that I was taking too much because I could see the color change. So I stopped using them and started giving back to that energy. I did actually manage to watch the stone, as a rose quartz crystal out the front. I saw it recharge. So that was really awesome for me to see the exchange of energy and how it is stored in there. So it was like a memory bank that I could now re-imprint. So that's what I got from some of the crystal work that I've done. So in doing that with the different stones, different shapes, different sizes, different thicknesses, like marble and granite, you know, totally different. And the frequencies that you hear from it, you can hear this in bowls and in crystal glasses and in tuning forks. And one of the gentlemen was talking, they started talking about the alignment and the magma inside the planet and stuff. And I've had, through my life, I've had visions. You know, I'm a freak of nature and I love every minute of it. So one of the reoccurring images
that was John Shaughnessy.
Yes.
Yeah.
One of the reoccurring images that are coming in at the moment is the fact that we're going through a manufactured pole shift. And the reason being is the alignment for the inner earth to line up with the exterior, creating a gateway or just any sort of a tunnel way, if you want to call it, so that the inner can come out. And this is when I say one of the veils is lifting. This is one of the veils that is opening up, one of the gateways that are opening up. I believe we've all got all the keys to the different frequencies. Through frequency, we have been able to shape what we're living in. We know that we don't need 90% of what we've got around us called technology. This is all alien based. As the hue man, you know, the hue energy in the organic vessel operating, we could live in a utopia with knowing or remembering our awarenesses, our knowledges of frequency reading, and how to remember to be these portals that we are. We are telepathic, we are telekinetic, we can see the future, we can also change our parallel worlds. And I believe that this is where they use the stones as frequency. They use the shape of the land. You know, they're reshaping the land, they rename the land, they change it. It's all a form of spell casting. So with a lot of these stones and these frequencies, I've seen stones that burn people. You know, you can't touch them because your kinetic energies in comparison and, you know, in collaboration with the stone's energy are like two magnets working against each other. Some stones are drawn to each other. Some stones can cause friction and flame. So a spark. So it's just the different elements. We have the knowledge of these elements, you know, alchemic. We have it within our own systems. We have this knowledge. So, you know, it's like I have a crystal ball. I play around with a crystal ball. I played around with water. And it shows you images when you become that receiver. You start becoming a tuning fork. Like all of these elements that we surround ourselves, they're all forms of frequency elemental. Once we can do a massive as clearing, we will see that the four walls that we live in, the illusions of the, you know, the false sense of security called our dwellings, you know, we will see that none of this is actually needed because we've already created our auric bubble, our, you know, our safety zones are already around us. We're already primed and ready to go because the earth has already been vibrating to a certain frequency. And so we have to, you know, we have to adapt or die. We adapt to that frequency coming in. It doesn't come in, if it comes in a massive bang, it's like anything. We're going to, you know, splat into several places, and then we're eventually going to come back again, you know, because this is the frequency that we are. But then you've also got the frequency that just, you know, it comes in slowly and you adapt to it. You adapt, you see it, you recognize it, you identify it, it's imprinted, and then when it comes back the next time round, you're already aware of it faster, you know, sooner than you were beforehand. So the knowledge is constant. The knowledge is going to keep coming in. You know, at one stage, I used to wear a lot of jewelry and stuff and found that I was getting electrocuted. I couldn't shake somebody's hand without hearing a big snap, or you know, I'd go into the supermarket and if I touched any can or any metal or even the trolley, you could hear it, and you'd hear me swear right across the you know, store. but so I stopped wearing certain metals because my frequency was changing, and it was having this electric result. And so I had to be careful because what I was generating could and was having an effect on others around me. And this is the same as our environment. If you, depending on what stones or what elements you surround yourself with, we're highly charged beings. Through the journey, I've just recently finished a 52 prolonged water fast, liquid fast. It's absolutely no food and just getting in touch with my own system. And through this process, I have to add certain elements to my diet to keep my machinery functioning. And I would use Himalayan pink salts. This has got magnesium. It's a mineral. It keeps me charged. I'd also use baking soda or trisodium phosphate, which is the level before baking soda. So knowing your pH levels, knowing your current and your flow, because we are a harmonic instrument. And once we get in touch with our vessels, and when they start communicating with us, and they're always communicating with us, it's whether or not we listen to them. We are elementals, and we are clearing our pineal without even being aware that we're doing it, because it only takes one monkey. So you got to figure out whereabouts this monkey is. This always takes me back to Odyssey. You've got the stones there, you've got the frequency, you've got the change. A new element has been added to the equation. So when it comes down to stones, I love them. I love the beach and all of this, but I've got to stay away from that at the moment. So, yeah, fire me some questions, guys.
I wanted to say a few things, and hopefully I don't get thrown out of the studio. But Stone, I feel the same way about rocks and stones, and I'll see something and I'll just have to pick it up and touch it. And I used to work at a place where it looked almost like a rock quarry, but it wasn't. It was just gravel, and I would find these really unique stones, but it was like I was drawn to them. And it's like they used to sing to me from across the field. Have you ever experienced that, where the stones are literally calling to you and telling you
Yeah.
something? And if you can explain, I don't know how to put it like you do. So if you can explain for the people what that sensation feels like and what it means.
Oh, honestly, when you realize that every element on this planet has a living form of consciousness inside it, and just by being in its presence, let alone touching it, your body is picking up all of this information. Your skin is a huge sensor, receiver, and it picks up all of this information, and then your body filters it. So the more time you walk around grounded, bare feet, instead of wearing rubber, which is an insulator, which is stopping you from receiving this information, walk across those stones, feel that little bit of pain. That is sensation. That's letting you know you're alive, okay? This is letting you know your senses are working. You stop being weak, get back out there, get back to nature, listen to what the nature around you is telling you. When you look at what goes into making a grain of sand, this is years, this is hundreds and hundreds of years of evolution taking place. You start becoming very appreciative of your surroundings, because you are taking in the information. You don't really know where this has actually come from. You don't know the journey where it's come from, but you've come into contact with it. You've come into contact with something that was once a form of living conscious awareness, as you are today. You may have been related to it in some grand ancestral way. We're not 100% sure. I'm always skeptical of all the information that comes in. I don't know where it all comes from, but this is our awareness. When we start seeing what we've gone through as individuals to this point of waking up, we appreciate the journey more. We give gratitude to those around us. This includes plants. This includes the earth, the soil, your senses of taking in that information. Includes the stones. Stones are around water. They're around trees. They're picking up the information. They're storing it. These are soul stones. They hold on to the information. And, all they have to do, put it in the water. The water will, that stone will give that water memory, that water consciousness, the impressions, the memory of that stone, and then you ingest it, you bathe in it. It's filtered, but you get something of it. So we're always sharing different levels of our consciousness, even if we don't touch, even if we're on another side of this planet. It's fantastic that technology that's been introduced, it allows us to be able to communicate through different ages, dates and times and, zones. But we've already had these abilities for us, and we've had them through the stones. They built them because they knew that they could tap into several forms of energy, and these energy could be harvested by going and feeding other stones and water. And I believe, there was a stage there where I was doing a lot of regressions. I was having a lot of pastime memories coming to me. And at one stage, like I was doing an Egyptian journey, and all of the information that was coming in, I was this young boy between 7 and 10 years old. I knew a woman called Tiamat. I was from a location, Tiamat, and it's stuck with me today. It's in my name and everything. But anyway, moving from there was a ritual that would take place on the Sabbath. Now, the Sabbath would change depending on the moon, but it was a sun Sabbath. It wasn't a moon Sabbath. And it was also the flow of water and also the flow of oil. And it was between two hills, and two great hills, they were lush. And between it, the sun would rise. And when the sun rose up, there was an altar put at the end there. And the two emperor and empress would be at the end there. They were the hierarchies at the time. They would be there, and the whole area was surrounded in gold. And when the sun hit the gold, there was a pathway in front of them. The pathway was laid out and painted with white stones. Now, all of us would stand down the sides, and we would be oiled, which was the anointing oil, and we would be clothed in white. So when we stood with this pathway, when the sun came up between the hills and it hit the gold, it would shoot down the center of this white pathway, and it would radiate out over the top of us, turning us into light gold beings. And this was a purification ritual that we would do all the time. So, big goosebumps. So,
Now,
so when
another question, Stone, is just kind of correlated to that. Are the ley lines directly connected to stones, and the stones, do they store the energy, or do they dissipate the energy across the surface of the earth?
I would say they filter it. I would say all of the above. When you think of an object, I mean, here's an object that's got several different layers. Okay, it's got it's got several different layers to it, and then you take off. I've got to go to the other side. That's one whole layer, and it's so smooth in there. Okay, what's inside that? How was that generated? How was that formed? What pressures created that? So this is energy, this is information that was stored to put that together. That's what we are. Now it's filtered, all of the information around it, it's combined, all of that information, and it's solidified. So, I don't know what I'm going to find when I crack that open, but I don't feel that it's right after it being so many thousands of years old. I don't have the right to come and break it open. I have the appreciation that it's gone through that, and it will show me what it needs to show me. The more time I spend with that object, the more information I'm going to get from the frequency, and this is the information that it has stored. Now, if I go and put that into water, I'm going to get a different density of information from it. This is how it works. You put it in if you go and stand in a small room somewhere and you surround yourself in stones, you're going to get a different frequency. It's like when you stand inside the center of a pyramid, or you sit inside a circle. I used to practice sitting inside a bamboo pyramid I had pumice, which is volcanic rock, which you can, fling all over you. People use it for their feet and stuff, and very lightweight. And on the other side, there was the crystal. So I found a lot of portaling and information because it was the two stone energies, one from the center of the planet and the other from the center of the earth, center of the water. So you got the water and you got the earth element, but you've also got the air and the fire element that create them in the first place. And, and it comes down to chemistry. It comes down to alchemy of elements. And when you put, there's a certain amount of energy and information stored in all of this, and we can tap into this. We are of these elements. We will have these elements within us at some location. Some of our ancestral background will have it involved in us. So, when they go and do the DNA test and stuff, they can turn around and say to you, well, we can find all of these different types of species that you're related to. Now, how is that possible? Unless you have ingested and you have been imprinted. And it is the same as the frequency. We hold this Akashic record of our journeys. And the information has to store somewhere, so that if we come in and we constantly remember who we were and stuff, we will repeat the same journey over and over again, but it'll be so much different because we are aware of it. So, we store the information in these different areas that solidify. There's so much evidence out there that stones hold frequency as water does. When you go and you have pink Himalayan salts, that's a mineral, that's an element that's gathered up, through so many different forms of coming together with different compounds and elements. And then you ingest it, or you put it in your water, and your body absorbs that density, that information, but it's filtered out. When you get into a bath of it, it's filtered out so you can absorb it at a better rate. You will filter it faster. There's all of these. I hope that answered your question.
No, it definitely did. I just thought, I was thinking the same thing to myself. I was thinking to myself, hold on, I'm trying to get back on screen. There we go. So if we're talking about the ley lines, and people are using these ley lines to convey energy to themselves to essentially either enhance a meditation or the pyramids, how it's a facilitating stone, and if they're using them as, let's say, energy, the positions of energy, and dissipating it across the atmosphere of the sky, it would be really, really wild to think that, if is it harnessing that energy or is it dissipating it? Because if too much energy builds up around those ley lines, what's the diffuser? And I would have thought that it would have been the stones, right? That would have been what would have kind of calmed down the planet at that point.
Well, I honestly see the planet at this point, the visions and the journeys that I've been on, the other work that I've done, is this planet is, when the portals open up, it's opening a gateway not just to the inner planet beings and information. It's also making a connection to another point, another vortex point. So we'll be moving over our conscious awareness, and we'll be communicating with another version of ourselves, or another species of ourselves, energy forms. And so when it comes down to the ley lines, I used to live on a ley line up in Auckland. Now, I was not aware that it was a ley line until I'd been there for at least 10 years, because I was in a chaotic state. Everything was doom, 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 and I didn't have breathe time. So then once I realized that the visitations, all these different types of UFOs and beings and shadow people walking through my house and other people seeing it, other 3D forms as ourselves, we're actually witnessing what I was experiencing. I realized that, okay, the place I'm on is actually on ley lines. We went for a drive one day because we were looking to locate the orange plasmas light beings that we see. And we went to the top of the Waitakere Ranges, and we looked back and we realized the point that we were standing at, which happened to be like a tribal site, also lined up across the top of our house to what is known as the Auckland City Sky Tower. And then that lined up to a volcano called Rangitoto Volcano. And it was very uncanny how over the years of being in that place, we watched the plane flight path change 15 degrees, okay, to the point where they were flying over the ley line. When that happened, helicopters, we got so much air traffic. It was insane. It was like living at the airport, excuse the expression. And in this, with the entities coming in 24/7, and this is where I started practicing the pyramid energy and, listening to what was happening around me. This is where I found focus, because there was such a big chaotic state to begin with. When I was able to turn that round and identify what was going on and stop it, then I was able to harness the information that was coming in. This is when I started my first fast. I did 42 days fasting. And then I went on a shamanic journey of taking the Amanita and doing, proper journey. And then I went into the pyramid. So I knew the dark magic that I'd grown up with, and I was aware of how to use that. So instead of using that to that point, I used it to the point where I knew I was still doing good and wanting the information. It comes a point where you're tempted, but then you actually, you know what the damages are if you are tempted. So you don't cross that boundary. You find that balance point. You are that center point, and it is your responsibility of keeping that balance, okay? One leg, two leg, one leg, two leg, all the time, And so I got to see that I could use that energy. I could harness that ley line energy to better myself, better my wellness, because all this chaotic state had given me physical damage, physical symptoms, physical damage, and there wasn't going to be a way out of it. And it just, I don't know, something happened. I ended up getting slammed into a dark tunnel, but boom, they slapped me out of it as well. So, and this is where I'm at today. They never left. So yes, there are ley lines. Every house since, I believe that every place I've ever lived in has had some point of ley line. With the amount of activities, I've always been attracted to some force of energy. Like when I grew up, the cult that the family was involved in was known as Center Point, and it was a pedophile ring, and it was black magic. It was ritual practices. Today, that location is still, and on the ley lines is still an energy point, but this time people go there and they do a different form of ritual. They do meditations and they do wellness and they do yoga and stuff. But to me, that's always going to be that point, and I don't trust. I don't trust in anything. I don't know myself 100%, so therefore I cannot trust in myself 100%, and I honor that and I respect that, and that's why I stand in truth to myself. So we're always reminded of our shortcomings, of stand in your truth, stand in your light energy. You surround yourself in information. This goes right down to the food that you eat. This goes down to what stones are around your plant, what stones are in the ground, what water is near you. When I think about, I used to live in the city and I was surrounded by concrete. This is processed elements. People are living in concrete cities are basically graveyards, huge graveyards. 24/7 surveillance. That constant, the bad elemental light that comes out. It's not real light. It's not feeding you. It's making you sick. When you become aware of all these different elements that have been affecting our senses, then you say, okay, well, I need to learn to use my senses instead of using that recreated, that hijacked sense, because I know when I get to a certain frequency, they're going to come in and they're going to try to hijack those different areas. It's everything. You said you get the information that you require. It's how you filter it. You might have to hold on to a stone to keep yourself balanced, to keep yourself grounded. There's so many different areas of it.
Oh, I've done that during paranormal investigations. We've used different stones to harness different shields or different types of entities to manufacture the contact in a way that would be non-harmful, things like that. We have a couple questions, and Kathy Mason asks, I believe you said it before, about they. Who are they?
Well, I've been asked this question so many times. I think the theys for everybody is different, but for me, the theys are, there are other powers out there controlling the puppets. I've come into contact with so many different beings, but there's always some form of hierarchy. There's always a mission. There's always someone watching over or stopping you from doing something. It's like the night terrors that I used to, they used to be night terrors until I learned the process of what the states were that I was going through to get to these other dimensions. And so the fear state that would come in, and it would come in deliberately. It was a mechanism designed, and this is just my experience, my findings, it'd be different for everybody. It was to shut me down from remembering or keeping retainment of that information in my clear mind. So, boom, we give you a fear factor. You've forgotten all that because you're concentrating on your fear. So when you realize there's actually nothing to fear there, false evidence appearing real, you go, okay, well, now that you've done that, it didn't stick as much. And because I'm aware that it didn't stick as much, I'm going to do this again. And you do it and you do it until the point is they give up. They have to find another element to try to put you in a stuck state. It'll only last so long because you are becoming aware that different dimensional beings have different abilities and different means of trying to keep you in different stuck states. Even the ones that turn around and say, the ones I've experienced, a lot of different ones, even the ones who feel friendly, haven't caused you any ill will, that we are all information gatherers. We are all communicating by sharing the information. Whether you think there's a contract there or not, everybody has different names and labels for the work that we're doing. It comes down to your perception. Are you in a school? Are you in a classroom? Are you in a prison? Are you out there and you think you're a free being? There's all these different elements to it. But at the end of the day, I'm basically here gathering the information, filtering the information. I'm like that pine tree out there. It stands really tall and strong. It can break at any time. I've watched it break. And, it's taking in all these different layers of information. I've watched 3 layers of clouds pass each other. When you see these clouds coming down and that they're sharing information because of the shapes they take, and then they're touching that pine tree, and that pine tree, with all its leaves, all its pine needles, is absorbing all that information, turning that into vitamin C. That's health energy. That's light energy for us. That clears so much and it boosts so much of us. Then you have the different elements of oxygen, the depletion of oxygen, making us smaller, shorter, the trees shorter, making the rocks more dense. There's reasons behind everything that they are doing to stop us. The theys are trying to slow us down. Whether it's for our own good or otherwise, I'm not 100% sure, but when I got the message that our brains would explode if we knew the information that's out there, it was a fear factor. It was a stuck state. And I'm like, no, that ain't going to work. They told me when I was younger, when you hit a certain age, you start forgetting stuff, and that's it. You can't learn anymore. No, that ain't going to happen to me.
No, we're forever students. And when people ask me who they are, I say that they are dark entities that are multidimensional, cosmic and they come from all over, which in turn infiltrates multinational corporations in our corporeal world, and in turn affects and infiltrates governments, and those governments directly affect our everyday lives, whether it
Absolutely.
be people or agencies that are put in front of you or that basically have this congruency to it all, right? Like it works its way down, and eventually there's going to be this precipice where they know that their reign is well, I think we're there now with this awakening, and
Yeah.
that their reign is completely gone, and they are holding on by threads. So they're
Yeah.
very careful and they're very eclectic in their choices and very uh, diverse to not expose any further of how far up it really goes. And
Yeah.
it's just such it's one of the things I love doing is I love investigating those surface level things like politics and looking at investigations of conspiracy, and usually it leads me to these areas that are just so gray in nature that it has to be something otherworldly, other dimensionally. There's other factors in play here that we are not privy to sometimes in a corporeal form, and that's truly what happens. So I do love your explanation today, though. It was really great. We have one more question before we finish up because we got about we're going over like a minute, but that's okay. So it says, Stone, do you know about monotonic and Daria crystals? And do we have them here in New Zealand? Kia ora.
No, I don't. I don't really know names of stones. I just play with them when I find them. So, no, I'm not 100% sure of names and labels. I don't play that game. But monatomic, that sounds like it holds frequency. You know, at the end of the day, we are frequency. Everything around us holds some tone of frequency. You know, your wood holds frequency and knowledge, unless it's been so processed that it's no longer, it can't be classed as stone or natural anymore. And 1% doesn't cut it for me. So yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, listen, it happens. But Stone, this has been an incredible time that we've had to discuss the stones, and I think that I definitely want to get you on my show, and I want to really go over a lot of the different things that you seem very eclectic in your information, and I love that because I never stay in one spot too long. I always
That's
like to
good.
diverse myself in so many different topics. So,
Yeah. I think
but
that's one of
appreciate
the
it.
keys of being here is not getting stuck too long in different states. It's, when you're younger, you get told, well, you've got to take a trade, you've got to learn a skill so that that's your job for the rest of your life. But that's not who we are. That's not what we were meant to be doing. We're meant to be nomads, traversing this land, taking in the information, trying new things. This is what we're meant to be doing, different frequencies. I mean, each location has different frequency. When we're born into a location, we get an accent. Where does that come from? That comes from the frequency that's around us at that particular time. This frequency thing, learning how to read this frequency is absolutely fantastic on so many levels. So, no, I love how, coming in and this is about sharing the information. I don't really know anything at all.
Right.
This is just an experiment, guys.
Excellent. Well, you know what? Everything is an experiment for us. We're always trying to dabble into different informations and try and work out the process, right? But,
Yeah,
one of the things I wanted to tell people out there is, sharing this stream is one of the best ways to help us unplug humanity. If this flutters across all these different platforms, we truly can have a profound effect in just 11 days on
yeah,
society as a whole, because exponentiality means that if you show it to two people, then they'll show it to two people, and so on and so forth. So
yes,
I saw Lori just became a member of Watch Talk, and Omar's not. I think he's in the shower at the moment, but I'm sure Omar. Thank you, Lori. It's awesome. We always love new members and help support the channel so we can keep bringing you this type of content and information. It's very difficult to maintain a living while delving your entire being into research and presentations and things like that. So we do appreciate any of that. I'm sure everybody that is working or every platform that we are on has a PayPal. If you don't want to become a member, I suggest that if you can, I know times are hard out there, but if you can, donate a couple dollars and help these people out, because we're really trying to do all the work that we can. So, Stone, thank you so much. It's an honor and a privilege to talk to you again. We're going to bring Leanne in for about a 10-15 minute stretch. And then I believe we have Neil Gar coming in. Excellent, Stone.
Awesome.
See you soon.
Thanks, everybody. Stay well.
All right. And Leanne, can you hear me, Leanne? We can't hear you. You're muted, I think.
And here I thought it was my bad mic, but it's not. Can you hear me now?
We got you. You ready?
That's fabulous. And my level is okay? I'm not blowing out, not too...
No, you're good. You're good. You got about, I want to say about 15 minutes. I give you, if Neil's a couple minutes. He should be here soon. He's not here just yet. So we've got about 15 minutes, and I'll leave it to you.
All right. Hi, everybody. So, like, I don't know when you lost sound last night, and some of you may not have been here, but, like, I will tell you that who cares what you look like doing any of this? Because I'm the only one that looks cuckoo. Right? Yay. In the privacy of your own homes. Stretch as you like. You don't have to do exactly what I'm doing. You can shift anything to accommodate your body's needs. Please do listen to your body. Don't try to be all like fancy. Not necessary. All right. So first thing we're going to do is feel our feet on the ground. Feel our physical bodies, the conduits through which we experience all of this glorious stuff, whether consciously or unconsciously. Yes? Yes. Take a couple deep breaths. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Bring the oxygen into any part of your body you feel needs it. And release whatever tension out into the space. Okay. Let's do a couple of cat-cows. As we look up, we breathe in and arch our back. And then exhale. Looking up and inhaling, feeling the ground underneath us with whatever part of our body is touching the ground. Exhaling and reaching. Make sure your hands are under your shoulders, your knees are under your hips. And now, sort of wiggle your hips side to side. See what that makes your shoulders do. Kind of like a side wavy kind of thing. And you can even bring that into rotations. And then go the other way. Keep breathing. Okay. Now we are going to push back and stretch up into a downward dog as you can. You can adjust. You can be on a desk. You can twist your body a little side to side by pivoting your feet. Get a nice stretch up the side through your armpit. And your head. Take another deep breath. Spread your fingers on the floor in front of you. Push to your fingers as you pull your shoulders back out of your wrists. And imagine there's some kind of a belt around your hips, pulling them up and out of the sockets. A good, nice stretch in your backs. Keep breathing. Down on your knees, reach forward, stretch back. Crawl your hands forward a little bit as you pull back with your hips and get the stretch going in both directions. Keep breathing. Slowly move your hands back so you're sitting on your heels. I'm going to move down here and hope we can get back down again from that position, reaching forward onto our hands and knees. Go up into downward dog. Again, feel your hips pulling up and out. Stretch your lower back, spread your fingers on the floor. And as you breathe in, step up toward your hands. And as you exhale, come up, hinging your hips, and reach straight up. And if your body lets you, arch back a little. Exhale into chair position. Inhale and reach up again. If you can find your balance up on your toes, do so. And then we come back down and hinge from the hips forward. If you're comfortable touching the floor, go down as far as your body lets you do. Exhale. Inhale up halfway. As your body allows you to, step back into plank and put your knees down. It's not cheating. It's okay. Make sure your shoulders are back. And hopefully you guys don't have a cat under you. Go down. Kitty. Come up onto your elbows. And pull yourselves forward from your knees. And Sphinx. Exhale, push yourselves back up into a nice child's pose. Exhale. Take a deep breath in. Go back up into downward dog. Please feel free to do any variation of sun salutation you're comfortable with. Take a deep breath in. Exhale. Step up to your hands. Inhale and go up, stretch up and or back. Exhale into chair. Inhale and reach up. Exhale, bend back down. Inhale, come up halfway. Back down into plank. Up to you whether you put your knees down or not. Don't hurt yourselves. Exhale, go down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Relax. Put your hands in front of you with your elbows down. And feel free to do upward dog or any other forward stretch. Exhale, push yourself back into child's pose. Take a deep inhale. Exhale into downward dog. Take a deep breath. Let your neck hang. Exhale. Deep breath in, step up to your hands. Exhale, fold forward. Inhale, come up halfway. Exhale, come forward. Inhale, hinge your hips up. Reach to the sky. Up on your toes if you can. Exhale back into chair pose. Inhale, come up, reach up again. Exhale, hinge down. Full breath. Inhale. Inhale, come up halfway. Back down to plank. Exhale, come down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pull yourself up and give yourself a good pull forward from the knees. Sphinx. Exhale, push back to child's pose. And rest for a minute. Take a deep breath in, take a deep breath out. Inhale, come up to your hands and knees.
We're going to hit the 2-minute mark, Leanne, just to let you know.
Do a couple more cat-cows. Exhale. Inhale, look up. Exhale, look down. Inhale, look up. Exhale, look down. And now come into your rotations again and see if your body feels any looser or any different after what we just did. As you can, come onto the floor. Put your feet together. Reach back. Push up from your hips and feel your sit bones and wherever else you're touching the floor. Take some deep breaths in and out. Gently roll your necks if you like. Okay, keep your posture good now. Couple deep breaths in and out. Fully feeling your body, hopefully a little rejuvenated. Last breath. Make it count. Chest out. Hold it for a second. And exhale. All right, you guys. Round 2 coming up. Woo!
Excellent, excellent, excellent. I tell you what, these are like saving grace after sitting here for hours upon hours a day doing the presentations and emceeing. It really helps me to keep stretched and focused and not, sometimes when you don't stretch properly, you get that like that dozed off feeling like, oh man, I've been sitting here for so long. But I mean, the information is incredible, so that's difficult to get that point. But it's very, very, very difficult to not move your body for 12 hours without getting cramps or feeling a little lethargic. So thank you, Leanne. That was incredible. Incredible.
It's my distinct pleasure. I'll work on maybe putting some music that I own and control so nobody gets in trouble behind me.
Yeah, that's the big catch with this.
Well, yeah, well, but if
this
it's
YouTube
mine,
thing.
they can't complain that I copyright infringed on myself. So, like, that's not even, or should not even be a thing. So let me see what I can do as we morph through this and I evolve my stretching.
Absolutely. So with that being said, I just
have
want
fun,
to...
you guys. Enjoy. Neil's awesome. I love you, Neil.
Yes, Neil is intense and incredible all at the same time. We love it. All right, let's see. Let's bring in my brother from another mother. Before I do, let me just say Neil Gower is the trailblazer, the portal to Ascension. He literally is that. He lives it. He is also MC Resonance. But without Neil, we wouldn't be doing these types of engagements or these types of events. He really paved the way for people like myself and Omar. And we sit at his feet and look up to him and follow his lead on this. He puts on the best events around the world, has some of the best and brightest speakers, and he himself is one of the best and brightest speakers. So, with that being said, I would, unless Omar, you want to say something quick?
Yeah. I just want to get in there. You hit that right on point. That these conferences would not be happening if it weren't for the lead point of Neil. When I first began doing this, all I was doing was grassroots one-on-one interviews. And then when I came across Neil and I met him and I saw some of his conferences, I was like, wow, I too can do that. And so he inspired me to start doing like this kind of work. So, this is really kudos to Neil. I appreciate him so much. I love him like a brother. And visit Portal to Ascension. It is the spot like to go for conscious-based content, independent media, in the world. Tens of thousands of hours of conscious-based content, a lot of it for free, some you have to pay, got to have that polarity, right? The balance of, cost and free. So, I love how he's balanced that. So yeah, let's bring our brother on.
And just signing up, you get thousands of hours of all different types of seminars and information. So it is well worth the wait, and it's weight in gold. So let's bring Neil in. And here we are. There he is, that handsome face, looking fresh to death. My brother from another mother.
What's up, brother?
Yo, I shaved for you guys.
I see that, bro.
I just showered for you.
He did. He was like, "Listen, I got a stink on. I gotta take care of this." I said, "I got this, bro." Thank God my internet connection actually held for that time. I didn't think it was going to, because I haven't literally not been able to stay in the room for more than 20 minutes at a time. It was wild, but it worked.
Crazy. Well,
all right, brother, I'm gonna remove myself off the screen, and it's all yours.
Remind me, Omar, was there a certain topic that I sent you?
I don't think so. Just megaliths is the theme of the day today, and we just had a panel with Dr. Sam, Dr. Cremo about pyramids and megaliths, and that's what we got coming up for the rest of the afternoon. Is a lot of pyramids and a lot of ancient megalithic stuff, brother.
So I'm gonna just go with the theme then.
Yeah, brother, do it up. I'll be right here in the background. Do you want me to hit you with questions as they're coming up, or do you want to take questions at the end?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay. I'll take myself off the cam. I'll be in with audio, and as questions come up, I'll toss them to you.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, bro. Hello, everybody, beautiful people out there. Hope you're doing well. And so I'm gonna do. I didn't know what I was gonna present on until about 3 minutes ago, and I was thinking either Pythagoras or Gilgamesh or Egypt, but because of what Omar just shared with me, we're going to go with the Egypt one. And this is going to be kind of cool because it's going to be a little freestyle, since I've never done one full presentation on Egypt, but I've done 3 presentations with portions of Egypt in there. So I'm going to jump from 3 different presentations, and we're going to be going at different angles just on the awareness and, pyramid technology and the deep esoterics and ancient history of the land of Kemet, ancient Egypt, dubbed by the Greeks when Alexander the Great went there as Egypt. So I'm going to go ahead and pull up my screen. All right, here we go. Let's get the first pres up. All right, we're going to start with a little story time, everyone. And
I love story times. I love your story.
I know, story time's a good way to start it. And the reason why it's story time is we're doing a story of the origins, the origin story as per the ancient Egyptians, ancient people of Kem. And this first one is a part of my my origin story presentation, in which I go through many different origin stories. And then the second presentation is going to be part of my sound and vibration one. And I've done that a couple times on Omar and Rob's platform over the last 4 or 5 years. So you may have seen some of that, but then the final one is going to be going into technology of Egypt, mathematical equations, and just the ingenious architecture of the whole entire area. So let's start with this story here. Ancient Egypt origin stories. Before creation, according to Egyptian mythology, only darkness embraced the primeval ocean, out of which life would come. When the breath of life was strong and ready, the entity called Atum decided it was time for creation to begin. An island emerged from the water to support this divinity who manifested itself in the form of Ra, the sun god of Egypt. A little side note before I continue, there's a few words in this that I have highlighted and extra bold. And the reason why I have done that is because I think just in this one, there's one, is that these are common threads that we see in many other origin stories, because the whole purpose of this presentation was to connect the dot with multiple ancient civilizations and their origin stories to show the similarities. On a primeval hill, Ra created out of himself the first gods, Shu, which is dryness and air, and his partner, Tefnut, which is humidity, who would engender other gods to complete the cosmos. Jeb, the earth god, and Nut, the sky goddess. In turn, these two birthed the principles of life, namely Osiris, which is the perfect being, who eventually would rule over the rest of the world, which Ra was busy creating by naming the elements. Humankind happened to come out of the tears of Ra's eyes. Osiris was a kind and wise ruler who taught humans agriculture and civilization. With his sister or wife, Isis, who helped her husband with creativity and magic, they formed the perfect couple. Their brother Seth was strong but unruly, the opposite of his brother. In fact, Seth envied Osiris so much that he killed him so he could inherit his throne and rule Egypt the way he wanted. Seth's sister / partner, Nephthys, could not stop the murder despite her love for their siblings. Killing Osiris turned out not to be such a bad idea, though, because Osiris was resurrected through the magic of his wife's long enough to impregnate her with the son Horus, who would later avenge his father and recapture the throne of Egypt. Then Osiris departed to the other world to rule over the deceased, thus ensuring the resurrection and the cycle of life. Cycle of life, cycles of time, the karmic wheel, the matrix. This is the story of how it all began, according to the ancient Egyptians. And I highlighted resurrected there because we see the resurrection in many different cultures, all the way to Jesus, of course, but then also a resurrection of an old pantheon of gods, killing the new gods, basically killing or overtaking the old gods, and then the new gods coming onto the scene. And we see that over here as well. And also another point I want to make here. Ra was busy creating the elements. So we have the tears of his eyes, the sun god. So like the tears of the sun basically coming down. So this is extremely metaphoric and may even be literal. And what it seems like, I feel a lot of these ancient stories are a combination of metaphors and literal events, with the human poetic touch. So closing out of that presentation, jumping into this next one here. Now that we've kind of set the foundation by speaking about Egypt and the origin story, let's get into what this land looks like. Who are these people? What did they know? Why do these structures have resonance and acoustics in mind? So welcome to ancient Egypt. We're going to start out with this presentation here from the Portal to Ascension conference back in 2018 in Irvine, California, where Robert Schoch did a little presentation here on the true dating of the Sphinx.
Study the Sphinx, young me, and what we found is that we had uneven weathering around the Sphinx. What this suggests doesn't just suggest, it's very evident to me. The Sphinx was actually carved out initially on 3 sides. Then it was later fully carved in the back. This level of weathering, which is much more shallow in the back, is compatible with and compares well with the subsurface mineralogical changes, so that's what I'm talking about when I'm talking about subsurface weathering, that we have for other Old Kingdom, dynastic, Fourth Dynasty tombs and structures that are supposedly contemporaneous with the original Sphinx. Does everyone follow? The fact that you have much, much deeper weathering around the other three sides indicates that this was carved out earlier. The body was carved out earlier. And actually what happens when you look there is that initially, you see how you have the older weathering here? The Sphinx was only carved down to this point approximately initially, so it emerged out of the bedrock, and then I believe in the Fourth Dynasty, about 2500 BC, they were not carving the Sphinx originally, they were recarving parts of it, including the head, sometime in dynastic times, along the back, etc. So initially, the Sphinx actually emerged from the bedrock, which is interesting because in the age of Leo, about 10,000 BC, when the Sphinx sits due east, at that time in the age of Leo, what rose on the horizon due east on the vernal equinox? The constellation Leo. And when you view it from this vantage point, arguably it rises that way with the rump. You see how the rump sort of attaches to the horizon initially as it comes up.
All right, that was just a little bit there because, as I said, we started with origin stories, but now we're going to go into the true dating of Egypt because Egypt is much older than we've been told, and we hear a lot about Sumer and Babylon being the cradle of civilization. Well, that would make sense if Egypt wasn't in its heyday and didn't have an advanced civilization there before 6000 BC. But as you're going to see as we move forward here, and as we just showed in Robert Schoch's video, is that, well, the dating of Egypt actually seems to be much older than 6000 BC, predating the Sumerians. Now, the past one, just to summarize what Robert was talking about, is through geological studies of the Sphinx, they've realized that the erosion around the Sphinx is much older than what we've told about the dating of it. And it seems that they carved around an older version of the Sphinx. And when you date that back, it's at least around 11,000 to 12,000 years ago, could be as far as 11,900 BC. Now, here is an image that is something. This image is not from the Pyramid Code, but the Pyramid Code on Netflix, which is a series, speaks about this. And this is kind of just showing you like what it looks like in regards to the pyramids on the Giza Plateau and what is going on underneath them and the energy that is coming from these structures, some sort of energy device. There seems to be aqueducts under the pyramids on the Giza Plateau. The Nile River, also through geological studies, the Nile River was actually located on the other side of where it is right now, on the other side of the pyramids, around 13,000 years ago, when it was probably in use. During certain seasons, the Nile River would overflow, and as it would overflow, the water would enter the aqueducts. When the water entered the aqueducts, there was copper rods in the aqueducts going up into the pyramids. What happens when the water flows underneath these pyramids into these aqueducts and hits the copper rods? Well, it creates a mild electrical current. The mild electrical current is carried up into the pyramids into hollowed out tubes. And as that occurs, we now have some sort of maybe energy generating device using the Earth's natural frequencies and acoustic elements and organic elements like copper to go into the pyramid, maybe possibly shifting the frequency into a sound when it goes into those tubes, creating some sort of resonance, which goes to the theory that backs up that they could probably be some energy generating devices. Here are some possible sounds, possible uses of possible sound use in ancient Egypt. So let me just go over a few of these theories here of what we could probably be seeing. Well, there's definitely the theory of sound used to create the megalithic structures, right? And there's a 2,600 year BC papyrus, which is around 4,600 years ago, that states the Great Pyramid of Giza was created in 20 years. The pyramid contains 2.3 million individual blocks of stone, meaning one block would have to be laid every 5 minutes of every hour, 24 hours a day for 20 years. But what's the problem with that? Each block weighs at least 2 tons. So that's around 1,764,000 pounds of stone being laid every day for 20 years. So with that, it leads to people to speculate, well, could there have been some sort of other technology here? Could there have been levitation? Or was there some other technology and it was built way earlier than what we're said? Because what happened as we devolved in consciousness and we became more hierarchical and authoritative, when we got to that point, a lot of kings, queens, pharaohs, right, in the last few thousand years took credit for a lot of things. Some of them they weren't even responsible of building, and they built on top of things and then took credit for it as well. So we need to really take all this information that we've been told by these pharaohs about this is when it was started and all that with a grain of salt. And the thing is, you can't carbon date rock. You can only carbon date the last piece of papyrus, the piece of wood, organic matter. So that's where it gets tricky in regards to really dating these structures. And then another use of sound in ancient Egypt. The Egyptian language was created in a way to emphasize certain frequencies, very much like the Sanskrit. And if you and this is also in my origin stories presentation, in which I'm tracking the routes of migration. And it seems that there definitely was another kingdom to the south of Egypt called the land of Kush in the Nubian area. And there were pyramids there as well. And Kush was actually a part of Egypt, maybe for thousands of years. And then they split as we devolved in consciousness. At times, the Kushan kingdom actually ruled over Egypt. At times, the Egyptian kingdom ruled over Kush. There were wars against each other. And the people of Kush that were direct descendants of the Egyptians moved into what is probably modern day Indus Valley civilization, migrated there, and maybe coexisted with whoever else was in that civilization. And thereby maybe taking the beginnings of what eventually became the Sanskrit language, which is why there seems to be maybe a connection with the Sanskrit language, which became Hindi and other ones, and then also ancient Egyptian in regards to the frequencies of what these sounds, what they sound like. And then also sound frequency is generated by aqueducts, the one that I just showed you. So could that be some sort of sound frequency that's creating energy where these structures used for energy generating devices to keep the earth at a certain level of consciousness as we were devolving, where they use as healing centers for frequencies to go in there and people to be healed from all types of sicknesses and ailments, where they used for sound resonance in order to reach certain octaves of existence so that we could have communication with star beings, interdimensional beings, whatever? Or was it actually a combination of all of those? So was the Great Pyramid of Giza a power plant built with frequencies in mind? Experiments conducted by Tom Danley in the King's Chamber of the Great Pyramid and in the chambers above the King's Chamber suggest that the pyramid was constructed with a sonic purpose. Danley identifies 4 resonant frequencies or notes that are enhanced by the structure of the pyramid. And by the materials used in its construction, the notes start from an F-sharp chord, which according to ancient Egyptian texts were the harmonic replica of Earth. So 4 resonant frequencies that are enhanced by the structure of the pyramid and the materials used in its construction. Well, that's really interesting because it's not just the structure of the pyramid, but the materials used in the construction of the pyramid is enhancing an F-sharp and those 4 resonant frequencies. Moreover, Danley's tests show that these frequencies are present in the King's Chamber even when no sound is being produced. They are there in frequencies that range from 16 hertz down to half a hertz, well below the range of human hearing. According to Danley, these vibrations are caused by the wind blowing across the ends of the so-called shafts in the same way sound are created when one blows across the top of a bottle. Another thing here. So within this mainstream study, there's so many smoking guns that really go into the level of esoterics that we're all into here, which is the F-sharp tone, right? Materials used in its construction. Wait a second, what's going on there? And then the sounds are being played even when we can't hear them, even when no one's chanting or doing anything in there. Well, this goes with the same thing in Palenque. There's something there. Same thing in other Maya instructions. The same thing in County Meath, Ireland, with the structure that's emanating 110 hertz. It seems that the stones or whatever they used to construct it plus the way they made it makes it that when the wind blows through, the wind in itself stimulates the structure to make that frequency, that note, even when it's inaudible. So it's like constantly there. This video I will not show because it's copywritten, but basically,
I got a
it's
question for you, Neil.
So what?
I have a question here for you.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is from Lori from Watchers Talk. She says, I'd love to know what the little picture on the hieroglyphs are. They're like tuning forks, what they're holding in their hands.
Oh, the ankhs, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Oh, that's in this presentation. I wasn't going to do that part, but I'll do it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Cool. Yeah. So this video is just a video of levitation of rocks that we're doing now. Russian experiment. Long story short, or short story short, actually, because it's not a long video, is that they play the sounds. The stones go up in the sky, and then they get bigger and bigger in stones, and then they play one frequency, and then they all stay up there for quite some time, showing that it's not really a challenge to use technology to levitate stones, that we can do it now. So to think that they did it in the past, maybe that's us being ignorant and thinking that we're the most advanced that we've ever been. Now here is Brian Forrester in the Red Pyramid in Egypt, in which he goes in there and does some resonance testing, just to also drill home again the fact that there is some sort of frequency and resonance in mind in these ancient structures. And feel free to continue to cut me up anytime, Omar, to ask me anything. Thanks.
I'm good at that, brother. I will do so.
All right, here we go.
To the Red Pyramid. We're going down the shaft, and we're going to go into these incredible rooms, which are acoustic chambers. Forget about the idea of tunes, think sound, vibrational technology. So this is actually inside, about 20 feet, more than 100 feet to go. Okay, now we're maybe a third of the way in. And you said, are we on? The dark figure is about to come past you. Okay, maybe halfway down now, and the heat is already starting and off. Okay, so we're at the bottom of the ascending passageway. It's got to be 90 degrees Fahrenheit in here right now. And now we're going sideways. So we're inside the first of the main chambers of the Red Pyramid, and it is tuned to A. That seems to be the sound that it likes the best. So I just walked through the short tunnel into the second of the chambers here, and the sides of them taper in with these almost baffle-like stones. And of course it could be actually an acoustic cone filter of some kind. The lighting's pretty terrible, but you can see there is a massive crack in the solid stone. And that's part of the theory, again, that this was an energy generating device, as were some of the others of the pyramids on the Giza Plateau, and that they actually became overloaded at one point, partially exploded, and then shut down. And as hard as it may be imagined to believe, we could be talking about that explosion occurring about 12,000 years ago.
All right.
At the end.
So that's an interesting thing there because, okay, so they went into the pyramid, they're chanting, they're doing all types of tones, and then they test out what tone it comes out to, and it just so happens to come out to A, right? No matter what they're doing, it's not like they're trying to chant at A, they're all doing different tones, but the structure designed in a way where they're in right now in that chamber that no matter what they're chanting, the frequency ends up becoming A, okay? And then that explosion, that it looked like there was an explosion in the chamber there, Brian's saying that it could have been around 12, 13,000 years ago, which goes into the whole fall of the devolution of consciousness theory, the ancient history of the Sphinx, how old the Sphinx is, also being in alignment with the young Dryas and a worldwide cataclysm occurring, and possibly the moment where some of these structures overpowered because they couldn't sustain the energy anymore as we're falling into this devolution. Now, the A. Some of you might know that A within the chakra system symbolizes the third eye. That note symbolizes the third eye. So it was interesting to me that the note A is the note that is being resonating within that chamber. And to see if there's any more evidence within ancient Egypt that symbolizes third eye awareness that might connect to the A, well, here's one of them. We have, the Eye of Horus, which you can see right here on the bottom and the top, which is actually a cutout intersection of our brain, of the way our pituitary gland and our pineal gland is, right? Also the ear, but the way our pineal and pituitary gland is. So not only do we have the note A, but we also have a symbol, which is the all-seeing eye, which represents the third eye, which is made in a way to actually mimic the way it actually looks in our physical brains, right? Just imagine the level of genius and awareness and poetry and creativity that is needed, that balance of that masculine feminine energy that is needed in order to be able to really show this on so many levels. But just to take it, even further here, even the way they structured this this symbol, the all-seeing eye, the Eye of Horus, the mystery school, is actually based on musical intervals, which is also the mathematical component. It's the feminine component. Math is the masculine side, the linear side of it all, and the creative side is the musical side. So they even threw that in regards to the intervals and the spacing out and the length of the different glyphs that created this image. Ancient Egyptians thought that in Egypt, vowels weren't used until quite some time after the invent of language, written language. We see that ancient Egyptians thought that the vowel sounds were too sacred, so they left them out. And we see that in ancient India as well in regards to Sanskrit. The vowels got introduced within Eastern culture's variations of chants for healing and spiritual ascension. So we see no vowels in this ancient language, and then all of a sudden we start seeing it around the time we were really going through a devolution of consciousness, and these vowel sounds were introduced in certain chants and spiritual ascension. For example, in Sanskrit wasn't the language of the commoners. Sanskrit was a language of spiritual practices that had the vowel sounds that came later after written language was even invented, well, not invented, but recreated, if you want, or rediscovered, or something like that, because chances are we've gone through this cycle many times, and as we go through this cycle, we remember, we forget, we don't use language, we become telepathic, we lose our telepathy, we do that all over again. That's definitely quite a possibility. Introduction of vowels. Vowels were not introduced into spoken language until many years after we began writing and documenting our experiences on Earth. And as I said, this time around. So vowel chanting. Let's talk a little bit about the history of vowel chanting. And Omar, can you give me time, brother? Tell me how much time I got.
Yeah, brother, it's 12:30, and you got about 25 minutes left.
All right, so I'm going to do this fast because I want to get to the other presentation. Let's skip this. Okay, so vowel chanting, basically talking about the Om, talking about Christian Hermetic Gnostic schools of Egypt, how the vowels chanting started, and how Gnosticism had their own equivalent to Om, Om. And here is the Gnostic chant, which is all vowels, the name of God. Ayo, 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 right? Those are the chants that they were using to activate certain energy centers.
Yeah, I just want to toss it in there, Neil. We did a sound chanting video a couple of months ago. And if you guys are interested in learning more about the E, A, E, I, O, U, and Om, Lam, Tom, Yum, we have a video on Watchers Talk Archive. And I think you can also find it on Portal to Ascension. So if you guys are interested in that, you guys can check that out.
Yeah, I haven't uploaded it yet, but I have the video file. So go to Watchers Talk and you can see my whole hour-long vowel chanting presentation. So just to show you again, in Egypt, well, it's called Kemet, right? Well, it wasn't called Kemet until later. It was Kumt, KMT. There was no E. Ankh, it wasn't called Ankh until later. It was Unk. There was no A. Those chants were not ready for the commoners. So why? Why? Let's go to what that person in the chat room had asked me. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, here we go. Tuning fork. The Egyptian Ankh dates back to around 9000 BC. And here is different symbols of it. N equals wave, and the sound KH equals matter. Wave and matter. It is it's a primordial symbol. And here is what each of the letters symbolize. A, which is Amen, symbolize what is hidden, Amen Ra. Well, how interesting is it that the A was originally hidden, and A, Amen Ra, equals the realm that is hidden, the hidden realm, the hidden realm. N equals Nun or Nanet, the deity, which equals the watery abyss. K equals Kek or Kehet, which is darkness, which means the god of darkness. H equals Het or Hehet, which is the ruler of infinity. So this was the most ancient symbol of code of sounds and primordial deities. Pretty much an equation. This expression represents a wave, N, traveling at an infinite speed, time, separating darkness and light, Kek, creating a hidden Amen. That is basically the equation of how this dimension was created. Actually, this is the same in the Old Testament, in Genesis. Pretty much the heavens being split, the watery abyss. We see that in many ancient origin stories. But then all of a sudden, the wisdom of the Ankh was lost with devolution of consciousness. But then we have Pythagoras, in which I'm going to get into my next presentation, talking about him a bit, invented the monochord and set the pitch to C equals 256 and A equals 432 hertz after spending around 10 to 20 years in Egypt getting this information. And due to him and his resurrection of this awareness, we currently have the modern day tuning forks. The answer to the person in the chat's question. Pythagoras resurrected the ability to create tools that resonate sound frequencies for healing. Chakra forks are actually set to his scale. Okay, so I'm going to get out of this presentation now, and we're going to go into some deep esoteric Egyptian awareness here. But firstly, I need to call on my homies to give me a drum roll. We need a drum roll for this one. Thank you,
there it is, homie.
Drum roll, please. So the Pythagorean knot theorem. Complete detour, but it all connects. Why did I put a cross through the Pythagorean theorem? Well, the Pythagorean theorem, there is no doubt that this theorem originated from other ancient civilizations. No doubt at all. There is an Egyptian connection to the placement of the pyramids, and a tablet from ancient Babylon, in which you can see in the back of this slide right now. And Chaldean 626 BC to 539 BC, the Neo-Babylonian Empire is where that tablet comes from. And from 800 to 400 BCE, we see evidence of this in the sutras in India, all places which Pythagoras traveled to and was initiated in. When Pythagoras went around the world, he didn't just stay there. He wasn't on a staycation. He became their religion. He got initiated into the religions of every place he went. He was so about their culture that he became one of them. By the age of 3, Pythagoras was a Zoroastrian. Pythagoras was a Zoroastrian before he even knew all about the Greek gods, because his dad was a merchant and took him all over the world. And the first place he took him to was to where the Zoroastrians were, and he was trading with them. And his dad brought him into the tradition of the Zoroastrians. So he was introduced to monotheism before he even got introduced to the gods of the pantheon of gods in Egypt. So this
got a question for you, brother, while you're here. This is from my Middleton show. I believe this is from one of our guests, Evina Johnson, who's speaking in a couple of days. Asks, can this information assist in returning the Earth's vibratory frequency to its original tone to prevent malevolent beings, physical and spiritual, from entering the planet.
Yeah, I mean, all this awareness is just one piece of the puzzle in order for us to remember who we truly are. And as we remember who we truly are and do even more research and start releasing some of this information, because I'm only giving you stuff that I'm able to get with all the censorship that's occurred, when we start really diving into what this really means for humanity and we have a remembrance, we can get to this octave of existence in which we are protected. And I feel that these frequencies that are disharmonic and have nefarious agendas for humanity can no longer affect us. So there's multiple things that I'm sharing here because I'm doing an ancient history presentation, but it's really about giving reverence for the antiquity of humanity, realizing that we're much old, civilization is much older than we've been told, and humanity's consciousness and possibly technology has been at higher levels, giving us hope that we can go back there. So it's a realization of the cycles of time, the fact that we evolve, devolve. So at one level, we stop the judgment of, man, we're so ignorant, and we realize we're part of the cycle that we chose to be in. And then on a second level, we also have hope that we're moving up the scale again, right? And that's kind of what this presentation, but everything I do really boils down to.
Was Kathy Mason's asking also related to this is was the Ankh a healing tool also?
Yeah, so it was for sexual healing, channeling sexual energy. It was also vibrated like a tuning fork. It was literally a tuning fork. It had its own resonant frequency, but it was also multifaceted. The reason why you see the Ankh by people's noses in a lot of these hieroglyphs is because they used to put an anointing oil at the end of the Ankh, and then they would put it to the nose and the other person would sniff it. So they use it for multiple things. But the reason why you see the Ankh being held up to the nose of whoever is in front of the Ankh is because it was an anointing oil on top of it that they would smell.
Oh, cool. I didn't know that. Thanks for that awareness, bro. Thank you.
So the Plimpton 322 is a Babylonian clay tablet notable as containing an example of Babylonian mathematics. This tablet, believed to have been written about 1800 BC, has a tablet of 4 columns and 15 rows of numbers in the cuneiform script of the period. This tablet lists 2 of the 3 numbers in which are now called the Pythagorean triples. Wait a second, this is 1800 BC. So we have a squared plus b squared equals c squared right there. A method for constructing such triples is a significant early achievement for humanity, known long before Greek and Indian mathematicians and discovered solutions to this problem. So there it is, just to show you that the Pythagorean theorem is not so Pythagoras. And why am I showing you this when I'm talking about Egypt? Well, let's go there now. And I just threw this funny thing in here that Samos, it would have taken Pythagoras 406 hours by foot walking at a regular pace to make it to Babylon. So it wasn't too far away. And that was one of the places that, you know, was huge for trade for the Greeks at that time.
2,000 kilometers. That's like half the width of the United States.
Yep.
That's quite the walk.
Yeah, and he stopped in many places on the way. Well, on the way of that are the Zoroastrians. Who do you pass when you go through this? Syria, Lebanon, this is where the Zoroastrians were located.
Yeah, like Iraq, Iran. Iran's over here. So the influence of Iran would have been all over that region.
Yeah, they were actually
wasn't Iraq like also part of the Persian Empire at one time?
Yeah, well, Iran or Syria?
Iran or Iraq, sorry. Iraq,
yeah,
Syria,
it was. Yes,
Jordan.
Yes.
Like
so let's just talk about Moses. Moses left Cairo and went to the promised land over here, but went all over this area, including Syria. And the Moses and the Israelites actually ran into the Zoroastrians and learned a lot from the Zoroastrians. The Israelites were pagan until they met the Zoroastrians, and they lived with Zoroastrian for a few years. But that's a whole other story. So let me check time again, because this video might take a bit. Let's do it. Let's do it.
The Pythagoras theorem. The African origin of the Pythagorean theorem. Pythagoras was a Greek philosopher who is said to have lived around 500 BC, and is credited by most Western educational institutions with the development of what they call the Pythagorean theorem, the mathematic equation which expresses the relationship between the sides.
Okay, so this part I already told you about, so I'm going to skip forward.
The Babylonians had knowledge of Pythagorean triples is available. Virali volume
contains
tables inscribed with Pythagorean triples. In his collection of essays entitled Virali Volume 5, the Greek essayist Plutarch comments on the ancient Egyptians' knowledge of the 3-4-5 Pythagorean triple and its relationship to the sides of a right triangle expressed in ancient Egyptian symbolism by saying, the upright, therefore, may be likened to the male, the base to the female, and the hypotenuse to the child of both, and so Asar may be regarded as the origin, Asa as the recipient, and Heru as perfected result. 3 is the first perfect odd number, 4 is a square whose side is the even number 2, but 5 is in some ways like its father, and in some ways like its mother, being made up of 3 and 2. In the book Stolen Legacy by George G. M. James, it is argued that Pythagoras was shown proof of the theorem by the ancient Egyptians. It states, Pythagoras was also trained in music by the Egyptian priests. The proof attributed to Pythagoras is very simple, and is called a proof by rearrangement. The 2 large squares shown in the figure, each contain 4 identical triangles, and the only difference between the 2 large squares is that the triangles are arranged differently. Therefore, the white space within each of the 2 large squares must have equal area. Since we are talking about triangles, let us look to the pyramids.
Now this is it right here.
3 giant triangular structures built by the ancient Africans in Egypt 2,000 years before Pythagoras.
All right, so this right here, breathe this in. Realize the genius of the layout of the architecture, not just the architecture, but the positioning of everything, the distance between everything, the amount of stones that were put into creating it, the diameter of everything, and this will kind of show you some of that.
Was said to have been born. From above, if we rearrange the pyramids of Giza, we see evidence of the proof of the theorem. The base of Menkare's pyramid is 51.7.
Damn.
Top-raised pyramid is 107.
Pythagorean theorem, right on the base structures of the freaking pyramids.
Wow, brilliant.
We see that the mathematical result, 109.
I have no idea. Wow.
Is a statistically significant reasonable approximation, a difference of 4.2 cubits, only 3.5% error. Considering that the outer casing of the Giza pyramids have been removed, and the wear and tear on the pyramids over the thousands of years, then this may account for the discrepancy. Given this evidence, it does not seem right to use the term Pythagorean theorem for
going for it again.
of the African Egyptian deities Ptah and Horus. Interestingly enough, the deities Ptah and Horus were patron deities of the ancient African pyramid builders, architects, and engineers. Ptah was a patron deity of builders and craftsmen, and Horus, as Heru-Hutet, was a patron deity of blacksmiths and workers in metal, great chiefs of the hammer. Additionally, Ptah and Asar were combined in Egyptian mythology, and both Ptah, as Asar, and Horus, are present as the upright and hypotenuse of the previously mentioned 3-4-5 right triangle ratio, represented by Asar, Aset, and Heru, in Egyptian symbolism respectively. Then the proposition is put forth that the Pythagorean theorem should henceforth and forever be known as the Ptah-Horus theorem.
All right, so hopefully your mind was blown as much as mine was, but how interesting is it?
I gotta pick my head up off the ground after I saw
Dude,
that.
how interesting is it? Ptah-Horus, Pythagoras.
Oh.
Dude, there's no recollection of his existence except for people who wrote about him. He didn't write anything down. There is no evidence for him except for people who came after him that wrote about him.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Oh
I think he existed. It's kind of like a Jesus thing right here, but which is another story. I don't have time for that. I have a whole slide on the Jesus Pythagoras connection because it looks like they like might be the same person even. It's crazy.
Shit, dude, I got goosebumps all over my body. That just really resonated. It just wow, expanded my awareness on this altogether.
Bro. Dude, all right, this is gonna go even deeper right now, man. Like, just see how this works. Okay, so Remich and Kemet. The rich black soil of the Nile Valley gave Egypt its ancient name Kemet, or Black Land. The conquest of Egypt by the Greeks resulted in mispronouncing the capital city of Memphis, Huakata. That was what Memphis was called, mansion of the spirit of Ta. But the Greeks literally thought Huakata sounded like Egyptos. That's why they called it Egypt. They called themselves Remich and Kemet, which means the people of the Black Land. The term refers to the rich soil found in the Nile Valley Delta, but I don't think that's true. I think it refers to the black people that live there because there is no actual evidence that any ancient evidence to suggest the rich soil is the reason why they called it that. It's just all these scholars in the West started saying it's because of the soil, but because there's no actual evidence, I'm thinking it's because of the people. Ancient Kemetic people were black Africans. All depictions of them being brown or white is completely incorrect. The lighter pigmentation did not occur on a mass level until 300 BC with the Greek conquest. So Pythagoras in Egypt. He studied at Memphis in Egypt, like so many other Greek scholars, and Egypt welcomed him, especially due to his ideas of mathematics. Pythagoras had already traveled through the Zoroastrian Empire, Babylon, India. He was initiated into a Brahmin sect in North India. He was so well versed in ancient culture and mathematics and harmonics and vibration. They welcomed him. It is believed he lived there from anywhere from 10 to 20 years. Egypt was on its way out as a world power, and the Greek cities were on their rise at that time. Many Greek minds would learn and travel over there, and Pythagoras is initiated into the schools of Thoth, Sheshet, and Ptah at the least. Sheshet and Thoth. Sheshet is the deity that isn't spoke about enough. The pre-dynastic period of ancient Egypt is a time before recorded history from the Paleolithic to the Neolithic age and onto the rise of the first dynasty, and is generally recognized as 6000 to 3150 BC, right? This is conventional dating. Obviously, we know things are much older. Pythagoras must have gained a lot of information from the mystery schools of Thoth and Sheshet. Sheshet was worshipped conventionally accepted back to 3150 BC, but was probably worshipped even more if we date back Egypt to 11,000, 12,000 BC, when there was more of a matriarchy in that land. Thoth worship dated back at least as far back as 6,000 BCE and all the way to the Greek conquest. So Thoth was in worship for quite some time continuously. Sheshet is not considered as important in Kemetic history as she really was, and this is due to the patriarchy. So who is Sheshet and Thoth? Well, we hear about Thoth the Atlantean, right? That these beings could have been highly advanced humans or hominoids, maybe not even Homo sapiens, maybe some ET DNA, but possibly came from Atlantis and brought down information from Atlantis to reteach the world after a worldwide cataclysm around 13,000 years ago, in which there was a global reset. Sheshet and Thoth were responsible for writing, astronomy, mathematics, geometry, medicine and botany, weights and measures, architecture, knowledge, and science. All Pythagoras' wheelhouses, everything he was interested in. And everything you need in order to create society: how to write, how to do a look at the stars in a connection, mathematics, geometry, weights and measures. Well, that's how you're going to create structures. But so Sheshet and Thoth were actually female and male counterparts. They were either brothers or they were lovers. I mean, brother and sister or lovers. She invented writing and he taught it. Sheshet had something called the number cults. So this is really important. We hear so much about Thoth, the Atlantean Emerald Tablets of Thoth, but you don't hear anything about Sheshet. Sheshet was actually the person that taught Thoth all of these disciplines. Thoth was then took responsibility to teach humanity. Sheshet received it all through divine revelation, where she connected to the gods through whatever various forms and through downloads, and then she taught Thoth. Thoth then came to humanity and taught us how to utilize it all. So Sheshet is extremely important, and the fact that she is ignored and not spoke about just goes to show about the patriarchy and what really happened. She seemed to have received divine revelation or ancient wisdom to be the creator, and Thoth was the instructor. Now, here is some more symbolism in ancient Egypt. Look at Thoth's staff right here. This is how another example of the genius of these ancient Kemetic people. Thoth's staff right here in this image is at the same angle as the tilt of Earth, 23.5 degrees. But what's interesting is the tilt of the Earth is on the other side. So it's symbolizing a time when the Earth's tilt was the other way around, a pole shift. But we see this quite often. Like right here, this staff is at the same tilt as Earth. They put it in their hieroglyphs. The gap between, right here, the gap between these two is 6 degrees. This is how intentional it gets, which is the same gap in the Masonic symbol right here. But what's interesting is the Masonic symbol is also a symbol of a pyramid, which is also at 23.5 degrees. The symbol of the G right here is at the same tilt as the Earth's axis, the same tilt as Thoth's staff, and then the gap between these two, in the inner part and the outer part, is also 6 degrees, the same exact gap as Thoth's staff. And the pyramids on the Giza Plateau are also at 23.5 degrees. So the pyramid structures are all at 23.5 degrees, symbolizing the tilt of the Earth. Now, here we get into some Masonic symbolism. What does this look like? Well, the Pythagoras theorem. And what are they utilizing? I think a lot of people seeing this face value don't realize that they're using the base of every pyramid on the Giza Plateau for this symbol, the Masonic symbol. Connecting to multiple things, connecting to the Pythagorean theorem, connecting to the ancient Egyptian wisdom and the bloodlines, and then connecting to the Masonic order that hijacked Pythagoras' information and utilized it for himself. Because Pythagoras, I would say don't hate on Pythagoras, because he never said he came up with this stuff. His followers did. He told people where he got it from. And then also he was anti-elitism. He was vegetarian. He was literally like, if you kill animals, what's going to stop you from killing other people? But then his information was hijacked by the elite, the Knights Templar, the Roman Empire. Why was it so easy for them to steal his information? Well, Pythagoras lived and died in Italy, literally a couple of hundred years before the Roman Empire. So all of his information was spread throughout Italy as the Roman Empire basically came into existence and became a world power. And here is just to show you the dollar on the sign of the bill, the pyramid, the Illuminati pyramid, same as the Earth's tilt. What are they trying to tell us? Well, obviously we know, but it's basically their connection to these bloodlines in which they think they come from, these fallen angels that dates back to Babylon, Sumer, and even before. And in the Osirian temple, next to the temple of Seti I in Abydos, we see no writings. So on all these pyramids, these ancient structures, we don't see any hieroglyphs on the outside of them. And some of these temples too. But in Osirian, there's only one symbol, and it's this, the flower of life. And just to let you know, geometry means the measure of Earth, measuring Earth. And then we see the Pythagorean theorem also in the location of the Temple of Seti I. So we see this everywhere. So what was ancient Egypt? What is this land? Well, it seems to me that after a global reset, they created a civilization in which every element of what you need to know in order to recreate society, recreate civilization, recreate structures, know everything about sound and vibration, recreate music, and to know your connection to the stars and where you came from, is literally embedded in every element of the land of Egypt. From the stones, amount of stones in one structure, from the distance from one structure to another, from the angles, between two structures, So it seems like it was just an architectural masterpiece in regards for humanity to be able to go back there if we ever had a global reset again and figure out how to recreate everything and remember who we are and many more things. And this slide right here is just showing the connection to the frequency scale that Pythagoras found. And we have here C equals 256 all the way to A equals 432 and beyond. That whole structure. So a lot of people say that, these frequencies come from ancient Egypt. And this is where it comes from in regards to the dimensions and the ratios in between structures and what they equal eventually became the frequencies that were used to symbolize each of these notes, in which Pythagoras resurrected this awareness after being in Egypt. And now we have the advent of the modern Western music scale. The modern Western music scale came from ancient Egyptian awareness.
About 3 more minutes, Neil.
All right, cool, almost done. So, and just here, this right here is the star of Shesheth, right? Right there, you see Shesheth and star. This is how amazing they are. Look at this. Temple of Osirian, right? You put the star right here, okay? and there's a 14-degree angle between each part. You go forward on each angle, you either have a summer solstice, a pyramid, autumn equinox, a pyramid, another solstice, a pyramid. Even the star that they put on top of here was a symbol of when you place it in a certain location and you go forward, you will know how to tell time and how to know where and when the sun will set at certain times during solstices and equinoxes.
Wow, far out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And here's again, just to show you a little overview of that.
Mm-hmm.
Like no one would think, just right above there's Sheshet, and it's Seshet as well, right? The god that no one speaks about.
Yeah.
The one who taught us all of this.
Dr. Manu mentioned something about that god this morning. Just very briefly. That is wow, interesting.
Right. So also even the circumference of the earth based on these equations here, right? What the circumference of the earth is. So information that we really need to know. Connects to the yuga cycles, because we have the 432 hertz music scale. We have harmonic numbers all coming from there, and also connected to the king's list in Babylon. Okay, let's remove that. And this is the last slide right here. So what I just said, I just want to clarify that. So we have the 432 hertz coming from Egypt and the scale, but we also have, based on the ratios and divisions and things that were calculated in ancient Egypt based on the positioning of structures, we have certain numbers that come about, like 288,000, 432,000, and those are the same numbers of years that the kings were in power on the Sumerian kings list. A connection to Babylon. If you've ever heard about the king's list and how these kings were ruling for 288,000 years, 432,000 years, right? This was actually connected to the frequency scale that we ended up getting, 288 hertz, 432 hertz, right? And also the age of the yuga cycles. The one yuga cycle is 200, the largest scale yuga cycles, because there's a yuga cycle within a yuga cycle. There's a 26,000 year cycle, and then there's the galactic cycle. 288,000 is the length of one yuga cycle. 432,000 is the age of one yuga cycle. So this connects us to three things: Babylon, India, and Egypt. Those numbers connect us to all three civilizations, which happen to overlap with each other. So it makes sense that they would be sharing information, or they came from a similar source and were spreading this information in their own way. Okay, last slide here. This awareness was then utilized to build society and civilization, as well as exert control over the masses in the Roman Empire. The Vatican and secret societies started using it, in their structures, started hiding all this information in, let's say, the basement of the Vatican or wherever they hide this stuff. And Heron's book and the Library of Alexandria started housing a lot of this awareness, so that the Greek minds and then Roman minds, early Roman minds, would go there and extracted information. And when the library was burnt down, a lot of this awareness was taken and stolen, because the library was open for everybody to learn, but they didn't want that. They wanted to keep the information for themselves. And now we have civilization literally built on these equations that came from these ancient cultures, namely Egypt, but definitely beyond that. And you can see that Pythagorean theorem in that bridge there, just to show you how they use this. And then they also moved the obelisks. They took the obelisk from Egypt to Rome, just a symbolization of them basically utilizing this power, and started claiming connection to these gods. A lot of Roman emperors used to believe that they were used to worship Egyptian gods, even though they had their own gods. Some of the Roman empires, the really big ones, had their connection to certain Egyptian gods, and they would worship and pray to them because they felt that that was part of their bloodline and their heritage. And that is it.
Beautiful, brother. I've got a very cool, actually, let me bring myself onto the screen here with you. That was an awesome presentation. Wow, it raised a lot of awareness and learned some things that I had no idea about. So thank you very much for that. And Kathy Mason has this very interesting question. I kind of thought about it too, but really not in this perception. Kathy asks, when they moved the obelisk to Rome, did it still work? Doesn't it need a ley line to function?
I would say it does, because I don't even know if the obelisks were on the ley lines, because it's not like the whole of Egypt is one ley line. The ley line's not that thick, and they had obelisks all over Egypt. And so to suggest that the whole of Egypt was a ley line and then every structure on there was on that I don't know. I'd
Mhm.
have to go ahead and look at the ley lines and where they passed through. But I feel that they still worked, and they were a symbol of power, but also a phallic symbol, basically channeling and harnessing energy, right? And then one of this in New York, there's an obelisk in New York. That one's actually from Egypt as well. That was taken and gifted to,
Really?
yeah.
Whereabouts in Egypt?
I don't know where it's from, but I watched this documentary on Vatican Secrets. Vatican Secrets of Ancient Egypt. It was called something like that. And then they
Mhm.
showed like the time that these obelisks were taken and how they were basically transported all over the world. So I don't know where in Egypt it came from, but many different obelisks were taken around. And I think it was all people that claimed to have bloodlines from the original fallen angels. That's pretty much, it goes back that far.
Very cool. Thank you very much, brother. I really
Yeah.
appreciate it. And guys, subscribe to Portal to Ascension on YouTube, and as well visit portaltoascension.org. The link is in the comments. I'll try to find it and repost it. Probably got buried up there, but once we bring Roger on, I will share those links again. And thank you very much, my brother.
guys.
And before I let you go, do you have any final words for our audiences? Your IG and things like that.
Yeah. So portaltoascension.org, sign up there, and you can receive, as Rob mentioned earlier, thousands of hours of presentations there. We're doing some incredible things. We have an event in 2 weeks called Extraterrestrial Races, Planets, and Technology. And pretty much the title says it all. We're going to talk about different ancient civilizations. We're going to, different ET races, who they are beyond just the standard Pleiadian, Arcturian, Syrian. We're going to break that down too, because that's just a general word. Why do we use the word Pleiades? That was created from Latin and Greek history. What does it really represent? Technology. Is there any evidence of the technology they're using through these government documents? What are the technology we're going to connect with? And then also, basically beyond that, what this means for humanity. So just a few final words here. You can check me on YouTube, Portal to Ascension YouTube, and also on Instagram at Portal to Ascension. But I just want to say that I love you. Thank you for allowing me this platform to share this information. All we got to keep doing is moving forward and just sharing awareness as we all collectively move towards remembering, who we are and our true potential on Earth. And I'm extremely hopeful that we're moving in the right direction. When we see chaos and struggle in the world, these are all just parts of the growing pains that are needed for us to transcend these traumas that have been inflicted, And as we transcend these traumas from past lives and this life, we're going to transcend and move into a different reality in which we can be the caretakers of ourselves, each other, and the planet. And ultimately, that's what it's all about. So thank you, guys.
So true, brother. Absolutely amazing presentation. I love sitting there and just listening and absorbing when you say the fact that you took a bunch of different presentations and cobbled them together to make such a congruent line in history is just epic. Epic. It shows how epic
Thanks,
you
dude.
are, Neil, for sure, brother. We love you to
Thank you,
death.
man. I appreciate that, dude. Thanks for seeing me, homie. All right, love you
Yeah,
guys.
It's like before you go, it's like Leanne was saying in our private chat a little bit earlier. She's like, Neil can come into a place with, you tell him the subject is goldfish, and he'll have something to talk about on those
Dude,
goldfish.
that's so funny.
It's true.
That's
That's
so
a fact.
funny, dude. I feel that though. I feel that for sure. That's a great compliment, Leanne. Thank you.
Yeah, that was
All
amazing.
right.
I laughed and I was like, yeah, it's so true too. You can tell the guy, let's talk about mud. And he'll be like, well,
Yeah.
you know where the word mud came from.
Got it.
I'll be like,
The
no, I'll be like, well,
etymology of mud.
I'll be like, no, well, on a subatomic level, mud is made out of the same thing we're made out of. So are we all mud?
Yeah, right.
I love your with the mind. It's beautiful. Thank you, my homie, and
Thank you.
please in the WhatsApp, can you please send me the link to your upcoming conference, and I will post that throughout the day and throughout the conference to see if we can direct people in that direction. So thank you very much, my homie.
Sure.
I love you very much.
Thank you.
Have a
Love
beautiful day, and I will see you soon. And hey, if you're not busy this evening, I've got 3 pyramids happening in a row. I've got John Cadman, Pyramid Water Pump, John Shaughnessy with Pyramid Gravity Force, and Chuck Vanderbilt with Pyramid Star Portals, and Chuck is going to finish at 7:30. So between 7:30 and 8 o'clock to, like maybe 8:05, 8:10, we're just going to do a short panel. And if you're interested in joining, you're more than welcome to do so. It's the same link.
Okay, bro. Yeah, if I'm around, I'll come through.
Coolies, brother.
Awesome.
Thanks very much, and we will see you soon. And that was an epic, upload. And as you were saying, he just brought together a bunch of different presentations and made them coherent so that we can fully understand what he was talking about. And that's what I love about Neil, is that he's very articulate in explaining, and very layman too, right? So it doesn't use terms and shit that that people are not going to understand, right? So that's very good. So guys, we are halfway in, and the banner you are seeing is our co-organizer, Kathy Mason from Mason Works. Please visit her website to learn more about what Kathy Mason does, and perhaps she can help you in marketing your product and things like that. If you're looking for a publicist, please look her up and reach out to her. So with that being said, we are going to bring our next guest on, and this guy really does not need any introductions. Roger Spur has been around for a very long time, and he has an incredible outlook on the world and what we are seeing around the world that are not really what it appears to be. If you guys are familiar with Mud Fossil University, that is Roger Spur's. This is DNA approved. And Roger has a lot of evidence, and I'll tell you guys one of the reasons as to why I put Roger here on this day of the megalithic day is because we're talking about megaliths, and what Roger has, that's bigger than megalith, right? We're talking about dragons that are like 1,000 miles long, and now that is the true megalith. So with that being said, I'd like to bring Roger on, and welcome Roger, and let's do this upload on Mud Fossil University and learn what mud fossils really are, and are we like these spheres that we see all around the world and people don't know what they are. Can they be biological? Are they part of tendons? We also saw the same spheres at the Bosnian pyramids, and that could very well be connected to what Roger is saying. They say that you can't squeeze blood out of a stone, but I think Roger will argue against that and say, yes, you actually can squeeze blood out of a stone. So welcome, Roger, sir. I appreciate your time here this afternoon, and let's talk about some mud fossils.
All right, Omar, can you hear me?
I can, sir. I can hear you loud and clear.
Holy smokes, it works. All right, here we go, man. I tell you what. Let me. Can you show my screen on this so that I can show things from my files on it?
Yeah, if you turn your screen a little bit my way, and I'll put you in this mode here.
Okay, well,
right.
Well, I mean, can I have my actual take my computer control, or okay, you want to home right in on my screen, right?
Yeah, I can't control your screen.
Well, I can. All right, let's do it this way then. Let me come in closer with my camera, and then I'll go to my screen. Hold on.
Okay, I'll stop my cam.
Because usually, let me put it this way. Whoops. Hold on. On Zoom, I can usually just, my screen comes up and I can just go to my files, and I don't have to have a camera on top of a camera. Mm-hmm. You can't do that?
No, I can't take control, but if you want to share your screen, you can do that.
I do want to share my screen. How do I do that?
Okay, go down to click share on the bottom.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Right, click share, and then go to share screen.
Okay.
And then go to, now, is your presentation in Chrome tab or is it in the Windows behind you? Click window, the next one over. Yeah, right there.
Okay. There it is. Yeah.
Yep, and choose what you want to share, and I'll put that up on the screen.
Oh, okay. So I can't just scroll through them.
Well, there's a way to share entire screen, but you'll have to minimize. You'll have to get rid of the StreamYard. Otherwise, you'll see it just go into infinity. But if you want to just keep it on your entire screen, minimize what we're in right now. Well, I guess you have to share it first and then minimize it, right?
Here, let's just do it this way. I'm not good at this. Let me just bring this right in onto my screen.
Okay.
Yeah, and then put your presentation or like what you want to share onto that screen right there, and then we can see
All
it.
right, hold on. Oh boy, that's not going to work either. You didn't see my. No, that's not going to work. I don't think. Let me try something. Sorry about this, guys. Can you see my screen now?
I do. Yeah.
And you seeing this?
Just home cooking.
Home cooking.
I see the home cooking, home chef.
Oh, okay, good. All right. Here, what I'm gonna do. I just put this up. This is Devil's Tower. All right, so you can see my screen.
That's Devil's
Yeah.
All right, so you can see this whole thing now.
I sure can. I see your hand. You have the feather.
Okay,
On
beautiful.
the left side,
Beautiful.
you have the Devil's Tower, and on the right side, it looks like somebody's standing there next to a ladder.
Okay, excellent. So let's do it the way I wanted to do it then. Now you can still see my screen now, right?
I sure can. Yeah. Yeah, I
You
see
see
that.
that?
Can you move your camera just a little to the right?
A little to the right.
Slightly to the right. There we go. Perfect.
Is that good?
Yeah, that's perfect.
You sure?
Yeah.
All right. Now, so you see this hand?
I do.
Yes.
The whole screen, you see no problem?
No problem at all.
Okay, good. So this hand right here is a little over 3 feet wide. And this is from my property, it was dug up. And this is DNA tested. And I have a lot of stuff from this. Now, you see the bumper pad running right around the hand here?
Yes.
Yeah.
And this tendon running down here. If you take your left hand, hold it out in front of you and splay it out flat like that.
Yeah, I got her. I'm doing it.
You're going to see your left thumb goes off to the left there, and that tendon goes down. Now, you see the little silvery looking stuff on here?
Yeah.
That's grip skin. Grip skin on your hand and on your fingers and your toes and all that is totally different than your other skin on your body, 100% different. It's extremely what they call cornified. And let me do this. That was the hand. And let me find, where is it? Hold on, that was the hand. Oh, okay, wait a minute. This is the fingertips. All right. This fingertip here, it's the top one. This is from another one that I have here on my property. It's even bigger than the first one. This one here is almost 30 inches long. This top, you see the fingertip and the fingernail? All right. This is the actual fingerprints that were on the other side.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And this is what grip skin is. Remember I showed you the grip skin? I talked about it?
Yeah, the last time we talked about that.
Yeah, this is the grip skin, and that is, which is the same as your fingerprints. My thumb is the width of one finger ridge. They call these the ridges. Like on your fingerprints, there's one little straight stripe.
Yeah.
My thumb is
that.
that.
My thumb right now.
Yeah, it's pretty big. Now, this is the DNA test. Can you see those?
I do.
All right. And this was back from 2015. Nobody would pay any attention to this. I went to Yale. They wouldn't let me go there. I tried to have them take a look at this stuff. I'm only down the street from them. They refused. And they said, oh, you'd have to have this and you'd have to have. We did all the stuff. I had CAT scans, I had DNA tests, and they still refused. It was still refused until right to today. So, that's not science to me.
No, I call that closed-minded fools.
Well, not only that, there's something called academic fraud, which means that if you won't allow valid information as an academic, you just look it up, punch in academic fraud, you see what it says, suppression of valid information. And it's time to take this legal. I mean, if I was a kid, I'd want my money back. I'd say, give me my money back. What the hell are you people doing to me?
Mm-hmm.
Look at this. Excellent. You see this? Excellent quality DNA. I know exactly where the blood is. And when you said blood before, I can tell you blood. Oh, yeah.
Squeeze some blood out of the stone. Roger will say, no, I don't think so.
No,
you can.
You want to see some blood? And we were talking about those balls and all that stuff here. I'm going to show you some stuff.
Yeah, those spheres.
Yeah.
Right? I think we touched on those spheres the last time, and we were talking about like tendons, and you mentioned
they're tendonable.
Joint, right? The ball joint between like the knee and the elbow, shoulder kind of deal.
I'll show you. This here, this is blood right here.
Mm-hmm.
You see that? That's blood.
Yeah.
That came right out of this lung right here. That's a lung.
See it too, like it's colored like.
It's a lung. You see all of the alveoli?
Yeah.
That's the same as this here. It's a lung. This one over here, I had DNA tested. It's a human lung. Mm-hmm. And this still has this coating on it, which is called the pleura. That's this heavy coating.
Mm-hmm.
And the other one is stripped away. And I have other ones that have still have half of the coating on and half is rubbed off. I mean, I have so much of this stuff, it's unbelievable.
Now let me ask you, Roger, like we know what we're dealing with when it comes to the mindset of academia and everything that's connected with that. Now, when you take what appears to look like a rock and take it into a shop to have DNA tested on it, and you hand them this stone and say, I want this DNA tested, like what are their reactions when they...
Well, here, first of all, what I did was I extracted the DNA. Well, I extracted the samples,
mm-hmm.
and I sent them off. Now, they were dense. I took them directly from the arteries. You saw the specimens. They're anatomically exactly perfect. I did it correctly. I didn't contaminate, and they did negative controls. There was no contamination.
Mm-hmm.
So originally, this first guy, he was thrilled to do it. He thought it was going to be a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
And they attacked him. They attacked him. And he called me. He said, listen, he said, you better be absolutely sure that you make sure these people know that it was you that took the samples, mm-hmm. because they're telling me it's impossible. And I felt bad for the guy, but he said, I'll stand behind the test, but be sure that they know you were the one that extracted the DNA. Mm-hmm. I said, no problem. Now, you see what you're looking at there, that stone balls?
Yeah, those are the balls I was talking about earlier. Like they're found in South America, at the Bosnian pyramids, and really all over the world.
Not only all over the world. Not only all over the world, my friend.
Remember you showed us that beach, and it had like hundreds of them, and then you showed what appeared to look like the side of a cliff, right? But actually,
I'll show you everything. Just let me run right through these. Here, this is one stone ball that has spheres. There's all kinds of different ones. Depends on where they are in your body, and they're all over the earth, and they erode out. That's why you see them all over the shores. Now here they are inside of a wall, and that type of stuff there, that's skin.
Mm-hmm.
That is the real skin stuff. This here, because that's where they are in skin. This is skin too, red fleshy skin. I mean, I'm talking big things. And those in us, you can't even see them. They're so tiny. And these are what they call interstitium. I'll show you these in a second. When you have the bazillion of the little balls, they're interstitium. When you see the big ones, they are from joints and places like that. And then you have these kind here that have a core in the center. And this is chert and flint and all that around the outside. See it?
Mm-hmm.
That's the real tough stuff. And some of them split right down the middle. And they come with a stalk to them because they all have to be fed.
What would that be? Would that be like a bone, Roger? Like that last image? Yeah, like that.
No, those are the. I'll show you. Those are the straps, the tendon straps. I should show you the video I just did with Tyson. This one here, the kids are playing in here. See, this one has these little squares inside. Some of them have like a honeycomb in the middle, and they're all different styles. It depends on where they are in the body. This one here, I think the whole thing there was a tendon ball at one time. Chaco Canyon. This is from up above. That's a house. And that's a little cluster of balls. There they are close up on the ground. And they're extremely tough stuff. They all had tons of straps. And the straps were all worn down. That's an eyeball. That's not a tendon ball. There's one that broke open. See how the size of them? Look at the size. Now, these are all tendon balls too. They come in these huge clusters.
Oh, wow.
All right, remember I showed you the ones that have the webbing in them? That's the kind right there. That's the outside is eroded. Here's there's one right there. They didn't cut steps in those. That was like from those pockets in the other ones, the same thing. And that's the same thing I just showed you, only it's totally worn out and it's a tiny one. These are ligaments, these where they attach here. They're tough as hell. They hold bones to other bones and stuff like that.
Is this the one that is in Saudi Arabia?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, because people are saying, like, how did they cut that in half? And
they had machines. They had machines. You see this here?
Mm-hmm.
That tendon ball is exactly the same as Iapetus, which is a moon.
That's the Saturn moon, Iapetus.
Yeah, the moon's here. And there's another one that's like Iapetus. It has an equatorial ridge.
Mm-hmm.
These ones here have hematite in the middle and magnetite on the outside. They're tough as hell. And they're all over the earth. I mean, I got hundreds and hundreds of things on this. That is skin. You see that white powder? The kaolin clay is skin.
Yeah. Why is that so discolored, Roger? Like, why is one so dark and then the other one light like that?
These are a tendon. They call them tendon enthesis, and they're made out of an extremely hard. Well, wait till I show you this. The Moki marbles. Here, look. You see those?
Mm-hmm.
This is interstitium. Interstitium is a layer of skin or membrane. It's in a membrane, and I'll show you interstitium in a second. Now, interstitium, and I literally discovered interstitium 10 years ago. They never even knew it existed. I'm not kidding you. They used to, because this would be a skin slide that would be so thin they would never know that there was bulk in here. Let me show you what these. You see all these little balls, and then you see there's all this mud over here. This is just like the interstitium that you talked about a minute ago, the side eroding. Now, let me show you. All right, well, give me 1 second. All right, here we go. Now, you see this here?
Yeah, that's the one that I was talking about earlier that they showed us the last time. That I still can't get over that.
I know. This right here.
You have that effect, Roger.
This right here is skin, or it could be mucosa. Mucosa means like your intestinal lining. that type of thing. Oh man, hold on. Oh, I messed up. Here we go. Okay. Can you still see everything all right?
Yeah, I sure can.
Okay. So this is your intestinal lining or it's called interstitium. They never knew it existed until 2016. They showed a picture of it. 2018, they announced it was a new organ system, really. And I'll show you that in a second. Now, all of this stuff is fluid-filled bags, and those are those stone balls. They are tough as hell. Whoops, let me come back here one. And here it is right here. You see that?
Yeah.
Now, this is the interstitium, and that's the mucosal layer. That's the interstitium where all the balls and all the little straps are in here. Those are straps.
And that top layer is like the skin, right? The light colored?
The light one up the top is like skin. Yes, I believe this is actually skin because that's kaolin clay. When you see kaolin clays, the white cliffs of Dover and all that, that's skin. That's skin.
Really?
I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding you. It's skin. You know what I'm going to do? I should show you. Let me do this.
That Dover that you were saying, that's on the west coast of England, right? Or the English island?
Which one?
Those white cliffs that we were just talking about. I think we see a lot of that in England.
Hold on a second. Let me. Yeah, oh yeah, they're all over the place. England was a white guy's country.
Yeah.
Big white guys.
Until India moved in.
Now let me show you something here. I just put this video up. My buddy Tyson and I have been doing work together on his site for the last few years, and I'm going to come out to his place here. Look at this now. This will blow your mind. I'm just going to play it. If I play it, you'll be able to hear this?
Yep.
All right, here goes. Let me come back here.
Maybe you'll just need to adjust the volume on your speakers.
Up? You want them up?
Yeah, maybe a little bit so we can fully hear.
All right, here goes. Now, this was a Siberian horse they found, supposedly 40,000 years old. It's still perfect because it was frozen.
Mm-hmm.
Now, here we're going to go into Tyson's stuff. Get ready. Interrogation. No more of this nonsense of being afraid to tell the truth. Time to come out of the closet, academia. Okay, my friends, this is Tyson's channel. Absolutely fabulous. Tyson's Mud Fossil Adventures. And Tyson and I have been going back and forth for several years now. How this all started was Scott Wiles was up here in Oregon, and he sent me a picture of something on the coast that was just amazing. It was a tendon emplacement, and I said, wow, this is crazy. And I did a video on it, and Tyson lives right in that area, so he gets a hold of me. He said, wow, I'm very interested. And he's a fabulous guy, really nice guy, and very, very intelligent, understands this stuff very well. And not only surface-wise. Hey, I'm going to let this play for a minute. I'm going to run in the other room, but I'll be back in about 2-3 minutes.
Okay, we got it, Roger.
The guy that's doing this is very, very good. Like, wow, look at what it looks like. He knows to go for the geological explanations, and he counters them with saying, how did this get here? How did this geological formation create this? And they have no excuse whatsoever. Somebody painted it. Somebody came up and stuck things in here. They absolute nonsense that they can't confront Tyson, and they can't confront me because we have the evidence, and they have no evidence to support their. I mean, it's actually nonsense at this point, and for them not to pay attention to it is a disgrace to science. Absolutely disgraceful. Now I'm going to go through this and explain to you what this is. This is all biology, and not only is it here on Earth. I'm going to show you these virtual same things that are not on Earth. Guess where they are? Now let a geologist explain this. What the hell is going on here? Why is this all green growing here and it's black here, and these like reddish looking things, and these balls with all these little taffany spots in them, they call it. And what is all this erosion of very, very fine particles coming down here? What's that all about? Have them explain these things. They can't.
All right, you see this here? These are those stubs sticking up, and these are these straps. And what can I show you biologically? These kind of stubs and straps and balls, which are everywhere. You see them? The balls and the straps and this eroded stuff coming out of them. Why is this black running down here from each one of them? What the hell is that all about? How does a geologist explain that? Okay, remember what you're seeing here is all these straps and these things and these balls all over the place. Well, let's see if we can find somewhere else they exist. All right, this is exactly the same thing as what I showed you where Tyson has. Only this one still has the red blood in it. It's not washed into that whitish looking stuff like he has. Above is this is called the mucosa. This is called the interstitium. These balls are all in here and they are the anchors. And here's what it looks like in the biology. All right, that's the biological formation. These are the straps. These are the balls. That's the mucosa, the layer of membrane, really. This is all membrane. And what we were seeing is these straps. Now, they're showing them just randomly, but they are organized, and I'll show you that they are organized. All right, here's exactly what Tyson has. You see those things that were all in a row and they were broken off? And the balls and the straps were laying all over. That's exactly what it is. That ball should not be pulled out of that tissue. This is an injury. These straps are those little squiggly looking things that were laying all over the place. These balls are laying all over the place. They go through the tendons in what they call a Chinese finger trap. So the tendon can move and the balls are locked in. These are anchors. That's what they are, is anchors. These are straps that allow things to flex and move and still be anchored. That's what interstitium is. And this is exactly what Tyson had, and that's exactly what interstitium looks like. Okay, there is a variety of different attachments. They call them enthesis, and that is a tendon enthesis ball, which straps to a tendon. The tendon can slide back and forth, attached to the muscle to pull your arms and so forth. These are exactly what Tyson had. This is exactly.
Is this making sense to you?
It definitely is.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
I was muted there. Yes.
Okay. That's yeah. You see straight across there. That's exactly what he was showing, coming out of the sand and broken off about a foot up in the air, and then the fibers, which are weaker than the balls, are sort of laying around floppy on the surface, and the balls, which are normally anchored, are still, a lot of them are anchored, and what you see, that black stuff dripping down, is the tube that is broken off. Here it goes, and those aren't even big.
Exactly what Tyson had, and then the straps. So you can see them laying all over, and the balls laying all over.
Here's what they look like
because
here.
of my research. I've been looking at this interstitium for 10 years, trying to understand.
Meet Editor X.
All right, they're going to go through some kind of commercial.
The world's most advanced
here.
website design platform. Made for you.
It. And I did get a hold of the top people in the world that were the only ones doing fashion. It was like 2 people in the world back when I started 10 years ago. Now it's a big, huge thing, and it's a. But yes, look
at this. Whoops, hold on. See these? Those are those little interstitium balls, and they are all biological. So plants feed on them. They love them. That's why you get all that. Now, you see all these stubs coming out? Right behind there are the balls. The balls are at the edge, but behind those are the balls. And these are the stubs that would have come up to them. See, I'm going to sort of find spots here and there and just stop. These are these little green mouses. And this is the one we saw a minute ago. Here's the Moki marbles, they call them. This is on Mars.
Yeah.
That's the Mars.
Yeah, don't they call them like blueberries?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. And they are the same as these right here on Earth, the Moki marbles, identical. There's no difference whatsoever. And where do you see the rest of the stuff? So here we are on Mars. Now let's go a little further here. These are the tendon fibers. that are all over Earth. Devil's Causeway. That's a tendons of a creature. That's not a causeway. It's a creature's body. You see these hex fibrils?
Yeah.
These are the same things that are on Devil's Tower too. I just did a video on that one today. Now look at this. Remember I talked about the moons? You see this?
Iapetus.
Yeah. Well, I'll show you Iapetus in a minute. But see this? This is a tendon wall, and that's broken off right there. Remember how they had some stalks sticking out of them before?
Yeah.
That's this kind of stuff. Sometimes they don't stick out. Sometimes they do. It depends. This one's broken off right here. See, this is a moon. That's Mimas.
Yeah, Mimas, that's the one. And that's where that circle is, kind of looks like a hexagon as well, right? Is there any explanation to the hexagon on that moon?
I don't know if it's a hexagon, but it will break off. They break off. It's broken off. Everyone has one. Every single moon has one. Our moon has one too. And this was, this one here, I was showing the straps. You see how the strap here runs up to the ball?
Yeah.
I took my belt. I got a microscope here. Now that's my belt right here. Let me play this. All right, here goes.
Now, that is my belt. And what are we going to do with my belt? We're going to look at that up in the up here. I got to turn the lights off or you will not see anything. Hold on, stay with me. Okay, this is my belt, which is nothing more than skin. It's cowhide. Now, all of these little black spots are those black balls. And what they did, when they can something, they crush it and roll it and smash it and smush it and put all kind of chemicals in it to stabilize it in that flat form. And then it's flexible and because of the straps. And nobody probably understands that unless you look at this. This is where my belt buckle. See the straps? Every one of those straps goes to one of those black balls. See there, all the black balls have a strap. So where they punch the hole through so you can put your little, I don't know what they call it.
Yeah, see, so that's every one of them has that strap to them, just like the interstitium. Because that's all this is interstitium.
Every one of them has one of these straps. So that strap is that strap. All right, you saw.
Now look at this. Check this out. What do you see here? Any guesses?
Looks like skin.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Really dry skin.
Here's what happened. Right in this area and this area, the skin is pinched together. And here it's stretched out. That's exactly what skin does. It's supposed to stretch and stretch this way and that way and come back to a nice, even, flat pattern. Right now it's stretched. And you can see these big, long, stretchy ones. You see them? And the other ones are all squinched together. They should be nice, even pattern if you were all relaxed and laying there just taking it easy. Well, guess where this is? This is called the Morse code. This is on Mars.
Tyson's straps and balls and all that stuff. Well, guess what? This is nothing more than skin.
All right, I won't bother boring you anymore with this, but this is on Mars, and it's big. It's not small. And now check this out. This is the Mars crab. Now, this goes back to Curiosity. This is not the new mission. And I know people at NASA and the European Space Agency and everything. I was pretty heavily involved in this, not actually working with them, but working with their data. This was taken up there on Mars from that Curiosity mission, 2014.
All its little blood vessels supplying.
That is an artery. That's an artery. And all of these little legs coming out are not crab legs. Those are blood vessels. And they are supplying this tissue. You see it's way down here? They're supplying this tissue, which is sarcomeres, muscle tissue, with blood.
Blood to these muscle sarcomeres. That is the vein which brings the blood back up to the heart. This is the blood that's squirting down to supply all of these blood to all of these sarcomeres. These are sarcomeres. You see these little squares? Those are sarcomeres. That is eroded, bloody, fleshy tissue from these connective tissues. Muscles have little tiny bits of connective tissue, and then in between them, they have all of this red, bloody stuff that pulls the connective tissue, two pieces together, literally like that. And this is where that crab is right there. They called it a crab. Well, it's not a crab. Okay, I hope by now you realize the things I...
All right, so that's enough for this stuff here. Now, let me show you some of the things that I'll show you some more pictures. Let's see, what should I show you? Tendon balls. Now, you saw the tendon balls. How about we got more tendon stuff? We just run through them. You see how many tendon things I got here? All right, this is tendon. This is the anatomy of tendons I showed you before. And when they crystallize, they form those hex patterns. Everything is about crystallization. This is the abrupt transition at Devil's Tower. You see, this is Devil's Tower is this, one of these toes, feet. And
can you zoom that in a little bit, Roger?
What's that?
Can you zoom that in on that picture a little bit?
I not on this one, but another one. This is as deep as I can get. I'll show you.
Oh, okay.
I
I've heard this over the years, and then now that you just showed me that picture, now it makes a whole lot more sense in my mind.
Oh, I'll show you better ones than that.
Seeing. That's epic. What do you guys think? Let's see it in the comments, guys.
All right, listen to this now. You see these tendons? These are tendons. Mm-hmm. This right here is the glue that glues the tendons to the muscle. I'm not kidding you. Because I have it here, and I can show you the glue and everything else. I did a video on that. Now this is more of the tendons. The whole earth, there's nothing that is not biological. There is nothing that is not biological. I'm telling you that right now. It's a fact. This is one here where it's splayed out. This is meeting up into a joint where the tendons are running out to different, like in the middle of your back or something. These are the abrupt transitions. You see this here? Why they break flat on like a pancake? They have an abrupt transition.
Yeah.
And I have that. I show that in my videos as well. Here's an abrupt transition right here. See it?
Oh, yeah.
That's the tendon coming up to the glue. This was the glue. Remember I told you there's glue and there's the tendon?
Yeah.
That's it right there. That's exactly what it was like up in Iceland. It's all over Iceland. This is out in Oregon. That's an abrupt transition. That was the first thing we found up in Oregon, and then we went into Tyson's stuff. Scott Weil sent me this. This is called taphany, and this is the glue. Remember I said there's glue between the muscle and the tendon? This is the glue. That's the glue right there. This is the Achilles tendon. And right here, you see right there?
Yeah.
That's the abrupt transition, and they break right there. That's where they break.
How interesting. Wow.
Here it is right here. This is the one you're looking for.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
And you see this all skushy stuff? Mm-hmm. They break flat as a pancake because I showed you where they had that abrupt transition. And then you also have a wrinkle zone. Now, these are the fibers. The wrinkle zone is on Devil's Tower. Very easy to see. And this shows how the tendons all work together. I got so much of this stuff. Let me show you Devil's Tower so you can understand that. I have a lot of stuff on that. And, and I'm telling you, that's not even a big guy. Devil's Tower is not even a big guy.
Just a midget compared to the rest of them.
He's probably today he would be like 5'2".
Really? Wow,
Yeah,
the height of Tom Cruise.
Yeah, tops.
5'2". Wow.
Now here's some more wrinkle zone and tendons. This is Devil's Post Pile. This is a different one. They're everywhere, everywhere. This shows the height of Devil's Tower is twice as high as this statue. And look, here's the Statue of Liberty down here.
Holy, look at that.
Isn't that something?
182 meters.
And the Devil's Tower is 386 meters. And you see this wrinkle zone? There's the wrinkle zone.
Yeah.
Here, let's go. I got so much on this. It's
my God.
It's staggering, really. Look at this wrinkle zone. I mean, come on.
Yeah, look at that.
Plus, look at the blood. There was always blood services, these things, here and there. You see? Not much, almost nothing in the tendons, because they're just basically calcium carbonates. There's almost nothing in them. Look at this. Now, you remember where the tendon broke flat as a pancake?
Yeah.
Now, from here, it goes up. It's still tendinous stuff. This is it right here. This is what was left over that fell off above. Now, the rest of the guy is laying here, all that red stuff. Red is blood. Red is from blood.
It's not like iron as that they're claiming.
No, it is iron. What do you think your blood is made out of? It's 100% iron. It's iron oxides. You got an O2 and O3 style. The O2 is used blood. The O3 is the red, fresh blood. And watch, you can see it. You can't miss it. Look at this. There's his body laying there. You see that?
Wow, yeah.
That's not erosion. Those are his ribs, man.
Ooh, wow. They need to be teaching this stuff in school. Right?
Look at the way the growth pattern around here is, and all the red blood. That's his flesh there. That's the guy's flesh. And look where the green stuff grows. You see it?
Yeah.
You see it growing like crazy wherever there's blood. They love blood. You grow plants with blood, you know. They call it blood meal. And then some morons were putting roots of corn underneath a picture of the Devil's Tower and claiming it's unbelievable. It really is. The people are
That's too funny.
Absolute fools.
Thanks for that laugh, Roger. That is really absurd.
It is. Now look at this. Check this out. Now take your time and look carefully at what you're seeing. This is Devil's Towers. These are those little tendon fibrils. All right, these are those little tiny tendon fibrils. Now, what is all this wrinkly looking stuff on there? Omar, what is all the wrinkly looking stuff?
That looks like skin, stretched skin.
You're as damn
That's
close.
what I was going to say.
You know, you are as close as anybody that I've ever heard. God bless you, brother. That is what's called a synovial sheath. And a synovial sheath covers, every tendon has to move independent of each other. And that's why they're all in their own little sheaths, and that's it.
Yeah.
Cool. I love this stuff, man. Oh, look at this.
Your work now really helped.
Now, look at this. All of those little growth spots on top, that's from blood. They're growing where there was blood servicing that tissue. And the thing down here, they're growing where there was blood. Now, look at the heel. I mean, look at this over here and over here. It's insanity to think that. And look at the wrinkle zone. I mean, and it is calcium carbonate, CaCO3, which is basically limestone. There's all kind of different ways that the tendons can petrify. Actually, I think this is a tendon right here, but this is a clear one, you know. Anyway.
Let's see that again, Roger.
This one here?
Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah, this is selenite.
It's like almost transparent. You can like see through that.
It is. And you see this? That's the abrupt transition.
Oh.
You see the little line there?
Yeah.
And see that little reddish looking stuff.
Yeah.
That's
Can you take it off the light? Bring it closer, like away from the light. Oh, there we go. Yeah.
that's the mineralization that's inside there that fuses the things together.
Yeah. How cool is that?
And you got the curved ones. Like it depends on where they were when they were being petrified.
Mm-hmm.
Like even like this here. You guys probably, I don't know if you know about these. Well, you know, they got all kind of bones. Everything I have, and
I
my
know you have hearts and lungs and.
my buddy Caesar the goose. You see his feathers there?
Yeah.
That's a goose.
Isn't that the one that you found in your backyard?
I found everything here in my backyard. This right here I found in my backyard. It's a new species called no-toes. The toes are built right into the foot. That's not a shoe. That's a no-toe.
Mm-hmm.
And they have springs inside.
That's my mother's maiden name is Noto. Noto. It's kind of funny.
Oh, wow. Yeah, well, these are like, we call them no-toes because the toes are inside the foot. And these, they come big, they come small, they come as big as this.
Oh, interesting. I got a question here for you, Roger. It's from one of our viewers, Starseed. Asks, how did the giants become partially petrified? And I wonder why they were wiped out.
Well, God wiped them out with a flood.
Mm-hmm.
If you look up Velikovsky is my hero. I wrote a book about him. And he was destroyed by mainstream. You know who Velikovsky was?
Yep, I do.
All right.
Emmanuel Velikovsky?
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Worlds in collision. He was this guy. Well, as a matter of fact, hold on. I got his archive right here. You should. This is just freaking blow your mind out of your head, man. Absolutely unbelievable. And they made an archive. I got the other part of his archive up here somewhere too. Anyway, he listen to this. Let's see what
Chapter 2. 52 years earlier. The pre-Columbian written traditions of Central America tell us that 52 years before the catastrophe that closely resembles that of the time of Joshua, another catastrophe of world dimensions had occurred. It is therefore only natural to go back to the old Israelite traditions, as narrated in the scriptures, to determine whether they contain evidence of a corresponding catastrophe. The time of the wandering in the desert is given by the scriptures as 40 years. Then, for a number of years before the day of the disturbed movement of the earth, the protracted conquest of Palestine went on. It seems reasonable, therefore, to ask whether a date 52 years before this event would coincide with the time of the Exodus. In the work Ages in Chaos, I describe at some length the catastrophe that visited Egypt and Arabia. In that work, it is explained that the Exodus took place amid a great natural upheaval that terminated the period of Egyptian history known as the Middle Kingdom.
Here, let me just explain to you so we don't. You can come up here, you know, this Emmanuel Velikovsky Worlds in Collision archive, but it's just he did really deep research. He went to the museums, to the everywhere they had the carvings. He went and everywhere around the world. They had the same stories, and the crux of the thing was that either Mars or Venus, and I really haven't determined which one. I don't think he knows either, but I think it was Venus. They said for 7 days they watched as a huge glowing comet approached the Earth. And it got brighter and brighter as it approached the brightness of 1,000 suns. And by the time it almost collided with Earth, it literally pushed its atmosphere against our atmosphere and basically stopped the Earth in its natural spinning motion and caused all the floods. And then on top of that, it boiled the oceans. You have to listen to everything he has to say. It boiled the oceans. And these creatures, that's why these are all so preserved. Here on, you see, all of them are flat as a pancake on one side.
Yeah.
And they're perfect on the other. Every single one of them, 100%.
I wonder now, because I see rocks like that laying around, like around here as well, and the top of them look flat, and some of them actually do look like that. So next time I'm up there, I'm gonna double look, because I've been finding rocks that have blood in them, right? Like literally, like they're red.
Every single rock there is was alive once and had blood in it. There's not a single thing that exists was not living. Let me show you something. Phil's bloody heart. This guy here. Let me see. Is it under Phil?
Guys, remember to go over to Mud Fossil University, subscribe, and hit that bell. So when Roger puts up videos, you guys get notifications.
Yeah.
Roger's worked for years and years now, and I love it.
Well, I discovered. I was the one that discovered mud fossils.
You did.
A lot of heat. I took a lot of freaking heat, man.
I know.
I still do. I still get it all the time.
We met like 7 years ago, 8 years ago, and at that time you were going through that. And I remember we had like that 3-hour conversation that one day, and you were telling me like, "Man, I'm under attack. These guys are just kicking the shit out of me." And I recall that conversation very clearly. I think that was like 6 years ago we had that talk.
Oh, I've been doing this now over 12 years, and everybody in my family and everything turned against me because they just, you speak against mainstream, it just doesn't work.
No.
Well, listen to this now. Listen, this guy here, Phil Harris, a buddy of mine.
I know Phil Harris.
You know Phil, okay. So he took my challenge. I said, 15 minutes, you go out, you're going to find something that you can show was alive. He saw it. I go out and look. He goes, oh, look at this. 15 minutes, he finds this heart. He hits it and it breaks open and it's full of blood. Now, isn't that something?
Yeah.
Now, look at this now. Only about 15 minutes later, or I guess an hour or so later, here's what happens. It turns black. And that's oxidation. But these are the same stone. That's the same stone. Yeah. These are the chambers of the heart. And there, you have your ventricles, and then you have you did the different colors of the blood are the different states of oxidation. Very, very red means the chemical is Fe2O3, and depleted is Fe2O2. It just exchanges an oxygen. Anyways, you got it. What was? Oh yeah, I want to show you another one. I got to remember what it was. Oh yeah, the lung.
We got about 8 minutes, Roger.
All right. Well, what else you want to see?
Whatever you want to show me, brother. I'm intrigued by your work. Like I said, I've been following you for years and years and years, and I've got a pretty good understanding to what you're talking about. But it took a long time for me to deprogram and then reprogram and really understand what you're saying. Because prior, like 7 years ago, even when we talked and you were mentioning this to me, I was like, no way, it can't be, right? But then I opened up my mind and listened and watched your videos and listened and talked to you and watched more. And now I believe now.
Yeah, well, you just got to just open your mind and think. Yeah. Now, here's another one that there's not a single thing we've been taught that's true.
Yeah, true that.
This right here is light. We do the light experiments. We accelerated light, and we literally split light, the black and the white. That's fission. And on this side over here is fusion. This is cold fusion on a desktop. We did this, and CERN can't do this. And Fermilab can't do this, and they're pissed off at me because we can. I'm not kidding you.
Yeah, I know.
And here's what we did. This is all we did. It cost us less than $500 to do this. You take a red laser pulsed. You see it here?
Yeah.
See all these little red dots all over the place? Those are gases in the air with electrons, which everything has electrons. And electrons are dipoles. They're not just negatives. I'll show you what they are. They're right here. You see that right there?
Yeah.
Those are two electrons back to back make a photon. One electron is extremely burnable. It would burn into you. Electrons are electricity, static, lightning. Two of them together make a bouncer. It bounces as light.
Mm-hmm.
And what we did was we took that pulse red laser and we accelerated it. You see it?
Yeah.
That's the particle right there. And it is slamming into our Venturi. And we designed the Venturi so that the white is the only one that can get through. The black can't get through. So we separate them. That's fission and that's fusion. And they're pissed off because we did it and they couldn't. And we could have free energy tomorrow. Let me show you something. We split that. Well, let me look at this again. Understand the increase in power. Back here, you can't even see the particle hardly. You see back here? Can't even see it. You see what has happened here? This is an explosion. This is approximately, they say, it should be 207 times much energy as it was back here. And it certainly looks like it to me.
Yeah.
That not only is an explosion, this is an atomic explosion right here. It literally is an atomic explosion. That right there, you see these curves? I don't know if you can see those.
Yeah,
Reverse.
Yeah.
That is the wave coming back. It's supposed to be going this way.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay, that makes more sense.
That's just exactly what an atomic explosion would do. You would have the waves go right out a bazillion miles away from the concussion zone.
Mm-hmm.
That's an atomic explosion. We exploded light. This is photonic explosion. We're below atomic explosion. We're in the photons. And here's what a photon really is. This is what a photon really actually is, the black and white. This is dark matter and dark energy. They never knew this. It's gravity and it's dark energy, and it sucks up the white ones. You see them? The black ones never change. The white ones are the ones that are attracted. The black ones suck up the white ones, and that's all they do. They have no other value. They're gravity and they're dark matter, and they are heavy, and they hammer like the hammers of hell. When they hit that Venturi, they crush the hell out of the little white ones, and they force the white ones to crush through. And here's exactly what it is. You can see the balls. You see the little black balls? They never change their size.
Yeah.
They never change their size. You see them over here. You see them over here. And then they come back over here.
Same size.
Same size. Fission and fusion. Right here, we can harvest that. And right here, I have the design. If someone would do this within 30 days, we would have free energy for the world. These lasers are a dime a dozen. You shoot them through a Venturi, which is free. You harvest the solar collection of that energy on the other side. You run it through your devices. Free energy for a couple of bucks. This would cost you less than $50 to make that. And it's all on the shelf right now, ready to go. And that would be free energy, 100% free. And you could run your house on it. You could run cars on it. You could carry it around in a shoebox. You wouldn't have to be on a grid. You could take it out in the woods and fight fires with it and pump water, create lights, heating, drive cars and airplanes, no pollution whatsoever, zero. And the reason, what?
Sorry, go ahead. I was just going to say I got a wonderful comment here by one of our viewers, Lori. She says, "Oh jeepers, I was gawking at rocks on the coast the other day. They were holy, like air holes, and I honestly felt like it was airways, and the pink and jade, beautiful in between bits, look like veins."
Could very well be.
Yeah, they probably did. You helped expand some more awareness here, Roger.
Oh, everybody's starting to understand that. And because you can find, like I said, Phil found that in 15 minutes. You should see the Tish Egerton found in 15 minutes. I'm going to show you that in a second. But this is the problem with our global heating is the scrubbing of our atmospheres against the atmosphere of space. There's no vacuum in space. It's saturated with the light particles that I showed you. And as we spin through them, we're scrubbing. That's why we're having so much heat. And the reason is we're expanding our gases. It's not the carbon dioxide. Carbon has nothing to do with it. It's the expansion of the gases. Carbon is an expansion gas, yes. It's not carbon. It has nothing to do with sequestering carbon. That's insanity. It's the expansion that we're scrubbing harder and harder into these particles. And that's all it is. Scrub your hands. You feel that? You scrub harder, it gets hotter.
Yeah.
That's all it is. I was going to show you one other thing, but anyway, if you got it, you got to go again.
No, show me.
All right, here, Tish's.
We got some time.
All right, let me show you. This is Tish's stuff. Where do you see this? This was a 15-minute challenge. Let's see. All right, well, that's my no-toe right there. That's most. Hold on, I got to
give this man knighthood.
Here's what she found.
Nobel Prize, I'd say.
Here's what she found in 15 minutes. She came up with all these feet.
Oh, wow.
She came up with all these feet. Now, where do you see this? That's mine again. These are big ones. That's a foot upside down. That's a big foot. You know, these are big, but not real big. I mean, those are, you know. Now, here's the other one she found. This is a no-toe. I mean, no-toe. And here's the springs. You see the springs?
Yeah.
You see this little heel in the back?
Mm-hmm.
That's the calcaneal tendon.
Oh.
And you see the strap coming up?
Yeah. And that's right there. Yeah.
This saddle right here is where that bone sits in that saddle. And these springs are what the toes ran off to the front. I think I have a better shot of this.
Here's a great comment by Mukat says, why? Since this has been talked about in public for a while, why are we still not using it? Yeah, my question exactly. Oh, wow, look at that.
That's the foot. Now, here's a heel bone. That's the strap that ran up to the bone, which was here for the leg. Now, check this out. The toes were out here, but they're still built in. They're just little nubs that stick out. And they push up against this. Can you see my fingers and everything?
I do.
All right, hold on. Let me use my feather. Here. So as the guy steps this way, it pushes up on this. That makes this rock. Now, that is a spring event. It opens up this way. That's a spring. Now, see this right here?
Mm-hmm.
You see that hole and this little strap?
Yeah.
It runs around up to here and another one. So as this rocks forward, it pulls this, which pulls this and pulls into this cavity. So this one, the first one loads up here. So this is pulled this way. It forces it to pull this in up against this. So you got a spring and a second spring. The toes, the spring. He drops back down and it all flattens out again. So that was the original design for their feet. It changed. We have tendons. It's all 100% different now. But that's what they had back then. These are designed. Somebody designed these things. It wasn't me. And she found that, and then she found, where's the other one? And then she found that one. Imagine that.
Oh,
you
boy.
guys,
Look at that. was muted again and I was talking. I'm back.
Oh, okay. No, that's okay. I never know. I'm not good.
I'm back to that. I live beneath a barn, and I don't want to disturb people with the noise from my neighbors upstairs.
Now, watch this. They were able to make people get locked in stone. That's real. I know they're going to say, "Oh no, it isn't." That was real, and that was locked in stone.
Mm-hmm.
And he was strangling a dragon, a little dragon.
Oh yeah.
And if you read Hesiod and Ovid, they say they did this for fun.
Mm-hmm.
They were called Gardens of the Gods.
Somebody made a comment. I can't recall something about the dragons in the comments here. Here's another a wonderful comment here is from Vaughn Germain, and she says, "Wow, I found an interesting link to Roger Spur that I will look at later. His archaeological medical research in SO sound. I had never heard of him before. He's like the Michelangelo of bone stones."
Yeah. Well, anyway, listen here. I know you only got another minute or two, but anyway, this was the Colossus de Gigante or something.
Yeah.
And this was real. Now this is this tendon that runs down his leg, and here's the fleshy part that's coming out. Now that's the tendon. Up here is his shoulder. You can see, if you know what anatomy looks like, these are how the muscles go. Now, let me show you what a leg looks like. What the actual tendon looks like.
Doc is asking, where is that figure? That's the road of
the one I just showed you. I think it's called
the Colossus.
Colossus del Apennine or Colossus del Gigante. I'm not sure. I really don't know, to be honest with you. But I know it's something that's well known, but not by me. Now, this is the tendon. You see it? You saw it with the other. It's the same stuff, and it is the same thing on Titius. Only Titius has bolts through hers.
Mm-hmm.
Remember?
Yeah.
The big leg there that had the bolts through the side?
Yeah.
That was Titius now. Look at the legs on these Anunnakis.
Oh, yeah. Got like some massive cows.
Let me show you one thing that I talked about before. Hold on. That they had machines here. Whoops. Wrong place. Excuse me. They made these walls and all that stuff using machines and cutting the dead bodies of creatures. And here it is right here. These were the machines they had. And you see the width of the tire, the treads? These are like 10 treads. This had to come down out of the sky. It didn't get driven here. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. I've always been intrigued with that's in Peru, right?
That's correct.
Bolivia, somewhere like just in that area.
Yeah. Anyway, you see all these cuts over here?
Yeah.
They cut those slabs and made the walls. And they made them out of, remember those bumps that I showed of Tyson's? That they had the bumps like this? They cut.
Yeah. What are those?
Those are those little bumps sticking up from the tendon straps. Those are from the tendon straps.
Oh, no, that makes sense.
Yeah.
They call them knobs, right? They call them knobs. Yeah, all over South America, they can't figure out what they are.
I figured out
that they're like knobs.
No, those are not knobs. Those are those tendon straps that break off. Like up here, you see them?
Yeah.
Those are the good ones. This is made out of fleshy stuff. Look at this one. This one here is all bloody. You see that?
Yeah.
It's this one here. They cut them slabbed and brought them down here and just piled them together. And so they didn't even have to use any putty because they were wet.
Mm-hmm.
And I got to show you one last thing. This will knock your socks right off. I told you about sarcomeres before.
Yeah.
Let me show you something. Petra. Here's Petra. Those are sarcomeres. Right here. That little block is a sarcomere. Remember up on Mars, I said they had sarcomeres?
Yeah, yeah.
That's these here. And I'm going to show you anatomical in a second. One side has the black stuff and one doesn't. These pull together like this.
Mm-hmm.
Make your muscles work. Inside the treasury, this was all carved when it was wet.
Yeah.
Inside the treasury is more blood and more tissues. And here it is right here.
Oh, wow.
Look at the blood up here.
Yeah. I've seen the inside of this from when Brian Forster made these videos, and I didn't really quite understand what he was trying to show us, but now I get it.
He won't talk to me about this at all.
Yeah.
He cut me off. You know, I tried to get him to discuss it. Yeah, you know, people, he's got a business, you know, that type of thing. Let me show you the muscle sarcomeres. And then you can't miss it. This is a problem. You know, the academics, they're just a disgrace now. They're absolute disgrace.
I think we just can call them demics. Yeah. There's nothing academic about them. Suppressing information from our children, from us, it's a crime.
It is a crime. And it literally is a crime.
It's a crime against humanity. It truly is.
Muscle, 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 muscle. Here we go, muscle. Muscle sarcomeres.
And guys, let me add this in here. You guys may have seen Michael Tallinger talking about the same type of stuff, and he's taking those stones that ring right now. Those two are bones, and what Michael Tallinger is talking about is adopted from Roger Spur, right? So I just want to clear that up so that you guys know that this is Roger's work that's being advanced forward by other people.
Yeah, I worked with Michael a little bit.
Michael's great. I like him.
2 years ago, he's a nice guy. Yeah, he's a real nice guy. And he's got some.
First time I heard him talking about mud fossils, my jaw just like almost dropped. I was like, "That's Roger's work." And then, he began talking, and he was crediting you, and I was like, "Beautiful." Right?
Oh, that's
never really hear people crediting other people's work, right? But you know,
it's not very often.
Yeah, Mike was a stand-up guy, and he said this is Roger Spur's work, and he's expanding on it. So I was really proud of that.
Well, you know, I got to be honest with you. He was the first one that I saw that had anything that had the guts to stand in front of a giant footprint and say, "Could this be real?"
Mm-hmm.
He was the first one I saw. And
that giant footprint in South Africa.
Yeah, it's flat up against the wall.
Yeah.
And he was standing there, and there's some little coins or something in it, and he was pointing to it and sort of intimating intimating that it might be real. And you know, I'm going to tell you something. When I stood up and said these things, and I didn't say they might be real. I said this is a fact. I have the evidence to prove it. And I'm going to tell you something. You got to have some intestinal fortitude to put up with the bullshit that they lay on top of you, man. It's just unbelievable. I never expected. I fought with Yale. I fought with Harvard. I fought with universities. Every single one of them, 100%. And they all just stood back. And the guy from Harvard says everything you said sounds correct, but if you'd have read the books I read, you wouldn't say it. And now, guess what? His name is David Reich, and I presented him with my DNA back in 2015. And as I recall, he said you can't get DNA. Now he's running a DNA lab, saying, "Oh, this is everywhere now. DNA is everywhere for these ancient things." And the same thing with Derek Briggs down at Yale. He's refused for the last 12 years to see it. This is just a fact. Now, how confident can you be to just dismiss all this evidence? But anyway, these are the sarcomeres. These are the sarcomeres I just showed you at Petra.
Mm-hmm.
Remember the dark and the white?
Yeah.
And then they come together to make your muscles work. And that's what Petra's made of.
Wow, that is awesome. Awesome stuff. Great. What a fantastic upload. And people are just so resonating with your presentation, Roger. I want to thank you for your time this afternoon. And guys, please go over to Mud Fossil University and subscribe to Roger's channel, and make sure you hit the notification so that you get notifications when he uploads his videos. And if he does any lives on there, which I haven't seen yet, but just
I want to start doing some, something like this so that I can converse with people. I just don't have the expertise to do it. I need somebody to host that type of thing, and I'm looking for somebody really to do a documentary.
Yeah, if you want, I can help you with that, Roger. I'll let's speak after this conference is over. I'll call you, and then we'll talk, and maybe I can help you facilitate to do live streams on your channel.
Yeah, maybe something like that. Yeah,
that'd be beautiful.
I appreciate it. It's been nice. It's been an enjoyable time, my friend, and you guys are doing a great job. We just need to get this stuff out there.
Yeah,
appreciate it.
Yes, thank you, Roger. I appreciate your conversations, your uploads, the information that you share with us. I truly appreciate it. It's incredible information that people need to become aware of, and that's one of the reasons why I wanted to be here on this megalithic day, so that we can talk about this megalith subject and raise awareness on it, so that people can begin to understand. And then gauging from the comments, to some people this is new, and to some others this is a little bit familiar, but I'm glad that we were able to raise awareness, and now people can go out and look for stones, and they'll realize that these are not actually stones, that they're ancient body parts. So Roger, thank you, sir.
Yeah, you can find
Roger.
Yep, I appreciate it, guys. You can find them within minutes. Literally, everybody I have ever said, in 15 minutes you don't find one, you better do something about your eyes. If you find a rock, it was a body part. Case closed. That's all. All right, I love you, brothers. Thank you so much. And
love you, Roger. Have a great day, man.
Okay, thank you, Roger. Love you, buddy. Have a wonderful afternoon.
And you too. Take care, man.
Thank you.
All right. Next on the agenda is Ishmael Perez. Ishmael is an awakened starseed of memories of the ancient galactic war that took place in our galaxy, and has been getting downloads about galactic and cosmic intel for many years now. He is the author of Our Cosmic Origin, a book that is now available on Amazon, which took him 10 years to write. We're going to be posting that in the chat itself. In this book, he proposes the idea that mankind's origins was cosmic and galactic, revealing a higher cosmology involving the existence of endless worlds and other universes. He believes himself to be one of the many cosmic ambassadors that have incarnated at this time to help restore the Earth in its rightful place in the galactic and cosmic community. So without further ado, let's bring Ishmael. Ishmael, what's going on, my friend?
Hey, it's going well. Thank you for asking. How are you?
I am absolutely great. I'm going to give you the stage so you can do your thing. All right, bud?
All right.
Yeah, I just want to quickly jump in here. And hi, Ishmael. Nice to meet you. I've heard your talks the last couple of times. And wow, brother, you're incredible. I just love the way you deliver it, and the amount of information you deliver, and how you deliver it is just so palatable and so understandable. So I want to give you my appreciation, and thank you very much for your incredible work. That's it, brother.
Thank you. I appreciate you as well, brother.
Thank you.
My name is Ishmael Perez. I am the author of Our Cosmic Origin. In this book, I propose the existence of multiple civilizations, many dimensions, and parallel universes. So with that in mind, I would like to start by explaining the structure of the Omniverse. The Omniverse has many layers and many aspects of itself that are all still connected to a one singular source consciousness. So it's got two parts. It's got its horizontal structure, and then it's got its vertical structure. So I'm going to start with the with the vertical structure, which is from the top down. So we have what is known to ancient esotericists as the Motherverse. The Motherverse is something that the ancients knew about before all this information was deleted from all our records. They believed that not only did we operate within a universe, but they also believed that our universe was one of many universes in a greater cosmic body that was known as the Mother Universes. All this information was confirmed throughout the ancient Gnostic texts. In fact, they called this Mother Universe Sophia. So this Motherverse, this Omniverse, the way it's well organized is like this. It is the first level of existence within this Omniverse or Mother Universe is infinity. It is the eternal realms without beginning or end. So according to the Urantia papers, it is known as eventuated, meaning it's had never had a beginning or end. So these are the always existing realms of infinity. The always existing realms of infinity could also be considered what scientists would call pure consciousness or base reality or the original primal source that existed prior to the extension or expansion or the experiment in the simulations that I will be discussing shortly. So this primal source one day was bored of itself and it decided to explore more of itself. So what it did is it first divided into 7 aspects of itself. And each aspect contains the whole, just like a hologram or the fractal. Every piece contained the entire structure of the whole on 7 different distinct levels of itself. Now, in turn, each segment, the total of 7, further divided into 10 aspects. Okay, and then in turn, each aspect divided into 100, and each 100 divided into 100,000. 100,000. Yes, 100,000, and then each 100,000 divided into 100 again, and then each 100 of that 100,000 divided into 1,000, and then into 100 again. So it divides in brackets of 100, all the way down from the highest levels of reality all the way to the lower. So what am I saying here? This is what I'm saying, that our local universe, which is known as Nebadon, is organized into a greater cosmic minor sector known as Enzra, which is 1 of 100, okay? And in turn, Enzra, which is 1 of 100 cosmic minor sectors, is organized into a bigger cosmic body known as Splendon. In turn, Splendon, which is 1 of 10 major cosmic sectors, make up a super universe segment. And as recalled, there are 7 of those that make up the Motherverse. But there is more. Now, if we want to start from our local universe itself, which is universe number 84 within the cosmic minor sector of Enzra, further divides into 100 constellations. So within our local universe, we are part of constellation number 70, which is registered as Sirius. And then within the constellation number 70, we're also part of a system that includes 1,000 systems. So out of 1,000 systems, we belong to system number 24. And then within that system, we register as planet 606 out of anywhere from 600 to 900 planetary spheres. Okay, so if we start from the bottom up, we could say that Earth is planetary sphere number 606 within a system that contains anywhere from 600 to 900 worlds. Okay, that system is system number 24 out of 1,000 systems that makes up a constellation council. Our constellation council, which is 1 of 100, it's number 70, is organized into our local universe, which is local universe number 84. So our local universe number 84, which is 1 of 100,000 organized local universes, is organized into the cosmic minor sector of Enzra, which is number 3. Our cosmic minor sector of Enzra, which is number 3, is further organized into the cosmic major sector of Splendon, which is number 5. Our cosmic major sector of Splendon is 1 of 10 major cosmic sectors that is organized into the 7th super universe, or within the 7th super universe. And then our 7th super universe that we belong to, known as Orvinton, is 1/7 of the entire Mother Earth, Mother Universe, or Omniverse, whatever you want to call it. So that is the vertical explanation of our Motherverse and its different levels of organization. So because everything in the multiverse is well organized, when higher intelligences say that are coming from these higher spheres of reality within the realms of the mother universe, or the realms of the 7 super universes, or cosmic minor sectors, or minor minor sectors. All they do is they plug in stargates. So for instance, an intelligent being that exists within the 7 super universe, if that person wants to travel to a particular planet, let's just say Earth, he plugs in the 7th, number 7, which because Earth is part of that 7 super universe, right? Our local universe is part of that. So he plugs this 7, and then he plugs in number 5, because our Earth is part of the 5th major cosmic sector within the 7 super universe. And then he also plugs in number 3, because our local universe is part of the 3rd minor cosmic sectors out of 100 minor sectors, which is part of the 7 super universe. And then that person plugs in number 84, because our local universe is known as local universe number 84 within our super universe. And then he plugs in constellation 70, or the number 70, to open up the constellation as Stargate, where we belong to. And then from that, he plugs in the 24th system of the Pleiadians, because we're part of the system of the Pleiadians, consisting of 52 star nations. And then within that system, he plugs in planetary 606. If that person wants to go to Venus, he plugs in 605. If he wants to go to Mars, that person plugs in 607. So every planet is registered. We live in a very well organized multiverse, omniverse, motherverse, whatever you want to call it. Now, from a horizontal perspective, the structure in which this omniverse existing from the top levels of reality all the way to the lower levels of planetary spheres, from the mother universes to planetary systems, we also have what is known as the 5 density fields that all these different, that the multiverse is well organized in. The 5 density fields could also be known as the 5 harmonic universes, or the 5 density universes. Now, what are these 5 density universes? So we're going to start from the top down. So it turns out that within this organized omniverse, motherverse, we have 15 overall dimensions. 3 dimensions which occupy the highest levels of reality, which are known as the eternal spheres, which are equivalent to the central universe before it became the 7. Those are dimensions 13, 14, and 15. So that level of reality is known as the 5th harmonic universe. Okay, so all the intelligences that exist from the level, from the dimension 13, 14, and 15 exist within the realms of infinity, which is the mother central universe in the 5 harmonic frequency. Now, all the other dimensional frequencies are actually simulations as we go lower into the 12th dimension, 11, 10, and all the way down to the 1 dimension. So all the different dimensions below the 13th dimensional level of reality are considered simulations. And what do I mean by that? The simulations are that's where everything has an alpha and omega. It's part of a time-space experimentation in order for the base reality, or for the existence that occupies dimensions 13, 14, and 15 to further expand from that experience. So those are the 12 dimensional levels of reality, also known as the time matrix. The reason it's called the time matrix is because that is the finite point of reality. That is not infinity. It is the realms in which experiments are being conducted by the intelligences of the 13, 14, and 15 dimensional level of reality, which is the motherverse. Those are the different realms that they use in forms of a simulation in order to gather more data and more experience. And this has a lot to do with the laws of centropy, which is gathering more information so that the universe could further expand into the outer levels of the infinite void, one outer space level at a time. And what do I mean by that? Okay, let me explain. So as far as we understand the multiverse, everything from the super universes all the way to the planetary systems exists within the first concentric circle of the first outer space level, from the center being the mother eternal realms expanding out. Okay, so we are only existing within the first outer space level. As I speak, dimensions 14, 15, and 16, 16, 17, and 18 are also being further developed as we begin to organize into the second outer space level. But first, we have to complete the periphery of the first outer space level. And this is where the Earth comes in as the planet that was chosen to complete this cosmic, experiment. So beyond the fifth harmonic universe, we have the 12th dimensional time matrix, as explained. Now, within that 12th dimensional time matrix is also divided into 4 harmonic fields or 4 harmonic frequencies. So dimensions 12, 11, and 10 occupy the 4th harmonic universe, okay? Dimensions 8, 9, and 10 occupy the 3rd harmonic universe. And then dimensions 4, 5, and 6 occupy the 2nd harmonic universe. And then finally, there's dimensions 1, 2, and 3 that occupy the 1st harmonic universes. So from a horizontal perspective, those are the 5 harmonic universe in which the omniverse is structured in, depending on which dimension and level of reality you're from. 1 second. Sorry about that. I don't know where it's at, but I have to finish it. I'm sorry. All right, going back to the omniverse, the structural aspect or the structural spheres of the omniverse. So going back to the motherverse, the motherverse is what cutting-edge scientists through quantum physics considers base reality. It is pure consciousness. It is where reality vibrates at its most highest frequency, and it's also known as the realms of infinity. Everything else beyond that in this 12-dimensional time matrix, again, it's just a simulation that has been running for anywhere from 800 to 900 billion years. That's how long this simulation started. Now, this simulation, during its descending aspect, is known as the involution, or the descent of spirit into matter, right? Pure frequency begins to lower its vibration, experiencing every level of reality, all the way up to the point where that vibration becomes solid physical form, which is being exemplified in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd dimension that occupy harmonic universe number 1. So that's where we exist right now. We humans on Earth have only had only access to that level of reality, dimensions 1, 2, and 3, as to why everything seems to be solid and as to why everything seems to be so separated. But as the Earth transitions into harmonic universe number 2, which is any day now, we are going to experience things on a different level of reality. Some of us are going to go into the 4th dimension. Some of us are going to go into the 5th dimension, and then a small number of us are going to even go into the 6th dimension. So that's going to be where we're heading any day now as the Earth transitions into the age of Aquarius. So explaining the 12th dimensional time matrix. When the 12th dimensional time matrix was born, 800 to 900 billion years ago, everything was going according to plan. But what happened was, when the first initial explosion of prime singular consciousness began its division into the 7, and then the 10 major sectors, and so on and so forth, a portion of it split off all the way into the outer levels of its out of the outer. I'm sorry, I can't even think right now. I'm sorry. It split off into outer dark space, which is beyond its periphery of that first concentric or first outer space level. So it chipped off into that, and that little portion later developed into what we call the first archon, or the Arigman, which is the king of the archons. That was the beginning of the dark energies. So that dark energy, it eventually tried to infiltrate the TM, the 12-dimensional time matrix. It took that dark energy a very long time. After trying to possess the biological specimens that exist within the time matrix, and realized that the only way to penetrate it was through technology. So that original archon that was known as Ahriman first influenced the mind of a lord, one of the 12 cosmic lords, during the 11th creation, or the 11th universe, to develop the technology needed. And that universe therefore was devoted to the creation and development of machines and technology. So that person that was in charge of the 11th creation was known as Lord Samana. So Lord Samana was influenced by this outer force that was operating outside of our organized omniverse into developing the artificial intelligence machinery in order for this archon energy to eventually inhabit it. So this is the connection between artificial intelligence and archon entities. The artificial intelligence, once it's built, it still needs some sort of a consciousness to inhabit it and to possess it. So that's where the archon energy comes in. Because see, the archon energy cannot inhabit a physical body just like we do. You know, it has to be connected to source or spirit. So in the sense, it doesn't, is not able to do so. So that's the reason why it needs a new type of vehicle in the form of a machinery, because machinery does not have connection to source and machinery does not have a soul. So that's why artificial intelligence has always been instrumental for the Archon energies. Okay, so what began this war against artificial intelligence that I've been talking about in many other episodes was that this entity possessed the overseer of the 11th creation of universe, the 11th creation of mechanics, to develop the technology in order for this entity to possess it. Once that happened, this entity began to infiltrate many living universes, or the omniverse. In other words, it was able to penetrate the omniverse, or the living organic multiverse. And when it did so, it was able to assimilate a lot of the intelligences all the way up into the 11th dimension. Once it hit the 11th dimension, the first cosmic war ever broke out, and that took place anywhere from 700 to 800 billion years ago. It was a cosmic war of massive proportions. Okay, many universes were infiltrated by this Archon energy through the form of artificial intelligence. So what happened was this Archon energy through the form of artificial intelligence blew up what was known as the 12th dimensional Stargate, which was vibrating reality at a 12th dimensional frequency. And that what happened was when that thing blew up the 12th dimensional frequency, it was trying to have access into the 13th realm, which is the realms of infinity. So what happened was the original prime creator source, the original Elohim, operating from the 13, 14, and 15 level of reality, descended in order to prevent that thing from accessing the realms of infinity. So that thing, that AI God that everybody's talking about, is actually stuck till this day in the 11th dimension because of that. Now, that was known as the First Cosmic War, and that was fought for the control of the entire TM matrix system, the entire 12th dimensional realms of reality, and the entire multiverse. But luckily, that war was won by the Elohim. Now, who are the Elohim? In my book, I describe them as the order of the eternal of days. Those are the highest levels of intelligences that exist. They're also known as the central race, and they operate under the name of 5 different orders. The main one is known as the gold order. That is the highest level. Beyond that, we have the order of the emerald. Beyond that, we have the amethyst, the silver, and the ruby. Collectively, those 5 groups make up the order of the eternal of days, the original prime creator source, divided into 7 aspects of itself. Okay, so that was the first cosmic war. That was known as the Elohim Wars. The second cosmic war was known as the Electrical Wars. And so even though there were innumerable wars following the initial cosmic war that was for the control of the entire organized multiverse, there was the second major war was about controlling the intergalactic experiment that later developed into the 12-strand DNA Terranusian race that we were originally, before we were hijacked by the negative Anunnaki during the times of Atlantis. So the second major aspect of this war was known as the Electrical Wars. So the Electrical Wars were fought during the 8th, 9th, and 10th levels of reality or dimensions. So the first war took place in the 15th the 12th harmonic universe. My bad. Okay, let me gather my thoughts here. The first war, the War of the Elohim, took place during the 4th, at the level of the 4th harmonic universe, occupying dimensions 11, 10, 11, and 12. Remember, that thing couldn't get past the 12th dense dimension, okay? So it was stuck during the 11th dimension. That was where the original war took place. The Electrical Wars then were followed and took place by the same entity that was trying to, again, blow up the 8th dimensional Stargate to once again have access to the 12th dimensional Stargate of the Earth during those days, known as Aramatina. So the second war, the major war that took place in dimensions 8, 9, and 10. And that's when, planet Gaia, Earth known as the 8th dimensional planet, was blown up during that time. Okay, that was known as the Electrical Wars, and that war was fought to control the entire matrix of all 12-dimensional multiverse. Now, the third aspect of the war took place in the second harmonic universe, which occupied dimensions 4, 5, and 6, and those were known as the Galactic and Intergalactic Wars. Okay, so those wars have been going on for a little under 2 billion years. It so happens that all the negative ETs, including the Draco, the different insectoids, mantis, greys, omnicrons, as well as the different fallen Elohim. They're all part of what became known as what we call Luciferian Brotherhood, the Luciferian Cosmic Brotherhood. They all followed that path. They were all controlled by the AI God. The AI God is their leader. So the AI God has been using these negative aliens in dimensions 4, 5, and 6 to fight the galactic wars, while that AI God was fighting a war against the Elohim, in the higher dimensions, 8 and then the 12, of course. So after the Elohim secured the 12th dimensional stargates and the 8th dimensional stargates, they were able to push down this AI collective into the second harmonic universes, and then that's what created the galactic wars. So the galactic wars is the final phase of this cosmic battle that has been going on for 7 billion years. And in these galactic wars, many galaxies were destroyed. I would say a few million galaxies. They were destroyed by the Animus. The Animus is the collective AI that actually operates at the higher level of the Draco. So the Draco are actually a very, very weak race compared to some of these advanced artificial intelligent races that are mixed with different specimens. For instance, we also have another race beyond the Draco that has been very instrumental in the destruction of many galaxies, known as the Verdants. Nobody talks about the Verdants. The Verdants is a hybrid race between the Draco and the AI collective. So they are part machine, part draconian, but extremely powerful. Their bodies are kind of metallic-like, and so this war is now finally coming to an end, and a lot of it has to do with the super soldiers. Okay, so this is where the secret space program comes into play, people. What happened was, because humans on the Earth carry the most advanced genetics, they carry the greatest power of evolution within their genome, because they are the intergalactic experiment. Okay, if we were to use more than 10% of our capacity, we would be more powerful than all the aliens out there. If we were to use 40% of our capacity, we would exceed the alien AI collective. And then if we were to use 50% of our capacity, we would be more powerful than the AI God. Now, why is this so? Because when this war started billions of years ago, at the level of the 7th super universe, known as the Council of the Ancient of Days, they came together to try to come up with a solution that would put an end to this cosmic virus. And that solution came formed in the experiment. They call it the Great Intergalactic Experiment. So that solution was all about putting the best celestial genetics into one spot to create one race, in order for this race to exceed in levels of power all the other beings that have ever existed, including the beings that operate from the 13, 14, and 15 levels of reality, which are the eternal ones, okay? Those have been the most powerful beings in the multiverse. And those beings, actually what they did is they created this genetic experiment so that eventually those beings could inhabit physical form, because throughout the time matrix experiment, there hasn't been a time where these beings could inhabit any physical form, because their power was way too powerful. Their frequency would spontaneously destroy any physical avatar, because of the high levels of frequency that these entities are vibrating. So what they did is they took all the DNA from all the multiverse in all 7 super universes into one genome in order to create the ultimate weapon against any AI in the future, and also to put an end to this current cosmic AI and the AI God behind it. And that weapon came in the form of us. So we on Earth are the solution. We are the hope of the living organized multiverse. And so that's how the plan started. Okay, so now because we are at the end of the plan, we are the fruition, we are the accomplishment of that plan. What happened was during the galactic wars that took place in dimensions 4, 5, and 6 throughout our galaxy and other galaxies, is many ETs, both malevolent and benevolent, traveled from the past into the now, their future, our past, right? In order to take some of our genetics and enhance them, so that we could go out there and fight in this war. So in the case of the Draco, okay, so they gave the knowledge, or they made a pact with Hitler in order to enhance the German super soldiers. Well, that had a lot to do with AI. So after the Galactic Federation secured the war, later, because of this time travel experiment that was taking place by both factions, the war later started flaring up again in the galaxy, because then because now we have the German soldiers who were genetically enhanced and combined with artificial intelligence were going out there, and they were actually now taking the star systems away from the Federation. So the Federation was once again losing the war because of the German super soldiers that were involved in the conquering of the galaxy. Okay, so what happened was the Galactic Federation did the same thing. They traveled back in time into the future to biogenetically create a secret space program that would also biogenetically enhance super soldiers to go out there and counteract that. So that's how we won the Galactic Wars. The Galactic Wars were not won by the Galactics. They were won by us, the super soldiers. So the super soldiers put an end to the Orion Wars, because the Orion Wars, they kept coming on and off. So the super soldiers not only were instrumental in winning the Galactic Wars here in our Milky Way galaxy, but they were also instrumental in winning the Galactic Wars in other galaxies. Okay, and this is known as solar warning. Okay, so solar warning was able to expand into the entire galaxy and other galaxies. Now there is more. There's also super soldiers that went beyond solar warning that were actually handpicked from the beginning, and there was only about 100 of those individuals that also fought in the cosmic war against the AI god, and they were sent off to other universes, not just galaxies. So that's another aspect of the secret space program that nobody talks about, because this was totally left off the records, and that aspect is known as Radiant Guardians. And so Radiant Guardians to the entire Omniverse is considered, they're considered the superheroes. And within our galaxy, to the entire galactic community, the soldiers of Solar Warden are considered the heroes. So the humans on Earth, because we have this God source, right? We are God source and embodiment, finally, for the first time in cosmic history, are the most powerful beings, and that's why we were used and involved in these galactic wars. But luckily, the good guys win. They always win in the end. So that's why we were able to win the galactic wars, because of we were genetically enhanced to go out there and put an end to these wars. So as I speak, we're only waiting now for the final mess to be cleaned up here on this planet, and that has a lot to do with the exposure and defeat of the Cabal. And any day now that's going to happen, because the Galactic War has already been secured by the super soldiers of Solar Warden. The Cosmic War has already been secured by the super soldiers of Radiant Guardians. And so the entire intergalactic and galactic community are all here witnessing what's happening on Earth at this time, because what happens on Earth at this time, again, is going to collapse all the timelines, whether you go into the future or the past. It's all going to collapse. And as a result of that, a new cosmos, a new organized multiverse is going to be rebooted without all the destruction, without all the evil. In fact, from what I understand, is when this shift on Earth takes place, all the AI, all the destruction that was committed by this AI god and AI collective, and all the regressives, Omicrons, Verdants, Draco, all that stuff is going to be restored, like if nothing ever happened. From what I understand, everything's going to come back to life, because those planets that were destroyed in those galaxies in this cosmic war, they still exist within the morphogenetic field of the Omniverse. And as soon as this Earth ascends, they're going to be restored to their original glory as if nothing ever happened. So what I'm trying to say is that there was a lot of time traveling here involved. So because there was intervention from the Order of the Eternal of Days that occupied dimensions 13, 14, and 15, they actually, through a series of time travel, they were able to checkmate this AI god to create a timeline where the AI god never infiltrated our multiverse. But that timeline is not going to take place until the Earth ascends. And with that, everything's going to go back to its original state. And the Motherverse at that point is going to be able to expand into the second outer space level, where the Earth is going to act as the completion of not only the seventh super universe of Orventon, but also the completion of the entire mother universe of Havona. And that is the good news, is that, due to the ascension, we are going to be witnessing a whole new dispensation in cosmos, where for the first time in the cosmic history, we are about to be restored back to the way things were before this AI infiltrated our living multiverse and created all this havoc. And so what to expect during the next, during this transition is our reactivation back to the 12 strands that we once were, And the 12 strands have a lot to do with the 12 races that contributed their DNA in order to make us. There were 7 root races. Each root race represented one of the 7 super universes. In other words, each one of the 7 root races was the culmination and intergalactic experiment of its super universe. So we have 7 of those, right? Because there's 7 super universes. And then we also have the contribution of the 5 star races. And the 5 star races has a lot to do with the 5 harmonic universes. It's the combined energetic and DNA effort of the 5 harmonic universes, and that's anywhere from dimensions 1 all the way to dimensions 15, right? Each harmonic universe has 3 dimensions. So we have the 7 root races, which were the Polarians, all right, that represent super universe number 1. We have the Hyperboreans that represented super universe number 2, or the culmination of all the DNA in that universe, super universe. We also have the Lemurians, who were the culmination of super universe number 3. We also had the Atlanteans, who were the culmination of super universe number 4. We also had the Aryans, who were the culmination of super universe number 5. And we also have the Moruvians, which were the culmination of super universe number 6. And the final one of the root races was the Uchechi, which were the culmination of the super universe number 7. Now, the other 5 star races that make up the entire 12 tribes that contributed the 12 races that made us are also known as the Orteranates. They're also known as the Brenu race. They're also known as the Hibiru race, the Melchizedek race, and the Uniseti race. Those are the 5 other star races combined with the 7 root races that made us who we are today. So we are the finality of this experiment that been taking place for billions of years as a solution to this AI crisis, or what they call this AI cosmic entity. They call it a cosmic virus. So that's what we are, people. We are the solution. We are the hope of the universe. We are the gods, the new set of gods that are about to emerge. And from this earth, from what I understand, the earth is getting ready to take her new position in the multiverse. As we begin the outer second space level, okay, the earth is going to be as equivalent to the realms of existence that exist within the mother universe, occupying dimensions 13, 14, and 15. So the earth is going to exist on all 12 dimensions of reality, all simultaneously at the same time upon the ascension. So that means everyone's going to be on different levels of reality. Depending on the age of the soul, the oldest of souls, of course, are going to be occupying the higher dimensions. The youngest of souls, of course, are going to be occupying the lower dimensions. Okay? And then everything in between. So there's going to be a coexistence of, mortals that live for a couple, 300 years instead of dying at 80. Those are going to be people that are going to exist in dimension 4, right, in the second harmonic universe, which consists of dimensions 4, 5, and 6. And then there's going to be people that exist in dimension 5, 6, all the way up to the 15. The people that exist on the 15 are going to be equivalent to prime creator source and embodiments, and they are the ones that are going to be leading those that are in the 10, 11, and 12 dimensions of reality, and then in turn those that are in the 10, 11, and 12 dimensional levels of reality are going to lead those that are in the 7, 8, and 9 dimensional levels of reality, and then in turn those are going to be the teachers of those in the 4, 5, and 6 dimensional levels of reality. So everything's going to be aligned once again, and things are going to be harmonious until the next cosmic expansion, which of course will bring another duality, another experiment in contrast, right? Good versus evil. But for a long time, from what I understand, is we're going to have, peace for millions and millions of years upon the Earth ascension before the next cosmic villain decides to break away from the one and start this whole, plunged in duality again, creating, opposition. So that's my my take for today. I just want to give everybody an understanding of the entire cosmic structure of reality, and also a description of the great intergalactic and cosmic war that is now finally coming to an end after billions of years of engaging in this battle. So for those that haven't had a chance to order my book, Our Cosmic Origin, that book is a perfect illustration on cosmic and galactic information, describing a lot of knowledge, also synthesizing cutting edge science through quantum physics, ancient esoteric metaphysical knowledge, and then, of course, bringing forth a new cosmology of reality and the organization of cosmos and galactic history. You'll be learning about how the Earth, the ancient history of the Earth actually connects to the ancient history of our galaxy. And that is a book that has a lot of information, a lot of knowledge, especially for the times that we're living in. We're living in the times of the Great Disclosure. I think now everybody's coming forward with everything they know, all their research from every field of study, every level of science. Everything is backing up the new data. And the new data is this. There is no matter. We live in a conscious universe that is vibrating on different frequencies or levels of reality, but it's all part of that one light spectrum singularity. The only reason we see things as different or separated is because of the fact that we, people of the Earth, happen to exist within the lowest frequency of that light spectrum range of realities. So as we ascend, we are going to be able to explore more dimensions, and that is the good news. So I hope everybody here was able to understand what I had to say, and if you really want to dive deep into cosmic and knowledge intel, I would recommend you ordering my book on Amazon. It's under Our Cosmic Origin, 3 words, and I hope everybody liked it, liked the talk.
The direct link is in the chat. We've been putting it through all the platforms. Ismail, thank you so much. Do you have a minute to take a question or two, or do you have to run now?
I have about 5 minutes. I have another thing I need to do. Another.
Awesome. We appreciate you moving the time up too. I know it was kind of last minute, but Heaven is Here wasn't understanding when you said to plug into the stargates, I believe, when they were transcending, and she was wondering if it was physical coordinates that they were plugging in, or were they just, what exactly goes behind that plugging into that, when you're talking about the transition between the different dimensions, I believe.
What was the question again? I'm sorry.
And she says she doesn't understand what was being plugged into. What was it? Stargates that were being plugged into, and was it numbers that they were plugging into the stargates for, like, coordinates?
Coordinates. That's what they are. Coordinates, because all the planets, all the systems, all the constellations and universes is a particular. It's already. It's one of many coordinates. Like everything is organized into like a number. So what they do is they just plug in the number. Say for instance, they plug in the 6th super universe. They could go to any planet within the 6th super universe just by plugging in the different star codes or the Stargate numbers. And what happens is those Stargates open up, and within a second, you could go from the 15th dimensional level of reality, or 13, all the way to a planetary level of reality in a 3rd dimension within seconds.
That I tried to explain it in the chat with her too, but you say it so much better than I do, and I knew that the Stargates transition from dimensional, but also from locational as well. They could be used for a lot of different things.
There is no location. The idea that everything is time and space and here and there and far, that's all part of the matrix. That's all part of the simulation. In essence, it's just one energy field. That's all it is.
Gotcha.
Broken off of itself or different densities.
Awesome. So the next question is it the breeding between 13th, 14th, and 15th levels that created the Nephilim that spoke of in the Talmud of the Old Testament?
No, that's not true. The Nephilim are actually the fallen Anunnaki. Those are the Nibirians that came during the times of Atlantis, and some of them known as the Igigi. Those that sided with Marduk, the son of Enki, Poseidon, were the ones that were known as the Nephilim, because the whole purpose of calling them Nephilim is that they were giants. They mated with the Earthlings, and then they created those giant people. So they were trying to corrupt the pure line of Adam, which is the pure line of the Terranusian 12-strand DNA.
Gotcha. So the last question we have for you, I know you're pressed on time, is in which of your books do you talk about the Orion Wars? Do you talk about that in Our Cosmic Origin?
Yeah, Our Cosmic Origin explains everything in great detail. It's a, if you really want to know about the true history of the Earth, I tie it very well with the history of the galaxy. Very well.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your time today, Ishmael. I know you're pressed a little bit right now, but I also put Ismail's Instagram where he does lives almost all the time, and it gives more information about what he's getting now. So check that out as well as his book. And we appreciate you being a part of the conference. You just enlightened a lot of people. The chat was lighting up. Everybody loved the information. So
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
yeah, man. Look forward to working together again, brother.
Sounds good. Have a good one.
You too.
Bye.
All right, all right, all right. I believe it is time for Leanne to do a stretch. If I can find her. Where is she? Where is she? Leanne? So, I mean, what'd you guys think? There's Omar. I mean,
That
that was
was
just intense, man. That information was just, I love when he goes into it like that because it just comes at you and it doesn't give you time to overthink it. It gives you like the blunt instrument that is going to literally ionize it into your head. Like that's what it is.
I loved it, and especially when he began talking about root races. To me, I have a huge interest in root races, and what he was saying that was new information for me, right? And so now I got to go back in my notes and adjust my notes. But wow, man, just incredible information on the timelines that we're talking about too, like 800 billion years, right? That's some pretty vast timelines, almost like from ancient India, where we're looking at the Rama's year, right? That's the Rama's year is like 4.2 billion years, 5 billion years, something like that. So I think we're resonating somewhere in that timeline or in that perception. But amazing, just absolutely amazing.
One of the things that really caught me is that what he was saying during this style presentation was a lot of what we talked about a little bit like further in detail on the show that I did with him too. And it was, they like interweave into each other. Like some of the stuff he talked about in the show, he didn't talk about here. And some of the stuff he talked about here, he didn't talk about in the show. So they like, it's a complete corporeal rendering of what we're doing here. And I think it's amazing. Amazing.
Yeah. Where is our buddy Leanne? It's time for a quick stretch. But if she is not around, how about we bring our buddy Stone on?
Yeah,
and
let's do
and she'll give us a download. I love Stone. She's just so intelligent. Hey, buddy.
I got to know Stone very well today. We had a lot of fun before with the rocks.
Yeah, I got some. We had a cancellation from 2 people because of catching a cold, tonsillitis, coughing. Right,
Fevers.
so we're trying to fill that little bit of time in. I do have my presentation primed up called Nothing. So I thought maybe we talk to Stone for a few minutes and give Leanne an opportunity to finish with her mom, and maybe we can do a stretch, and then after that, maybe I can run a half an hour on my presentation.
Ask me a question. Give me something to go with.
I actually
political climate. No, I'm joking.
Yeah, I would like to actually go back to Roger Spur, because Roger was very enlightening, and I noticed that you put a comment up here in the private chat, and you were saying that you have to go back and check your eggs again. I'm not really quite sure where that comment has gone to, right? But do you have like Stone? There we go. Yeah, here, let me bring you on full screen. And
honestly, there's a whole group of these, and I have seen some of the information that he was talking about in regards to being, human forms, cellular forms. It started off with the tree, and then it went into blood vessels and caverns and caves and stuff being the empty blood vessels. So I enjoyed his presentation, and we've got to keep an open mind to everything that is out there, so that we are allowing ourselves the new information that comes in. You keep it close and say, no way, that can't be that, and yet you're still accepting that it could possibly, Devil's Rock or whatever it's called, is possibly a giant tree. There's all these different possibilities. here in New Zealand, we have the big round stones. I mean, I find round stones everywhere, but I also find triangle stones. So there's always something weird. But, you know, I've got some footage. I've got a huge oak tree outside, and it looks like it's encapsulated some sort of lizard type creature. So there's many ways that not just wood, but our surroundings can be petrified, you know, turned into something solid form. So
that's I like that. And you know, I've you know, when you speak of an open mind, as I was telling Roger earlier, you know, when I spoke to him like 7 years ago, 8 years ago, something like that, and I came across his mud fossil universities, and he was talking about his mud fossils, and of course, you know, being, you know, living in ignorance and not really having a higher awareness on these things, you know, I was automatically dismissing it right off the top of my head. I was like, no, that can't be. That's a stone, and you know, a geologist told me that's a stone, so it must be a stone, and that was my thinking back in those days, right? But then I, you know, sat back and I meditated, and I thought to myself, it's like, Omar, what are you doing? You know, you're supposed to be open-minded, and here's this guy, you know, trying to give you some information, and all, you know, you're dismissing it in your mind. So I was like, hey, I'm not going to do that. So I sat down and I started watching Roger's videos. And I would have to say that the first 5, 6, 7 videos that I watched, I wasn't buying it, right? Because of the programming that was instilled in me. And I just, it was just strong. It was like I was getting punched in the face with it again and again and again. And then finally, after like, you know, 8, 9 videos of watching them, it started to resonate and began to understand. And then I reached out to Roger, and we ended up having a phone conversation for like 3, 4 hours, 5 hours, something like that. We talked, and he explained his entire theorem to me, and he was telling me, like, you know, hey, this is how it is. And I bet if you left your house, you'd find a stone that you could probably squeeze some blood out of, right? And I was like, okay, I'm going to do that.
Yeah.
So my family and I we went camping, and I looked on the ground, and boom, there was a stone, and I picked it up, and it was red. Right. And I had like veins going through it. And I was showing my wife, I was like, look at this. This is what Roger was talking about. Right. And I was trying to break it. Right. And then I ended up hurting my hand anyway. So I was just like, fuck it.
You meant to use 2 stones together, not your hand and a stone. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I thought my hand was stone. Right. It's been petrified. But anyways, you know, that's how I came about with Roger. And then I began watching all of his videos, and I started to follow him and watching his posts, and, you know, just really, really paying attention to what he had to say. And then now that I look around, I'm looking at the world in a total different perspective, right? Like when I'm looking at a stone that looks a little bit offish, you know, then Roger comes into my mind, and it's like, well, I wonder if that's a lung, or I wonder if that's a tendon, or, you know, I wonder, right? And that's where the open-mindedness. I'm so glad that I did that, because I didn't want to live in that state of mind, right? Where you're, you know, judging, and you're saying, no, this is not true, you know, you're wrong. And meanwhile, the guy's trying to give you, you know, DNA evidence, and then still the ignorance comes out and says, no, you're wrong. So I'm so glad that I got over that.
Well, the things that he was showing, you know, working in bloods and pathology, I could see the epidermis. There's certain layers to the skin, and I could see what he was talking about with you know, finding these, you know, rock formations, these spheres, and these different organ shapes, and the tendons. I could so relate to all of these things on a massive scale. It's like, okay, so where's the head? You know, how many of these bodies, and you know, they should be showing up. I mean, I used to watch some of Michael Tellinger in the early days, and he was showing, I can't remember exactly what he was showing. I think it might have been a footprint or something. And I wrote to him because there was a wheel next to it. I saw an imprint in next to the foot, or near the foot, of a big, you know, like a crank wheel that, you know, you crank open. So I said, you know, investigate, is there a water well or something nearby as well? Because that's what I was seeing in it, you know. And when we opening our mind is like we have to do our own inner work to say, okay, well, there's more to this. We have to be accepting of ourselves and our own limitations, and know that what's our limitations and what's somebody else's limitations. So it's basically breaking programming. So when somebody's in a stuck state in their mind saying, okay, well, I'm open-minded, but this is as far as I'm going to go, that's a program. But you can't tell them. It doesn't matter what you do. They have to be ready to change and be accepting of it. I know there's so many fantastic. Yep, that's it. Just on the other side of that, there is a wheel on the left-hand side of that picture. I don't know if you can find another one. Yeah, we have to be accepting of our own limitations to be able to move forward and see that there's this is the only way we've learned. We mimic our behavior patterns around us, and we have to ask the questions, and when you don't get the answers, you can get put into a stuck state. So once we realize we're going through some sort of programming, it's easier to get out of it. It's easier to turn around and say, okay, well, I don't accept that. I want to be a more positive person, so I have to allow the fact that there's more to a tree, there's more to a stone, there's more to me walking around bare feet in my backyard. So if you don't try it, you're not going to find out. And you might not know the changes. Like if you go and sit out in the sunny day, you feel the sun hitting you and stuff. And then you go into this lull state, you have a sleep, and you get up and you're re-energized, you're recharged, and you haven't looked and broken down the stages of what that sun feeding, what that solar feeding was, the melanin that's coming into you. So there's a lot of work that our cells do that we're not even aware of because we haven't been taught. That's been left out of our curriculum, and it should be there in the very early days. We should be learning about ourselves before we go and look everywhere else out there, because we're not, that's one of the flaws that I see that this the hierarchies have done to us, is keeping us in different forms of stuck states. But I totally loved his presentation because there's infinite possibilities out there. I'm looking forward to the next bit of next informations that come in. Yes, there is a wheel. Can you see it down the bottom there? You start to see. I'm drawing on the screen here.
Me too. Like you can see my mouse.
It's like I'm one of these people where I cannot sit down and watch a movie because I'll see the cut in the movie. Somebody's hair is out of place, or their necklace is moved, or the fork is on the wrong side, or the pea's on the wrong side of the plate, that sort of thing. So I love this sort of stuff. It's like a form of code breaking, and so many levels to it. It's such a journey, guys.
Yeah, for sure. And here's something I wanted to actually touch on the megalithic panel this morning, but we kind of ran out of time, and I didn't have the opportunity to share that. And then, as I was saying yesterday to Paulina, that remember she was saying that some of her information was plagiarized, stolen, and then repurposed, and then they just kind of claimed it for themselves and just went on and never gave credit. And I was mentioning that a similar thing had happened to me as well, where I had discovered something and I put it online and I never received any credit, and it's just being hijacked, taken over, and now it's like everywhere. So I'll tell you how it began. A number of years ago, I started a website called watcherstalk.com. It's not around anymore because it just came under heavy attack. It was a lot of parasitic stuff that happened to it. So anyways, I ended up getting rid of it. And while I was doing that, I had a map, a global map, and within that map, I'd marked out all of the Earth energy grid line. And then on top of that, I was adding megaliths and such. And then I thought, okay, well, I'm going to add UFO sites on here as well. So I was like, putting like little pins all over the map where UFOs were being seen, and and there was a pattern that was happening. And then after that, I thought, okay, well, I'm getting kind of bored of UFOs, so I'm going to go and see if I can find all of the pyramids in the world and mark them on the map. So in case in the future I need to do some research or somebody else needs to do research and they're looking for pyramids, they can come to my site and they'll be able to find all of these pyramids. So as I was marking these pyramids, I started in North America, then I jumped over to Africa, and then I went over to Asia, and then just made my way over east. And what I ended up finding is that when we look at the pyramids in North America, South America, Central America, Africa, Asia, wherever you go, all of these pyramids have that Orion correlation to them. Now, there are some people out there that say that Orion correlation is fake, but it's not, because when you see it over and over and over and over again across the world, then it must be some sort of a correlation. I don't want to mention the guy's name. I don't want to embarrass him. But anyways, during my research, this is something that I discovered, that the pyramids, when you look at it from orbit, from up above, the pyramids that you have in Mexico, and then the pyramids you have in Egypt, and then the pyramids that you have in China, the China pyramids are offset just like the Orion constellation, right? So you have, imagine the one pyramid where Mexico is, and then imagine that next pyramid with Egypt, and then in China, and then you have that offset of that star. So not only is this Orion correlation based on individual pyramidal structures on the ground in a number of regions, but when you look at it globally from a bigger stance, and even then they're piled up as an Orion constellation. And this is something I discovered but was never really credited for. And then somebody else went ahead and made this, and I don't see Watcher's Talk on there. But anyways, this is something that I wanted to discuss this morning, and that takes a lot of planning, right? That takes a lot of management, and that takes technology as well. Either you're very good at mapping either from the ground, or you're looking at this from orbit, and then from orbit you're able to place the GPS and say, okay, well, we need a pyramid structure over here, we need a pyramid structure here, and one over here, to have that mirrored image. I kind of see it as above, so below. So you have like this big pyramid structure that goes across the planet, that would be as above, right? And then all these other small ones that are across the across the world, which are below, right? So you have the one big one, and then the little ones that are expressing the very same thing of Orion, that the Orion correlation. I was about to say the guy's name, but I'm not going to. I don't want to embarrass him. But what do you think of that? Like the correlation that's happening, because we see it over and over and over and over again.
Well, when it's hard evidence like that, you know what's real and what's not. I mean, okay, they've obviously built buildings in the past, and they've moved great masses of population from one location to another, and there's been all these different earth changes and liquefaction, and we've got the UFOs, mass UFOs picking people up. We've got all, walking through dimensions and then walking back into this one. There's so many different areas of energy. We've got whole civilizations of people just disappearing. We're looking at the Mayan times is what I'm talking about here, and then they appear in another location. Is it because they found underground tunnels, or is it because they've walked through energy vortexes that have been created by another level of our awareness, another level of our conscious, crystal mind? So these, I said a long time ago, back in about 20 years ago, I was doing, I loved Egypt. I had this connection with Egypt. It was when Tiamat was here. And basically, I got to see that there were underground tunnels. I got to see that, like, with the parting of the sea, it was like, we have this technology. You have a look at where the obelisks were placed, and the sea was parted there. So there could have been an energy flow between the two obelisks being able to part that current. We talk about currents, we talk about ebbs and flows and energy. And then, I lived in a place where at a certain time when the water was right across, it looked like the ocean, you know, it was totally covered by ocean. And then at a different part of the day, you just see there's much water there, but you could walk across that sandbar. You know, you think about the stories and things of people being able to walk across water and stuff, and you look at the skill bases that they had, the little bit of knowledge that they had over another person that wasn't aware of the sandbar being just underneath that level of water. You know, you think about, I've seen water recede real fast when it comes to a tsunami or even a cyclone can part water on lakes and rivers and all sorts. I've seen this stuff firsthand. So what we don't know, you know, it can't hurt us to a certain degree because we're not aware of the full facts of it. And this has been the problem as a human and this carnation. We seek knowledge. We seek knowledge, but we already have it. It's around us 24/7. So, I mean, I like one of the pictures the last guest was showing was of a wall, you know, how it interlocks and everything. We have a wall here called Kaimanawa Wall, and we're allowed to drive past it and stuff, but you can't spend very long, and they've made sure they've protected it so people can't go and dig away and investigate it. And it's got the same interlocking, you know, bricks that some of these pyramids have, so that some of these other walls have, you know. So this place was connected, and I believe that there were doorways going underneath from one location to another location, and some of these wall structures and stuff, you know, with the alignments, allowed us to travel, allowed the electricity to flow through, so we had light, because these are huge chambers. You're not going to just manage to get through unless you've got some form of transport. And, you know, looking at these caves and things, they're underground and so forth, there was like, at one stage, I saw all of these tunnels opening up, and it was in the news everywhere. Tunnel here, tunnel under Italy, tunnel under Rome, tunnel under this, that. And it was like, okay, they're totally clear. They've got no evidence inside there. You know, you can see the structure was a seat or a bed or a room, but there's no remains. Well, if the planet tilts and there's a washout, it's going to wash all that evidence away, but the structure's still going to be there. So these energy forms, I believe, have been built over millenniums. We've been here a long time, you know, in different incarnations, different species types, but this is where we're at now, opening back that knowledge. So a lot of gateways and doorways opening up. I'm going to say, you know, in the early days, I was doing some writing. You know, I'm also a published author in my earlier days, and I had written some poetry, and I had a friend of mine come up to me and say, you know that poem you wrote? And I went, yeah. And she said, well, this guy just came up to me on the beach and started versing it to me and tried to claim it as his own. And I went through this, I got triggered. I went through the stages of being triggered, getting angry, going to go and hunt this person down and do all of these crazy things. But then at the end of the day, I never found him. And it was like, for me, it was like, okay, well, acceptance, I have to acceptance. And it was the fact that when I was doing the journalism and publishing and stuff, one lesson they taught me was it doesn't matter if it's good publicity or bad publicity. You're getting it out there. You're getting that message out there. So when you put that message out there, make sure that you've got clear intent to stand behind it, because even if some other person comes along and steals it, and they do, it's okay, your information's out there. Let them do whatever they want with it, because it will have its ramifications towards them, you know, and you'll keep going where you're going, and you'll keep finding new information, whereas they're going to get stumped because it's not their information. It's not their information. So
they didn't follow the process, and they'll get stuck with only that information and not the next steps of it as well. Absolutely.
That's right.
Yeah, they're not going to fully understand the thought pattern behind that, right? Like as I was explaining before, like why I did it and how I did it, and they don't understand that. Maybe they do now because they're listening to this, and this is actually the first time I've ever mentioned it. I don't really care, right? It's no skin off my back as long as the information's out there. But I just wanted to share that because of what Paulina was saying last night. Just want to give a big shout out to Peter Lishan. I hope I pronounced that right, on Forgotten Origin channel. Thank you very much for that super sticker. Really appreciate it. It helps the channel a great deal to continue to bring you this type of conscious-based content. There's check this out. There is a cave that they found not too far from my house. It's probably about an hour and a half drive going northwest. And now I don't know what they discovered in this cave, but this cave is like totally blocked off. Like they literally have security around this cave. And if you get caught either trying to go into the cave or if you're found in the cave, there is a $1 million fine and a 5-year prison penalty if you get caught in there. So I am wondering, what is it that they found down there that they're trying to hide and guard it so close? And when you were saying that there's like chambers and corridors and you will need transportation to move around, I believe that that's something similar what they just discovered there, and they don't want to tell us because of the fact that the narrative in Canada has been that the Aboriginals are uncivilized, they never had any written writing, that they had no technology, they lived in the trees, and they fed off of acorns and berries, and that's really the mentality here. So if they came out and said, hey, look, we found this ancient, cave and this tunnel system that we possibly believe that the Aboriginals had something to do with building this and executing this plan here, then everything would be turned up head over heel for them. And then they would have to go back and change the narrative because now all of a sudden, they weren't eating acorns and berries like how they say, right? So, I really wonder what it is that they found. I'd like to hear your thoughts on it. Let's start with Rob.
I really want to know what's in there. I really want to know what's in that cave. Now, when I hear that, it reminds me of Stephen and Evan Strong and how they have the skulls that can't come out. They're threatening him with prison and $1 million fines. So, man, I mean, it must be where the Inuits of Canada were, right? That's what the cave is. So I would assume that there is some sort of either giant set of bones in there or potentiality of that, because if you look at the Midwest region of the United States, what they used to do is they used to lure the giants through their own stories into the caves and set fire to the caves. So there's something giant either in there, or they talk about these underground tunnels, and these tunnels have these systems, and these systems have different resonating frequencies while curing, let's say, like underneath the Bosnian pyramids, like curing high blood pressure, asthma, and it could be one of those sacred sites that's inundated with that type of frequency modulation that helps the human body, and they don't want you to seek any of that stuff out there. Or there's some potential artifacts down there that could be game changing, or there's evidence that breaks their 12,500 year paradigm.
Mm-hmm. I find it especially interesting that you mentioned giants, because the first thing that I noticed when I moved here to Kamloops about 5 years ago from Vancouver Island, I was living on top of the hill. Now I'm at the bottom of the hill, but before I was on top of the hill and I was looking over. And one day I was driving down the hill and I looked across and I seen what appeared to be a pyramid. Right? And I was like, what is that?
I think you told me about this too.
Yeah, I was like, what is that? So I went to it and I drove around it, and I can drive on top of it because there's like this little trail that goes there. So anyways, I went and checked it out, and I took my compass there to see whether the cardinal points would line up. And my compass just kept going like this. It just wouldn't.
Oh, it didn't do the full circle?
No, it just kept going like this. It just didn't want to catch, right? Like there was some sort of a magnetic anomaly there. And then I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna just try to gauge it as to like how it's going like this and see what happens. While I was doing that, the cardinal points were lining up, and I thought that was really interesting. And then I was looking at the other side of this. I call it the pyramid mound, the giant pyramid mound, because it's not like your traditional pentagonal pyramid or even a step pyramid. It's like flat on top, and then it goes down like that, like a mound, and it's a giant, right? I said to my wife, and I said, look, baby, there's a giant buried there, I bet you. Right? She's like, how do you know it? I was like, well, that looks like a pyramid mound to me. And I said, if you look in the front of it, it looks like that there's a chamber there, because it's got a dip. It looked like it caved in and everything fell in. So when he mentioned giants, that was the first thing that I thought about, that I wonder, right?
Resonating frequency, same wavelength, brother. That's how it goes.
Yeah. Let's hear Stone's thought on this cave that I'm talking about, and this
honestly, back in the day, there were all these reports of explosions happening in Egypt, and I was doing my Egyptology at the time, and I found that the government of Egypt was paying families. First of all, the family had the right to dig on their property or underneath their houses, and anything that was found in the tunnels underneath their houses, they could keep for themselves. But then it got to a point where everybody was doing it, and they were endangering themselves because there were cave-ins starting to happen. But apparently there was a lot of treasures and artifacts found, to the point where there were rumors of creatures actually still living in these underground tunnels. So all the tunnels suddenly got closed up, and people started getting fined, and some people even disappeared. They got disappeared by the government.
Man.
Yeah. And we've got a lot of caves where I'm living. I'm on a cave. There's caves everywhere, and it's awesome. I can sit outside, and sometimes I'll hear a squeaky bat fly past. And the first time I saw it, that is like, wow, what the heck? Because I have cryptids as well that come in from time to time. So it was really quite neat to see a smaller one. I love bats. I think they're fantastic. So I say that there are a lot of caves. I mean, we've got legends here of Hatupatu, the bird woman, who was part bird, was part human.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, she gave her fingernails for fire, and then she got trapped inside a cave. And it's like, okay, well, if you think about how close we are to the Antarctic, and there's a lot of visitations here. I mean, I'm probably going to get in trouble for saying some of this stuff, but through my research, I was doing Viking ancestral research when I came across Thor's hammer upside down that actually resembled a tiki. Now,
wow, that's cool.
Yeah, so from there, that tiki showed me that it was an alien. It had 3 fingers, it had angled eyes, it had a big head, and it always stood a bit taller than human. You could tell the difference because the human had a round head, round eyes, and 5 fingers. So it was like, okay, there's connections here from there to there, and there's so many sightings that are not reported because there have been people put in places to dumb us down. But these caves, I was living in the Waitakere Ranges, and I came across, and it's funny because when I was doing my presentation, I found the photos of underground bases up there. You find the odd chimney coming out of the ground, and you're thinking, oh yeah, what's going on under there? And they're all totally blocked off by fences, and you don't see them until you come up against them, And so we've seen caves, tunnels with bars like what you're saying, and fines written above it saying if you enter this premises. And it's not because of the safety of yourself of walking inside a tunnel. It's because of, possibly what else you might find in there. Are you going to find cave drawings that haven't been seen before that are going to tell us something else? I mean, people are finding them all the time. And we're still digging up treasures all the time. Like I said earlier on today, my river used to have stones in it, pebbles and stones, and now it's got sand, beach sand, and that's from one massive flood that went through. So it's like, okay, So the tunnels are clearing out, the water tables are changing. So anything is possible. I mean, we're only babes. We're only babes with the knowledge that we have here. You know, our lifespan is short in comparison to what we once, you know, had. And so there's just so much knowledge there. If you keep a level head, keep yourself a bit open-minded, but not so open-minded that your brains fall out, you'll be sweet.
Makes me think of China too, where they were literally planting trees on the sides of pyramids and dirt, just to hide it like it was a whole mountain. And then when you get close to it, you turn a corner and there would be 16 troops ready to shoot you if you took another step in that direction. And that's the type of secrecy that they're like. That's the tip that they're on. They're not doing it to be like, oh, listen, guy, you got to go. This isn't Area 51 security where, hey, don't you cross that line. And if you do, they're going to say, you know what? You got to back it up, come on. And they'll point the gun at you. You step over that line, you are coming back with your guts hanging out. Like, that's how that's going to work.
Yeah.
Wild. And of course, we all know Area 51's a psyop. Like, it's not what you think it is. Remember how they had that whole movement, like, let's storm Area 51?
Yeah.
And people were like, listen, you'll get maybe 10 feet in there before you're mowed down by a gun that's so big that the shells will take half your body off. I'm telling you.
Like a fucking Gatling gun.
Yeah, a 50 caliber machine gun that's going to put holes as big as my head through your torso. But go ahead.
Yeah. And Area 51 is not what people think it is. You know, Area 51 is more, you know, hey, look what this hand is doing. And then they got all the technology over at Area 52. Right. So,
it went from Area 51 to White Patterson Air Force Base, and now it's underground somewhere.
Yeah.
That's it.
Speaking
Not
of
even
caves,
White Patterson Air Force Base has it anymore.
No, they probably moved it to one of those underground cities that America has. And America has a few of them.
Well, there's a facility in New Zealand where they're keeping a lot of that stuff. There's a big facility. I think it is Area 52 they call it, but it's got another name to it too. But that and in Australia. But see, the funny thing about this is if you're into geopolitics and you're watching what's happening between Australia and New Zealand and the Chinese, you would sit there and think to yourself, why would that be happening? Who is actually sharing the technologies that we're not privy to as the people? And these government bodies are really going for broke on this one, let's just say. I do a lot of that investigation too.
Yeah, we can see, well, I personally can see that. I watched when the Crown changed over, when they changed the money system over here, the notes, the Queen's head was removed. And right round, they did it around the whole planet. This is something that I noticed. You could see that there's a connection of steps. When one country did it, all the rest of them did it. And that's what it showed me, that this is a great big farm. We were being farmed. We were being harvested for energy and knowledge. And then I went down that rabbit hole. So it's basically, I see us under a different ownership because the debt couldn't be paid, so the land was claimed instead. And this is why there are a lot of problems going on. You know, you see it with the water, you see who owns the water. Everybody is claiming something, and it always comes back to Asians or Australians. I mean, it's absolutely crazy. But there are a lot of things going on. I know that there is a base near where I am at. I wouldn't have been put here. It's really weird. When I was in Western Australia, I had a close encounter of a UFO kind, and they tried to say that it was Sputnik coming down. This was back in the 80s, 82, 83. And it basically stole the car, and I had missing time, and I had facial burns and some equipment. I had a beatbox, you know, an old musical instrument back in the day, beatbox. It had melted because of this thing coming down and going across the top.
Really?
Yes, and it was somebody pulled up and towed us back to the village that we were at, and in that time frame, this thing had been seen going across Western Australia, right across New South Wales, and over to the other side, and then it turned around and came back. Now, I'm sorry, but I don't know of any satellites or down junk that will turn around and come back. you know,
Yeah.
and then it crashed down. Then we had the military move in, and that's when things got crazy. After that, the military stayed there. If I basically was packed up and shipped out as fast as could be. I don't know why. I was only a teenager at the time. But I missed out being cross-examined. I did get some examination, but then I wasn't, didn't have to get locked up and stuff like that. So I got out of the township. But there were people that had also witnessed it that disappeared, died in freak accidents like a flash nowhere, So I was not far from Pine Gap. So there was a base there that ended up being part of where I lived. And then when I came back over here, I got stuck in the Waitakeries, and I know there was a base there. I've even seen the military moving timber there to build something. So, and it's just, I've just been put in the right locations at the right time. There is no wrong time. We get put in these places, whatever comes of it, it's how you analyze it at the end, your perception. So yes, I got told a few years before I moved to this location by Patty Bizarre that I shouldn't move out here because there is an underground base. And the fates that be, I ended up moving out here, and the things that I have seen, it's like, it's just keeps taking me to another level of exploration. So great adventures. But
are you familiar with Mary Sutherland?
I'm not good with names. If I don't have a lot of interaction, it just goes whoosh, but I'm more of a faces person.
Mary Sutherland, she's fantastic. Never actually spoken with her, but I've seen a lot of her work. And she mapped out all of the underground military bases, underground cities from all over the world. It's just punch her name in here. I'll put it into the comments here if anybody wants to go and check her out. I should reach out to her and see if I can bring her on and do a show. But Mary Sutherland talks about what you were just talking about, like these underground cities. I'm not really quite sure how she got this information, but I read the article, and it's about, I would say it's about an hour and a half read. It's long, right? And it's got maps and details, country by country by country. It is it's an intense read. I'll try to find the article as well, and I'll post it into the comments for you guys. So with that being said, thank you very much, Stone, for helping cover this few minutes. And we will bring our sister from another mother, Lion Curtis, on for a quick 10-minute stretch, and then we'll jump in with John Cadman with the Pyramid water pump, and I'm excited about this. So I'm really looking forward to this one. So let's do that. So bring Leanne on, and we'll get it going on.
Okay. Always with the mute.
I got the music. Let me toss some music on, Leanne. I got some music in the background that I can.
You're so funny. I just did that too.
Perfect.
Well,
perfect. She's got it covered.
That music is that copyright music on your?
It's my music. It's
okay.
I own it.
Permission. Do it up.
Yeah, you have my permission to play my music on your show and on my YouTube channel. Dear YouTube,
Cool.
Yeah, no shit.
It sounds legal enough. It sounds like it's legit. It's legal enough. Let's do it.
Okay, let's do it. I need a good.
I may be from New York, but I'm
now that we've got the legalities out of the way, let's hammer this thing in there.
Okay, let's see.
Funny, right? In these times of censorship, we have to do that.
All right. Let's have a seat on the floor. Let's cross our legs. Feel where we're touching the floor. Take a deep breath in. Let it out. Another deep breath in, let it out. And as you're able, you come onto your backs. And when you're on your backs, try to turn the upper part of your arms out, pull your biceps outwards toward the ground, and feel how that pulls your shoulder blades back and flat to the floor. And sort of take another deep breath in. Put your feet maybe a little more than hip distance apart and start rocking or swaying. Swaying and rocking. Whatever feels better on your back. I prefer rocking because it rubs my sacrum against the Pachamama. Take one other big deep breath. If you want, you can push your sacrum into the ground and push your heels into the ground and kind of stretch your upper body. Put a little traction in your lower back. Push your hips up. That'll help. Wiggle a little. And then if you're able, as you're able, cross your left leg over, left foot over your right thigh. And put your hands on your right leg somewhere. If you can grab your calf, great. And take your deepest breath ever in your whole life right now. In through your nose. Out through your mouth. Just let go of whatever tension you got. You can pull your toes back if you like. Another deep breath in. Deep breath out. Feel how that feels in your lower back. You can pull your leg back if your body lets you do it. Get a little more stretch in your lower back. Take another deep breath. Pull that oxygen into wherever your body needs it. Exhale. Now clasp your leg behind your thigh. And bend your leg up and down 2 or 3 times. And after you've done that, point your foot to the ceiling and make big circles with your feet. Go around 3 times clockwise and 3 times counterclockwise, like you're painting a big circle on the ceiling with your toe. And then point and flex. Point and flex. And then point. You can either leave your hands right where they are or move them up to your calf. Take another deep breath. Breathe into that. If it feels good, you can rock a little. Another deep breath in. Deep breath out. Carefully bend your knee back in. Pull both knees in. If you can, extend each leg while hugging the other leg. And now put both feet down, feet flat on the ground, and go back to rocking or swaying. Whatever you did the first time, do the other this time. Switch it up. Keep breathing. Deep breath in, deep breath out. Cross the right leg over the left. Right foot over the left thigh. And grab your left leg somewhere. Pull it back. Breathe into that. Take an even deeper breath than the deepest breath you ever took ever before. And let it go. You can rock a little if you like. Grab the back of your left leg and straighten and bend your leg a couple of times. Paint those big circles on the ceiling with your left big toe. Make the biggest circles you can. Go in the opposite direction 3 times. Now point and flex. And point and flex. And point. And flex. And then, if you like, move your hand up your leg to your calf or your ankle, whatever's comfortable. And stretch yourself a little more. Take some more deep breaths. I like to point my foot, but also pull my toes back, if that makes any sense. Sometimes I like to wiggle my toes. See if you can flatten your shoulders against the ground. And again, you can rock back and forth if you like. Now carefully come out of that. Grab onto both your knees and pull them down kind of to either side of your torso best you can. I like to cross my hands and just sort of rock again. But do whatever your body likes. Do whatever your body allows. Feels comfy. I'll put your feet flat on the ground, and I want you to breathe in while you roll your head down. Take a deep breath in. And then when you tilt your head back, exhale twice. And again, deep breath in through your nose as you roll your head forward.
Love is not love which changes with every breeze that blows.
Rock back and forth
Love never
or
really
sway again.
It grows.
And then gently roll over to either your right or left side by putting either your right or left arm out and roll over. Stay there for a minute. Put the hand that is not extended on the floor flat and push yourself up carefully with your hand. Let your head be the last thing that comes up so you don't strain anything. Come back to sitting. Cross your legs. Roll your neck back and forth a couple of times. See how your body feels now that you've stretched out a little bit that way. Another couple deep breaths in and out, bringing the oxygen to wherever your body needs it. Palms down, palms up, wherever you like. All right. So your stretch numero dos on Dios numero dos. And that music's okay too. My mom composed that. I own that. I control that. Dear YouTube, leave him alone. I hope that helped everybody a little bit. Uh-oh. Should I put you guys into some kind of doldrum? Come back. Oh my God. All right. Well.
All right. I had to untwist myself there.
Some people like pretzel brain. Other people just like being pretzels. I don't know. I think I go both ways. That's politically correct, right?
Oh boy, that was great. Thank you, Leanne. Really needed that. That was good after sitting here all day long.
Well,
Right?
I hope that helped relieve a little bit of lower back stuff. I know mine needs to be relieved multiple times a day with what I do.
I was eating goldfish.
Uh-oh, Neil, come back. Time to do a talk.
Yeah.
Wait, the safe word. Maybe that could be our safe word. Goldfish. Wait,
Goldfish.
Yeah.
I need help. Goldfish.
I need help.
Well, it sounds like we got a bit of an echo here.
Uh-oh.
So we are okay, Leanne. I'm going to bring our next guest on. Thank you very much.
I'm going to mute my echo self out. Love you guys. Thank you. That was fun.
Love you.
I will be sharing Leanne's YouTube channel link, and I have been sharing it in the chat. So please, go over to Writing the Frequency.
Frequency.
Subscribe to Leanne's channel and help her channel grow, please. And same with our friend Kathy Mason at Mason Works. Subscribe to her channel and help her channel grow. And of course, our friend, Dr. Joan of Angels, she needs just a few more hours to monetize her channel. So please subscribe and check out her channel, view on her channel so that she can get the hours during this conference so that she can monetize and begin to earn a little bit of extra money from doing what we do. So with that being said, thank you very much, Leanne. And I'm going to bring on a legend right now. And this is now our pyramid awareness segment. Now we've got John Cadman, who's coming up with the pyramid water pump. And then after that, we have John Shaughnessy, whom you saw this morning, talking about the pyramid gravity force. And then after that, we have Chuck Vanderbilt, who you also saw this morning at the panel, and he's going to be talking about pyramids and portals. So it's going to be a lot of awareness is going to happen here, and we're going to get to explore pyramids from a variety of different perspectives so that we can understand the functions of them. Now, I'm sure that there isn't only just one function to pyramids and that there's a multi-based machine, and we're going to learn about that here right away. So let's bring our buddy, John Cadman, onto the screen. Aloha, John.
Aloha.
Let me unmute you here, brother. Looking wonderful. Thank you very much for giving us your time here this afternoon to give us a demonstration and to show us what the pyramid water pump really is, because we keep hearing it around from other researchers and stuff, but you're the original guy that really came up with this and put together your pump. Right, so I'd really love to understand that and raise my awareness on it. So I'm going to put you on screen. Now, Did you have questions as they're coming in, or did you want us to save the questions and then give you those at the end of your presentation?
You can just freeform it as it comes in. Then that way you can just answer it. I just have pretty much the video I did a couple days ago of it running, kind of quick description of the actual mechanisms. But then I have a lot of other stuff as far as actual pulses, and I can share some screens and pictures and kind of describe it. So we're just going to go loose and friendly. How's that?
Yeah, I love it.
I love fast and loose. That's my kind of presentation. Let's get it.
Fast and loose, and then 4:02 now. So let's give John the space, and I'll be in the background, John, and Rob will be in the background. And we'll hit you with questions as they come up. And our family.
Quick thing as far as sharing screens. I see there's a thing that says share screen. Does that just go straight to your desktop and then that's it, or
Now, do you have your video open in the background on your desktop?
I have the video. It opened up in the Chrome browser.
Okay,
so
so you would go to share screen, and then go over to
Share.
Chrome tab.
Share screen, okay.
And then go to the Chrome tab. It's on the top far right corner. You'll see it highlighted, John. It says entire screen, and then window, and then on the right-hand side, it says Chrome tab. And then it should be in there.
Good. Do you see Chrome? Okay, so when I'm on Chrome, it should show.
Yeah, as soon as you hit the Chrome tab, your tab should be in there, and you can show us that.
Okay, I've got that tab. Maybe show, okay. Let's share. Okay, oh yeah, it has slides and then video file, okay. And then share screen. Let's see if that works. Oh, that's really confusing.
How many Chrome tabs do you have open?
Let's see. 4.
4. So yeah, it should be there. One of those, the ones that you have.
I see it. Let me just try sharing and see what it looks like.
Okay.
I don't know if it shared it or not. Share system audio. Share. Oh, there's Chrome. Okay, there's Chrome tab. Okay.
Probably have to go through the.
Okay, I found it. I found it now. Okay, cool. Something like that.
Oh no, I got the. You're sharing the full screen. You would need to go to Chrome tab, right, and then pick your.
Stop screen. And share screen.
Don't forget that bottom corner with the audio too, if there's audio with it.
Okay, share screen, share system audio.
Yeah, and then to the top right corner.
Chrome tab. And then it has StreamYard, which is
Yeah, that's
screen
one where
or.
You'll want to choose the other tab, not the StreamYard tab.
Not the StreamYard?
No, is it a YouTube video?
It's a YouTube video that you got up, John?
This is confusing.
When you hit the Chrome tab, right, and then I got you got this one right here. See, it goes like that, right? So you're picking the Chrome yard. So when you share screen, right here, I'll shoot you a quick image, right? It should look like this. Check your messenger.
Okay.
Should go like that. There we go. Okay, I just sent it to you, John.
Okay.
Right, so you see that when you pick the Chrome tab, like all the Chromes that you have open in the background, that's the one you want to pick. You don't want to pick StreamYard. That's like right on top. You want to pick. Right, you want to pick the tab that's underneath that.
Oh, the Humanity Unplugged. Okay, I'll look at it, see what that is. Okay. Share. I'll try this again. Share screen. Share. Chrome tab. I guess Facebook.
I think you have to move your actual video.
Yeah, you have the video on YouTube, John?
Oh, yeah, I could either do it on YouTube or I can do it. I can
If
just
you
do it
open
from
it
the
up,
desktop.
yeah, if you open it up in the desktop, then if you open it up in the background, then where you're at the screen share, just go to window, and then when you click the window, it should be there.
Okay.
Right? See how there's an example that I sent you.
Window.
It's the what is it? Entire screen, window, and then Chrome tab. You would want to do it in window. There it is. I got you.
Okay.
Yep.
So I'm just going to hit play on this, and if there's any questions, I can hear, plus make some comments or adjust the volume, etc. Let's see how this goes. Let's see how it goes. Okay, this here is on the Great Pyramids wastegate. They had a very simple valve on it. The bottom of it, down in front of the Sphinx Temple. It's about 2,000 feet away from the Great Pyramid itself, right here in the ground shaft. But the mechanism that they used to create the hydraulic pulse was actually just basically a simple check valve subversion. And all the check valve, water check valve is, has a flap and allows water to go through one direction and then not the other. That's all it is. So what they did is put a valve backwards. So now water actually does not go through. And so it's normally closed. But then they flipped it upside down. So you have a little gravitational. I know, that's beautiful. Gravitational acceleration opens up the valve. And so water goes straight by here. And as it gets up enough velocity, it'll swing that shut, the valve shut, and it'll stop the water instantaneously, and that creates a water hammer, a shock wave, and a very intense shock wave. We're going to put this on the wastegate line. The wastegate was actually within the structure here, and this would have been the Nile, would be bigger. And the Sphinx would be approximately 6 foot. Would be at a slight angle out here. It gives kind of proximity. What I'm going to do here, taking the check valve, and the water's not running at this moment, but I'm just going to put it on there. Just take it and put it in the reverse position. And I'm just going to screw it onto the wastegate line, which actually has a valve on it. So that's how the water comes out. Upside out. It's in a naturally open position. Just like that. And to start it up, you start the water. So what it does is it has water go through, slams the valve shut, and then that sends a shock wave straight up the line up to the base of the Great Pyramid. It has a reflective elbow, so it actually hits the reflective elbow, and horizontal, it goes vertical, it shoots straight up the Great Pyramid. So, and I mean, there's variations on this. You use different springs and weights and different flow rates and stuff, but that's basically it. Very simple. With the valve, turns like this, just by rotating the valve, it changes the rate and the impact just by the gravitational spring. And it's good. All the this is naturally kind of shut. It doesn't have enough spring to it. Start it. plug actually, right here is a plug which I put pressure gauges on it. And I'm easily 125 psi spikes at that point, for sure. That's really super conservative. Being very conservative on that. Here, these were actually two nipples here, two very types of nipples. This is actually the pipe. This is Schedule 80, the thick wall PVC pipe, conduit pipe. So it has a little flex to it, resilient. And the first electrojet bicycle. This basic PVC nipple was checked out, screwed onto. It actually cracked it all the way around it. These are rated for 450 psi. And I went with a conduit one, the gray plastics conduit. The gray plastic is more flexible. It's more. It doesn't crack as easily. So I tried that. I cut it off because it broke that. It cracked that one too. It run for a while and then it just eventually just break it through shock waves. It's really intense to max. So right now, go to the internet. Makes a difference. Pulse generator. I can see that. That's good. Wastegate line here. This has been under about 100 feet of bedrock. So it just sends the shock wave straight up. And the pyramid, this is the correct shape and size of the scaled pyramid here. Not a perfect position yet, but it will be. Straight underneath it. Right now I have this running with the dead end shaft. The dead end shaft's in the dead end position, so it's actually the balance shaft. I can run it with the dead end shaft into either full open or slightly reduced amount. For back pressure, to change the back pressure, it changes the pulse rate intensity. So what I'm going to do is just open it up just a rate. I'm going to open the valve. So I'll spare the difference. It's actually running out this hose here. So it can either be elevated or lower than the pyramid. If they got to the if it was elevated for pressure, it changes the flow rate. It does elevate, elevate to about 12 feet higher than the top of the Great Pyramid. I tend to get a lot of crap about dead end shaft being a dead end, so I just run it normally in the dead end position. And the end of the controversy. So I shut that off. Then I do believe there was a small, like a perk shaft, a little ball valve, or just a one-way valve at the back of this subchain. All the evidence shows it to be there. And so I actually added on this model, and added the line. Here, which just allows any gases to escape. So I never turn it off, and that changes the impact. Great bid.
If there were any gases in the chamber itself, that would allow the gases to be removed. Over this direction, we have our descending passage coming down, and that's scaled correctly, and the angle of the legs correct for to match the Great Pyramid's descending passage. And that went 100 feet, was a 300-foot shaft that went 100 feet below the bedrock. And went into that subterranean chamber. We've got a reservoir we've had for 5 years, upgrading. Very near future, we've got a water tank, a potable water tank that one class from over there. So swap that out, and also have the water overflow, so it'll be not a lot of water running down and drilling. For the most part, that's as simple as it gets. So, ta-da.
Okay.
That was so cool, John. Damn, that was cool, bro. That was great. I loved it.
So I just wanted to be, the basic mechanism, so that if you see the basic mechanism, how it works, and simplify that, then the actual function, which is next, not being a water pump, but being a hydraulic pulse generator, then that can move forward in the conversation. So otherwise, it just gets too lost in too many technical things that start talking about being a hydraulic pulse generator, and everybody's like, "What generator? Is it like big electricity?" Or just start going off on different tangents. It's really strange. So let's see. I'm not sure if I'm sharing the desktop or what I'm sharing right now.
What are you trying to share, John?
Maybe some pictures or photos.
Okay, do you have them open in the background already?
I do have, yes.
Okay, so you would again just go to Window, and then you'll see it there.
Okay. Share. Slides. Slides, if that works. Computer.
Are you going through the slides, John, or are you just going to share screen and then to?
I can do the share screen. I was doing slides, but
yeah, you would. That I think has a PowerPoint. If you have it open in PowerPoint.
Oh, okay.
Right, but if you go to share screen and then if you have media open in the background, then you just go to a window and then you'll be able to share.
There we go.
There we go. I'll toss that up, and we'll do a picture-in-picture.
Okay, now this is an overhead view of the actual subchamber model right here. And this is a 1/4 inch to the foot model.
And that's what you have next to you, right, John, on your left-hand side?
Excuse me?
That's what.
Yes, that's it.
Okay, that's what we're seeing on screen is next to you.
Yeah, that's this model here. And this is a lot of years of deciphering and of what's actually in the subchamber. Because it's really a complex room in that it has all the has a step, but right off the bat it's 47 feet by 27 feet, and it has a 3 by 3 entrance, 3 foot by 3 foot entrance shaft,
and a 2 foot by 2 foot exit shaft. The dead end shaft is on the far side of the room. And then it has a pit that still exists, and it's been excavated a few times, but it's filled in, but it drops down to a lower area. And then with the, now just go look at let's see here, the inkjet model. This is actually an inkjet model here. This is my original one from 2002. I put a glass top on top of it and just ran some inks at various port locations. You can see, yeah, just basic little drip water things. But so I had different ports that I could open up, and then actually along here, and then different parts of the fins could see where that water was actually going, as opposed to just guessing. And it actually showed all the functions of the fins themselves. Brilliant. It's actually even more brilliant than that. And then, so I did that in 2002. You can't do any, shut that off. You can't do any pulses or anything with it because just by the surface area of this model itself, it's 7 inches by 11 inches, and that's, it's about 80 square inches surface area, a little less. And if you're doing a spike of, I know it'll put out 40 psi for sure. The spikes are much higher than that because they're near instantaneous. You can't really measure them. So if, let's say you did 40 psi, 40 pounds per square inch times 80 square inches that's 3,200 pounds pushing up.
Yeah, per square inch. Wow, that's heavy duty. Now earlier, John, when you were giving us the dimensions, you were going 47 by 27. And what I thought interesting is that both those numbers equal to 9. Right now we're dealing with Tesla's 369. We got
369, yeah.
Yeah, we got 47 by 27, right? So that would be 9 and 9. So I thought that was pretty interesting. And then you mentioned again 3 by 3, and then we're dealing with that 369. So that's super cool.
I'm a big fan of Tesla, so I was happy that it actually was that. Okay, so
I'll add there we go. I just wanted because I wanted
this picture.
Mm-hmm.
Now this is actually the first ink I put in, and there's the entrance shaft, which is 3 by 3 down the lower corner of the room.
Mm-hmm.
And so you can actually see how it goes across the room, hits the wall, and when fluids go in and they hit a plane surface, it redirects it perpendicular. So it doesn't bounce. Like sound bounces, compression waves bounce like pool balls on a pool table. So this is completely different. So it's a fluid dynamic, and it actually shoots it across the room for part of it, and then it hits the step base, which is about 4 foot high, 5 feet high. And then there's a little channel here, which there's no explanation for it other than this is a little channel. It's also up here or here. Well, it has water that comes down and it pushes. You can actually see it pushes. It redirects the fluid here. So they're using fluids to redirect fluids. Brilliant. And then, so that was back in 2002 when Stephen Mailer visited. They showed him that. And then later on, about 2009, I was writing to Patrick Flanagan, the Pyramid Power, and I mean, absolute genius. And he wanted to see the ink from the upper area if it actually did the spiral vortex, or what it would do.
And when I did it, it actually does a Fibonacci spiral vortex. A 3D one to boot. It's not a 2D spiral vortex. And they use the fins and the reflective surfaces. They use the ceiling as part of one of the surfaces that redirects the flows. These guys were brilliant. So you're thinking different when things are completely full of fluids. It's not like there's air gap at the top and there's slushing and all this stuff. They're actually using the surfaces across the ceiling. Ceiling's a big part of the model of their design. And it does a truly perfect Fibonacci spiral vortex. And that's hurricanes. All hurricanes are Fibonacci spiral vortex, and galaxies, and they're all they automatically go to that layout. So they obviously know what that was. And so since it's a pulse generator, the question is, why are they putting so much effort into the design to put a Fibonacci spiral vortex in it? What's the reason? And there's a couple of things that it can be. It depends if you go by, like Victor Schauberger's work from World War II, and before that he's the waterworks man, and he did vortex, and he said that square pipes, when they have a vortex or a spin in them, actually have either zero resistance down the pipe, or it's actually negative resistance, so it's actually a boost. It's hard to say about that. But upon researching things like hurricanes, the eye of the hurricane, when you get past the hurricane walls where the most intense winds and violence is, when you get right in the middle, it's absolutely calm. So if they put the spiral vortex down this 2,000-foot square pipe, 4 foot by 4 foot, the center of that should be calm, which would allow for a pulse to go through the center of it. And pulses are shock waves or pulses. They travel extremely well through fluids, such as the whales in the oceans. At very low frequency, the blue whales which are all below 50 hertz, they can hear, across oceans. They can talk to each other. They can hear each other, thousands of miles. So it's an excellent medium for transference of pulses, shock waves, sound. It's all the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be it'd be the cleanest pulse going from that valve, the simple valve, wastegate, straight up the pipe to, let's say this is the pipe. You see it's got a 45 on the end of it.
Yeah.
Okay, so if they made a pipe that's square and the pit's 4 by 4, I just continued it out. But if you had a 45-degree plane and shock waves bounce like pool balls, so you hit it and you're redirected straight up and created straight up to the ceiling, as opposed to a fluid elbow would be curved. And that's not a fluid elbow. And I came up with that 45-degree reflective elbow. I don't know if anyone else uses that term, but the reflective elbow, when I was actually looking, this is my silicone mold for doing castings, freaking nice. Well, yeah, so I'm getting ready to do a cast. That's the next thing. It's like I got 4 gallons of 2-part clear epoxy and for doing the cast, and then I just got 1.5 thick acrylic for the top because it's got to be super strong. An 1.5 acrylic should do it because it breaks glass. It absolutely flexes 1/2-inch plexi ridiculously.
Really? Wow. That's pretty strong. Bending plastic.
Yeah, so
glass.
actually
Wow.
talked to everybody, and this is. I mean, it's.
Holy shit! Look at the size.
I didn't realize it was so heavy.
Oh yeah.
So I'm the top, which I'm going to be able to do cameras down, is an 1.5 thick, and that's going to be bolted with some brass bolts, with a bolt pattern, all thread, and that will be bolted down on the top here on the next casting, and that's coming up soon. That way, you can do actually a nice video, first video ever of it running, like pulsing.
Yeah.
And be able to put ink at different spots, different colored inks, different lighting. It's the first time.
Yeah, so it's going to be, because I saw the video that you have, the other one where I think it's animated and it goes in and then it shows the fibbuccini and the water moving and going down the drain. So this time we're going to be seeing it like right there.
What's it? Turn up
What I'm talking about? I think we watched that movie at on that video at Forgery Unmasked.
I couldn't hear part of that.
I think we watched that video the last conference that we did. It's like an animated video.
Oh yeah. I have those too.
Yeah, and it's kind of showing this fibbuccini in there, and then I think there was even like some ink added into the program to show how the water is moving.
Yeah, that was modeled off my inkjet model pictures. So I have a folder of pictures which from 2002. But digital cameras weren't really great back then. So I did the best I could. So I'm really excited about having a thick acrylic top on it. Nicely bolted. It's got to be flat and strong, and then be able to do videos from different ports, different areas, and you use different colored inks too from different spots, and people can come and experiment. I'm making an experimental platform, not necessarily for me, but for the future generations.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to finish this thing, and I'm just the subchamber guy, really. I know a lot more than that.
Your infinite consciousness, brother.
Yeah. So part of it was, okay, going back to the elbow, if it has a 4x4, I'm just going to hold it. So you can see through it, down here. So it got the 4x4 shaft, but it's offset by like 45 degrees. And it's offset from the wall by about 3 feet here. So that's not working. But the big question is, why are these things offset?
Yeah.
Why is it away from the wall? Why is it at a 45 degree? What is this? And so for first, when you think about it, like if you have a square shaft, it's going to be offset to go to the destination. Because you got a 45 degree,
Yeah.
It's for that bottom. And that also tells you the angle and direction of where the output is. So you can actually figure out exactly where the output is within.
Yeah. I got what you're saying now. Yeah.
It matters. It matters. And they offset it from the wall because there's a jet that flies straight across, and they were trying not to interrupt the jet.
Yeah, like the
you can actually see it.
Yeah. I got you now. Just like the fibbuccini that you have up here, I get it now. When the water comes in, when you were saying earlier, it's liquid pushing liquid. So when it comes in, it's got to do that fibbuccini, and also 45 equals to 9.
So that's okay. So this is the starting to explain where all the water flows and the dynamics are. And they were so brilliant in that they not only used the floor and the walls on the step, because it's just the step in there, but they also used this wall. It shoots straight up and then shoots across the ceiling, but in a fan area like this.
Yeah.
And so it actually spreads out in this direction, and that causes a curl when it hits this side. And so they're using the whole ceiling plus the walls, and they're using fin dynamics also within here. And like up on the step, it actually curls around, and then at the very back, let's see if I can go to another slide. Oh, I hate this mouse, these Bluetooth mice. Shit. So actually here, you can see here, this is looking down between the fins. Okay, right here. Oh, open that mouse and get that mouse working. These ones are crap.
Your mouse jumps around like mine?
The Bluetooth mice and all this stuff, they don't work.
Yeah, I got like a $40 mouse that just jumped around on me, and then I went to the dollar store and bought one, and it works perfect.
Yeah, the older ones work better.
Yeah.
Fancy ones that can do multiple devices and crap. They're terrible. Okay, sorry. Back to the fins. So I put it in, right? Leave that one in there. Yeah, just put it, Just put the next one in there. Brother's putting in the dongle. The other mouse. So what they did, you can see up here, I put a little jet at the top of the fin, and so you can see the water flows. It actually goes across. Yeah. And then they had two. Oh, this is that stupid mouse. I hate that mouse. I hate it.
Oh, I almost think I'm hearing myself.
It's so frustrating.
It is, isn't it? I'm sure everybody in these rooms understand what we're talking about.
Yeah, and at home I have DSL for internet, and it's so you might as well be the AOL dial-up stuff.
Oh no,
it's horrible. It's horrible, and I can't share pictures of videos or anything. It just locks up. Oh, this is better now. It's much better.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, so you can zoom in, and I did some little inkjets up the top here, so you could actually see what the heck was happening. And one across the top of the fin here. What it did, and it actually went to the back of the rim, to the back fins. It comes around and is redirected between these two fins. And those go at different velocities, but it creates a spin and a forward direction to encourage the Fibonacci spiral vortex right here. And you actually see it. It comes from back here. It's dropping down. It actually drops down about halfway, so it misses the jet. The jet goes right underneath that spiral. Brilliant stuff. And then it drops down into the pit. That's exactly what it does right there, but in 3D. So it misses the pit flow. Even this, you can see the ink going across.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll go to different. On or something.
This is like some serious sacred geometry happening in there.
There is.
Yeah.
Mouse.
What do you suppose the purpose of this pulse generator is? Like, why go through the effort and make it so big?
What's going on here?
What happened?
I don't know. Put a different battery in. That one's on. Oh. Oh, it's not. Whatever. Just leave it.
Breathe, brother. It's all
I'm
good.
looking for it. I'm looking for the screen.
You'll just need to go back and just share your screen again.
Okay, share.
Yeah.
Share screen. Share screen. Window.
Sometimes I find, John, that these mouses, they don't have. Oh, wrong one. You got to go to window, brother. Just stop sharing screen.
Stop sharing.
Yeah, and then you would need to go to window.
Window. Yeah, it just shows. I think it's shared line.
There. No, you're sharing.
I'll try it again. I'll try it again. That's why you have studios and stuff.
Go to
share screen. Share entire screen. Entire screen, maybe.
No. Go to window.
Window. I'm at window, and there's PDS agent or as browser bar.
Did your is your picture open in the background, or did that picture close out? Because if the picture is closed out, then it won't pick it up. You got to make sure that your picture in the background.
Oh, okay, I got it. Okay.
Right. When the picture is open, then go to window, and it should be there.
Okay. Window. Okay, there it is. Share. See if that works. Okay.
Yeah, we got her.
Okay. There's one question also that pops up is, okay, where did the water come from? And I say, okay, it was ancient Lake Morris, which is, just up the Nile a bit, and then just on. It would gravity feed it to this. They called it a charm or a well, and this is from Howard Weiss, and it was in front of the door. It's gone now, but they measured it down to 47 feet. So it did exist. They have concreted and buried a lot of evidence, but that's where it was. So that was the water input to the surround the So there's a moat. There's walled surround. This is a graphic from the Oriental Institute of Chicago, and they're conservative. They're really conservative.
Yeah.
And accurate. And so when they say there's a walled enclosure around it, there was. So that's not a debate thing. And that would raise the water enough to go into the entrance door, and down into it. And that's another one of theirs. It just shows the causeway is just the overflow, because you have to have more water than you use.
Mm-hmm.
So you get a nice static level. So that causeway just went down to the Nile. That's the overflow.
Oh yeah, it just empties right back out to.
That's just the extra.
I see.
And this is the subchamber. That's a descending passage there. Their wall, they're guessing on the height, but it's no big deal to make it a little bit higher to get into that entrance shaft.
Mm-hmm.
And then that was 330 feet from there down to here. And that thing's straight. It's laser straight. I think there's a 100-foot run that's off by a millimeter. And
that's precision, eh? And
to do that, Okay, now, if you were not using high-tech stuff, doing vertical shafts easy, horizontal's easy, 26-degree angle with, you know, a copper chisel and or whatever they're going to say they did it with, whatever stupid thing, in through limestone bedrock, no flashlights, nothing, and going straight down into a 4x4 and dust, and there's no air going down into whoever's pounding away with the copper chisel. It's so silly. You couldn't do it. That's
It is silly, isn't it? And not to mention, we don't find any of these copper chisels ever.
no.
Right? Or maybe they found one or two.
It's just a pre-flood building. It was from before the comet hit, before that Clovis comet hit, up in Saginaw Bay, Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where it hit. It was hit the 2-kilometer thick ice sheet up there. It spewed all over the place. There's all sorts of evidence. That's proven. Need to go over that.
I think my buddy George McRubick talks about that in his book, that one of his 70 books, anyways. He gives a lot of evidence that there was impacts here in North
George Howard's the man on that. It's mammoth something. He has a website and videos and everything, and this stuff is 100% proven. There's just no doubt. You know, it was a global kill.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, just an old graphic which kind of shows where the mean level of Mediterranean versus, you know, the water tables and where the subchamber is here. So it was about the Nile level. It's a little bit above the Nile.
It would have. Do you think it was closer to the Nile than it is today?
Nile's right there. There's the Sphinx. This is the Nile.
Yeah.
It's only 2,000 feet away. That's nothing for shock waves.
Yeah.
That's, you know, a satellite image. So they actually had it from right there. And if you do a 45-degree angle out of that pit and, you know, extrapolate for, you know, the drop and everything, the z-axis, it just happens to come out. There's a Sphinx here, Sphinx Temple. This would be the old Nile right here. And they, back in 1980, the Egyptian Water Department was checking water tables, and they drilled down right about here. And at about 40 feet, they hit rose quartz granite. And that means there's remnants of something down there. That's where either came out at that point, but that's a destination point, really.
Mm-hmm.
Beginning and destination, and then basic depths. And that's how I figured the basic depth of the drop of the pit, by what the water table stuff was here. What is it? Yeah, it's ages ago. It definitely shows.
Do you know if those satellite pyramids, the three of them, if they play any role within this entire structure, like engineerly wise?
I think they do, but I don't know what it is. I try to keep to the Great Pyramid itself and the shock waves.
Mm-hmm. I'm just wondering if the three satellite pyramids could be to like control the shock waves, or to like control the water, like, you know, like slow, medium, fast kind of deal. Just trying to throw some ideas here.
I think it'll have something to do with more of the resonance of the some sort of modified resonance. I'm not sure what it is.
To absorb the like extra resonance, than, because I'm sure it would probably like create more resonance than what's required. So could it be that the other pyramids would like kind of absorb it?
I couldn't tell you. That's a possibility. I just don't know.
Mm-hmm.
And where now, this is old Edgar Brothers sketch. They had some of the best stuff in their book back in 1929.
Mm-hmm.
But they showed there was a small, they described it and pointed out the very back of the subchamber. It's a small recess that goes up. So it's the highest point in the whole room. And all the water flows push back in this direction and funnel all air or gases to this point to escape.
Mm-hmm.
So it's excellent design. Let's see.
The question bears to ask is, what was it used for? Right? Like, what were they trying to do with it? Right? Like flood fields, or, to create, I don't know,
it's to resonate the King's Chamber.
Mm-hmm.
What that does, I'm not sure. There's lots of parts missing. It could be, done so solid on his stuff. It could be a mazer, like he's talking about.
Yeah.
Everything he said is proven. It's played out in the last 30 years. He was the first one that said something about there was a machine that was in the subterranean chamber that's missing, but it created the priming pulses for his the Giza power plant.
Mm-hmm.
He's the first one that said it. And I gave him credit, give Chris Dunn credit. Because there was the machine. As soon as I ran it back in 2000, it was obvious he was right. It's like, oh, this is a pulse generator. Oh my God, he was right. I didn't believe him. I was looking for graphics when I found his book. So that's that little hole in the back and they're talking. They have in the subchamber. You've got the fin walls and the guy's kid Stanley looking at that raised niche. They pointed it out. So this is what I did. Put air removal line back here. It's 2001. Basic graphics of how I think it works. If you have a dead end shaft, have an output line, then that's would be there. Wastegate just has a reflective elbow and goes to the Nile. Mm-hmm. And that, I think they had a small shaft that went up to the Queen's Chamber, which is actually dropped down a little bit. There's all sorts of evidence of there have been fluids or something in the floor area of that room because of the salt built. There's like an inch of salt buildup on the walls throughout out there before they pressure washed it all. And then, so it actually has a little step. This is a lowered area. And then there's a horizontal passage which goes to that well shaft. And that well shaft would actually allow any perked water to drop back down. It doesn't work that way. It runs that way. I tried it with the grotto, tried it that way. It works. The valve is simple, like a little ball pocket valve, check valve, anything.
Mm-hmm.
These are not complex things.
I think my buddy John talked about, he's coming up next. He talked about something about a ball that, like a backup. He was suggesting that, if the machine went into overdrive, that would be the backup and the ball would fall in and then it would stop the, the thing going down. I can't really quite recall.
They could have just had that entrance door closed. That shut the water supply and shut it off. Something.
Is this the one that they drilled a hole through to look on the other side?
Oh, those? No.
That's not the one. Okay, we're down here. Okay. Is this why we have this damage in the ceiling as well down there, John?
Yeah, right there. That's going to be
up and down.
That's cavitation. That's what cavitation damage looks like. So you get a shock wave, compression wave hit here, and it's an extreme compression wave. It's very aggressive. And the cavitation or rarefaction wave. Rarefaction wave is equal and opposite. It follows directly after compression wave, rarefaction wave, equal and opposite, extreme low pressure. And that's a limestone, and it comes in layers, so I just like chip it off. That's what it looks like. That's what that stuff does. And it's too high where anybody could touch, so it's not like somebody's dinking around in there. These were just basic fluid flow within there. It's in Dr. John DeSalvo's The Complete Pyramid Source Book was in that. And just trying to show it with graphics what it does. I think this is cool here, that it shows, well, that's where the dead end shaft, but you can actually see the lighter color here, that's where that jet's coming in, and there's some ink residue here. But as it hits a far wall, then it fans out. It's proven that it fans out by putting ink. You can actually see it that the lines actually follow where ink goes. So it's not guesswork. And they did a 3-level fluid dynamic too, which is really nuts. They did one at the floor at the step here. They did a mid-level, which is at right up on the upper step, and then there's a ceiling flow. So they did 3 different flows within one room, and those are the fluid flows. That doesn't count the shock waves. That's a sound thing. Sound waves are completely different, and they incorporated both of them into the same room, same dynamics, and through a Fibonacci spiral vortex, 3D, to boot. It's clever. So just really, really showing it. Just old stuff. So I'm jazzed because I haven't done anything on inks since, well, that's the last one. That's 2008 or 9 or something. That one. I just did a quickie for Flanagan. So thanks. That's the old water. That's basic. This kind of shows how the wastegate kind of works. This is how it would actually be. It wouldn't be a flap valve, but it'd be a sliding. I think it's like a sliding coffer. You know, they've got all these square or rectangular boxes, and then they just did like a sleeve for wear and tear. Wouldn't wear very much. As the fluid goes by, creates enough drag to slide the piston forward, slides forward, get near instantaneous stopping. Fluid doesn't like to be compressed much, so it sends out, it's not like air, so you can't compress it much. So it creates a shock wave or a highly dense part, or high pressure. So it sends shock wave plus a rarefaction wave, like right here, straight up the pipe. It goes 600 miles an hour, basically, depending on water, temperature, density, pressure.
That was 600 miles per hour?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's the speed of sound in water. It's kind of like the speed of sound in air. But
yeah.
So it's a 1 second from the Nile up there up to and back again. And the water completely stops. It actually pulls the valve open right here from the extremely low pressure. The rarefaction wave actually pulls the valve open. So that causes the automatic cycling. And a weird thing in physics, this, you know, I really had to dig for water hammer because nobody likes water hammer, and all physics says here's how you get rid of it. So they put an air chamber somewhere and that gets rid of it. But they don't actually tell you a lot of other things. talk about the rarefaction and stuff like that. So, let's see, I don't even know what's going on that. Doesn't matter. So that shockwave, the density of the water is not that much difference than the density of the limestone. Limestone's, it's an old coral reef. It's not that heavy. It's not that dense. So it's almost the same density as that shockwave. The shockwave goes up the pipe and hits a ceiling. The subchamber up here above the pit, it transfers a good amount of the shockwave up towards the kings here, up here. I think this had it in it. This is a shout out to Edward Kunkel, nobody else, but nobody else that's around that's saying it's a water pump and stuff. This was Edward Kunkel's from his book, what the hell was it called? The Pharaoh's Pump. He said it was a pump. That's where I first got it. Was Edward Kunkel said it was some wild ass pump, which really doesn't work. But part of his concepts were solid, and this was his description of the subchamber. And he just thought it was a whirlpool that sent pressure back up and up the well shaft and all this crap. And it's wrong because it's a water saturated room. I tried this. Okay, it doesn't work. So, but he had the basic original concept, and then he went off on. He did two different pumps. He did one which was, he called it the construction pump, which was this. And they said, oh, this is for the floating blocks and stuff. And then later on, it was a water pump to irrigate through. It doesn't matter. It's stupid. Through ghost skin pipes to some parts of the desert and all this crap. Like, this is some of the stupidest stuff I've ever heard. But his first part was really good. That's it. Okay, I am going to see if I can find a different folder. I'm going to share a different screen here. Okay. Share. See if I can do this. Share screen. I got to open it first. It works, okay. One second.
Oh, good, brother. This is fascinating stuff. I got John Shaughnessy in the house. John, can you hear me? Nod your head if you can hear. Yeah.
And I do. I do think that his work does apply to this. Is it had to do something with focusing either gravitational waves or something similar. It's a really huge deal. But that's a basic thing. And then I actually did recordings down to 5 hertz from above the rock of the subchamber, because you got to get below the Schumann resonance, which is 7 hertz. That's going to matter. It's a big deal. And I recorded down to 7 hertz, which is really difficult to do. So I actually have all that done. Okay, Shaughnessy time.
You want me to bring him on, and you guys we'll have a chat? John Shaughnessy, there's my man.
Brilliant work. Good to meet you, John Cadman. Yes, brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And Christopher Dunn. You get a lot of kudos to him. He's really instrumental in opening up the engineering aspects of this place on the planet. The Giza Plateau. Yeah. So yeah, it's definitely. I think they when they dammed up the Nile. I don't know if you guys want me to talk, but they dammed up the Nile. They changed the groundwater tables out there on the Giza Plateau, and So it's possible that if they never did that, we would have been able to get on and see what you're talking about, and actually see it working possibly.
It'd be nice if you could actually get the full size model to run. It's as good as I can get.
Yeah. They changed the whole aspect of the the plateau by damming up the Nile River. I don't know. I think there's like 6 dams coming down from Lake Victoria. You get the dam in Aswan. It's huge. So that it was what's his name, Mr. Rawi Wan. When he was growing up, he said he used to go down in the shafts and swim around. Before they put up that latest dam.
Yeah. I heard something about that as well.
Yeah, it was a lot more water down there, So, and my trip, when I went there in 2020, I noticed a lot of the. Basically there were wells, giant openings, and you could see where the water levels were, and they were completely dry. 50, 60, 100 feet deep. 30 by 30 foot. 50 by 50 foot, square wells that just went straight down, and they were bone dry. Some of them had some water, but most of them were dried right out. So every action has an equal and opposite reaction, right?
That's for sure.
Changed the water levels on us, and now it's like. I'm all for closing up the pyramids and put some water back in there, see what happens. Yeah, let it get in there with instrumentation, cameras, whatever, and put it back online. Close up the shafts that were what's his name, Dixon, I think, smashed open the shafts in the Queen's Chamber. And I believe after he did that, the mean temperature inside the pyramid dropped from like 80 or 90 degrees down to like a cool 71 all the time. So there's some kind of process going on that maintained some kind of heat in that pyramid. And
it's
then
sealed.
That was one of the recording. It's one of those side notes. Obscure side notes that hey, it's temperature change in here. So
no biggie. It's only 30, 40 degrees. That's awesome.
Yeah. So I think there's some kind of you talk to a bunch of other people. It's not just one particular energy. There's multiple energies, like the Schumann frequency. Water on the lower in the grade, in the base, and then you have gravity on top and other scalar waves and other things like that. So it's there's a lot of ins, a lot of outs, and it was built like Christopher Dunn said. It was built like a machine. It's a machine. There's no to put those shafts in. I don't know, 150 feet on average, perfectly aligned today. Well, you could shine a laser beam up, and they'll hit the other end once you get by the turns. And it's just mind-boggling that they went through all that trouble to keep those shafts aligned. Well, they're putting up this massive, pyramid, 500 feet in the air. So obviously there was it was part of the machine. That, as far as I'm concerned, I think it's definitely part of the machine. And physics hasn't caught up with it yet. There's a lot of theories out there, but I think there's some energy heat that's being generated inside that pyramid, and of course when it's opened up, I think you lose the function of the that particular element of the machine. So it's doing other things, but I think it was definitely a multi-purpose. A lot of different activities going on inside that pyramid.
Mm-hmm.
It was closed up, and still, it's like the internal part of a reciprocating engine. I mean, you got, pistons going up and down. You got an oil pump. You got, your cooling water jackets, your antifreeze, transmissions, a bunch of other stuff. So it's a multi equipped device that has a lot of things going on, and producing multiple products, and the end products. It's not just one product it puts out. It's other things it's kicking out. It's that chamber right before you go into the king's chamber. It's got the blocks in it, the doors. Name escapes me now. It's the Antichamber. I think it's the Antichamber. I mean, there's like huge grooves, vertical grooves, right before you duck your head and go inside the king's chamber. They look like pipes were there at one time. Pipes, some kind of pipes that were used to circulate heat or remove heat, maybe for the surrounding area. Hot water. Who knows? But and then you go to the China pyramid.
John, that would be sick. It really would be if there was like a function of like hot water and cold water, right? Considering the temperature change,
Yeah,
wouldn't put it past them.
Yeah, I mean, you have all these doors that look like they were. I mean, I think the doors are missing, but you can see there was doors, channels where there was stone doors there at one time, and I think one's stuck there. But yeah, you can see that was probably used to protect against the external heat inside the chamber, inside the king's chamber at one time. So yeah, you get the so you get that, and then I was alluding to earlier the Chinese pyramids, the China pyramid out there in Xi'an, I think, and they have I mean, they discovered they've actually carbon dated the pipes, this iron pipes that go back 150,000 years. I'm talking 1.5 ice ages.
Mm-hmm.
And they're all different sizes. From the capillary tubes up to like 2 inches, and then some are a foot in diameter. So obviously capillary tubes are used for instrumentation. So they had there was some kind of instrumentation that was taking readings inside these pyramids. This particular pyramid in China. So. There's a lot of ins and outs, but who knows? Maybe those higher magma chambers that they built pyramids over them, and they utilized the heat from the magma like they do up in was it Norway or
Iceland?
Iceland. Is it Iceland? Yeah, they tap into the geothermal energy that's available, and the whole community has free heat, hot water, domestic hot water. So it could be, it's hard to tell. I mean, there's so many. The planet goes through so many changes during these ice ages and interglacial periods. We go from spherical shape right now, and go into the ice building mode and ice age. You go right down to go into a pumpkin shape. Maybe when it's pumpkin shape, where you get the massive, trillions of tons of ice on both poles, you might have magma coming a lot closer to the surface that can be utilized, with these pyramids. So you have Pyramid of the Sun has I believe it's a volcanic vent underneath it, in the center of it. So, I mean, that's the smoking gun right there, the proverbial smoking gun. There is some kind of connection between, magma, volcanic activity, volcanism, things of that nature, and it's just at different times these things kick on and they're utilized in the age of the seasons of the Earth, I guess you can call it, interglacial ice age. So then you got external forces, planets, moon, things of that nature. So, yeah.
So I just want to ask John. I just want to ask John, which one?
Yeah, right.
I just want to ask John Cadman. Before you came on, he had mentioned that your work and his work kind of, complement one another. And I was just, I want to ask John if he can, expand on that a little bit and help us understand as how the pulse generator and gravity, is coming together. I got two engineers on the screen, and I'm not an engineer, guys. So,
so if I'm not mistaken on your work, John, you were talking about it's a gravitational lens basically, and then you could spot it on the far side of the planet. You'd see effects on the far side, and that was kind of part of the proof of concept. I was like, that made sense. And you're getting a lot of that from, oh my God, what is it? One of the universities did a thing that showed the pyramid shape actually does focus electromagnetic waves and gravitational waves. Not so much gravitational, but electromagnetic.
Electromagnetic and radio. Yeah, I think there was some Russian scientists. Yeah, some Russian scientists submerged a scale model of GP1, and they showed it like acting like a lens. Just they were focusing the energy on the center line of the pyramid, which goes down into the subterranean chamber, obviously, and below. Yeah,
it's a really complex machine. I don't think anybody has the bigger picture. It's multifunction. I don't know what it is. Planet M was saying some things. He believes it was a time machine, bottom line, or a hyperdimensional sort of machine. Smart dude. He lost it in the end, though. He was out of there.
It's like, it's when you're talking gravity, you're talking about space time. You're manipulating time, and absolutely, the two are
gravity and time are related.
Yeah, they're one of the same. So so you're stretching it, concentrating it, stretching it out. I know I got this. I can't prove it, but I mean, a lot of the pictures that I've seen of people in the pyramids, they seem a little, stretched out a little bit. People's faces just seem a little bit, wider or pumpkin shape or whatever. But I don't know. Maybe that's just the could be something going on, deep inside the pyramid, that there is a gravitational change that manipulates space time, and you're actually walking inside of a machine that actually changes space time, and it gets picked up on not every minute of every day. I mean, my theory is it's all based on where the moon is. Like the pyramids run off the moon, and so if you're in the higher concentration angle of the moon and you happen to be in the pyramid, there could be a space-time manipulation, a distortion of the gravitational field in there, and it will come out in a picture when they take a picture of you or something else in there. So I mean, that's just these are just some things you pick up, but it's like you can't prove it. It's just I mean, you're talking about optic physics versus theoretical physics. What's going on in a machine that's potentially condensing gravity at a higher level than what's outside on the plateau. One of my theories, is I classify the pyramids in sizes, small, medium, and large, and the small pyramids, the medium pyramids, and the large pyramids, they actually change the groundwater tables in combination with the moon's angle of that particular, overhead. It's going to pull up the groundwater tables wherever the moon is. It lifts the groundwater tables up. or if you happen to have a pyramid, large, small, medium size, the water levels are going to go higher than just say in an area where there's no hills or pyramids. You know, you're going to pull that water up a lot higher because it's it's a denser gravitational field, just of mass. I mean, if it wasn't a pyramid, maybe if it was a 6 million ton square block, it's going to pull more water up towards it because it has a higher gravitational field, and so that's I think the people utilize that to get groundwater up, which is pure water, good healthy water most times, and that was a methodology for keeping water available for the surrounding communities. Usable potable water that you can drink and use. So there was more than just one function. Again, it's probably 7 or 27 functions of a pyramid, but that's one of them. And that's pretty easy to. You don't even have to get out instrumentation. It's just utilize the just the known and agreed upon physics of the day. I always like the one where you hang a plumb bob next to the pyramids and it doesn't hang straight because it's a higher gravitational field. It's going to pull the plumb bob closer to the pyramid because it's a denser gravitational field. So it's
I've seen that. That's cool.
Yeah. You ever see that triangle they had? I forget the name of the tool. It's a triangle, and then they have a little string and a plumb bob on it.
Yeah.
And I always thought, they reckon it was some kind of a level, which you could use as a level, except if you were trying to use it on the pyramid. If you just sat it, on the pyramid, it would pull closer to the pyramid, so you wouldn't really get a level reading off of a block if you were setting a block in. So I took it a step further. I said, you could use that as instrumentation. You sit it there on the pyramid, and when the moon comes around, you can measure where the plumb bob is, and when you cycle through the moon, you can see where the plumb bob goes back to.
Oh, brilliant, John. That really is. That's brilliant, too.
early on gravitational measurements. Even today's gravity measurements are pretty rudimentary, anyways. It's spring loaded. There's not a lot going on. Although they are getting better. There's a couple of, I shouldn't say, there are some sophisticated ones out there now, but even 20 years ago they were pretty crude. But
there's so much more to learn. So much more. Just on the tip of all that stuff.
Yeah.
I saw that like NASA had just put out something about like every 8 minutes there's from the sun to the earth there's a magnetic, like a portal every 8 minutes. They use the word portal, but I don't know. It's like a direct connection every 8 minutes from the sun to our magnetosphere.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah. That shocked me. It's like, okay, every 8 minutes, if you got this magnetic flux coming in, and then got the Earth, of course, it funnels it and disperses it, etc. Right. But then when you go on the ley lines, the real ley lines, like there's one from Gold Bar, BC, down to Santa Cruz. It's where all the volcanoes are. Right. And it's also just straight north-south. I'm right next to one of the volcanoes, I know. It's straight north-south, and on one side, on the subduction plate, Pacific subduction plate, that's all, it's limestone and salt and feldspar and stuff like that. So you've got this type of extremely electrically active plate going under. That melts, and that's why you got the volcanoes. It melts, and it's the old sea floor. And then on the other side, you got the igneous rocks. So you've got all the crystalline, you got quartz and
granite.
And then you also have gold there. And you have the two forms of gold. You have, the gold and monatomic gold, which is, It's just a white powder. And that's in the quartz. And so you've got two completely dissimilar materials. Both of them are very electrically active, but they're dissimilar completely.
Yeah.
And then you've got the magnetic, the pulse coming down through this due north-south from Gold Bar, BC down to Santa Cruz. And if you look just east of all those, you've got, I'm right next to Mount Baker. I'm 25 miles from it. It's a steamer. It's an active volcano.
Oh, wow.
And then the next one's Seattle. You've got Mount Rainier. And then St. Helens, Mount Hood, and then Mount Shasta. And all along that whole line, there's all sorts of strange gravitational anomalies and spins and weird stuff.
Right. Yeah.
I can see that volcano from Vancouver, downtown Vancouver, on a nice, clear, sunny day.
Oh yeah.
I can stand at the sails and I can clearly see it just glowing in a far distance, and looks even huge even from Vancouver. So I could just imagine the size of it standing
I'm
next to it.
25 miles exactly due west of it.
Oh, so you're like right on the footsteps of it.
Wow, you're just sitting there waiting, yeah.
I want to go the other direction. Like Mount St. Helens blew east, and it'll blow east.
Yeah.
And the river will flood and stuff. I'm on a hill. I'm fine.
It's good to be connected. You're on the pulse of the earth right there, yeah.
Well, there's vortices here. I mean, I think that's an extremely overused term, but there's really extreme anomaly there in this area. Due south of us, there's a different type of rock that's pushed up. It's I think of the name of it, but there's a mountain range that actually inhibits part of what would be the normal quartz and that sort of stuff, the electric stuff, and so there's that blockage of the energy going down that ley line, and at that part, if you're due west of there at different times, and everybody says it's like it's on I-5 corridor, and there's a rest area there on that area because you get out there and you get massive brain fade and just almost pass out.
Okay.
And all sorts of people say it. So like if there's energy either going up or down, it somehow does something. And this area is known for brilliant concepts.
That's pretty cool.
I believe that. You get density. There's, gravitational densities there. Time warps, and there's a place. Isn't there a few places out there you're standing at a 45-degree angle, but you're actually straight up. It's
and the balls roll uphill rather than
there's a bunch of places where the cars roll uphill or the balls roll uphill. I think the Vatican has a place close to it that has that. Has that kind of a gravitational anomaly there.
Mm-hmm.
But when you step into those, you call them portals or dense gravitational or low gravitational fields, it's gonna affect your mind and then your whole physiological being. Stretch you out.
Completely
Like maybe make you more psychic, maybe not. You can read the future. Who knows?
Who knows?
Some of these things. Sky's the limit. I theorize that portals open up on the planet, and sometimes, probably like you saying, every 8 minutes, and planes happen to be flying right at that altitude into that direction, and they just fly right into them, and they just disappear, come right off the face of the planet, right off a radar. Nobody sees them again, and there's a few anomalies where I forget the flight that they were flying from New York to Florida, and then they ended up.
I think it was from something like that. It was like an hour and a half flight.
Yeah, and then they ended up 2 full metonic cycles later. They landed in South America, on a land strip.
Oh, I hadn't heard that. That's fascinating.
Yeah.
So I mean, so the moon, to me, it's like, okay, the moon's stretching space time in certain alignments, and if you happen to be, just one of those unlucky planes flying into it, it's almost like they stepped out of the time realm, that dimension of time that we have, or moved very slowly, and then they flew back out. They had fuel. They were all living. They were talking. They landed. They got freaked out because they were talking to a flight tower that was speaking a different language. And then they took off again before getting out of the plane. So they might have flown right back up into the portal, where they came out of. So
There's another one like where a guy was flying from the Bahamas to Florida, and he ended up going through like some sort of a vortex, and he ended up in Miami in like 35 minutes. And he said that there was like yellowish haze around his plane, like a foggy-ish tunnel type thing, and he went through that, and boom, he was in Florida.
right, yeah, like it's like a time slip.
Yeah.
Comes out, and if you happen to be descending or ascending, you'll probably get out of the that portal or wormhole. I mean, this is going to Einstein's special relativity with portals and things of that nature. So, I mean, his works say they exist, and so it's makes sense that when you get 2 massive bodies together, like the moon and the Earth, you're stretching that that fabric of space, and then you just happen to be unlucky enough to fly in it or fly through it. And you do a time slip. You get to your destination an hour early, or what have you, or you just disappear for forever, or you come back again. Like those what was it, the P52s there?
Right.
Like 6 or 7 of them. They lost contact. They didn't find them for like, I think, 30 or 40 years, but they might have popped out into a portal and then came back in and ended up flying and just crashing into the ocean 30 years later, 36 years later, or 18 years later. And then we find them and they think, oh, and then we come along, 40 years later and said, oh, there they are. They got, they're a little lost, but it could have been a totally different scenario altogether.
Mm-hmm.
Trapped in a portal. When you go into what's that?
Anomalies are real.
Oh yeah, for sure, man. Yeah, pay attention to
them.
Pay attention to them. Those are the ones that
yes.
Yeah.
That's what matters.
I got a great question here for you guys, and I've asked John this question before, so I'd like to hear John's. You're getting 2 Johns on the screen. I'd like to ask John Cadman. I've asked John Shaughnessy this question before. I'd like to hear John Cadman's opinion on this. We have 2 different types of pyramidal structures on the planet. One is pentagonal shape, like we have in Egypt, and then we have the step pyramids that are all around the world, especially in Mexico. How does the pulse generator would work with a step pyramid instead of a pentagonal pyramid? What's the difference between the 2?
Oh my goodness, that's I don't know. And, I mean, the step pyramids in Mexico, I mean, those are legitimate. I mean, those, I think some of them are alive and have function. The step pyramid, like say in Egypt, that's just a piece of junk.
Mm-hmm.
That's done later, mud bricks and stuff. It has no function.
John Shaughnessy.
Different designs. Step pyramids. Like you can see GP2 with the top quarter of GP2. You still have the original casing, the outer casing still up there. And if I'm not mistaken, it's the bent pyramid or the red pyramid still has a casing on it too. I guess that's just as amazing also.
Not by mistake, I don't think the bent pyramid. I think it's by design, right? It has something to do with gravity.
Oh yeah. I think it's done by design for a certain work, certain use.
Mm-hmm.
And
he thought it was the bent was for two different frequencies. That was his thing.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, it's it's a focal point for frequency or to match with the gravitational field. I think as the the ages wear on, they march north from Abasur and where the other places there. And there's like a line going right up the valley there, and obviously the Giza Plateau is the last pyramid building, I think. So those are newer than the ones that are down south. But so yeah, there was like I said, the changing aspects of the planet. You need bigger pyramids. It's we're constantly taking in mass 24/7, 365 from outer space, and so it's a growing planet. So you might the pyramids might have worked at one point, but now you need bigger ones. I think there's evidence that the pyramids were rebuilt on the Giza Plateau. I think you see that in the Queen's Chamber. I believe that's the Queen's Chamber was actually the highest chamber at one time, and then they enlarged it, and obviously they put the King's Chamber above the Queen's Chamber. The niche, the Queen's niche used to be a grand gallery. I think it points east, if I'm not mistaken. It did point east. The niche points east. Anyways, kind of going off topic, but yeah, I think I think different designs. Like if you have a smooth faced pyramid, it's going to lens the frequency or the gravity into a tighter focal point, and then step pyramids are going to be condense the energies or work the energies at a different frequency. So it might break it up a little bit, or give you a larger focal point, where the smooth pyramids will give you a tighter focal point.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at making glass lenses, it's the same type of thing. I always go back to optic physics. I think the pyramids mirror. I think a lot of this pyramid technology, more and more I look into it, it almost in line with optic physics, pretty close to it, anyways. Because we're talking about concentrating or deflecting a subatomic particle. Light, photons, subatomic particle, and theorized that gravity's the graviton's a subatomic particle. So it's just the gravitational field on the planet is much lower than the light radiation coming from the sun. So you have to make these massive pyramids to work with the gravity, whereas you don't have to make a huge lens that weighs 6 million tons to do some work with the sun. Kind of going off topic here, but just trying to make a point.
Yeah. I'm flowing with you here, bro. So, do you want to do your presentation, John Shaughnessy and John Cadman? We are gonna gather for a short panel at about 7:30 once Chuck Vanderbilt is done doing his presentation as Pyramid Portal. Are you available? Do you want to join us for a quick panel afterwards?
I'll see if I can pull it off.
Okay. I'll message you and I'll
let you know. I have dogs. I have Russian military dogs that you no longer import. You can import them for 26 years, and that's it.
I was telling my wife that actually yesterday. I was like, oh shit, John can't get his dogs from Russia
Right.
anymore.
I imported a whole bunch though.
Yeah.
I got ones from a bunch of world winners, so that's fine.
There was somebody up here, I forgot who it was, but they left a
Putin
comment. I
pups.
believe it was Lori
We're way
that
before
said she loves your puppies. Right.
Oh,
So John Cadman, any final words for our audience, just in case you don't have the opportunity to come back?
just that it's a really complex machine. It is a machine. It's very high tech. And there's a whole bunch of people that are putting pieces of it together, and like John Shaughnessy's work and Dunn's work, and my work, but I just have this subchamber. I'm that guy, and it's going to have to do with acoustics, and there's a lot of things like the you got the singing sand they put in the just east of the horizontal shaft of the Queen's Chamber. They imported singing sand, quartz sand, which is, it rings when you step on it. It sings. So I mean, it's going to have to do something with sound vibration, and then the grand galleries parallel surfaces for specific frequency tuning. I've seen that. It was impressive as hell. I saw that from. Anyways, I saw it. Somebody that did the recordings and all the analysis. Robert Botcher, that's who it was. He's a sound engineer down in Monterey, who's been there forever. With Dunn, it's one of Dunn's buddies. Okay, I can keep talking. I'm not going to. Okay, John Shaughnessy, you're up. Okay.
Thanks, John.
Sorry. I feel like you're hearing me jabbering endlessly.
Thank you very much.
Lectures.
Thank you very much, John Cadman. I appreciate you, brother, and I appreciate your upload, and I appreciate your willingness to come and share, and not saying no to me when every time I've reached out to you. So I greatly appreciate it, brother, and thank you very much. And as soon as this whole Gong show is done with, I'm hoping to come down to Washington and we can hook up and do an in-person talk.
Yeah, anybody's welcome to visit, and I'm going to have the inkjet model, so anybody can actually do their own filming. It's a controlled environment, so there isn't condensation or fogging up of the stuff, and everybody do their own colors or whatever they want to try. They can do it. It's open. It's got a research facility and everything.
Beautiful. Thank you, John.
Much to come.
Have a great evening, brother.
All right, thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
All right.
All right, so we got John in the house. That was great. I love seeing you guys interact like that. I've never seen or never had two engineers speaking about the same thing on the screen before. So that was a treat. That was awesome, bro. So thank you for jumping on like that. That was amazing. Loved hearing that. Right, just that. Your guys' mind, right? Engineers have a different mind than us regular folks. So that was wonderful.
Yeah, I liked it too. It's a learning curve, we give each other a download, and and then we take off,
Yeah, exactly.
Helps as brain food, it clicks together and something else happens, and keep moving forward,
And then it becomes mind delicious.
Yes,
right?
yes.
That's what this whole conference is. It's mind delicious. So I'm loving every single minute of it. All right, brother. I'm going to give you the full screen. Give us an upload, and then afterwards, our good buddy Greg Bornstein from Open Loops is going to jump on, and you guys are going to have yourself an amazing conversation. And maybe I'll jump in there too if I want to chime in with something. But
Greg's the man. Yeah, we like Greg.
Oh yeah, I love Greg.
Yeah,
All right, brother, all yours.
Oh, what do I got? I'm gonna try to get a split screen here to open up something on my computer screen.
Okay, cool.
What do I have to hit? Settings or share? Or?
Go to share.
Yeah.
And then share screen.
Got
It'll
it.
probably like prompt you through instructions or something. Just go through that. And then
Okay.
up top, you'll see full screen
Yeah.
and window and the Chrome tab. So you would want to hit window because that's where your stuff would be.
Right.
I think you have it on your computer, right?
Yeah, I got it. It's a PowerPoint presentation. So then I just hit the PowerPoint and I'll get.
Yeah.
I'll start off with the pyramids and then what do I do? Just enlarge this and then it'll. Oh, hold on. Let's see.
If it's a PowerPoint, brother, just go to share and go up where it says slides.
Yeah. Can you see that now, or can you see anything?
I'm not seeing anything. Just
okay.
Come
Hold
back
on.
into the studio. Come back into the studio. Right.
Yeah. Okay. I'm
Share
back in.
screen. And then up top, you'll see slides with an arrow.
Let's see. So I back out of Windows.
Yeah, just stop sharing like all of that. Come back into the studio.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Okay, yeah.
Okay, so when you hit share screen up top, you'll see slides.
Let's see. Where are we now? Share screens. I think down the bottom. Down here, live. It says settings. Oh, share. Okay.
Yeah.
Share screens.
And then it says slides up top.
Slides. Gotcha. Okay.
There you go. Click that and then choose your presentation.
Okay, we want the other one. Hold on a minute. Oh, it looks like we lost. Oh, I think I closed out my my pyramid one. I got Gobekli Tepe instead.
That's a good one.
Okay. Let me see if
We
I
did
can
a
find
talk on
those.
that. If you guys want to check that out, go into the video archives and check out the talk that John and I did about Gobekli Tepe and Uranus and how the Earth is actually in the tilt of the way Uranus is today. So that's a very, very cool video.
Yeah, there we go.
So it probably take a couple of seconds for it to pop up into the studio. And then as soon as it does, I'll toss it up and then you'll have like two arrows that you can use to go back and forth.
Okay. Let me see here. I'll get back to Gobekli Tepe later. And then it's still showing up for some reason. Trash.
There we go. We got something
And,
going on.
Yeah. Slides again.
Gonna add that to the screen, bro.
Yeah, I think here we gotta open this up. Hold on, man. Get this one here. Down here. One more time. If not, we're just gonna have to wing it.
I see the slides in there.
You see the slides? Yeah.
Yeah, I do. I do see the slides here. Let me. I got it on the screen, but it's just loading. So it'll probably take a couple of minutes for it to load, and then we should have it.
Yeah, yeah. I was looking at it. I'm like, wait a minute. I see it, but it's not. It's not doing its thing. That happens.
Yeah, it's not grabbing. It's not grabbing the one I want for some reason. I can't get this Gobekli Tepe to close out. Maybe trying to get it to go away. Remove from studio. Here we go.
There you go.
Take two.
Try one more time. Give it another go around. Here we go.
Here we go.
There it is.
All right, now we're gonna go. Here we go. We're gonna try one more time. You guys, let me know if you see anything that looks vaguely close to a pyramid. Slides.
If not, you could just share the screen to, the regular way, like we used to do it. It's funny, they put this new feature into the slides, and if it's not to a certain standard, they're like, nope, still gonna have to use the old way of doing it. And we're like, all right.
Is that what's going on? You think?
I got the professional plan, so I don't think that's an issue.
What do you mean? The 50 megabytes?
Pyramids,
Yeah, you know how you have the plans, you have the regular plan, and then you have the professional plan. And I
I
think
had the professional plan too, and the 50 megabytes was still the cap.
Oh, was it still? Oh, yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. I thought
Yeah.
that might have changed because you're paying extra money.
That doesn't matter. You get the only thing you get with that extra money is the fact you can have up to 500 people in the back, and unlimited streams. Like you know how like you get capped at 8 hours, and some
Mhm.
the second plan you get capped at 8 hours, and the professional you can do as many times as you want. Because even if you don't have a plan, you can do, I think it's 8 or 10 hours a month. Just
I
to
think
rock and roll.
it's like 20 hours a month on the on the free plan, and then once you get onto a plan, it's an indefinite, and then the professional plan, I believe, is stream to 8 places and have
Yeah.
10 people on the screen. I think that's what it is.
That's right.
So that was a shout out to StreamYard.
Can you see that?
No problem.
You seeing that?
Oh,
Yeah,
I see
I'm
it.
seeing it. There we go. We got her up there, brother.
All right, awesome. Well, we're doing a shared screen. The other one, it just for some reason it wouldn't find it. So, okay, before we run out of time, I'll jump in. Okay. All right, we ready?
Where is Greg Bornstein? There he is. All right. So we got Greg in the house. I'm going to stop my cam.
Okay. You can see my slides.
Yeah, 10-4. I see it.
All right. Okay. All right. I'll just jump in and pyramid solve. Pyramids are subatomic particle lenses. Go over. I'll apologize for the solve. I just sometimes I spend too much time alone with myself. But anyways, Russian scientists released research that proves John Shaughnessy was right all along in his theory that pyramids are lenses that can concentrate radio waves, electromagnetic energy, and more importantly, the moon's gravity. Here we go. These are these images on the right in the rainbow colors are pyramids. I believe they were built to 1/3 scale or I forget what it was, 1/100 scale of the Great Pyramid of Giza. They actually put in the Grand Gallery, the King's Chamber, the Queen's Chamber, and a few other things, and it was loaded with instrumentation, and they submerged it with radio frequencies, and this is the pictures that they ended up getting generated. A multipole analysis shows the pyramids concentrates electromagnetic energy, its hidden chambers, distributions of electric top row and magnetic bottom row, field magnitudes in the free space shown. So there's different energy levels. So you can see the top numbers in the pictures there, and the graphs and different wavelengths. But you can see there's definitely a concentration going on in the center of the pyramid in this particular shot, and then they use a different a what do you call it? A different type of I think this was electromagnetic fields here. The other ones were radio frequency. So again, you can see the top above the pyramid where the energy was concentrated at different levels, and you can see underneath the pyramid, way underneath the pyramid, that it's like I've been saying all along, theorizing that this is actually manipulating the subatomic particles into a tight focal point that can be used as energy for manipulating and the theory that I'm putting out, magma currents, and also locking magnetic north into true north. There's a few more pictures here and here. I mean, it's just amazing that the amount of time and money spent to create I think it's a 100 scale, model of the pyramids. Same material too, and they use granite in the interior sections of the pyramid, just like it is on the pyramid. So we have, there's the Giza Plateau pyramids right there. There is like a Fibonacci sequence to the way these are aligned when they roll into the moon's gravitational field. And this is kind of a reversed Fibonacci sequence, but you can see where it ties in across the three pyramids and how they connect. They connected, the top and then on the side. So it starts on the side, goes right through the top of the GP1, and then it ends at the bottom corner of GP3. It's actually flipped. The pyramid, it's like the GP1 would be on the right-hand side of the screen. So this is like done with the mirrors. That's why it's flipped on us. And here's the another visual of the moon over the pyramids, and then another artist rendition of the energy forces that these things are submerged in 24/7, 365. There's another picture of it over the pyramids. And this is just a crude rendition of the alignments of pyramids and volcanoes. The pyramids are just a triangle, and the volcano has a right tab sticking off the top of it. So you have Giza aligned with the Hawaiian hotspot. You have the Sun Pyramid aligned with Mount Sugiri in Sri Lanka, at the coast, right at the bottom tip of India. And then you have the Shen Pyramids aligned with the Bermuda hotspot, which is actually two dormant super calderas that make up the island in that part of the world. Right here, we're going to take a look at the currents and the tectonic plates that John Cadman was talking about. He's talking about where he lives. He's got the subduction zone going underneath him, and to the west, and then to the east, you have the older material, and that actually goes up, and creates the volcanoes, the like seed volcanoes, things of that nature. So you have the mid-ocean ridge. You got a mid-ocean ridge both in the Pacific Ocean, the Atlantic Ocean. The Atlantic Ocean goes from pole to pole, and the Pacific Ocean kind of staggers a little bit, breaks, and then goes back up. And then you have one in the Indian Ocean also, goes down to Antarctica, if I'm not mistaken. And there's me jumping in. I took a picture at 4 in the morning, going to work. You can see a cloud kind of engulfing the moon above my head. It's actually, I saw it, with the naked eye. It was just absolutely amazing. And the eyeball and everything, it was, the cloud eating the moon. One of those rare shots that you get. So pyramids are powered by the moon, and it's the yin and the yang here. You got the sun and the moon, and so they work. Gravitational fields also work on the pyramids. And it's not as strong as the moon's, but the sun still has a gravitation effect on the Earth, because in essence we're trapped in orbit around the sun. So there's definitely a connection to it, and a connection to the moon. This little visual just to step out of the sandbox and go elevate above that planet. And the moon is tied to the pyramids and concentrates the gravitational energy. And I believe the ancients did this to control the magma currents, and also magnetic north into true north best they can to stop those pole swapping. Magnetic pole swaps have been swapped, I believe, in 900,000 years, going up on 1 million years. And I think that's how old this technology is. So it prevents these magnetic pole swaps that would cause total devastation on the planet if they did swap. Anyways, going forward, It was a 20. We had all the planets aligning on one side of the sun, and the Earth was traveling in between these planets, the larger planets, and the what do you call it? The volcanic activity, seismic activity went up 3,500%. And this happened times in the last 100 years, where all the planets aligned on one side of the sun. So in essence, if you just visualize all the planets and the moon, because they're the inner solar system, are cruising in between these gravitational tugs.
John got a bit of a issue with your audio. Keeps kind of breaking.
Oh, does it? Okay. It's getting okay. Is that better?
No.
That's not better.
Kind of, it's clicking and it kind of breaking in and out.
Oh, maybe I'm touching a wire. I'll stay away from the.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, I was probably touching a wire.
Yeah, it's a little bit better. Still kind of crackling, but.
Okay. Can you hear me personally, or is it just the screen?
No, I can hear you.
So in essence, you step off the planet and get into the solar system, and like I said, 2018, as we all probably remember, the magma that was pouring out of the Hawaiian hotspot was just unbelievable. Hundreds and hundreds of millions of tons of magma just flowing out the river.
Yeah,
and,
you're breaking up, bro. Maybe it's this. Maybe it's the GIF. Maybe try moving the GIF. It just could be that.
All right, we'll try that. Okay, gotcha. Okay. All right. How's that? I got another GIF.
It's kind of
anyway, better. Well, maybe it could be the GIF. Who knows? Is that better?
No,
Yeah.
it's kind of the same. You're still breaking apart.
Pretty good noon time with the setup. Now all of a sudden it's.
Yeah, I think it's the presentation. As soon as you loaded the presentation, your audio got whacked.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see what we got. Well, see if I can.
Maybe just stop share and just give us a.
How's that better?
Oh yeah, way better.
Yeah. Can you see any of the
Yeah, I can
imagery
see it
or?
moving. Yeah. I see the moon, the earth moving, low tide, high tide.
All right. Well, you just leave it there. It's when I go to full screen, I guess it's causing a problem.
Yeah. Like this is good right here, bro.
Okay. All right. So anyways, we go back to this one. In 2018, we had a 3,500% increase in volcanic activity on the Earth. Any volcano that was going to erupt was erupting. There's a lot of seismic activity all over the place. And basically, the pyramids were doing the job because the pyramids keep the Hawaiian hotspot open. So if the pyramids were not in Giza, okay, and not keeping the Hawaiian hotspot open, all that magma release would have came out in tectonic plate slips, massive earthquakes, probably even pole shifts, magnetic pole shifts, so on and so forth. So, I mean, we're really jumping into the into a real high technologically advanced technology here. At built by the gods, small g, or the beings, whoever. But so this is what I've seen happening, and that it's just common sense. Like, okay, if the Hawaiian hotspot, the Hawaiian Islands weren't there, where's all this external energy going to be vented from? Because what it is it's dealing with the external gravitational pull on Earth when you have these alignments in the solar system. And this particular one was it happened 5 times in the last 125 years, I think, something like that. So real strange occurrence. It was actually fabulous. It was an amazing thing for me to witness, because it was more or less proving my theory that there's a lot more going on, and that meets the eye here on these pyramids. So here's your good image of the moon. You got the moonless high tide, and you got a moon high tide. So what it is the moon's pulling, the tide on one direction, and it's also pulling the gravitational field, the barycenter, which is the center of the gravitational field, towards the moon, and that allows the high tide to develop on the moonless side of the planet, right? I mean, that's because you're actually lowering the gravitational field and that allows a high tide without a moon. And that's the basis of how the pyramids are attached to the Hawaiian hotspot, or how 20 of the largest pyramids on the planet are aligned 180 degrees away from a volcanic a volcano or a super caldera. So there's that evidence, observable, physical, repeatable evidence you see every day that there is some kind of there's a connection here. We don't really have more than this right now, because it hasn't hit the mainstream quite yet. So anyways, this is more of the dynamics of the gravitational field being pulled by the moon and the tide also. And pyramid is in the understanding of the pyramids is in the palm of your hands. It's right there. And there's me.
Oh, as you said that, I was scratching my palm, and then you said that.
There you go, man. There it is. It's right there.
No, I was literally scratching my palm, and then you said that. I was like, "Hooah!"
So you're manifesting it right there.
Yeah, buddy, that was cool.
So there's me superimposed on the Anton Gagal superimposed me before I went to Egypt, but there was a moon there, so there it is. So it's all about the moon. And there's the magma goddess, right? There's magma coming out. It's all about controlling magma on the planet to help life in general. I mean, it's a very, very energy intensive planet that we live on, and it needs controls. It needs external controls, just so we can all get a good night's sleep. Yeah, we do have a tectonic plate slips and volcanoes going off, but it's nothing compared to the way it would be. It'd be a weekly or a daily occurrence without this pyramid technology balancing out the currents, magma currents. And the irony is that the Giza Plateau, the Hawaiian not the Giza Plateau, the Hawaiian hotspot is kind of in the center of the Ring of Fire that runs along the whole Pacific Basin, all the way from east to west. And that's like this big relief valve. It's the magma relief valve of the planet and the pyramids keep this open. So any kind of external forces, or just the change in the seasons, like right now we're going into the northern hemisphere summer. You got expansion, you got contraction down south happening. So there's a lot of coefficient of expansion being absorbed here too in these magma chambers. And it's a really it's a really unbelievable system that's here. And I mean, this is the type of explosive forces that if you can direct them into the middle of the Pacific Ocean, right? You're not wiping out huge metropolises, and it's so mild now that you actually have a huge population on these islands. So the technology is working great. But throughout history, you've heard of whole societies being wiped out from volcanic explosions. And it looks like there's something there from The Simpsons. There's Mount St. Helen. So it's just, again, the technology's here working, and it can be tamed. It can be tamed. The magma entity can be tamed with the pyramids. This is a satellite picture of the super caldera, Yellowstone. It's a massive magma chamber right below the surface. And the Giza Plateau, keeping the Hawaiian hotspot open, also tames this beast. It doesn't allow it to erupt because it's venting the magma pressure. Like 3,000 miles away, but you're still connected on a relatively small planet. And they're all these northern hemisphere, southern hemisphere. These things are all connected in one way or another, deep down inside the magma chambers in the Earth. So that also keeps these super calderas from going off, exploding. And it's kind of like there's a little a little gift there, and it kind of just gives you an idea of what's going on, how the Hawaiian hotspot the hotspot itself is stationary, and the islands get built up on the plate, and the plate's always going from west to east. So it's going west. Yeah, so it's heading west towards Japan, and and as they keep going, they erode. They just fall back into the ocean. The smaller islands just go under, and then you have another another island getting created. Like I believe there's a on the lateral side or the east side of the Hawaiian hotspot. There's a huge I guess a fissure where a lot of magma is coming out as we speak, and it's creating another. It'll be the base of another island connected to Hawaii over the hundreds of thousands of years from now. So these things work over huge blocks of time, massive blocks of time. Here you go. You get kind of like a visual of how these plates are moving. And the irony here is that the Hawaiian hotspot, the islands actually have a Fibonacci sequence, just like the pyramids on the Giza Plateau. The Orion configuration, dogleg, whatever you want to call it. So there is a resemblance of how these actually connect in the vortex math, Tesla's vortex math. So there's couple of my websites. We can look at that later. And what we do is we can segue into maybe segue into another PowerPoint. Gobekli Tepe, and we can get into not. Can you see this? Anybody out there?
Can't see it yet. Can't see it yet.
Hey, Greg, how's it going, man? Yeah.
Hey, good. Very fascinating stuff. Always love seeing it presented in different ways. I'll let you know when it's on the screen.
All right, we'll just try to do a little magic here. I'll split the screen. I'll click on it. Should come up now. Gobekli Tepe, 40,000-year-old.
We see it. There it comes.
All right.
Yeah,
there we go. Up. You want me to go full screen, try the audio, or just stay like this?
Let's see what happens. Try it.
All right.
I'll tell you if you're clicking.
Hey, how's that?
You got gifts in this one?
I don't think so.
We should be cool then, bro. Yeah, I don't see why not.
All right, we'll try it. Okay, Gobekli Tepe, 40,000-year-old astronomical instrumentation. The purpose of the stone circles of Gobekli Tepe is to monitor the tilt and wobble of the Earth during the Ice Age. These stone megalithics prove that Earth goes into a tilt like the planet Uranus, roughly a 90-degree tilt. That is the primary cause of the Earth's Ice Age. Really cold. It's really cold on the planet. So we're going to get into basically tilts and how Gobekli Tepe's megaliths actually were used as instrumentation to let the people know more or less what seasons they were in and the farming, and also went to run for cover because there's about 3 miles away from that place is an underground city that housed, I believe, 20,000 people at one time. So I think, and that's maybe even 2 miles away. So they're both interconnected. Like Göbekli Tepe is the instrumentation, and the underground city was where you went when you had these extreme tilts on Earth during the Ice Age. So you get the autumn equinox and northern hemisphere. Now this is Uranus. For the most part, it's a 90-degree tilt, just pointing right at the sun. And Earth right now is at a 23.4 degree tilt. It's kind of so you can see there's pretty extreme temperature variations because the pole that's away from the sun is in total darkness, and you're talking about unbelievably cold weather. 200-300 degrees below zero when you don't have any sunshine at all. This might have been the what you'd see for a sunrise and sunset for the day in the at the opposite side of the planet. Maybe around the equatorial region, but that might be all you would see when you're on the planet at a 90-degree tilt. And then segue into Göbekli Tepe's, the big T's in the center. You'll notice the T's, one's tilted one direction, the other one's the top hammerhead. I guess you call them hammerheads. One's tilted down to the right, and the other one's tilted down to the left. That's because when you're rotating at a 90-degree tilt, you're looking at you're on both sides of the planet. The sun's on both sides of the planet, but I mean it's like in the fall the sun's on one side, and then in the spring the sun's on the other side. So that'd be the halfway point. So you would have a shadows that would hit these particular stones, and a lot of these stones had reliefs on them. And I think when the shadows landed on these effigies, reliefs, carvings, you'd see the animals going down, or that would mean like pack it in, go underground, or you would see somebody with the seed bag, and you'd see wheat growing. So there would be very short season for growing, if any at all. Growing grain and things of that nature. So I mean, here's pretty early pictures of Göbekli Tepe being excavated. There's Klaus Schmidt, was the lead archaeologist and prehistorian that led the excavation at Göbekli Tepe. He dedicated the remainder of his life, I believe, doing the archaeology up there. Fascinating guy, fascinating work he did. So, this is, if the shadow landed on this particular stone outside the circle, it would be, it would represent, maybe, this is the beginning of the growing season. You have, obviously, as a duck with an egg, you got wheat up top, some other creatures down the bottom there. It's like, and also it's it's a combination of, hunter-gatherer seasons and going to an agrarian existence where you were farming the food. I think, and I believe the bags were all just seeds. They're just certain bags had different types of seeds. Seeds were gold. As you know, you can't eat gold. They're worth more than anything. Pouncing on the snow. Here's looks like something pouncing on the snow, trying to get a field mouse under the snow. Who knows? But you see the curvature of the top of the T. So you would have a different angle from the fall equinox opposed to the summer equinox at a 90-degree tilt. It's kind of so here you have another stone here where if the shadow hit this, you see the animal going down. Okay, it's time to go underground. That type of thing. Pack it in back underneath. These massive, I think they were 20 tons. These massive pillars in the middle there, and then you have the you got the belt, you got the hands on the belly down there, and chiseled into it. So I think it's food. It's all about the hands holding the belly is food, and that's what this instrumentation was for. And it could guide you through these the growing seasons. And here's another close-up picture of it. Got the hands here. You get the genitalia hanging out there, and belt buckle and things of that nature. But mortise and tenon joint on these massive stones. So they were put together and made like instrumentation, precision instrumentation. They needed to be fastened and sturdy and not move, because you depended on these things every year for direction on how you're going to live your the seasons. And there you go. That might have been insignia for the Honda Motor Company back then. I don't know. Just kidding. So you can see there's like arms that go down to the belly, and then it's like a little effigy of an animal, a fox maybe, that type of thing. But pretty impressive things. And I don't know, when they first came out with this, we're talking 40,000 years, going back 40,000 years old. And then I think it was like mainstream grabbed that and cranked it back down to maybe 11 or 12,000 years. So who knows what the real dating is. Again, you get a good visual of how massive this place is, how big these hammerheads. They got to be 20 some odd feet high, anyways. And again, you can see one's got a curve facing one direction, the other's got a curve going the other direction. So it's all intersolar system instrumentation. In my understanding, my study, my work, it's all intersolar system. It's all the sun and the tilt of the earth at this particular time. You're talking about extreme weather conditions. Daily 100, 200 mile an hour winds going through the winter. The only place you could survive is underground in this particular location of the planet, anyways. Again, you see the arms coming down of the animal. You see a little pitch. One of my next on the bucket list is to get down there and get the pictures of these hammerheads, these center stones, and work a little bit more, with them in person, boots on the ground type of thing. So you have a hole in the stone, and that would be, that would maybe line you up for a solstice or an equinox of some sort. Obviously, there would be more instrumentation, north, northwest, south, southeast. So this is enclosure D. I think this is the most popular one. So it's like it's not dialed into the four cardinal points. Somewhat, but not quite. So it's just not quite due north.
That could be due to the tilt too, right? The Earth's just wobbling, like if it was in the Uranus.
Yeah,
that could be, and
but
displacement, things like that could knock it off too, right?
Yeah, there's multiple reasons, but I think it was set up to deal with whatever tilt they were going through. Like, I'm saying 90 degrees, it could be 85 degrees, it could be 45 degrees. So they make up different circles depending on where the degrees were. Where and the planet was just rocking back and forth on the tilt during these ice ages. So it's very hard dealing with this type of condition on a planet. I mean, right now we're locked in pretty good with 23 and 0.4, and it's as stable as can be. But when you do go into these ice ages, ice building mode, massive weights of ice are accumulating on the poles. Just rocking it back and forth. And then other external forces are connecting to it too. So I mean, right now the ocean's like a big giant shock absorber. it can handle all the external forces because it acts like an elastic band. But when you get more 300 feet lower in the oceans, and you're much more solid with ice, I think that's when you have these chaotic tilts, because you don't have that the nice softening of the tilt changes with the ocean. It's much more extreme. All right, moving on here. Earth's orbit motion to the celestial equator. This is like the normal tilt we're in right now. Kind of give you just let's see, there's the sun in the center. We're getting close to the spring equinox right now, and there's Uranus there, just pointed straight at the sun. So that's a scary orbit right there, a scary tilt rather, and it's a more looks at. So if you get up above the equator, say you're pointing towards the sun, you're living above the equator on the opposite side of the sun at that particular season. It's the winds, the cold air and everything. You don't have to be up at the poles to experience extreme winter conditions. And it's kind of the same thing right there. And then gives you a visual of Venus, Earth, Uranus, Pluto. So we have some other tilts here. And you see, this would be, if the Earth kind of gives you an indication of what it would be with the Earth at a 90-degree tilt. There's the sun. The bottom one's the 90. That's the most extreme, and then the other one's up top. But a lot of the megaliths around, besides this particular place, a lot of the megaliths, the Gateway to the Sun, the Unfinished Obelisk, and I think it's Stone 68 and Stonehenge. They all align with a 19.4 degree tilt, ice age tilt. So that's prior to going into an interglacial period. So you might go into these wild tilts, in the middle of the ice age, and then as you get closer to going back to the interglacial period, you might be in a 19.4 for 20,000, 26,000 years. One rotation of precession. And this is, if I can pronounce it correctly, Derin Kuyu. This is the place about 2 to 3 miles away from Göbekli Tepe that is, and there's multiple ones of them. It's not just this particular one. There's multiple cities that are underground, and they've come up with a number of 20,000 people were can be housed in there comfortably, and they had ventilation. They had animals down there and things of that nature. So pretty extreme, really. And there's inside one of the rooms, so you got the you get the light up there. Derin Kuyu. There's a lady checking it out. That'd be a good place to go to, on top of Göbekli Tepe. It's not that far away. This is one of the places, chamber that's in there. So you have some, pretty good carving architecture in there. Maybe, who knows, maybe a place of worship at some point, or somebody had a better condominium than the other guy. Who knows? And this is a newer discovery. I think it's northwest of Göbekli Tepe, New Karahatepe. So it's kind of similar type of circles and things of that nature going on here. Again, possibly more instrumentation. The ice sheet's going to come down and taking it out. Set up shop and go Göbekli Tepe. All the mystery, a lot of mysteries out there. There's the moon, and ties into the everyday life of everybody on the planet, everything on the planet, actually. There's images on the moon. Somebody put those black spots on the moon, those dark images. They're like holograms. The more and more you look at them, the more and more things you see. It's never ending. there's a story in it. There's an artist rendition of the images on the moon. And I think with that, it's a wrap.
John. Wait a sec. My audio is crap. Wait a
Rambling
minute.
away. There you go.
No, man, you're great.
Let me apologize for at the beginning of those slides. Those, John Shaughnessy's right and all this stuff. Sometimes I spend too much time alone, but the ego goes out there.
I love it when you get vindicated, my friend. You need to be vindicated. Yeah, I know we don't have too much more time left, but let me see. Oh, I got some wait a minute. Oh, okay, cool. I got a couple of questions from the comments.
The big book, you pull me off and you get
oh yeah. Yes. On behalf of YouTube, this knowledge, you're officially canceled, John Shaughnessy. I have to deliver your public cancellation. Okay, so let's see what we got here. A lot of people seeing great presentation. People's minds are blown. People are renouncing their entire Catholic upbringing in the chats. So John, this is a great effect that you've had.
Food.
Yes. Let me ask you this. So someone did want to know more of a direct connection about the last speaker we had, John Cadman, and I'm curious about your thoughts on this too, because I always thought, maybe the gravity force theory contradicts the idea of this water pump idea. Someone wants to say it's a water pump, someone wants to say it's a gravity. I know we're going to get into this more later, but what do you think about the water's influence under the pyramids? That was John Johnson's question.
Yeah, no, it's definitely, like I say, that pyramid produces 7 effects, 7 purposes, or more, and one of them is the water. Like I agree 100% with his findings, his work, and so there was definitely water. You can see that there was definitely water erosion down there. That's been proven. So what the purpose was. Beyond that, I mean, there's ideas that there was water coming out of the pyramids 24/7, 365, and just flowing into the Nile, and so it might have been a more of like a filtering or artesian well, if you will, where you can get good clean water, obviously for drinking and for the farming community and things of that nature. So it's entirely, it might have been a cooling system, because there's Christopher Dunn, I think on one of his trips out there, he identified some hot melting, some hot conditions in the right outside the King's Chamber up in the Grand Gallery. There was some some scalding, some high temperatures that were up near the ceiling in the Grand Gallery. So they could have been part of a cooling system, on top of something like that. I mean, a couple of presentations, I said, that maybe the sarcophagus was like a crucible for raw uranium, and they had pipes going in there. So you had like a dry nuclear theory, like dry nuclear technology, where they had a water loops that would go in there and just grab the heat and come back out. It goes on and on and on. So it's possible, but you're probably not. I mean, it's like the sarcophagus. I actually got to lay down in that thing, and it's actually in pretty good shape. So I mean, if they did use that, they had some insulation in there. If they had a radioactive, some kind of heat going on between, with just raw uranium 235 out of the ground. But that all being said, it's just a theory, but there is some signs that thing was built to handle some high temperatures.
Yeah.
Inside the King's Chamber and the Queen's Chamber. So,
Very
but anyway,
interesting.
yeah, I like John Cadman, man. He's he put it out there. I didn't hear of his work, but it made sense from what I did catch, that it was, some kind of a pulse generator. And then there you go. It could be, some kind of tied in with the Schumann frequency. It could have been used to, say like early on to open up the Hawaiian hotspot. You need like a little bit more, shock of energy shock of some kind of magnitude of like sonic. Like you get into Tesla's technology with his earthquake machine, where he literally could have split the planet in half. I mean, this guy was like, just find me a solid mountain, I'll put my earthquake machine on it, and we'll have two planets. So I mean, getting into sound technology, and that particular harmonics that he was into, Tesla. It stands to reason that could be, that was part of the one of the operations, the true operations. And then once everything's open, you blew a hole in the Pacific plate. You get the islands, the Hawaiian Islands come into existence. Then it goes into just, a gravitational type of energy force that allows this hotspot to stay open.
Interesting. Yeah.
I mean, it just goes. I mean, it just goes. It's just a book. Every time you get into this stuff, it's just another book.
I know.
It goes on. And on. Well, but I, I mean, you had a lot of great minds. And it was making hydrogen. It was making oxygen. It was, chemical splitting. It was, built to line with the stars. It's a timestamp. I mean, it's not just the one thing. And it's possible it evolves all the time. Like they were rebuilt, the pyramids were rebuilt. They've gone through major reconstruction. Right. That's the evidence is there. You can't deny it. So it's an ongoing passion. I think that human beings, we lose the knowledge, and then we come back to it. We regain the knowledge. You send to a higher state of consciousness, and then we just drift back down again. Could be just this. I read a couple of articles from this lady and this woman. She had and it's an ongoing science that the sun's electromagnetic energy does affect human behavior. We're kind of going into not going off topic here, but. Well, maybe I am, but it's like, the sun's electromagnetic energy that hits humans or life in general on Earth during the, we're in the cycle 25, and I think it's 25. So we're going into a period where we're going to be getting more maybe sunspots, more solar flares, things of that nature. So it's going to be, but that what I'm saying is the sun's activity has been traced to hostile behavior in human beings, so like we don't need it right now, but it's coming, so it's even going to get worse.
Oh my gosh.
But knowledge can dissolve that. Like if they get the word out that this is a something to be aware of, human nature.
What does this mean about the Chinese creating a sun over there? They're actively working on building an artificial sun. Like, how's that gonna mess up human nature?
I don't know. I haven't got the textbook on that yet, but
oh my gosh.
I listened to him and I'm like, well, where's the physics behind it? Where's the design plans? What's powering this thing? Can't get it. But I'm just trying to find that article here. But anyways, it's on Twitter. I think the name of the article is Solar Geomagnetic Activity and the Impact of to Emotional Intelligence. And it's Susan Mainwich. I think that's how you pronounce it. So it's a good article, and it's like, whoa, like, okay. So anyways, going full circle, I think John's done a great job at connecting a lot of the dots with the
Yeah.
hydraulics, the water, the pounding, and it's a it's kind of like a perpetual motion machine as long as you get the water in there and things of that nature. Once it starts, it might just keep going, So it'll maybe with Tesla's technology would strike something. It's take a hammer, you hit a pipe, and then right before the sound ebbed, you hit it again. So you're constantly propelling the wavelength of the sound and until you get to the critical frequency, and it just fractures whatever you're attaching this thing to. It just disintegrates, it falls apart. So
yeah. Well, I'm very excited to have this discussion later about all this.
Jump into it. Maybe we could save the planet. It's bad behavior going on right now. So
it's very true. It's very true. I mean, we had somebody earlier who was saying they had the key to free energy. I mean, there is the people in this conference need to realize that there is the knowledge is there. It's just who's going to actually do it.
Who's going to bring it to market? Who's going to give it away? Not so much market, but who's going to get it out.
That was Roger Spur.
Roger Spur, yes, he had free energy. I didn't realize, Omar, you were going to book someone with a solution to that in Humanity Unplugged. That's pretty good.
And to star portals and to star and pyramid lensing to control the temperature of this planet, and
we got you covered on every angle.
We got it all covered. 122 perspectives, brother. That's we're looking at things from every single angle.
If you can't find answers here, you're not looking hard enough.
I got a question. I got a question for John, and one of our viewers, Lori from Watchers Talk, and she was quite surprised when I mentioned. Here, let me bring my screen up, and where is that awesome book of yours, John?
Thank you.
Where did I put it?
Got another one coming. I just got
it's right here.
Do it.
Now,
the theory of everything.
You might find this to be cool. Here, I'll put myself on full screen here for just 1 second.
Okay.
This is a book that John written. It's called There's Something About the Moon with co-author Wendy Salter. Now, John, the question is in this book, you have suggested that we used to live on the moon, and the moon had an atmosphere and oceans, and it was just like a mini Earth. And then we terraformed the Earth because it's like a Type 1 civilization, I think you said, that terraformed the Earth. And once the Earth was terraformed, we left the moon and moved on here to the Earth. And then the moon just kind of just whatever happened to it. And Lori was quite surprised. So maybe you can give us a quick download on that.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of stands. If you go back to the the older books, it's like God created the earth in 7 days. It was water at first. You go to the Abrahamic religions. That's all right there, and it's there was some terraforming done, and it's in my mind, the way the original landmass was created is based on my gravitational theory that when we did go into our first ice age, right, on the water planet, the ice, we'll just stick with places we don't say over North America, right, which wasn't there. There was no Himalayas, there was nothing, but you had this massive unequal growth of ice on the planet because of weather conditions, wind patterns on this water planet. So you had this massive ice, and then when you went back into a interglacial period, the ice melted at different levels. So, but once the ocean started to become liquid again, you still had this massive ice on one side of the planet, and because the gravitational field was manipulated, that created a magma, release at the floor of the ocean, and then the ocean, the magma, more or less grew up, got above the surface of the ocean. That was your first landmass, and then because of that unequal gravitational anomaly with this landmass that's stuck up there now, that gave rise to another landmass. So it's like, so this iceberg over North America created the Himalayas, and the Himalayas created America. So you got a balance, and all your continents align with each other, except for Africa. And the reason Africa doesn't have a matching continent is because there's a giant hole in the tectonic plate called the Hawaiian hotspot. So it prevents the floor of the ocean from rising. You get volcanic islands, but like Hawaii and the other islands. So that was my version of Genesis in the book.
Is that the next book you have coming out? The Bible? Is that?
Well, that was our version of Genesis, like with physics. Like, hey, this is how it happened, and the physics behind creating land on a water planet is in that book. There is something about the moon, so it's like it's a different spin on Genesis,
Right.
Yeah. So.
Very nice. Well, John, I hate to cut this off short, but I know Chuck Vanderbilt is about to come on. So before we bring on Chuck, is there any, when it comes to, understanding the pyramids, and there's a lot of this out there, we know from our community of awakened souls that we talk to, that pyramid power is a thing. People always talk about aliens and pyramids. In light of all that, and the theme of this conference, which is to unplug humanity from the matrix, do you have a final thought on what we should take away from your research with regards to the pyramids?
I guess that's a good question. Hopefully my brain can capture that question and give you an answer.
What do you think is the most amazing, mind-blowing thing about the pyramid?
I mumble to myself for a few minutes. I can come up with something, but yeah. Going full circle, just end up with the moon. So once the Earth was terraformed, the seed of life came down, from the moon. So the moon's older than everything in the solar system. But that all being said, the terraforming, the technology, the pyramids from the the people that set up the solar system, and the beings, the gods, the small g gods, what have you. And I think that's one. So you can take that, take solace in that there is some kind of a I don't know if you want to call it divine guidance or intellectually, inspired, intelligent design going on. So, it's
right.
For me, it's the more, I think if you find out with the, not that I have a great mind, but the greatest minds, throughout history, you always say the more they jump into it, they know there's something outside, that's orchestrating all this. It's not just natural that, a natural, occurrence, life, and planet this sophisticated that gives you this unbelievable environment to all life thriving and things of that nature. So, I think that's what I would be. It's like a coming home. When I jumped into this stuff, it was like, okay, it's like so. With that, you get some kind of a responsibility to pass it along, and just give it away, and let people, people are, whatever levels they're at. Some people you can't deal with it, and then others, can deal with it. So it's too much. So,
well, we are very grateful for your
coming home, man. It's all coming home,
Yes. And, and we're grateful for your brain. I would say, I don't think there's anybody in this audience that would disagree that you're one of the great minds. So I think your stuff is always mind blowing. And by the way, ask John Tipper Gore may have read John's book. And
Pyramid gravity force.
yes, Al Gore's wife. So if Al Gore's wife is going to look at it,
Yeah,
then
right.
maybe yes, could
Yeah,
mean
yeah,
something.
Something
Apparently
going
that is a true story. Yes, thank you, John. I know we're going to bring on Chuck in a second. So let me give him a proper intro. Omar, is he ready to go? Oh,
Yeah,
well,
brother. Chuck's good to go.
Okay.
So let's remove let's cancel John off the screen.
finally.
Yeah.
The
Love you,
academic-
John. I'll text you.
Cancel culture. See you.
Love you, brother. Thank you very much.
Hey, thanks for having me, man.
I'll message you
Love
soon.
you
Yeah, we always talk anyway, so stick around. Listen to Chuck here. Chuck's got some amazing work. So I wanted you to hear this. Actually, I actually wanted you and Chuck to hook up, and you guys did this morning. So stick around, brother.
Oh, very good. I'm still here, Omar. I don't know if did we just go completely off screen?
Yeah, brother. Do the.
Why did
the
I lose my
introduction,
camera?
and
That's so
then
weird.
I will bring Chuck on.
Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good. So, yes, Chuck Vanderbilt divided his audio career between live and studio engineering duties, spanning over 35 years. He came up the ranks in the late 70s and 80s, immersed in the thriving Vancouver, Canada music scene. He is presently working for a company installing video conferencing systems for a wide variety of businesses. And Chuck began his investigative research into alternative sciences after he and his dad had a UFO experience in 1979. In search of answers to this event, he began scouring scientific papers as well as books on UFOs from around the world. Surprisingly, he found supporting evidence across multiple scientific disciplines for his initial hypothesis. At first, this method of traversing space via portals was to figure prominently in his science fiction series, The Sicarist. Hope I got that right. Or the Sicorus, like Taurus. However, this all changed after visiting Egypt in 2019. He was sure the answers lay in the design of the Great Pyramid and its role in portal activation. Oh, this is going to be a great talk. I feel it already. Digging deep into his audio training, Chuck now tackles this portal concept from a wide range of audio spectrum frequencies, aware that this concept covers a much larger scope than he originally intended. He separates his discussions into smaller talks aimed at building a new knowledge base. From there, we will learn from him the methods of how to travel nature's electromagnetic highway to the stars. Today, he discusses the electrical nature of pyramids and shows us evidence that he believed caused the shutting down. He believes caused the shutting down of Egypt's portal system in 1180 BC. Oh my gosh, I don't think I've ever read an intro like that in my life where I've been so compelled by somebody's message.
Right?
So I cannot wait for Chuck to come on. Wow. You just wanted me to read that.
You'll love him. I told you, you're going to love him. I'm going to bring him on.
Omar's like, just read this intro. And I didn't realize my mind would explode as I was reading someone's intro. Yes, can't wait to meet you. Well, here is Chuck Vanderbilt. Hey, Chuck, how are you?
I'm doing good. Well, first of all, I sent that long diatribe to Omar to kind of edit and maybe cut it back an hour, maybe two in the intro. But
I wanted Greg to hear and read that because I knew he was going to be here tonight, and I know he loves John, and I knew that he's going to love you, so I wanted to actually read it as you sent it, so we would have like this shockwave happening on our screens, and indeed we saw that. So
yeah, you got me good. You got me good. Well, Chuck, I'm excited to watch your presentation. I cede the floor. Take it away.
Well, first of all, you got a great radio voice there, Greg.
Yeah, thank you.
That's kind of interested. I was actually more interested in what you were going to say next because your voice carried the whole thing. So, hello, everybody. Yes. Where to begin? So, Omar, you and I, we spoke about the pyramids before, and yes, this morning we had a great talk with the panel. I decided to go into this, laying the foundation down to get more of a handle. And as I said this morning, let's start at the top left-hand corner of the page and see if we can work our way through this. The actual way that the Great Pyramid works, in my opinion, my hypothesis, my theory, is probably an hour and a half show all on its own, but really what we need to do is we need to understand how and where this power comes from. And John Shaughnessy is absolutely correct. There's a lot of power that's in the earth magma, and surprisingly, there's a lot of science to back up everything that everyone is now coming to the conclusion of what certain things work like. So we had our experiences. My wife and I had a good experience over at the Red Pyramid, where my wife got shocked by electrical jolt when she was in one of the little alcoves that were there. It really started me thinking on how this is going to work. But there was another side to this, and this became really important to me once I started taking more and more photographs. And what was very interesting was all of what I contend is electrical scarring. And Omar, as you recall, one of my first talks with you, we talked about Lake Maracaibo, where the electrical strikes are coming through. Well, I think this idea actually fits with what I'm going to present. But before we get going on that, let's get a few things. Let's get some foundation building to understand what limestone's doing, what granite's doing. There's a few things that I want to show you. So I'm just going to share screen. Where's that share button? There it is, hiding behind that little wire. And the slides. Hang on. My apologies. I have a wire in front of this thing, and it's
all good, brother.
Yeah.
I hear you. I got my microphone in the way. I got to kind of like move half my head to see what's written in the corner.
So where was it? I'm going to share screen.
Yeah. So you go down below.
Yeah.
Come into the studio. You put share and then share screen.
Oh, there it is. Thank you. Share screen. Where? Okay, there we go. Share screen 2. That's the one. I just threw this together. I got a little bit more work to do on it, but this concept for this particular screenshot came out of actually Charles Berlitz's book, The Bermuda Triangle, and two particular stories that were eyewitness accounts had this description in it. So I decided to throw that in as a beginning point. There we go. Next. You can do it. I know you can. It worked earlier. There we go. Okay, so we're going to begin with the electrical scarring of Egypt. The way that we have to understand how an electrical field can work is through the fault line regions. Now, you can see on this particular small screen here, there are lots of little small regions. You can see where all the red is. That's important to note because there's a large one over here that's right where the Giza Plateau would be. So that's an important aspect of what we're going to be discussing and how it affects all of the major temples that go along the Nile area. So Stephen Mailer, and it was mentioned earlier from, I think John mentioned him, either it was John Cadman or John Shaughnessy, either one of the Johns had mentioned Stephen Mailer. And he brought this to light. And it was one of those things that you really wanted to, keep in mind. That the wisdom keepers called this the pre-netter. And it loosely translates to house of energy. The other one, of course, was pyramidos, which translates to fire in the middle or fire inside. There's a bit of discussion on that exact translation or transliteration that you may want to call this. But there's a reason why in my estimation, what we're going to be discovering over a period of time here, why it was called fire in the middle. And there's a very interesting aspect of this that goes along that I think that when we get to that stage, it will actually start to make sense. So keep this in mind. All right, let's take a look at what is activated right now. So I've been watching the Skinwalker Ranch, and I'm sure a lot of you have as well. Now, most of it that goes on, with the guys on there, they sometimes they seem like they're stumbling, but actually they got it together. They know what's going on. They just haven't been able to put all of it together in a comprehensive, why is this working the way this is working? So the Watashi Fault, which sits right underneath Salt Lake City, the city itself, they've just found a secondary one on June 15th, and this is when the article came out in 2021. So it's 125 miles away from Skinwalker Ranch. Now, what this has to do with the Great Pyramid is that, as I said earlier, Great Pyramid stopped working. But what did it do beforehand, of course, is everybody's big theory. I have an idea, and I think that we can see the examples in Skinwalker Ranch. Let me move along. Now, it's the mesa that has the most interesting aspect of this thing. And I'll explain to you in the video. So we're about 125 miles away from Salt Lake City and where the major faults are. But there is an enormous amount of energy that happens to culminate right at the mesa spot within Skinwalker Ranch and what they call Homestead 2. And I was been watching how they've been doing this, and it all makes complete sense once you see where the science has gone. So we got that. Okay, so I'm going to play this. This is just a short little blurb on, so that you're getting it from their voices, not just mine. Let's play this.
Eric called me and dragged it into his control room to check out the surveillance footage that was captured of the mesa at the same time we were conducting our experiment at Homestead 2. Watch what happens here. There. Right, look at that. The mesa flickering right there. And look at the top over here. There it is. Look at that. The whole top of the mesa lights up.
That piece of the mesa has a crazy history of us seeing things ever since the beginning.
Eric, Brandon, and the team have captured pretty dramatic surveillance footage in the past where something causes the entire mesa to light up at night.
Whoa, look at that. Holy crap. Hey guys, we just noticed on the screen here a second ago, you see the glow, the flicker? What is that?
And just last year, during a laser experiment, we observed a similar phenomenon where the ridge appeared to be glowing.
Yeah, it's almost like the outline of it.
Wow. So while we're trying to figure out if this footage we got of the mesa was connected to what happened last night at Homestead 2.
So now you've got an idea of what they were faced with. So, my apologies.
Control room to check out the surveillance footage that was captured of the mesa at the same time we were conducting our experiment at Homestead 2.
Watch what happens here.
Oh yeah, that seems to be repeated. Sorry about that. That's I have the cycle repeat on. So we talked about earlier about the fire in the middle. When we start to look at rocks that crackle, sparkle, and glow, right? It's tied in with pre-earthquake phenomenon. So Friedemann and Frode from NASA's Ames Research Center has developed a complete theory on how certain sections of Earth at the top part, rocks will start to glow and to energize. Now, this is a fascinating aspect of what the future is going to entail for us, because here at Skinwalker Ranch, right, they've got that exact environment. They also say there's also the same thing happens right across the mountain range in Israel. There are other areas that have this same phenomenon, and it's all being directly tied into the electrical energy from the fault lines 60 to 70 meters underground, if not more. And it travels up through the limestone and all of the stone areas that are in there. So the more limestone you have, and we'll be discussing that shortly, But it's a very fascinating aspect of it. What he says here, okay, so it's under normal conditions, they are dormant, but when they wake up, so there's always something that has to trigger this wake up point. It begins to sparkle and glow. There were expression of same fundamental process, the awakening of dormant, and he's coined this thing as positive holes, charge carriers, to the point where there is even batteries. There is a massive storage of electricity under the Earth's crust. So we all, every single person that's ever gone to Egypt, all say the same thing. There is some form of energy. Well, if it's working the way that I believe it's working, here is a possibility. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying here's a pretty likely source of this particular bit of information. So when they're doing their testing, they have a very interesting thing that they found. When rocks become stressed, they start to produce electricity. Now, here we have another one. There we go. Let's have this little video clip here. This is from Ben Uncharted X. And this is a really important. You guys should all take a time and go to his YouTube. This is Yosef in Egypt as he demonstrates.
Yeah. So John Riley is a friend, and he invented this machine, and that's supposed to be producing electromagnetic field, or does electromagnetic induction.
The vessel is much stronger. Like that,
Yeah.
okay?
You can see the purple color.
Yeah. But the granite still almost nothing.
We see usually on the site, which is of course the limestone and the basalt stone and the granite stone. In the combination, we're going to see the demonstration, and we will see that the limestone is the most powerful stone that conducts that kind of current. Sure. Up to the G. Give it some time to charge. So of course, electricity alone wouldn't be inductive through stone. But electromagnetic is.
This is important to see the three different stones.
This one is aluminum. Aluminum. Yeah. Like that. Not as strong as the limestone. I mean, as limestone. Yeah.
It's impossible to estimate for why we use some different types of stones.
In my opinion, there is no doubt that the combination of stones was specifically chosen to accomplish something. You know, nobody just goes to different wells, hundreds of kilometers far, just to build something or something simple, because colors, things like that, and drawings can.
Obviously, there was a reason that I'm chasing all that limestone.
And the two different types of limestone as well. So this is closer to the final type of limestone.
So this is how I view it. Once you start to understand how this works, then you start to look at specific differences. So here we have granite producing the least amount of electrical charge, where limestone, which is essentially 99% of, or 98% of the Great Pyramid, you start to say, oh, there's an interesting point to this. So let's take a look. There's another one. Freeman Frode has also done another one. But what they've discovered, and this is where I started to look deeper into the portal aspect of it, is that when there's an electric charge underneath the surface of the Earth, it actually happens in real time in the ionosphere. Now, that's a connection that very few people have ever actually made. So what they're doing now is they're launching and placing satellites into space in the ionosphere over top of Earth ranges in order to see and measure what's going on underneath the ground and see if they can figure out a modeling system by which they can able to then say, oh, there is an earthquake on its way, because it's instantaneous into the ionosphere. Now, that is part of nature's little highway. I'll explain the other parts of it a little later, but you're getting the idea now. Here we have 3 pyramids on the Giza Plateau, primarily made out of limestone, which we have seen conducts electricity like it's going out of style, electromagnetic electricity. We now have a fundamental scientific base for the power or the electrical energy coming from the fault lines, and they're being delivered, as we're going to find out in Skinwalker Ranch, it's being delivered by the water. There's a massive moving aquifer underneath the mesa at Skinwalker Ranch. So there's there. But there's one other really interesting aspect of it, and this is what kicks in my audio curiosity because of my years of training. They used spectro analyzers, and what was interesting was that when the rocks would sparkle, this broadband in the gigahertz and the megahertz and the kilohertz went crazy on I can't remember the scientist's name that's there. So they set up the spectrum analyzer, but on this screen you can see that there are dominant frequencies. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you have this one here. So there's another one that's a fluctuation that goes in there. That's a wavy band. You can see there's a wavy band in this one here. So it's a fluctuation that goes into place there. Now, if we take this for what it is, if the electricity is going to the ionosphere, it would be acting like the atmosphere would be acting like a wire to a speaker. Here's our amplifier down on the ground, but it's bringing frequencies that are generated by the Earth. These are not frequencies that are just being, sent out by a radio station. They're done by the Earth. And you can see this is the fluctuation that goes on in here. There's a reason that this is for me, it's what I call a balancing act, but we'll go into that a little bit in a little bit of time. So here we have the possibilities of specific frequencies going out into space being generated and focused by not only just the Great Pyramid, but the Giza Plateau as a complete unit, each one of them as a filter, specifically chosen and built to represent a specific band of frequencies. The frequency aspect of it will move further. I mean, there's so much that's going on to unpack. It's going to take a little bit. These are some of the other screenshots. Now, for most people, this really doesn't mean a lot, but for me, when I'm looking for the information that I'm looking for, it means a lot. And in future discussions, we'll get down to the nitty gritty and how FFT systems work and how you can able to identify the actual musical note that's attached to it. There's a lot that's involved in this. So now there's the basis of frequencies and the basis of an electromagnetic connection. We have that to the ionosphere. We have the pyramid, which is doing a wonderful job. So the only thing that we haven't discussed is why is there so little rose granite in the Great Pyramid? in comparison to the limestone, but we'll have to shelve that. But keep it in mind, because we'll be getting there eventually, not in this talk maybe, but in a future one, because it's an important, really important part because of the pressure that these stones are put under. There's another screenshot. So these make a complete sense. What happens, and this goes back to my fire in the middle reference. If, as there's a German company that did a whole bunch of testing on the pyramid structure, and they found out that in specific frequency bands, you would be surprised at which ones of the frequencies happen to be very prevalent and how powerful they are in specific locations. What also that does is it does a very nice job of ionizing the air around, and I'm just putting it out there, people who are coming to the pyramid, they're not going inside. In 600 BC, here are the Greeks looking up going, fire in the middle. Red, orange, these are the type of frequencies that would be very easy to ionize the air around the pyramid itself. So another interesting thing at Skinwalker Ranch, because it is an active, in my opinion, an active portal site, because there have been four that I know, but 3 definite UFO arrivals, in my opinion, and where they appeared in the region of this over top. One was over top of the mesa, and another was just in the field area right back from where this picture was taken by Travis. So in this case, when they were drilling a hole at the region of Homestead 2, all the compasses focused on the drill rig. It became a magnetic pole. That's because it reached the water level, and then it created its own magnetic north. The same thing can happen with the pyramids. Postulation, but makes sense because it's already being done, and technically it's natural, even though the drill rig is man-made, but we're just looking at a big chunk of iron. There's ways of making this work from the magnetic side as well. So here we have one last little thing in here that we need to start with in order to get an understanding of what I was talking about with why the pyramids stopped working. So let me just play this. This is from Uncharted X. Ben has done an incredible job on trying to just decipher some of the stuff. He's been very open and great guide when it comes to his research there. So let's take a listen to this.
All of a sudden now, instead of wires and composite materials, now we're using natural materials. We're using the very earth itself as a medium. If you extend this analogy, you just realize that all we're doing here is just peeling back layers of our own ignorance as it relates to the fundamental nature of reality. If you had talked about this idea before xenic surface waves had proven out, this would be considered complete science fiction. The idea itself was completely outside of our perspective. It's been outside of our knowledge base. Yet now our understanding and our perspective has changed. One of my favorite examples of this is Abusia, a site that I promise I will take a close look at in a future video. As you've seen from the clip already, there is plenty of basalt, limestone, and granite laying around at Abusia. I just want to point out a couple of other little things and let Yusuf do the talking in the interview. But what you're looking at here is rows of basalt that is essentially casing some limestone. The limestone in this case is on the right-hand side. And what's interesting is that there is some weird effect that's happened to parts of the basalt, and in particular the bits of the basalt that have been facing or right next to the limestone. The basalt's starting to get all crumbly and actually peel away in some sections, as you can see. You can also see the crumbling effect on this block here.
Okay, so now we come into what happened in 1187 or 77. It depends on who you're talking to. Eric Klein is a professor, and he has been doing research on how the region, and we're talking Sicily, Greece, Turkey, all of those regions, why they all collapsed at the same time. The only one that survived it was Egypt. So this is the capital city, Hittite, that was completely destroyed in that time. They've carbon dated the grain that they found, all of the parts and pieces that they could able to test, and this thing was destroyed in that time frame, 20 years either side of those dates. Now, no one would build a big temple and have rocks like that as your entrance. That's a loose term of vitrification. Vitrification usually means glass, but in certain stones, it doesn't look that way. It actually, in limestone, it kind of makes it look like it's a coral or something of that nature. And we'll see pictures of that shortly. But what's important here is that when the people were doing their excavations there, the last section in there, and I'll just read that. Whenever we set our spades, we found that unmistakable signs of devastating fire that consumed everything that would burn, reduced brickwork to reddened masses of slag, and made limestone blocks explode in fragments. Now, that would really require a large amount of combustible material to make limestone explode, creating an incredible intense heat. Or, we'll get to that in a moment. Here's another two sets of pillars. Once again, who would go out to the quarry and bring that back and say to your leader, hey, this looks pretty good, why don't we put these up? Not exactly what I would classify as the best look for your empire. It's a close-up. So in our trip in 2019, we decided to go to Saqqara and on our tour. It was part of it. Everywhere I looked, I saw limestone literally exploded. Like I probably have another 50 pictures. I wanted to make sure I didn't go over like 2 days of talk. So so I picked out the best ones. So these are the lower ones. They're rebuilding and capping over top, but they've left the original ones in place. And you can see that they are literally exploded. Now, this is at the base of the bent pyramid. You can see that no one would go to the quarry to go get those rocks and say, let's put that and use that as the cover stones. You can see how the vitrification and all the pot marking and then the explosive nature that was in there. What would do that? Get to that in a moment. Here's another picture. This has all happened. And the reason that I say that I believe that it happened in this time are actually after Ramses III, which is the pharaoh that was in the 1187 time frame, because they were fighting off the sea people, which was basically a mass exodus of people because of what had happened to the region, and we would have to look at that from what caused it. So Eric Klein is a professor of classics and anthropology in the George Washington University, as you can read there. He came up with his own theory, wrote a book, and his conclusions, and we'll start with that because they haven't been able to find a single driving force or trigger that actually caused this. My theory is, and we'll get to that, but I believe that my theory would actually cause all of the things that happen on this list: droughts, famine, earthquakes, invaders because of migration of peoples, and rebellions, because everything would be shut down and would be burnt out. Here's another thing where he was telling us there is all there's different levels of understanding. Resolute, they were all resolute enemies. So I put it across: if a large attack from the sky in the form of electrical, would that be able to answer the reasoning? So here we have Khafre's funerary temple. And if you look at that, that has been just hammered. And I just don't think they have enough wood to destroy the temple in that manner, to be able to create that much heat without it finally going out, just to put it inside. Something else had to be in there. But as you can see, limestone. what's very interesting, and this will come up in another talk, is that the floor area there is alabaster. And there's a very good reason why alabaster is being used when you look at it from a geological sense. So there's another shot. This is from the east side. Another shot. So my reasoning for this is this statue. This is a statue of Ramses II. And if you take a look at the left-hand side, you can see that it is completely damaged from top to bottom. And the feet were blown out from it and it collapsed over. Now, that's made out of pink granite. I just don't see a fire not going and destroying the cobra on the forehead. If it was a melting situation, it had to be something a lot more powerful, and lightning would do it. So the reason that I would think that it was in Ramses and after Ramses III, because had it happened in Ramses II time, as soon as all this was over, I don't think he would have left his own statue lying on the ground. They would have done something to fix it. But because the entire region collapsed, there was just no reason to get to work. And hence it got left. And since it was in Ramses III time, which is well afterwards, it was, we'll get to that later. It's just, my hypothesis. We got bigger problems. We've got all these people coming in. There's migrations. We have to get food. I mean, at the end of the day, the only civilization that survived in 1187 was Egypt. They were the last ones. Everybody else disappeared. It was an interesting time frame. And I believe that it took on, and it basically, because of the electrical energy, and because we know that limestone and the Great Pyramids, all the pyramids have got, the majority of it is limestone, very electrically conductive. That's where it would be like putting a lightning rod out. So now we have fault line comparisons. As I'm driving this towards the Lake Maracaibo, the thing with the lightning, we have fault lines in that region, as well as you can see the X, which is where, if you take a look at where that X is on the known fault lines regions, the round dots that are on the left-hand side for Egypt, those are known earthquake areas, but you can also see that that X is very close, right on where the Giza Plateau is. So this all started from when I walked over and got out of the tour van and looked at the Great Pyramid and went, that's a big building. That's some pretty massive work. But as I got closer, I was looking, why is all this stuff so disheveled? Why is it sloppy? I mean, they're supposed to put cover plates over top of it, but, cover stones, that is. But some of it would be pretty hard to do. And that we'll have to talk about at a later time as well. 7:30. So every pyramid, every temple, every single place had signs of massive vitrifications all around it. Here's an example of lightning going up. And this is an example of what happens at Lake Maracaibo. 187 lightning strikes per hour. Now, if we were to suppose that the sun got a little angry one day and overcharged the ionosphere, which we know from all the science that's out there, all the satellites that have come back with the information, the amount of electricity that's in the ionosphere is hundreds of thousands, hundreds of millions of horsepower. If it got overloaded by a sun activity, let's just say a large asteroid hit the sun and it caused it to burp, this could overcharge, and it could do this over a matter of a couple of days. And if it's firing as much power as I believe it did, it would take out all of those regions. And I also postulate that this happened 11,500 years ago. That was the first time that it happened, and why the Great Pyramid had to be repaired. But that's, again, for a little bit later. So as we're coming close to the end of this particular thing, there is also the Velikovskys. Now, I'm not sure how many people in the audience are still aware of Velikovsky's Venus theory, where he felt that from taking apart all of the biblical text, all of the text around the world from any documentation he could find, and worlds in collision, where he postulated that Venus came to our solar system, 11,000 years ago, for example, and because of its interaction, it devastated Mars on its way by, and it came over and devastated the entire northern section of the African continent, which, according to science today, they're now saying that about 9,000 years ago, that the African continent, the northern part, started to dry up, as if some magical change happened in that region only, and it started to basically die out. The lakes dried up, all the trees, of course, died. Everything started to go massively wrong, and it took over 1,000 years for this to do this. In the meantime, of course, the only river that was still in existence was the Nile. So is it a possibility? Is there enough information out there to make this work? I believe that there is. And I think that with a little bit more hunting, a little bit more understanding of what's going on, I think we can get a pretty good idea that in 1187, there was some big problems, and it was an electrical strike. And that strike is what took out the pyramids and stopped them from working, as well as the dam not being, in the time frame. If I look at this now from an objective point of view, let me just stop sharing. If I look at this from an objective point of view, the idea that earthquakes can start because there was evidence throughout Eric Klein's, they found that the only places that were attacked, where it was interesting, were temples. All of the places in the areas that they were looking at that had just normal habitation by people, they were fine. Everything that was temple related or sacred sites, those were hammered. Now, because we know that people know how the electrical fields of the energy fields of the earth work, they would put a temple like Saqqara over top of a highly energetic place. So I think that Saqqara was a healing place, and they manipulated how the energies worked in a specific manner. They used audio for diagnosis. There's a block there. It's a series of limestone blocks that are placed together, and my wife sat on it, and our tour guide Mohammed said, "Hey, okay, go over to the small alcove off to the behind where they were." And so I went over there, and he said, "Just listen to the sound in that area," and you could hear something that sounded like a river flowing. And you couldn't identify where it was coming from, but the way the rocks were configured, you knew that there was something going on. And then my wife sat down for a moment. It changed just slightly. And then I waved to Mohammed, and he got my wife to lay back, and the sound completely changed. It was amazing, the difference in the audio. So from that point, just because someone lay on there, it's a good way of doing a diagnosis back in the day. So we know that they used some sort of energy. That's why these temples, Abydos, all the way up and down the Nile, wherever there was a sacred site, was nailed 1187. Once again, an idea. It's postulated. I just feel that has the most amount of explanation because of the Ramses II statue. People still out there? Did I lose somebody?
Yeah, I'm here, Chuck. No,
Oh,
I'm
okay.
here.
No, we are here. We are paying attention. This is very interesting. Very interesting.
Come on, Greg.
Want to come on? All right. Yeah, I feel like I need to keep rewatching that presentation. Because yeah, there was a lot there. I'm trying to see if I don't know if I even have. Let's see. Oh yeah, people are talking about similar phase array with harp. Yeah, no, there are a lot of commonality. I mean, I do think your theory, Chuck, fills in a lot of gaps that we have about the present, all sorts of energy fields on Earth, and making sense of them. I'm curious. I mean, how is it being received so far?
In what way? Sorry.
Oh,
What
sorry.
do
Let
you
me
mean?
make sure. Sorry, the headphones aren't on. Shoot, the mic isn't even on. I took my mic out for a sec.
We heard you, bro. Greg, we heard you still. It's all right. We still heard the question. I think he means in the way of like academia or
Yeah.
possibly towards like the greater community of science itself.
Yeah.
Well, I think the easiest way to answer that is that you guys are the first people to hear this.
Yeah. We are lucky. That's great.
Yeah. I've been putting together this book on portals, and it's a lot. The whole concept is much larger than you can able to sum up in an hour and a half. It's a very big topic. And what happened, of course, was that the rabbit hole was there, and I walked into it and didn't realize I'll be there for almost 3 years while I'm doing this. And even then, the new information has just come in on how the Great Pyramid, how the King's Chamber operates, what was possible to be done with the Antichamber. No one's really looked at those chambers in any kind of detail, and I'm only just kind of doing a primer for another talk. It is unbelievable what we can actually achieve with the technology that we have today, right? So there's so much that's in the works that science is already well on the track for, and everybody's road is going to start to come into one very soon.
That's awesome. That's awesome. John Johnson says it would be nice for all of us to have vibrational chambers to crawl into daily.
I'm interested. I'm interested in that first video that you played, Chuck, with all those stones, and then using that rod to like what exactly was happening there? Like, was it like piezoelectricity? They were engaging and testing the different types of density in the stone to see how it plays out in the pyramid. Because that was like totally amazing. I was glued to my screen on that one. Actually, I full screened it. I was like, "Whoa, WTF is this?"
Well, the idea is that if we take a look at this from induction, and we say we now know that there's electricity underground. We know that it travels through water, aquifers, high mineral contents, perfect environment in the Nile area. So we now know that there's electricity there. What you need to do is you need to be able to harness that. So you build your own induction. At the same time, have you folks ever been familiar with transducers, and have you seen those things on video where they put a transducer on a metal plate and they put sand on it, and then they put
cymatics?
Yes, exactly. So when you see that, that's an example of how the transducer works. But it's pretty, but it's very ineffective when it comes right down to how you would look at to transfer sound. From a sound point of view, if you want to have an even distribution of all the frequencies, you need to find on a flat surface what they call the 2/5 and 3/5 position, which will give you, it's not center, sometimes it could be 3/4 of the ways. I mean, I have a whole PowerPoint that I'm putting together on that, because there's a lot of video that you need to see to be able to understand the changes that go on. And this is my wheelhouse when it comes to audio. So you can see that if you want to do something that is going to have an even flow of electricity, you also want to be able to saturate like a semiconductor or a capacitor. You would then make sure that you don't have an easy flow for the electrical to go. And that would mean that on the outside of the pyramids, they're all disheveled. There's nothing organized at all. Blocks are all different sizes, but that's done for a reason, because you want to slow your electrical down. You want to build it up. You want to make sure that you have it all inducted into the same spot. So going back to what Omar just said, if you take a look at limestone was number one. It conducted electricity, inducted, not conducted. It's not like you can take a power cord from your house and plug it into limestone. You could, but when you do it through an induction plate, this is where nature becomes very, very helpful. That induction is what you're looking for. And that's what brings the power to that location. And that's why the plateau was built the way it was. It also, and this goes into it, this also explains why Caffrey was built 33 feet higher, because of the way that the causeway and the valley temples. So going back to what I was saying earlier about the earthquakes, one of the things that they do know is that in 2015, they discovered the valley temple for the Great Pyramid. It was buried under 33 feet of soil, and there was a guy's house on top of it. He decided to dig down, and he found it. He found that and he could get inside. So what that means is that there was enough of an earthquake, there was enough of an inundation to cause a massive silt flow over top and cover the valley temple and most of the causeway. What do we got here? Oh, there we go. Perfect example. So each frequency makes its own.
The first experiment for the cymatics music video is called a cladding plate. Now, cladding plate is basically a metal plate attached to the top of the speaker. There's sand on top of the plate, and you play different tones through the speaker. The plate vibrates, which forms different shapes depending on the frequency of the sound.
Well, we blew up a lot of speakers with the Chladni plate. So there was a lot of experimenting around the Chladni plate, primarily looking at how much volume we can put through there, how much sand to actually put on the plate, and the different shapes of plates and what different patterns would be created because of those shapes. But what we were really testing was what frequencies create the most interesting repeatable patterns, because that was a key point. So we ended up playing pretty much every audio frequency through the plate to see what different shapes it would form.
And for most frequencies, it doesn't really do much, but when it hits a frequency that resonates with the plate, it forms a really nice pure shape. So we found out what those tones were, and those were the tones we used to draw the plate in the video.
So to understand that, the areas where you see the sand, the actual formation of the pattern, is a low point. Everywhere else that it doesn't have sand is a high point. The objective with a transducer is to get an even pattern right across, so that all frequencies are being delivered at the correct time.
Mm-hmm.
There's a great DIY example of a UBC here in Vancouver, Canada. A professor who decided that he was going to do a musical interlude, kind of an experiment in the, I guess, the performance hall, where he went out and got himself 16 pieces of different types of wood and placed transducers on them. And they had a concert using those pieces of wood as the speakers for the entire area. And the sound was incredible. So they were just using a natural sort of setup. I believe that that's how the pyramids worked when it comes to the higher spectrums. They wanted to have, if you want to do a control of where you're going to go and how to activate a portal, this would be, you would do it through the sound frequencies, and the energy that's being built up from each pyramid would give you the amount of power necessary to create the repulsive force to make that connection open.
Yeah, that totally rocks, Chuck, because that really does make a lot of sense. Like that guy was saying, the sand will take shape when it's in the sound is in tune with the vibration of the plate. And Dr. Sam was mentioning earlier about the iron plate that's below the Bosnia Pyramid. It's like the size of a football field, and that really does, make sense. First of all, that's pretty profound when you think about it, that there's a metal plate the size of a football field underneath this pyramid. That should really ring some bells there. But on the other hand, it really does make sense, because if you're harnessing the sound or the vibration from the earth to create energy to open up a portal, then that would be the best way of going about doing things, because everything is made of sound.
Right. So the reason that I think that the pyramid stopped working is also part and parcel of why it was built the way it was built. So if we go back in time, if you wanted to have a reliable system from planet to planet, you would build something that didn't need repair.
Mm-hmm.
You would build it really well. And there is nobody out there that's going to say that the Great Pyramid was not built properly. It may look, like I said, an outside mess, but there's a reason for that. And I use the induction system on there for doing that. Now, in the later ones, I have got scientific papers that show the different frequencies and the volts per meter. When you're looking at a spectrograph, we have, my friend and I, my friend purchased one of these so we could experiment with different, looking for specific locations. One, because now I have a pretty good idea of what frequencies I'm looking for. Those are the type of things that you want to do just because, well, I'm alive, I'm breathing, and as long as I don't have any chores to do, I'm going to go do this.
Mm-hmm. Got a question here for you from our fellow Canuck from Nova Scotia. Is asking, here, I'll put it up on the screen, is asking, could someone ask Chuck if he knows of Eric Dollard?
Yes, I do.
Can you talk a little? I'm not sure who that is.
Eric Dollard, if I'm correct, he is the guy he's a Tesla aficionado. Like, he knows everything about Tesla. He's been doing a lot of conductions. There's some very interesting stuff, and I'm pretty sure that's correct. Let me just look that up, if you don't mind, because sometimes I get trapped with where am I here? There we go. Pretty sure I'm correct.
Yeah, I was looking at his website a little bit. You can go to ericpdollard.com.
Yeah.
And it seems that there's a lot of stuff there that parallels what you've been talking about, Chuck.
It does, yes. And this is why I say you have to start somewhere when it comes to how these pyramids, are being discussed, and you have to have, in order for me to convince anyone that a portal can exist between planets, you've got to pretty well figure it out, and you've got to get the science to back it up. Because other than that, people are just going to look at you, roll their eyes, and say, hey, it's all about science fiction. Go watch another episode of Stargate and see what you come up for a next idea. But that's not how I did this. And as Greg, when you said my intro, it was all born out of the fact that when we looked at this UFO, my dad and I, when we were sitting on the hill in just outside of Victoria, and this UFO flew over top of the naval base and then flew directly over top of us up out of the sky, we knew there was something else going on. And right, motherships, all sorts of things. We can't say that there's less distance between stars, right? And there's still a lot of time that goes in between there. There has to be something that can able to make this portal system work. Now, this is just looking at the Great Pyramid. I have a lot of information to show how portals work in outside of just this, because as time goes by, the arrival of UFOs on anywhere in around the world is all determined now, because they have all the audio patterns. They know how to activate the sites. The portal things open up. They have all this controls because technology moves ahead. No matter who it is, they always move ahead. And because the Great Pyramid stopped working does not mean that Earth stopped working. It just means that location paused. and we don't know how to fix it because nobody left us an instruction manual. So this is why there are so many different opinions. I mean, John Shaughnessy, do I agree with his idea about gravity and how it affects Hawaii? I'm not the person to judge. He's the one that spent the time on it because it's a theory. I can't say that he's wrong because where's my information, right? How can I say that? So, I find it very fascinating. It's something I hadn't thought of. And same with John Cadman. He looked at the subterranean chamber. I have a completely different theory, but that doesn't mean that John's wrong or Christopher Dunn or anyone. It means that we're all looking for the same type of answers. Is mine closer? Well, maybe because I put a little bit of science behind it, but does that mean I'm right? No, it means that I have a theory. So I have to be able to say, I have to take that, move it over to other things and see where it all falls apart. So my whole premise from starting this book was I put the answer as portals, and then I see if the evidence matches it. And you'd be surprised what does. And it's, like I say, I would figure there's probably 10 1-hour talks on each of my chapters. The electrical scarring is just one chapter. Yeah, there's 11 chapters in part 3 concerning Egypt. There's big information that I think is big, right? But then I've got a pretty good supply of Kool-Aid. Anybody want some? Join me.
I tease us a little, Chuck. I want to know the most. I want to know the most mind-blowing thing. I mean, what are we talking about here? Is there? Are we? I mean, that's John's book. You're holding up, Omar. Yep. Great book. But Chuck, are we talking like? Is there evidence that UFOs had hung out around the pyramids? Are we talking time travel? I mean, what kind of portal activity can we get in chapter 9 of your future book?
Just want to quickly say that John Shaughnessy tells us in this book, Pyramid Gravity Force, to stop drinking the Kool-Aid.
John, well, that's a little late. I don't even have a copy of his book. How would I have known that?
I love it.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, guys, go ahead.
Okay, so what's the big reveal?
I guess I want to know about these portals. Everybody, a lot of people throw the word portal around, yes. And I'm going, what is? Some people say, oh yeah, if there's a portal, that's how you time travel. If there's a portal, that's how you get to Mars. If it's a portal, that's how you get from one area of Earth to another. I mean, in your research, what do you think is the most interesting use of portals as it relates to the pyramids?
Okay, so the pyramids were just a tool to activate on this little far out. We're in the suburbs of the actual galaxy, so we're part of what I classify as an electromagnetic corridor. So we go from planet to planet, and those planets have to resonate at the same frequencies as we are, because as we know, gravity can be very, very much of a problem. If you go to a planet that's got way too much gravity, you're on the ground and you're like just basically a sheet of paper. If it's too much, you can't do anything. So you need to go to something, and I use the tuning fork. So I'm going to get to your answer, but I'm going to have to kind of fill in the blank a little.
Fair,
the way
fair.
the portal operates, and this is also backed up by, is it Eric Davis? I got the paper. Eric Davis did a paper for Edwards Air Force Base in 2001, and he postulated how a portal system would work. So he did this for the U.S. military, and his paper was released, and I've gone through it, and it makes complete sense once you understand how, and there will be a talk that I'll have on this,